If you put all of us in a room, you know, Magic, Jordan, myself, and Bird, Bird probably be the guy who walks out of the room at the end of the day. And Larry walks in and says, I hope all you guys in here are thinking about second place because I'm winning this. And he started shooting and he just didn't miss.
Riding in my Firebird, Trump Thunderbird, meet Larry Bird, head dirty hairy girl. Hop out through my Larry Bird, pop, 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 Larry Bird. Shoot your lights out, swish through my Larry Bird. Riding in my Firebird, Trump Thunderbird, meet Larry Bird, head dirty hairy girl. Hop out through my Larry Bird, pop, 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 Larry Bird. Shoot your lights out, swish through my Larry Bird. I'm the type that carry birds, how them married birds. And when them niggas incorrect, I do my Larry Bird. Every curve that I've been on, I put my shit on. I've been known to keep the clip long. I got my chip on my shoulder, try to take over and get a makeover. I hate bogus and all the fake soldiers come up for Crayola. I take Yola and whip it good, ship it through the different hoods. Fiends holler back when you ready, get your prescription filled. Riding in my Firebird, passengers a Firebird. She know the routine and ain't gotta say 5 words. I do my Larry Bird, I bust a couple shots. I drop her off on the strip, she give me money knocks. Riding in my Firebird, Trump Thunderbird, meet Larry Bird, head dirty hairy girl. Hop out through my Larry Bird, pop, 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 Larry Bird. Shoot your lights out, swish through my Larry Bird. Riding in my Firebird, Trump Thunderbird, meet Larry Bird, head dirty hairy girl. Hop out through my Larry Bird, pop, 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 Larry Bird. Shoot your lights out, swish through my Larry Bird. I'm enhancing the clip, I'm so handsome and rich. Pop my collar, look in the mirror and blow her the kiss. Bitches blowing me quick, they must know I'm the shit. Fresh out the toilet water, imported the bricks. Shorted, then shorted, them boys will show up at 6. If we get sorted, then sorted. If not, I order the hit. I'm feeling sporty with shorty, I Martin scores a flick. Then I pull off in the forum, my life important and lit. This shit be more than enticing. I go get icy in Iceland. I got a license to kill you. You unfamiliar and trifling. I'm with the snipes if I snipe you. Got a blade and a rifle. I'm like a psycho and right, cause it's bet you hiking your Nikes. Riding in my Firebird, Trump Thunderbird, meet Larry Bird, head dirty hairy girl. Hop out through my Larry Bird, pop, 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 Larry Bird. Shoot your lights out, swish through my Larry Bird. Riding in my Firebird, Trump Thunderbird, meet Larry Bird, head dirty hairy girl. Hop out through my Larry Bird, pop, 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 Larry Bird. Shoot your lights out, swish through my Larry Bird. All right, let me in here. Let me in here.
Bless up, Paul. The king is home. The king is home. You've been missing on us.
Yeah, I know, man. Yeah, I know I had some shit going on. Like I said, I had to get out in the world, lady. You know, I was off work for a minute, so I had to get out in the world, man, so some topics could come to me, so I wouldn't just be having these freestyle shows. But man, thank y'all for tapping in, man. Another episode of Rich Rhetoric, man. I am your homie, Born Rich. I am him. He is I. I am your host, Born Rich, man. So thank y'all for tapping in. Great show. Good topics lined up for you guys today. Got my beautiful sister, my wifey, Lady D, Lady Bantu Somali.
Bantu Somali in the house. Jeez.
So I'm gonna talk to me, Lady D. Like, we all know that your family is from the Caribbean islands. Which is it, Jamaica or Guyana?
Jamaica, St. Lucia, and a little bit of Barbados.
So what's with this title? What's with this title, Lady B? Why is your name Lady Bantu Somali? Talk to me.
Well, it all started off, I literally got called a Bantu Somali by James Judas Jones, and I was not impressed at the time, because it was a deep conversation and I thought it was a blatant disrespect, like not only to the Somalis, but towards me. I was like, why are you violating me like this, right?
Uh-huh.
Anyway, more conversations started happening about how black you are. Are Somalis black? Are they Arabic? Are the people of North, I guess the north of Africa? No, not even the north. I would say the Horn, actually. I would say the Horn. Are the people from the Horn of Africa? We've had this conversation so many times. And I've always stood on they're black. Yeah, they might not think they are, but they're black. But yeah, that's always been a big conversation about the Horn. The Horn's got their own little beefs. You see James up here beefing with all the Horn brothers and sisters up here all the time. Anyway, I went and took my DNA test. It turns out James Jones is right. Lady D is 2.7% Somali. No one can't tell me nothing. So I'm here now as a Somali.
Okay.
Letting the Somalis know Lady D's taking over. I am Somali officially, and no one can't play with my DNA. Period.
So your DNA said you're 2.7%.
7% Somali.
Is that even enough to fucking?
I don't give a damn. It's in my DNA.
Yeah. Okay.
Whether it's enough or not, it's in my DNA.
Yeah. I don't know. I
run things. I'm talking as a Somali now. Talk to me.
Okay, you can speak for the Somalis. All right, shout out to you, man. I don't know if I really have a question. Why y'all forehead so big? All right, okay, I quit.
I don't even know, but I officially do have a big forehead. I officially do have a big forehead. That's a Somali trait.
I quit.
And you know what? I used to remember, I said to years ago when I was on the panels on Raspet's thing, I was saying to people people didn't believe me when I said my son used to get stopped all the time and he used to always get put down as Somali or Eritrean or thing. And no one could figure out why. And I really analysed myself. I actually do have Somali features. So that explains a lot. That 2.7% has shown up. Trust and believe that. Even when I look at my cousins, the boys, they mainly seem to have this Somali thing. So when I told the family, everyone's run to go and take DNA tests now, right? Everybody in the family is running to take one because we need to figure this out. But we're working with Brother Moore. And obviously, when the time my people would have been in Somalia, what we now know today as Somalia wouldn't have been Somalia back then. It would have just been all Ethiopian at the time until they came and cut it up and divided it and whatever. So yeah, me and James are brethren, man. Me and James could be 4 cousins, twice removed, or second cousins 3 times removed. We're family. You know what that means though? I'm doomed. I'm connected to Asketi. Big up Spaghetti. I'm connected to Samaroon. Big up Samaroon.
Shout out my brother Nin Hulas.
Oh my God. I'm connected to all the weirdos. I'm literally DNA haplogroup proven Somali. I'm not a fraud. I'm Somali. 2.7% of me. That's nearly 3% of my DNA makeup is Somali. What can I say? I'm a Bantu Somali. Hence my name.
And I got you. I hear you. So shout out to Lady D. Shout out to the women. Shout out to Black Girl Magic. The show today is who benefits from the gender divide. I have been saying for a while that somebody is promoting this gender divide, and I was killed for it. I was crucified for it, right?
Yeah, your boy's promoting it.
I was saying this, Lady D. When everybody was all caught up in Black Girls Rock and Black Girl Magic and Go Sis Go and Sister Girl, you my sister girl, I was like, family, be careful, because it is a reason why Black Girl Magic and Black Girl Rocks and all of this shit is coming all together and coming out all at one time. Not hating on the sisters, trust me, I love sisters. I don't even know why I have to keep reiterating this. I only deal with Black women, but I know that it's bigger systems at play here that wants to divide the Black man and the Black woman. I even think Lady D can agree with it's an attack on the Black family, and it's been for many years. Right? Am I right or wrong about that, Lady D? Okay, Lady D probably tapped out. But
no, I'm here. I'm just letting you roll. Go on.
No, I was just saying it's been well, let me ask you, do you think that there is an attack on the Black family?
Oh, most definitely. That's been in full effect from how long we can remember, from we come in contact with, you already know.
Absolutely.
The
And
Mazungu.
absolutely. And one way to do it is if you put somebody on this level and then put another person on this level, just the way humans are, is humans' nature to be a little bit envious, be a little bit jealous, and that causes some type of some type of divide. We know that, right?
Yes.
We
We're not
know
going to
that.
deny that. Yeah, we're not going
Yes.
to deny
So,
that.
and that's what I was saying. A lot of people thought I was hating on black women or trying to disrespect the sisters when I was saying I fuck with black girl magic. I just wish black girl magic was really created by black women, right? You can say this about any movement, right? I said this about the Me Too movement. I've said this about Black Lives Matter. I've said this about all of these. They pretend to be grassroots movements, but then when you really start peeling back the layers of the onions, you see who is funding these people.
So wait, are you saying to me that Mazungu is in charge of the Black Girls Magic thing? Sorry, I've just come over from Sun Letter, so you know I've
I
got the
honestly
Mazungu
think
in my
so.
mouth because of
I
Brother
honestly
Jabari.
think so. I mean, I honestly think so because I mean, you still have to get these channels to. Let me tell you this. All right, I'll start simple. Let's start simple. Richest black woman in America is who? Lady D.
Is it Oprah Winfrey, isn't it?
Absolutely. And she
Right.
gets promoted by everybody, right? Everybody loves Oprah, right? Does Oprah have a husband?
Not that I know of. She's not officially married now.
Absolutely. We had
Right.
the Black Lives Matter lady. I forget her name, but the Black Lives Matter lady.
I forgot her name. I know who you're talking though. Yeah, and I forgot.
She
It's gonna
doesn't have
come.
a.
You talking about the
She
dyke
doesn't have
lady?
a. What's her name?
Peace up, brother Black
What up, Black
Peace.
Peace? I know you know her name. What was her name?
Well,
What's her
what's
name?
up? What up? No, I don't know her name. I said you talking about the dyke lady.
That's what I'm saying. So my thing is, while we doing Black Girl Magic, which one of these ladies are married right now? I'll give you Michelle
I
Obama.
don't know. I am though. To
What?
you, born.
Yeah, you married to me. See, we'll clap up old Michelle Obama. Cool, we'll clap her up. But when we start doing these Black Girl Magics and these Black Girl Rocks, you have to really pay attention, guys. None of these, you're never going to see their husbands. Let me tell you something about Black Girl Magic. Monique, the comedian, that's Black Girl Magic. But you know why they shit on Monique? Because she respects her husband and doesn't make any moves without her husband. And they look at her husband as the aggressive, angry black man that's trying to control his wife. So that's why Monique has been kind of, in a sense, blackballed. Like ever since she came out with that Tyler Perry and Lee Daniels, and she went viral for talking to Charlemagne, you ain't really heard from Monique since. You ain't heard from it. You see what I'm saying? So my thing about Black Girl Magic, and I don't have no problems with the sisters. Shout out to the sisters. I stand by y'all. But that is a sneaky way of causing some type of gender divide. I just want the media to be fair. You know what I mean? If we're
I
gonna
understand. I
have Black
understand.
Girls Magic, show them black girls with the husband.
Well, no, not even that. I don't know. As a black woman personally, I'm not really about the black. I don't really use that hashtag Black Girl Magic. To be fair, I more use the hashtag Black Excellence because I promote excellence in all black people. You understand? That's my thing. So I don't know. I've never really been on the Black Girl Magic bandwagon. I've always been on the Black Excellence
But it was a
bandwagon.
thing. You know, it was a thing. Hold on real quick, Lady D. We got two Kales up here. Kale, which one is the real? Would a real Kale please stand up? Brother Kale? Okay, Brother Kale, hopefully he'll come back. But, damn it out. Kale will come back. Oh, yeah, he dropped out anyway. But yeah, that's what I was saying. So let's get into the first thing I want to get into, man. Let's get it straight into it. Boom, boom, boom. What am I looking for? This. Here we go. And we've been through this before, guys. Maya Angelou becomes the first Black woman to appear on a quarter.
Wait, she's on a quarter in America.
Yes,
I didn't know this. Okay, this is news to me.
Yeah, this is new. So they're going to start making quarters, right? 25-cent pieces in America, and they're going to put her on the back of it. Right? Now, I mean, I have to ask the question.
Wait, before you go there, hold on, Paul. Before you go there, people like me in the UK, we don't really know much about Maya Angelou. Can you explain to us who she is?
Okay, this article
Thank you.
I got you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that, guys. Hold on. It should say, and we're gonna get into this, but let me see what they say about Maya Angelou. So it says Maya Angelou's writing and activism. So she was a writer, a poet, an activist. Maya Angelou, famously for her poems, Lady D. Like her poems, I have to be honest.
Okay, so she's a poet.
Her poems are like studied in school. Like we had a class that I had to memorize one of her poems. So she's like a real popular poet. Beautiful, beautiful writer, beautiful with the words. Also, oh fuck, what is the name of that language? It's also, when I was saying ADOS have their own language. What is it? It's tuck or something. Like ADOS have their own language. Maya Angelou spoke about her family speaking to her in that language. It's like a broken English, really, really broken English, the way the slaves could communicate with each other without the Europeans or the slave masters knowing what they was talking about. So shout out to my
talking about the Tut language.
Yeah, the Tut language. Yeah, the Tut language. And I definitely want to shout out Maya Angelou for that, because that Tut language, that's something serious. That's something, when we get on our ADOS shit, that's some shit we really need to study. But Maya Angelou's writing and activism inspired countless Americans, and her legacy helped fuel greater fairness and understanding across the nation. That's what people were saying. So yeah, she spoke a lot. She was like a empowerment person for Black women. She did a lot of shit. So yeah, this is
big up to that sister then.
Right.
Big up yourself.
Absolutely. And she was born in Missouri in 1928. Angelou is best known for her 1969 memoir, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. And that memoir, she spoke of the Tut language. To all my ADOS or Black American or descendants of slaves, check into the Tut language. We did have our own language. So, and she spoke about that in her memoir, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. It says, which marks the first nonfiction bestseller penned by an African-American woman. She was also active in the civil rights movement, working alongside iconic leaders such as Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. The Trailblazers' impressive list of accolades includes 2 NAACP Image Awards in the Outstanding Literary Work category, and in 2005 and 2009, and as well as Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2010 from the President Barack Obama. She died in 2014 at the age of 86. So well deserved. I want to say that first and foremost. Maya Angelou is well deserved of all the accolades that sister got, even being on the back of a quarter. She deserves it. My gripe, right? Everybody's like, "Oh shit, Born Rich. We know you have a gripe. You damn right I have."
Yeah, we know we gotta have a hate. Go on.
One gripe. Now this ain't even about. I'm gonna come back to the gender divide because, well, but before I even leave the hold on. Before I even leave the fucking gender divide, I want to ask you guys, who you guys think will be the first Black man on any piece of American money, if you had to guess?
I'm not a Black man for America.
Yes.
Don't tell me they'll put Obama there. Please don't tell me that.
I don't know. Black Peace, I want to ask you, Black Peace, talk to me, brother.
They're gonna put John Lewis ass on there.
It might be MLK. Somebody said
they gonna put that nigga on there, man.
I
they boy right there, man.
Bridge in Selma.
Mr. Ass Whoop, that's what I call him.
How you doing, brother Kel? You there?
Brother Kel, bless up yourself. Peace, peace.
How you doing, Born Rich? How you doing,
Doing
Lady
well,
B?
brother. I guess
How you
I
doing?
posed the same question to you, Kel. If you had to guess, hypothetically, who do you think would be the first black man that America will put on their money?
You know, brother, it's very kind of it's very insulting to even have Maya
We're gonna get
Angelou
to
on
that,
that
Kel.
point.
Hey, Kel, I promise we're gonna get to that, brother. Just a quick.
Yeah.
If you have a guess, bro, have a guess. If you
I,
don't
s-
know,
I,
you
I
know.
suppose they'll put Barack Obama on there, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think one day maybe Martin
Mm.
Luther King. If we're gonna go this way with writers and poets and activists and civil rights, it may be Martin Luther King, guys, because America loves that civil rights story. America loved to show black people how you got your ass whooped to go to the restaurant with other races. Showed you how you got fucking dogs sicked on you and fire hoses sprayed on you to go and communicate. I mean, to go to be integrated. So America is probably going to be a civil rights person. I gotta admit that because America loves this fucking civil rights story to show you how we beat you Negroes up, and you Negroes were so strong that you overcame these ass whoopings and got shit done. So it's probably gonna be that. Now, Kel, I know where you were going. I hope I don't steal your thunder, brother. But I do have to say this. I hate when my computer acts like this. But I have to say this though, Kel. You're right. That's a fucking slap in the face. You got a civil rights activist on the back of the quarter. And let me zoom in. Because they're not going to change the person that's on the front of the quarter. Anybody know who this guy is on the front of the quarter?
Yeah, it's looks like George Washington, who, from his history, um,
Go
supposed
ahead and
to
say it,
be
brother. He did what?
from his autobiography. There is some speculation that he had some African DNA in him. You know,
Oh
um,
wow, really?
yeah, him and
That's
Thomas
what they
Jefferson.
said. And there's
Yeah,
a lot of stuff in this autobiography, a lot of stories and
yeah,
myths. Number one, what we can say is he was a slave owner,
yeah,
guaranteed slave owner. Number one, so you put a slave owner on the front, and I'm gonna be real, America not taking him off the front. America is not going to take this slave owner, white supremacist. He already flat out said the black is nowhere near the white man and will never be equal to the white man. So he was a admitted white supremacist, a slave owner. You have the myth that they said George Washington had wooden teeth. But come to find out, those wasn't wooden teeth. He used to fucking take the teeth out the slave's mouth and put them in his mouth. And then they want to put our dear sister on the back of the same coin with this guy. And this is what I am saying, black people. We gotta stop settling for this fucking symbolism shit, man. This symbolism shit don't get us nothing. Now you see people like me and other groups in America that's fighting for reparations, and instead of America addressing reparations, they rather put your face on money, give you a symbol instead of actually giving you something tangible. Oldest trick in the book. America been doing it for years. They fucking had Harry told us we're gonna put Harriet Tubman on the back of the 20. Guess who's on the? I mean, on the front of the front of the 20. On the front of the 20. Guess who's on the back? They're still going to show respect to Andrew Jackson. Once again, he's from Tennessee, like I'm from Tennessee. Known slave owner, known raper. He was known to rape his slaves. So we got to stop standing for these fucking slaps in the face or backhand compliments that America tries to give us. And not only that, it bleeds into the gender divide. We're going to pump you up, black women. They've been doing it since the fucking welfare system. And I know that's a controversial topic, but they've been doing it since the welfare system. Is black woman, you don't really need that black man. That black man, we will pump you up and hype you up to where you can do this shit by yourself. And now we look up in 2022, and majority of our black women will tell you straight up, I am independent. I don't need a man. I don't want a man. And then America will tell them, you go, girl. Keep doing your thing. You go, girl. Anybody else want to chime in? I know I'm rambling a little bit, but this really bothered me when I saw this story about this. This did, guys. Like, this bothered me, man, because we have it, we love it, and you know who's responsible for this? You know who's taking the credit for this? You guessed it, the Democrats. So instead of the Democrats already told Ice Cube and all of these other black groups, we don't care to sit down and talk to you, but we'll put Maya Angelou on the back of the quarter and pat ourselves on the back. We'll pat ourselves on the back and tell black people, look what we're doing for you, black people. Yeah, don't worry about reparations. I don't even know why y'all keep talking about that reparation shit. We want you guys to be happy with Maya Angelou on the back of a quarter. Oh, no, disregard the slave master that's on the front of the quarter. You guys should just be happy with the little bit of kibbles and bits that we give you. And in any other situation, black people wouldn't like that. Man, I don't know, man. I don't know. Let me ask you, Black Peace. Black Peace, answer me this, Black Peace. I got a question for you, brother. Black Peace. You there, Black Peace?
We
Yeah.
hear
What up,
you,
man?
Born.
What up, man?
Black Peace. Now, should we how can I work this? I guess should we give the Democrats their props for making this happen, making this move happen, putting Maya Angelou
What they
on
do?
the quarter?
Oh, you talking about the quarter shit? Nah,
Yeah.
I mean, that's something they already had. You gotta remember, man, everything strategic. You know that midterm shit coming up. This ain't nothing but some midterm trinket type shit. This ain't nothing to give them no clap on them, no clap for. They know what they doing, man. They know niggas. So,
Thank you.
they
We
know
are
what they
so,
doing.
man, a Black Peace. We so predictable that now it's becoming laughable. Right, Black Peace? Like Black Peace, we've been doing these shows for 4, 5. Come on, bro. I got, you know what I'm saying? Black Peace, the first time we sit down on Facebook Live was 5 or 6 years ago now, Black Peace. Now it's just becoming ridiculous, this shit that they doing.
Yeah, man.
I don't even think they're trying to hide it. I don't even think.
They don't have to. Think about it. What a nigga gonna do about it? Nothing.
Yeah. Real
What
quick,
nigga
Black
gonna
Peace.
do about it? They gonna come back out and vote again, no matter how many times they spit in a nigga face. The nigga gonna wipe the spit off and go jump
Yeah.
behind the shower curtain again and pull the level, man. They don't give a damn.
Oh, man, my brother, voice of the free American. Is that you, man?
Yes.
How you doing? This your first time here, or you been here before?
This is my first time here.
All right, where you from, my man?
Greetings.
I'm from from the state of Ohio.
Okay.
And yeah, I'd like to say I've been all around this country. I can tell you who's profiting the most off of the gender divide. It is the government itself. Look at the family courts. Look how often, doesn't matter what the woman does, it's always the man that gets punished. I mean, no offense to women when I say this, but you go to a state that's referred to as a no-fault state, doesn't matter if the man comes home from work and catches his woman with 12 men in the bed. he still got to pay out that alimony. He still got to pay out that child support. In which, admittedly, if he helped create the kid, he should help pay for the kid. But just pure and simple, they collect off of the backs of divorce, off of the backs of the men from the divorce. Just about all my friends pay out 2/3 of their freaking salaries because of the fact that they got with a woman that did them wrong. They filed for divorce, and they're the ones having to pay for it. They're the ones having to pay for alimony.
Yeah.
In which, pure and simple, if a woman came home and found a man in bed with 12 women, I'd be just as pissed about that as a man coming home and finding his woman in bed with 12 men. Pure and simple.
Ask an honest question? Sorry to interrupt you, brother. Sorry to interrupt you. Can I ask a question? Being outside of the Americas, would it be okay for me to suggest that maybe the reasons why they implemented these laws in America of child support is maybe because the men, once they, I guess, split up with their partners or baby mothers or whatever you put it, wives, whatever, they probably weren't paying, so they had to enforce laws to force them to pay? Because it's something we don't have in the UK like that.
There was a percentage of men that were not. That I'm willing to admit to. And like I said, if a man helps create a child, he should have to pay for it. But there's men out here that's paying for kids that aren't even theirs. Because the state will not accept a freaking DNA test.
Yep. That's it. Let me ask you this, Voice of Free America. Now, you can tell I'm a black man. Everybody on the panel is black. So when we speak a lot from the black.
Bantu Somali.
Bantu Somali. She's Bantu Somali. So, but you really sound like a Somali. But let me say this. Now we had a movement, and I was speaking about this movement earlier. It was like Black Girl Magic, Black Girl Rocks, and a lot of black women being hyped up. But I noticed the face of those movements were either single black women, professional, successful black women with no husband, or lesbian black women. Really wasn't showing a good perception of the black family as a whole. Now, in the white community, do you guys ever see that? Do you guys ever think, okay, the government and the system is hyping up these white women to make them feel like they don't need the white man anymore?
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah, we see it all the time. Look at Me Too and what happened to Johnny Depp. I mean, pure and simple. Amber Heard cut the freaking tip of his finger off.
Yeah.
And he was the one that got his career destroyed.
Yeah, I was just curious about that. I was real.
1 second, Born. Can we get that? Steve, can you jump on the panel, please? I think you've got a bit more.
Steve.
Yeah, jump on. I would like to talk to you, Steve.
Can I speak one more moment? I'm half Native American, grew up part of my life on the reservation. So I've also seen this shit on the reservation also. Pure and simple. Women are getting encouraged in schools to have 2, 3, 4 kids by 3, 4 different men and to basically live off of that.
Wow. Okay.
I saw it in the reservations. I saw it in the suburb schools, and I saw it in the inner city schools.
Wow. That's crazy, Steve.
In fact, here's a bit of fun fact for you. In Ohio, used to be that a woman was able to go to welfare, even though she'd have like 3 different baby's daddies paying out child support, tell them that the daddies were not paying out, and the welfare system could not even check with the freaking divorce courts to see if the dad was paying out. And then the dad would still have to pay welfare for that. Only reason that ended was because it got shown on TV.
Okay. That's crazy. We got a new panelist. My guy, Steve JJ. What's going on with you, Steve?
What's up, everybody? What's up, Lady
Hey,
D? How you doing?
Steve. How you doing?
Yes,
I'm doing good.
I see you in the
Help
comments.
enlighten us on American laws, because we don't know how this child support system thing works out there, and it sounds alien to us in the UK. We're like, huh?
Yeah.
What's going on, right?
Well, first of all, thanks for letting me in here, Rich, Born, and Lady D. It's good to see you again. I wish I could have got to talk to you a little bit more last time, but it's good to hear your voice.
Oh, thanks for that. Yeah, they bully me up here, so I have to run sometimes. Yeah.
You know, some men are afraid of strong women, so.
Here goes Steve Caping again. Go ahead, Steve.
All right. So the problem here in the United States is that we have different laws for different states and sometimes even different counties, or what you might, I don't know what they would call them in the UK, but maybe principalities or whatever you have, or whatever. But like I can speak a little bit about where I'm from, which is Utah, which is it's about 2 states away from California. But the laws are definitely not friendly to men. They're getting better, but a lot of prior to the 1960s, many times, actually the majority of the time, the children went with the fathers, primarily because the wives were stay-at-home moms. They were homemakers. They didn't have the financial ability to go out, make money, and support the children. And so this is where that kind of switch happened. And that's where feminism, I believe this was second wave feminism, third wave feminism, somewhere around there, started to really hit the activists and lobby for a change in those laws. And unfortunately, I think it went too far, which is, we Americans have a habit of like trying to fix a problem, then going too fucking far, and then fucking everything up. But yeah, it's pretty tough. But really quick, I wanted to say that what this podcast is about, and you guys touched a little bit on it, but to me personally, this might be a conspiracy theory. I don't know. You guys can call me out on this bullshit if you want, but it seems that the best way to get what you want is not to get everybody on the same page. It's to selectively choose, and we'll separate people into these little molecules of groups, right? So you've got black women, black men, white women, Asian men, Asian, right? So it's easy to manipulate small groups of people. It's really fucking hard to manipulate large groups of people. So what better way to be able to control exactly where you want things to go, exactly where you want to be able to pick votes from, exactly where you want to be able to direct attention to, than separating everybody and then being able to hyper focus on one group. Now, it seems to me that is the way that it functions, because everything, if we could actually decide, like if everybody in this room could decide on what the fuck we should do about, X, politicians would have no fucking idea what to do with themselves. They'd basically be fucking worthless. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I mean, the whole idea of how we deal with child custody, child support is just fucked. It's just
It is
fucked.
a bit ridiculous. I've heard
I've
heard horror stories, Steve, about men's not being able to apply for passports, driver's license.
Yeah.
Is that something real in America?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah, happens right here in Utah.
In Tennessee too. Tennessee, if you get behind on you, let me not speak out of ignorance. Revolutionists, Brother Mike, you there, Brother Mike?
Yo,
Brother Mike, if you have any experience with child support that people want to know. So I guess first off, Lady D's question was, can they suspend your driver's license and passport if you have a problem with your child support payments?
hell yeah, but not right now in the age of COVID. Not in Tennessee. he
Mike,
kind
your
of like
internet,
more of
brother.
a
Your internet,
male.
brother. Your internet, brother. I know you just told me your internet was messing up, but yeah, it's you going in and out, bro.
But
You going in and out.
yeah, that is. It's
But
true.
isn't that like
For the come
basically taking away someone's human right to be able to travel? Doesn't that not go against that law of human rights?
Man, you know the people,
It's
American government don't give a fuck about that because
Oh hell no!
because I always look at child support like the middleman. I mean, the child support system is a middleman. It's like, okay, guy, maybe you ran off and you not taking care of this child, or even if you didn't run off and the lady says you're not taking care of this child, the government is saying, okay, well, we'll be the mediator. And you know how America is, Lady D. They're not going to be the mediator in your personal endeavors without getting a cut.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so
I'll tell you what.
Go ahead, bro.
My state literally gets about a third of its funding out or off of the back of these dads who get, as Drexel from the MGTOW podcast would put it, divorce scraped.
And so so divorces, the government get a piece of that. And Lady D, that's a conversation for another day. But that's why I am weary about signing that marriage certificate, because I know that divorces, child support, they will come into your personal relationship and dress up as the mediator. But we will mediate you guys' problem, but just pay us a small fee. You know what I mean? If you guys can't have a happy home and you want to separate, we have no problem with you guys separating, but you're gonna have to pay for that. Oh, you and your lady not agreeing, so you guys have to come to us, or we have to mediate child custody and child supervision and child visitation. We'll do that for you, but we want a small fee. So we know how serious that this thing is. I wish Brother Mike, I don't want to tell Brother Mike's business, man, but Brother Mike has worked for the child support office before. So when you say horror stories, Lady D, when Brother Mike gets his internet going, I'm sure that brother can tell you a horror story or two.
That is actually shocking for us, like here in the UK. Don't get me wrong, there is a child support system set up where if men, you feel like you need to seek child support, you go ahead and seek it. But it's not something that is widely used out here in the UK. And it's definitely no law saying that your passport should be confiscated or denied, or your driver's license could be taken away due to child. That's ridiculous. Everybody has a right to travel, whether it's by car or by plane. You can't confiscate somebody's right to travel because of back payment or whatever of child support. That's why don't you just get the payments? I don't understand.
In the States, all of that is a privilege. It's not a right.
Yes. Yep.
It's a privilege that they can take away from you.
Wow.
They're taking driver's license, they're taking your passport, they're taking your income tax, they're going into your paycheck, they're taking your stimulus, they're putting the kids on your insurance. They're doing everything to destroy you.
Yeah, I mean, they will literally send you to jail for missing 30 days. It doesn't matter now that didn't happen with COVID because the government went and shut everything down, so they couldn't do it. But before that, like, let's take 2008 when everything went to shit here in the U.S. Here's where things got screwed up. You'd have a small town, factory would shut down. There'd be like no other jobs available. And all the men who used to work at the factory are now getting arrested for 30 days for missing their freaking child support payment.
Yep. I agree.
And then as soon as they'd be out, they'd have maybe 5 to 10 days before they'd be arrested again for missing during the month they were in jail.
That's disgusting. I can't support sis Cotton. We can't support that, sis. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sis, jump on the panel. We cannot support this. This sounds ridiculous.
And you know, Cotton, I'm gonna come to that. I'm coming right to you, Steve. But I do have to piggyback off what the brother said, because rest in peace to my brother Phil, man. Black Peace knows brother Phil. I've had brother Phil on my show before. Brother Phil started a group called, the acronym was DAD. Dad's what is it? Dad's Above Destruction. Because, and the point of his organization, one thing he did, beautiful thing he did with his organization, is he would take guys that are recently coming out of prison and work with them and take them down to the child support office and pretty much beg and plead with the child support office to give him a sufficient amount of time to start back paying his child support. Because these brothers was coming out of prison, and then 30 days later, they were being picked up again or summoned to court, because we know you've been in prison for 6 years, but these 30 days that you've been out, you didn't pay a dime on your child support. So now they were ready to lock these brothers back up. So I did want to shout out to the brother Phil and the Dad's organization, because I remember that's one thing he told me that he was specifically doing with these brothers when they come out of prison, because the system is so fucking treacherous that they was like, oh, you've been out of prison 30 days and you didn't come and make a payment with us one time. Oh, we're going to lock your ass back up. So I did want to speak on that, but go ahead, Steve. You on mute, Steve. You're on mute, brother. You're on mute, Steve.
Sorry about that. So one of the ways that I kind of look at things to see if something is even marginally fair is I like to put a mirror up to it. And in this case, let's say that the same thing was happening, only you were jailing racialized Black women. Now everybody in this room just got a weird, funny itch in the back of their neck. You know,
I'm like, what did you just say?
We would burn this motherfucker to the ground. Right. So why is it happening? Why is it only fair that men are suffering from this? Right. Then you automatically know it's unfair. You get what I'm saying? Am I being clear?
Yeah.
No,
okay.
You are clear. You are clear. And man, I know I shit on this system, but let me personalize it, man. Because when my mother's son passed away, I was on child support prior to that, right? Not no deadbeat type shit. Another thing, let me say the sidebar. Another thing that America will do, right? So if you have a baby with a woman and she goes and files for any type of benefits, I'm not speaking just food stamps. I'm saying insurance, because I'm in Tennessee, we have TennCare, which is Medicare. So if you go sign that baby up for Medicare, or maybe we know child care prices are high as fuck. It's expensive to put your newborn baby or your toddler in child care. So maybe the mother will go and try to get some help from the state to cover some of those child care costs. You know the state is not going to lose. So now they come back to that father and make him pay for those things. So I was drugged into court, and my son's mother said, I didn't summons you to this court. I signed up for a child care program and they summoned you into this court. So I had to fight tooth and nail, and I still lost. But then once she passed away, then that's when I had to go into a fight with the grandmother. And I will say the system told me, but this only because it's the law. The system told me, okay, listen, if the mother passed away, you're the father, you've been there the whole time, name on a birth certificate, you get full custody. But do you see how extreme it has to be to go in the man's favor? A life has to be lost. And to me, that is crazy. That's how you know the system is corrupted. When a life has to be lost in order for a man to get full custody. It's so many men. And then I'm going to tell you another thing about the child support system. In order for the man to get full custody, I have to come in that courtroom and pretty much shit on the child's mother to the point where I have to just make it sound like she's nothing. That's the only way you're going to win.
Oh, it gets even worse. Yeah. Have you heard about the Sophie Long case? The mom was letting her boyfriend molest her, got her freaking infected with syphilis, and the dad could not even get custody.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The kid got sent back to her mom with the order that the mom was not supposed to allow the boyfriend around her. What happens? There's video footage of the mom's boyfriend there with her and Sophie.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
And the dad still could not get custody, even temporary custody, until literally everybody in the U.S. started writing into the goddamn court saying, "What in the fuck is this shit?"
Yeah, I remember that.
And then, as soon as that happened, they changed judges, and the new judge put her right back with the mom. Dad refused to comply, fled to Mexico with her, got arrested down there, and it took that for her to get an actual child advocate that would advocate for her, instead of an advocate that would fucking toe the line with the mom.
I got a question for
Go ahead, brother.
Steve. He was basically he was breaking down the difference between that. There's the black woman, the black man, they've got their thing, and the white woman and the white man. But I was going to ask him a question.
Yeah, sure.
Could we say that the gender wars began with the European man and European woman?
Well, I would mostly disagree with that, because for the longest time, the main priority was just to fucking survive, right? So men and women worked together in really shitty circumstances. And you needed that bifurcation of the home responsibilities. But when we moved into the 19th century and we started industrializing our food supply, we no longer needed those separations between the genders' responsibilities. And so it really it just kind of naturally moved that way, with some pushing and some pulling on different sides. And then it finally did reach a culmination during the 60s and 70s. And rightfully so, because mothers were getting fucked before that. Women were getting fucked before that. And then we started shifting more towards feminine-based legislation, which was good, because mothers deserve to see their children, and their children deserve to see them just as much as the child deserves to see the father, right? So I can't say that was a European problem. I mean, for the longest time, we were just trying to survive as a species.
You know what a white man fucked up at with the white woman?
Well, I mean, how long do you have?
They gave the black man the vote before they gave it to her.
Well, the reason why I said that, Steve, is that historically, unfortunately, right, there's a cult called the Roman Greco culture. Have you heard of it?
Yeah.
And in the Roman Greco culture, they believe that the woman made the man eat the apple. So the woman is an extension of the devil. So it's better that you sleep with men than sleep with the woman. So what I've noticed in European culture is that the most oppressive woman out of all the nation was the European woman. She was, sadly, burnt, and her private parts were mutilated. There were a lot of things happening. When I look into in America, perhaps the American cousins can explain it more better. There was a prolific individual by the name of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, and he had a thing called the UNRIA. And there was a time where the European woman was being systematically oppressed, and Marcus Garvey allowed the African woman, as it's always been in African times, to work together. And I believe it was Margaret Sanger, perhaps one of them can correct me, that says, are you going to allow this Negro to allow his woman to vote and get involved with organization while you're allowing us to be oppressed. And from that day forward, in America, they allowed the European woman to get involved. Also in the 60s in the UK, there was a, maybe Lady D can speak on this, there was a film called Made in Dagenham. And there was, you know, European women in England, and they were being very oppressed. And what they did was they rose up and they says, you know, we're not going to have this, and rightly so. The point is, what I've noticed is that it seems to be a European conflict historically, going into the 60s and the 70s, and that the Africans have been drawn into this type of conflict, whereas we have history that there wasn't like that before.
That's true. That's true. Sorry, but that is true.
I couldn't speak to that just because I don't know the history, but you may very well have a very good point. You know, really quick, voice. I think I don't want to shit on religion, but there's definitely a religious component there.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, hell, let's look at what's going on in the Middle East with Sharia law. To be honest with you, we learned female mutilation from the Islamic people. They used to go and perform female circumcision where they'd remove the woman's clitoris.
Is that FGM stuff that we hear a lot about in these discussions, isn't it? Is that? I don't know.
I don't know. I personally, I don't know that history. My reading is not that broad. But you know, unless I can refute it, I'd have to go with his opinion on it.
Well, Voice of Free America, there was other things what the European woman was oppressed about, and you know, it wasn't just the mutilation of her private part; it was also enslavement, and she faced a lot of you know, detrimental to her being. The point is, what I was saying is that Born Rich has come up with a show called Gender Wars Between the African Man and the African Woman, and what I've noticed historically, and also in the 19th century and after, is that the African man, the African woman seems to be formulating and working together on their issues, whereas when you look at a very prolific individual by the name of Laura Steinem, who was a face of the feminist movement, is that I understand why she would do something like that, and she has every right. The only thing is that she was campaigning for the African woman to follow her lead, whereas the African woman has not really been systematically oppressed the way how the European was. Even
our men have never oppressed us. I must say this for the record: we have never been oppressed until these Born Riches were born. But we've never been oppressed by our men ever, not in history.
That's why I was wondering: is that, could it be that there's a movement where they're trying to collect the African descendant woman and male to be on that movement to distract them from who they really are?
I'm going to say one thing. In most places of the world, women have been oppressed. Usually it's not, or even before religion became a factor. Let's take, for example, with the Europeans, with the days of pre-Christianity, when instead of a single god, there were many gods. Male and female god. Even before that, it would happen where women were enslaved. Like, for example, Spartans would raid Athens. They'd take back a whole bunch of Athenian women to be sex slaves. The Gauls would raid the ancient Spanish, take a whole bunch of women to be their sex slaves. Spain would do the same thing to the Gauls. The Athenians would do the same thing to the Spartans. It used to, for a long time, hell, even in China, it used to happen. Wu would raid Shu and take Shu women to be sex slaves. Shu would raid Wu for women to be sex slaves. Even in the Middle East, they'd raid one another to take female sex slaves. It used to happen because of the fact that the females had the womb, they had the ability to reproduce, which meant that the more women they had to be able to breed, the stronger they could create the next generation's army to be.
I'll give you an example, right? There was a prolific individual born in Somalia. Her name was Queen Erewalo, right?
That's
She
my
was
auntie. Shout out to auntie Queen.
she was relevant in the 15th century, and in her time, the African men were very oppressive to the women, heavily oppressive. So what she did was she formed a movement called Let's Defend Ourselves Against these men. And what she would do is that she'll collect the women systematically, and the women would capture these oppressive men, hang them upside down, even castrate them, right? But the thing is that at that time the Portuguese were on their way to try and invade Somalia, and one thing I noticed with Queen Adewale, which is very different than the African woman of today, is that although the Portuguese were trying to invade Somalia, and the Somalians defended the land, she didn't take sides with the Portuguese against the African men and the African continent. She kept like a code of conduct, like, okay, you're doing this, African men, wrong. We're going to deal with you, but we have some invaders that's trying to take over. So we're going to deal with them separately and you separately. Whereas now, what I've noticed with the African woman is that she seems to be involved in a movement where she has not experienced those things, and she seems to be leaning towards helping the European conflict against her own men. And that's why I was wondering, that could it be
she's
that,
not my auntie. We rebuke her. Forget
you know,
that.
could it be that she's involved in the European conflict, seems to be you know, gathering other people, like, let's be part of this movement, and then distracting the Africans who focus on their you know, problems? Because that's what I've noticed, all due respect, is that they seem to be distracting away from conflicts that has nothing really to do with them.
Wow. I don't, you know, I'm sad that I don't know the history of that, of a lot of the parts of the country outside of the U.S. I mean, I can only read so many books a year, but I'll take your word on it. I do know one thing though, is I don't even know how to put that.
You know what? Sorry, Steve, to cut you, but you know, it's hard for us here because what it is that we know, especially here in the UK, so we can't speak on the Americas, but we know for us Africans here in the UK, yeah, we know historically the women here in the UK, the white women, I would say, they were not even seen as human. They were seen as property. They didn't have human rights here and whatever. So they had to come with their, I guess, women's rights and all of those things that, you know, hence feminism's born and all that. So we know the history of women and men here in Europe regarding the white man and the white woman. And lately, we see sisters have been jumping on the bandwagon or trying to get on board with this feminism thing. And I'm not in support of that because that's never been our thing. We're never seen as just simply property, or do you know what I mean? Those were never something that was applicable to us. So we can't understand why we would join this divide between men and women when it was never our thing. And secondly, why men are suffering under it when it should be, if you're going to give women rights, make sure the rights are balanced then so the men have rights as well. But in America, across the pond, it seems like it's very unfair, very one-sided from what we're hearing, and it needs to be revised. Something needs to give because this is ridiculous.
It really is. It really, really is. You know, and it's really unfortunate because the way that I see, you know, the best possible outcome for society is when everybody is treated equally. They have equal rights. They have equal abilities. especially equal opportunities to, well, just equal opportunity. But and that kind of goes back to what you're saying there is that where is this divide coming from? Because if we can't really figure out where it's coming from, then we're never going to be able to fix it, I think, appropriately. I mean, we could probably put a Band-Aid on it, but that problem's still going to remain, much like what we did here in the U.S. with the civil rights era. Was we kind of were like, okay, here's the civil rights movement. You guys got everything. Here's some equal opportunity employment. You can't discriminate against people against race, and the race.
Well, from what you're
whatnot.
telling to us, it seems like gays and I don't business how I say this. I don't care, give a damn. But it seems like gays in America have more rights than fathers, by the sounds of it.
Some of them do, yeah.
Okay, there we go. That's something needs to be revised.
But where was I? Nope, I lost it.
My bad. I'm so sorry. I should have waited. I'm so sorry.
Example of what you're saying, Lady Bantu. Look at what happened in Loudoun County, where a father literally spoke out about transgenders being allowed into the women's bathroom because his daughter was raped by a person posing as a transgender. And he was even saying, I'm not saying that transgenders are the problem. I'm saying people posing as transgenders are. And he got freaking tackled to the ground and arrested at the freaking school board meeting where he was complaining about it.
That's just what I'm saying. Something's not right. So this one-on-one, it seems like it's it seems to me, but just by this hearing, like how you are speaking, is very much invested in finances. This whole division thing seems to stem from finances and control of economics and control of the money. It also seems like, yeah, they're trying to give women rights to make sure that they get their child support, but they're going the wrong way about it. Like they're literally destroying families rather than helping them, I don't know, financially, or make sure it's equal, or make sure the child benefits. It's like they haven't got the child's best interests at heart. It's the case, you don't pay up, you're going to jail. You don't pay up, you're not traveling. You don't pay up, you're not going to be able to use your car. It seems like taking away rights, but not thinking about the actual child in the process. I don't know if I'm making any sense.
Well, the thing is, Lady D, you mentioned about the homosexual, the LGBTQ, right?
Right.
If
the
we
family, yeah, man. That's
if
what
we analyze it all together, the LGBTQ and the rest of it seems to be that the Europeans seem to be benefiting more than the rest of the ethnicities who ascribe to these types of labels. The European woman, as I said, it's not right that she was being oppressed. Oppression on human life is it's an abomination.
Who it's happening to, right?
But at the same time, they seem to be getting more rights than the African woman.
That's fact.
So could it be, as I was going to ask the gentlemen, could it be that our nature in regards to where we're from is practiced more than the labels that we ascribe ourselves to?
It all comes down to money and power. Whoever's got the most money's got the most power. And here in the U.S., the ones with the most money are the freaking single moms and the gay/lesbian couples. The gay/lesbian couples, because of the fact that they ain't got to pay for a child. They ain't got that huge money sink. Why do you think they made it so expensive to have a child? When having a child is one of the most important things to a country's health.
I do remember where I was going.
That's fact. So what's happening to all of these children? Our fathers are getting locked up for non-payment of child support. So without a father in your life, how's that beneficial to the child is my question. So you lock up the man for not paying for the child support, but then how is he useful in that child's life if he's behind bars? It makes absolutely no sense. It's redundant.
It's the biggest reason why simping is an issue.
Oh God, no! Can I get a few simps on the panel, please? I need help.
Drexel from Midtown said it best. A woman cannot raise a man. It takes a man to raise a man, teach a man how to be a man, how to be a good man.
Uh-oh, brother. I hear you keep talking this MGTOW. Tell the people, what does MGTOW stand for, voice?
Not men going their own way, but I beg not. No.
Yeah, no, not MGTOW, MGTOWN. It's the name of this podcast. MIGTOW.
Oh, my bad. I have misheard you.
Yeah, but I know, but it stands for
I did too.
men going their own way. I don't know what the N stands for in that podcast, but
it's just a catchy name for it. And basically, Drexel talks about his life and all the stuff they've seen. He's talked about his life being raised up, about how his friends were raised up, a lot of them raised by single mothers, and how they wound up in jail because of the fact that they didn't have a dad there to teach them, hey, this is stupid going into a gang. Hey, this is stupid trying to sell drugs. Hey, this is stupid doing the things that are going to get you targeted by the police when you could go and earn legal money out here working.
All due respect to your voice of Free America, right, is that the single European baby mothers, as what it's called, and that, right, that their children, as it pertains to the little boys, right, whether they are raised by her incorrectly or not, right, and I don't advocate this, they don't seem to be going to jail a lot, and they don't seem to be oppressed by it. It seems to be the African woman where she's left to raise the boys due to unfortunately systematic racism, right? That she seems to suffer more than the single European mothers who have to raise their European sons on their own.
No, they both suffer. Here's the main difference between the two. We are in the U.S. We suffer from badly trained fucking cops because of the 1994 crime bill. In addition, the 1994 crime bill took away a person who was arrested's ability to try to learn a trade, try to do better with their life, instead of just going back to the streets, going back to the drugs, or dealing drugs, going back to gang banging. Whereas with the white women, they're being taught to destroy their own freaking relationships. They're being told, hey, have these 2 or 3 kids by these 2 or 3 different baby daddies, collect the welfare, collect the child support, and you ain't never got to work a day in your life.
But didn't that get passed on in the civil rights? Because I know in the UK, the civil rights in the UK is that when the Africans were sorting out their solutions and building economics in the UK, is that the government said to themselves is that what we're going to do with this situation, which is why you got the Citizen Advice Bureau, is that we're going to put their rights into minorities, right? And I know this 101 in the UK, especially in the 60s and 50s and that, and the 70s, is that they classed the European woman as a minority, so she benefited off those rights. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, the same thing happened in America. So you know, how could it be, you know, any different than what you were saying, you know, when these things seem to be happening? I mean, the police, or due respect to you gentlemen and that, right, is that we know that the police were designed to catch slaves.
No, that was the bounty hunters. The police
Right.
there. They've been there pretty much since the first freaking city. They're there precisely to do one thing: stop crimes from happening.
Yeah, and running away.
Systematic racism comes in at the level of the businesses, the corporations who would not hire black people before affirmative action, because that would force them to, or that would force the black man into crime, wherein that would create racist cops as well as attract racists to be cops. here in the U.S. Whereas, let's take, for example, a city in small town USA where no black person has ever been seen by the locals except for maybe stopping long enough to get gas and going on. The same shit happens to the poor white men. It's all about having a lower class that can be beat down and used to draw money off of and used for slave labor. What do you think freaking prison work programs are where you get paid $1 a day to spend 12 hours a day stamping out freaking license plates?
Yeah, there's also the problem of implicit bias though. Like if you're talking about institutional or systemic issues, then biases that are found amongst a population or specific industry, specific institution, then the aggregating them with a cumulative effect of that is institutional, isn't it? Like if you have 50, especially in executive positions, people that have a bias towards a particular group, then arguably that would make the entire institution malignant. And you see that, and there's like lots of independent research in both the UK and the US of like these controlled studies where they find biases amongst officers or whatever. And then obviously they do those blind experiments with the, like you were talking about, the job applications or whatever. So it's not just the arrests and the statistics. It's literally, you could, if you fucking take a straw poll, among from a particular fucking sample size, and you find that there's a bias, there's a majority of white police officers, and there's a bias amongst them. At least like a threshold is met where there's enough of a bias where it could where the prejudice could have some sort of fucking negative effect on the minorities living in that community's lives, then that's systemic racism, isn't it? That's a simple way of identifying it. Hi guys.
There was a study done recently where they actually determined that white police officers are actually less likely to shoot at a black suspect. Not to mention, bias is really a hard thing to test for. And because the problem with unconscious bias is this: it's unconscious, it's unknowing, it's unknowable. And how do you measure something that's unknowable? Right? You can't really measure for that. And the other problem is that we have not yet even addressed the main fucking problem with policing in the United States. The number one fucking problem is qualified immunity. That shit needs to be put out of fucking pasture, like fucking quick, because that qualified immunity basically protects police officers, law enforcement agencies from being sued from doing something unconstitutional, like shooting people without probable cause.
Absolutely. Hold on real quick, Steve. Jimmy, you got a horrible feedback, echo, or something, Jimmy. You gotta mute. Yeah, it is coming from you, brother. Yeah, it is coming from you, and it sounds horrible.
Oh, should I jump up? Jump back in.
Yeah, jump out, jump back in. What was you saying, Steve? I mean, you were saying qualified immunity, right?
Yeah, qualified immunity. It's. Let me pull it up here real quick. And
let me tell you what I call it. Maybe this is a word for it, but I always say this, man. Cops are allowed to kill black people in America with impunity, which means nothing happens to them. Now, we could say it's a new movement where cops are beginning to be convicted. Cool. It still doesn't make up the hundreds of years that cops were killing black people without cameras, without movements,
right,
without propaganda. They were just killing them. I'm in Tennessee, guys. Go look up how many lynchings and what they call them, field mobs or crowd mobs that really hung people illegally. That shit was big here. So yes, it may be called qualified immunity, but I've always said cops are allowed to kill black people with impunity.
It's still kind of here.
They're allowed to kill anybody with impunity.
They're allowed to kill anybody poor with immunity because it all comes down to one thing. Can you afford to get a cop? I mean, shit, look at that guy in Arizona, or that white guy in Arizona where 2 cops were giving conflicting orders and got him shot. Look at that other guy, that other white guy in Arizona who got shot because of the fact that a neighbor called in saying they was shooting when he was just playing freaking, what was it? I want to say it was a crash game. A little too loudly.
Sorry, bro. I just want to push back on that point quickly about the implicit. I don't think implicit bias is that difficult to prove. I think it's pretty simple, isn't it? Like if you ascribe a particular quality, let's say a behavioral trait, to a racial group, then arguably you have some kind of bias. It could be positive, right? There is such thing as positive discrimination, right?
Or negative,
Yeah, right. If you pick a black guy, if you pick a black guy for the basketball team just because he's black, right? Regardless of his size, let's say there's a equally tall white kid, but you just pick the black guy because he's black. That is a form of positive discrimination, at least in the case of the black kid. But in the white kid, obviously, it's pejorative. Similarly, if you find any kind of stereotyping amongst a group of people that have the ability or have, let's say, dominion or authority in a particular region, then arguably that is a form of bias. Like that would demonstrate implicit bias, and those are mainly the results that people are drawing on when they make these observations. Because that's the problem now. When someone says racism, people scream, people push back on this racist claim and say, "But what particular law are we talking about? What particular law discriminates against you?" It's not necessarily the law. Is if you're being policed by people that believe that you fall into a particular category just based on the color of your skin, then that is arguably like, you know, the sort of
right. But that would be conscious bias. You could actually measure that by outcome.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
But
I'd like to point out that culture shapes biases.
But just to be clear, though, we're working backwards, right? So we're working from the fact that the statistics do show, be it exoneration, be it what have you, police shootings you touched on earlier. Like the results show a disproportionate level of policing, a disproportionate, regardless of the fact that it appears that certain groups have a greater propensity for crime. If we look at the exoneration statistic,
that's been debunked by Officer Tatum.
Right, but I'm saying that kind of skews that. So we're working backwards from that fact. Like we can, I feel like we can all agree that the evidence shows that one community is being over-policed, is being incarcerated, is being wrongfully arrested more than the other. So now if we look for the causes and the reasons why, we can look at maybe some legislative reasons, some kind of gerrymandering or corruption at specific levels. But I think the most simple explanation is there is bias amongst a population, given that one minority group wasn't even seen as equal 70 years ago, and further than that, was only given their freedom and autonomy in the region a century or so before that, like a century prior to that period. So
yeah, I'd like to counter that by saying, number one, the Officer Tatum show, you're on YouTube, managed to debunk that. It's been shown that whites are getting killed disproportionately more than blacks have in recent years.
That's not true. That's not true, Voice.
No,
that's not true because you have to look at the sheer numbers.
It's not been proven, brother. In the federal
it's not been proven.
level, it's been proven that white people are getting killed a lot more.
It's more white people. It's more white people. Voice. It's more white people. So because listen, now white people, fuck. Now y'all got me saying white people. Don't get offended, but I'm gonna use. Fuck it. Let me use the word that I use. Right. I call them white. You can always say
Mzungu. Mzungu works.
I like to say white supremacist statistics will always say per capita. When I say, man, black people are, when white suspected white supremacists say, hey, Born Rich, black people are committing way more crime per capita in this country. Or if you break down the statistics, why are black people 13% of the population but commit over 50% of the crime? Now you can play those numbers then, but now when it comes to the policing, now it's, well, more white people get killed by the police. Of course, it's more white millionaires in America than black millionaires. Of course, it's more white people are going to get killed by the cops. Sheer numbers is more white people in America. You got more, like I said, more white
It's even been
millionaires.
busted down at the city levels.
White politicians. I would love to see more black politicians. Go ahead.
In the city of New
What you say,
York,
voice? I didn't hear you. What you
last
say,
year,
voice?
3 black men were shot by police wrongfully. 156 white men were wrongfully shot by police in New York City.
Okay, now that's big. That's New York City. Now let's go to your state and let's come to my state. Listen to me, voice. Let's go to Ohio and let's go to Tennessee and then let's go to Utah. Let's break down those numbers. Now it's easy to go look at New York and California and the big. Go to Chicago. Everybody said it's so prime in Chicago. Go to Chicago and break those numbers down. I promise you, it's not good. It's not going to be that much disparity in Chicago. Come to Tennessee, brother. It's not going to be that big of a disparity in Tennessee. So what I'm saying
I'm not
is,
saying that in areas that there's not racial injustices, because there's always going to be racial injustices in areas where one group has got a numerical superiority to another.
So I'm actually going to disagree with you on this, voice. Is that there's some sleight of hand in the data, and you have to read it appropriately. So if you say that 6% of the black population, or let's say 6 times the white population, black folk commit crime more, right? So if you take that 6% times what? Right, it's the times what, or the percentage of what. So what that turns out to be is, if it's 6 times the white population, and the white population is committing 2% of the crime, you're still, it's not a big number. It's a very, 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 very small number. Okay, so when we talk about statistics, we have to be talking about what they're comparing them to, and we have to be very careful about how we quote them. And I don't have all the data in front of me. And I think
right now, it's not a race issue on the whole. On the whole, it is a class issue.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you.
To keep us poor.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Race, and they even get places where there's enough people of one demographic to be able to pull some racist shit and get away with it, just to create the illusion that across the entire country it's a race issue. It's not.
Can I make a point?
In Tennessee, it is a
black issue. Hold on, Jimmy. Hold on, Jimmy.
Can I just make one quick point?
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
I think he's done now.
This isn't to say that in areas it's not a racial issue, but on the collective whole, it is an issue of suppressing the poor. If you go to an area where black people have more money on the collective whole, it's going to be white people getting fucked up. When you go to an area where it's dispositionally white people, rich and black,
you gotta tell me where. You gotta tell me where, boys.
Fucked up more than the white.
Or let my Bantu brother speak. Let my Bantu brother speak.
Yeah,
I want to care, but just
really, I'm sorry, but Jimmy, hold on, Jimmy. Damn it, Jimmy's not in the U.S. though, so but go ahead, Jimmy, go ahead. And I'm not trying to knock you because you're not in the U.S. But gosh, I want to push back on that. But go ahead,
join me, bro. Pause. Yeah.
Okay. You in that? Hold on, Jimmy. You in that bag tonight? Let's get it. Let's go. Let's go, Jimmy.
I know, but so the issue with that, my friend, is that you're not. So that's a reduction, fine. But you're not able to now provide any kind of evidence that is the case when class is accounted for. For instance, you say that the working class white people in America are mistreated, but what statistics do you have? What statistical breakdown do you have of the differences?
Who's saying working class? I'm saying the poor.
That would
it's all about money and power.
Thank you. Sorry, just let me finish here. So working class is synonymous with proletariat, poor, however you want to define it, right? Not the 1% or whatever. So if you're accounting for or controlling for just a particular class within a racial group, are you doing the same for black people? For instance, what do you think we would find if we compared the policing habits or tendencies, how different groups are policed if we control for working class, i.e. white working class people being policed and black working class people being policed, or the amount of casualties or victims in unarmed shootings by police amongst black working class populations and white working class populations. Because unless those unless you have sort of those kind of statistics or that kind of statistical breakdown, like, how do you come to the conclusion that it's just a class issue? Because if we find at every level, accounting for class, that black people are disproportionately over policed, then arguably the case would be the defining characteristic, the common property amongst every single one of those people being abused, if you like, or oppressed, would be their race. That's the only thing that would connect all of those groups, right? Unless you have some kind of statistics that show that.
I'm going to ask you this, Rich. Do you think Snoop Dogg's kids would face the same trouble that my kids would if, say, for example, they ran a freaking stop sign and hit an old woman?
So you're not going to answer my question, yeah? Fair play. All right. Go on, Rich. Answer his question. My one just got skipped over. My one just got skipped over.
I was typing. You said what? Okay,
Yeah,
but
I
I will answer
believe,
that
hold on,
question.
I believe that Snoop Dogg would, though, because Snoop Dogg is I guess, got money. They probably go after him even more so because they know he's got more financial benefits of going after him, right?
No, I'm talking about pure and simple police.
Okay.
They would not. They would ask them to get his dad down there, and as soon as his dad was down there, they'd ask him for his autograph. My kids, the moment I showed up down there to deal with the issue, they're going in handcuffs, and most likely I'm going in handcuffs. Pure and simple, it's all about money and power. Those who have money have power. Those who have power get away with anything.
Not looking like a junkie helps, though.
So what I was talking about is, I'm not going to disagree with you on the power and the money voice. What I'm disagreeing with you on is how the data is being read. So that's the only thing I'm warning against, because we don't have all the information right in front of us, and we can start quoting stuff, but if we don't have the data in front of us and ready and already dissected, I think it's a bad idea to go down that road.
But can I have some speculation from you guys? Like, what do you think? Do you think if we were to control or account for class amongst racial groups, do you think that you would find, let's say, for instance, let's take unarmed shooting of unarmed civilians by police? Do you think we'd find that amongst working class black populations there would be more casualties, like proportionately, or do you think amongst working class white populations there would be more?
So how the data actually breaks down on that is the more money that you make, the less crime is committed in those general communities. So part of the thing that I think I talked to Born about this on one of the other podcasts that we were on together. I'm not going to name it because I know Born doesn't like us mentioning other podcasts. So, but what we were discussing is why are people in specific areas getting arrested more frequently than people in other areas? Well, it's because the people in those areas request more police forces to be in those areas to reduce crime. Right? It makes sense that if you're not gonna waste a police force to just drive around a neighborhood that has a low crime rate, right? You're gonna put the police force where the crime actually exists.
Man, you gotta.
Yeah, but on the particular question I asked, and I am asking for a speculative answer. I'm not asking you to pull out some research, but what do you believe though? Like, what do you believe, given the current state of America, race relations, if you want to refer to it as that, the biases we were talking about earlier? Do you think that if we were to find a study that controlled for, let's say, average income, not necessarily for the area, but for the individual, right, at the statistical level. So every single person who is shot, we control for their average income or their household earnings or what have you, right? Whatever deems them to be working class. Do you think we would find proportionately more working class white people being shot or working class black people? Proportionately, right? So on average. Yeah.
Proportionately more white people, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Is there a study for that? Because I don't really.
Yeah, there is actually a study for it. But like I just got done saying with voice, I don't want to use statistics that I don't have on hand right immediately.
Mhm.
Because I think that's unfair to everybody. Because then we'd have to go and check that and double check that, and it's just gonna sidetrack us from the actual reason why we're all here. So
that would mean we take the gross number, for instance, of amount of people that have been shot that are white, amount of people that have been shot that are black, and then we say of those people that have been shot that are black, let's just use like something like the poverty line. It's simple.
Are we talking about police?
Yeah, by police, unarmed civilians. Okay. Sorry. Need to be fair about that. Yeah, they would be skewed if we were just looking at just total gun violence victims. But anyway, then we say the amount of these victims who fall below the poverty line for both groups. You're saying that actually, statistically, so relative to the entire population of white people in America, that the white people that fell under the poverty line, that were victims of police shootings, relative to their total population in the country, would be greater than the amount of black people that were shot that fell under the poverty line relative to their population. That's what you feel like the data shows you.
Yes.
I'm interested to see that, because I would doubt it, given that how close the percentage is.
Yeah.
Given how black people are back. So just logically, right? This is cursory sort of perusal. Yeah. You have
black people don't commit that much crime.
So it's not relative to the crime they commit.
I don't agree with it.
It's not relative to the crime they commit. It's relative to how many of them have been shot.
Well, you have to be in an interaction with a police officer to get shot by a police officer.
Yeah, but regardless, if the gross,
well, no, it's not regardless. It's a fact that if you're going to get shot by a police officer, like the cops don't just roll around shooting at black people, man. It just doesn't happen.
So let me be clear, yeah, because this is again, you probably are far more familiar than I am. The whole
I'm not trying to be rude. I apologize if it sounds that way, but I'm trying to be very distinct here.
Not at all. No, listen, interrupt me whenever you got anything salient. No. I don't mind. Interrupt me. But so the outrage with the George Floyd incident, I thought that was based on a disproportionate amount of shooting relative to racial populations. I thought black people were being shot more by police, and the counter argument by people, let's say more on the right of the argument, was that actually, but black people commit more crime, therefore, relatively, it's not disproportionate. That's what I thought the argument was. The gross number in terms of relative was greater for black people. So more black people per their population were being shot in America, unarmed civilians, than white people. That's what I thought the argument was. Is that wrong?
Yeah, no.
Here's the problem with that.
That number has been suppressed by many groups that are actively trying to ignore the fact that that is not true.
Yeah, I mean, hell, let's look at the news, for example.
Oh, I'm going to go on mute. I'm going to see if I can find the data real quick, since we're going to be stuck on this.
Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, we need Bourne to speak up as a Black American on this, Bourne.
It's not, I mean, come on, guys. Y'all have heard my rhetoric, man. Y'all know what I say, man. I mean, of course, listen, people are going to put out stats and say, y'all have seen these conversations millions and millions of times with fucking Ralph. You've seen, listen, hold on real quick. Hold on real quick, voice, hold on real quick. We've heard these conversations with Ralph, with Why So Religious. Like, it's going to be that. Of course, it's going to be that. But
one second, Bourne. First article I read: fatal police shootings of unarmed black people in the U.S. more than 3 times as high than is in white.
Absolutely,
not a lie.
Absolutely.
And you know what? Just to speed through what my initial point was going to be, but I respect the gentleman's right to challenge whatever I'm saying now, because he knows more. But if that is the case, and black people, generally speaking, households earn less, and black people, a greater proportion of black people fall below the poverty line, what you'd have is logically, right? This is just a corollary. I'm not saying it's a fact. It would logically follow then that if more black people are being shot than more white people, unarmed civilians by police, just as the caveat, then obviously, if more black people are poorer than white people, it would also be that stat would most likely be reflected by the class as well. So when we account for control for class, we would also see more black people are being shot. How that responded to the initial guy's point is he was saying it's a class issue. But no, if it's an issue at every fucking level, right? At every sort of all the social strata, if you're seeing black people are being mistreated or black people are being treated prejudicially, then it's nothing to do with class. It's literally to do with race, because that's the common property amongst the mistreatment. That was the point I was going to make. But yeah, go through.
Oh, I understand your point now. Okay, so no matter if they're making money or they're poor at the bottom in the ghettos, they all getting treated the same as your argument.
It's just gonna be more them
Right.
at the bottom. It's just gonna be more them at the bottom than more white people at the bottom. It's just how it just kind of goes, right? If we're only 13% of the population, right? And then if you really crunch the numbers, look how much of that 13% lives in poverty. And then you take the other, I don't know, what would the white people be? 80-something%, and see how much of them live in poverty. It should be a way to kind of figure those numbers out, and then you'll say, oh, okay. You know what I mean? Like, it's more black ghettos than white ghettos. You know what I mean? It's like Steve said.
They're just
like
called
Steve
a different
said,
thing. They're called trailer parks when they're white.
I actually just
they're
looked
called
at this
thugs.
the
They're
other
called
day.
thugs and gangbangers when they're black. So, but like Steve said, Steve said, "Oh fuck, I'm losing my thought. I'm losing my train of thought." But fuck, Steve said he spoke about like over policing, right? Over policing. I don't know, Steve. You said the people, maybe so. I can't say what the people are calling and I can't say how many people are calling and saying, hey guys, we need more cops in this neighborhood. But I do see over policing. You see what I'm saying? I live in a black community. I see a fucking cop at every stop sign, every red light, every store. I work in a white community. I'm lucky if I see one cop car a day when I'm at work. So it is, the numbers are going to look stupid. Just think, if it's 40 cop cars in this one neighborhood and 3 cop cars in the other neighborhood, who you think is arresting more people? You understand what I'm saying? So
no, I totally get it. I totally understand.
That's entirely a regional thing. You come up here, you will find a lot more white ghettos than you will black ghettos.
Are they over policed?
You find a whole lot more.
Are the ghettos over policed in the white communities?
Yes, they are.
Genuinely, because I don't know.
They are, because of the fact that it's a war.
Wait, America has white ghettos?
It doesn't matter if they're poor white or poor black. They're going to get over policed.
So here in Utah, we have a very low racialized black population. Most of ours are Hispanic or Latino communities. Well, let me rephrase that. Latino communities are the second largest demographic group in Utah. So it goes whites and then Hispanics. Now, when you break down Utah's data into which neighborhoods get disproportionately patrolled, the number of police officers per crime committed per capita per 100,000 people, you generally find that those two groups occupy the same poverty levels more often than not. I can't remember the last racialized black person who was killed by a police officer here in Utah because our numbers are just so small. But here's an interesting fact, though, is that Utah's poverty rate for racialized black people is at 48%. It's the highest in the nation, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. But here's what I'm talking about when I talk about statistics, right? If you only have 30 black folk in Utah, it's much higher than that, but you get the point. If you've got 30 racialized black folk and half of them are poor,
that's 50%.
Right? That's 50%, but that's not representative of the actual facts. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't like talking about statistics on podcasts like this, because the way that you read. So Mark Twain said, "There's lies, damned lies, and statistics." Because however we read statistics, we can manipulate those statistics however we want. Now, I'm going to go based off of your personal opinion, Born, that your community is over policed, because I don't want to ignore the possibility that it is. Right. Yeah. So I think that's something that you need to bring up to your local communities. I'm just saying that from what I've read, from basically from the U.S. Census Bureau and the Center for, I can't remember the name of it. Generally, the majority of police officers are localized in areas of high crime, which are usually caused by abject poverty. And if you want to make the argument that black folk are in those locations more frequently, yes, I can understand that, because a lot of the times, let's just face it, those are the communities that are targeted a lot more. For, like you said, black women and black men are disproportionately put in jail. We fucking know that.
Can I say one thing quickly though?
We know that black men are targeted for prison more often. Now, why that is, I don't know, but we do know that fact, like explicitly. And when you start breaking up,
okay, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, when you start breaking up black families, what do you think the negative outcome of that is going to be?
Can I say one thing though, really quickly? I feel like over policing is ambiguous in terms of what it connotes. Yeah. Incorrect policing might be better, right? Prejudicial policing, racial profiling. These are words that I feel like express the point that Bourne's trying to make a lot better than over policing. Because over policing arguably is positive, right? If every single officer there you believed was there to protect, persons and property of everybody within the community, I don't think there would be an issue amongst.
Okay, well, let me say this though. All right, well, let me say this though, Jimmy. Right?
That's facts. But they're not protecting and serving the communities, are they? They're actually out there terrorizing the community.
Thank you. That's where protect and serve comes into question, because we know if you have a quota. Listen, America is a business. We just spoke about the child support system and all of these systems that's about making money. Jimmy, police systems, for the most part, have to fund themselves. They get a few little grants from the state and the federal government, but for the most part, so listen, Jimmy, you have a quota. Jimmy, you have a quota to me. Jimmy, I need you to make 7 arrests this week, man. Last week you were slipping on the arrest. You need 7 arrests this week. Let me send you to North Nashville. Yeah. I'll send you to North Nashville to give you a better shot at making your quota for the week.
Just to be clear, the pressure that's coming on the sergeant, the pressure that's coming on the lieutenant, the commissioner, whomever, is from who is responsible for funding them, which is more likely than not the private police, the private prisons, because they have a particular interest in arrest rates, right? So that is the conveyor belt. And I think there's like lots of documentaries exposing the gladiator academies in New York with the youth. I don't know what they refer to, the youth courts basically in America, creating a system where there was that the famous guy, Jay-Z did a documentary, and he committed suicide. The kid, right? He was in some youth prison in
Khalif Browder, I think.
Yeah, that kid, right? Like they exposed those judges. Like I think some of those judges are incarcerated now, these youth court judges. So like clearly there is enough evidence of it not necessarily being over policing, in which could essentially be positive, right? Having a big police presence is a good thing. It's a deterrent in areas. But this isn't seemingly a deterrent. It seems like in some of what we see, at least over here in the UK, that these police departments are going to war with the community. Like they're going to war with the community.
They're gangbanging out here in the communities. They are. They're gangbanging.
It's simple. It doesn't matter if that community's poor is white, black, Hispanic, Asian. They're going to war against them. And that's the issue that we need to deal with as a country.
Yeah, one of the biggest issues, and I'll agree with this with Voice and Bourne actually. So the second biggest fundamental problem we have with policing, aside from qualified immunity, which is a serious fucking problem, is the fact that our police forces have the largest conflict of interest of almost any other federal group or any law enforcement group, right? Because their budget is dependent upon how much money, how much income is coming in. They have to be able to justify that police officer needs to be there. They can only do that when they have something to measure it against, and that's writing fucking tickets. That's putting people behind bars. There is no fucking way out of that argument. Sorry, ain't gonna fucking happen. And when you get into these neighborhoods, especially where racialized black folk live, now you've just made that even fucking worse, right? Because now you've actually made an incentive to ticket and imprison racialized black folk. And then you have the violation of the 13th Amendment, because they're going to pay you 10 fucking cents on the dollar to do a goddamn job. So technically it's not fucking slavery. It's the biggest fucking horse shit I've ever heard, right? This is something that fundamentally needs to change in the United States. Fucking bar none. Sorry. I get pissed off about that because I think it's so fucking horrible that we're allowing this to
exactly. And then on top of that, we've got the media covering shit up. I mean, shit. Let's watch what happens when a white person gets killed. They might get maybe a day of coverage, and then you get a black person killed. That is a week to a month of coverage.
Can I just make a quick observation before we go into the lamentations? Yeah. Firstly, what does racialized black folk mean? So I'm not familiar with the phrase. What does that mean?
So I'm a follower of the theory of racelessness, and what basically. Okay, so so does anybody know where race actually originated? The use of modern race was originated at?
Like its application to humans, is that what you're saying?
Right. So race didn't really actually exist in the way that we know it today until about the 1500s. There was a guy by the name of Gomez. He was a Portuguese man. His name was Gomez de Souza. And he posited that that certain people, if they looked a certain way, were either savages or untamable or less valuable as human beings. And the Portuguese were like some of the first people to start the fucking slave trade, right? There's like countries in Africa are still suffering from what Portuguese did in Portugal did in the 1600s, 1500s. So
Africans were saving themselves prior to the Portuguese or something.
So long story short, race is not a biological fact. There is no difference fundamentally between you or I. If you're a person of color, like if you're black and I'm white, there's no gene that makes me white, right? It's a matter of flicking on a gene, boom, you have more melanin than I do. That's it. That's all there is, right? There's more genetic diversity in singular groups, especially in Africa, than there are between me and you.
Yeah, agreed.
So there's if you take that and you understand that there's no fundamental difference between you and I, right? The only difference is what I think about you. So I'm not going to racialize you. I'm not going to place upon you some kind of stereotype, right? So I'm not going to assume just because you're black, then you're a criminal, right? So I'm going to say racialized black because I'm not going to racialize you as something. I recognize that you are black and that you may suffer from disparities in our legal system, whatnot. I'm aware of that, but it's not like color blindness where I just ignore the last 400 fucking years of American history. It's not that. It's acknowledging that I don't see you as different than human being, right? So that's why I say that.
Just to be clear, so the qualification is racialized black means a self-identification, right? So they themselves perceive themselves to be black, and that this racial category has some great significance. Therefore, you refer to them as, racialized black, as in that's the qualification. Yeah, just to be clear.
Well, racialized. When I say racialized, it's an acknowledgement first and foremost that race is a lie. It was created by racism and racists from the 15th century that changed the language.
So it's for you then. So when you say racialized black, what you're doing is saying, I don't want to call you black, but for the sake of this argument, I'm going to refer to you as black, but I'm going to give you this prefix just to be clear that I don't consider you to be black other than for the utility for this discussion, pretty much, right? I just want to get that. So that's
one way of saying it, but I mean, it's a little bit more in depth than that. But yeah, it's basically I recognize that you have a different skin color, and that skin color could possibly affect many aspects of your life. But I am not going to racialize you as a stereotype.
Okay, got you. And then the second point I was going to make, and this I'm not sure so much for you, I haven't listened to you enough, but definitely taken from the guy from 4chan, like the qualified immunity thing that you were speaking about earlier. I feel like that extends past the qualification or the particular industry. For instance, any kind of dismissal of, let's say, for instance, the implicit bias, right? Or let's say, for instance, systemic racism, and I don't think you've presented the challenge yet,
but what we were talking about, the statistical disparity between unarmed black civilians being killed by police, fatal shootings by police, the dismissal of that is another form of immunity, right? Because you may, by proxy, or by proxy, you're essentially assisting the racists. Because if somebody makes an argument to challenge racism and you say, well, I don't disagree that racism does exist. However, that statistic may not necessarily be a reflection of reality. Therefore, I'm not sure that I can agree with you on this particular point, and that may not be evidence, or do you know what I mean? That might suffice as proof, or however you'd refer to it. That arguably is that's a mitigating factor for those people that are responsible. The culprits, therefore, are having you mitigate on their behalf. So I would say that actually it's greater than just the qualified immunity. It's the immunity that all deniers of racism provide for racists and the system.
Yeah. So I also have to be clear about this. Racism absolutely 100% fucking exists. Like 100%. Because racism created race. Right. So if you think, I've got to be really clear on this. So now, if I haven't been clear, let me know. But first and foremost, I just want to know that we're going in the right direction. I mean, this is Bourne's channel. I think we've gotten a little bit off topic, and I don't want to perpetuate staying off topic. So, I mean, Bourne, if you're okay with still talking about this, then I'm okay with talking about it.
No, you good. Timothy is a professional at going off topic and staying off topic. So go ahead, you brothers, go ahead, continue the conversation. I'll chime in because I'm okay. I'm into it. I
just don't want to offend you.
No, you good. But just real quick, I mean, put it this way: I hear these talking points a lot. So you know what I mean? Let's do it. Let's hash it out. Let's discuss it. I'm with it.
Okay, so what qualified immunity here is in the United States is it refers to a series of legal precedences that protect government officials, including police officers, accused of violating constitutional rights. Otherwise, officers are protected from liability. So think about that for a fucking second. A series of legal precedences, a series of legal precedents that protect government officials, including law enforcement, accused of violating constitutional rights. That means if they were, let's assume for the moment that Bourne is correct, that racialized black individuals are being killed disproportionately. I'll give you that. Using qualified immunity means there's no recourse. There's no recourse for the citizen to get. There's no recourse for us to get payment from the government for violating our constitutional right.
Can I just say though, like that was this is what I mean about dismissive. You said the word you used was believe, implication being there was no evidence. And then you said you'll give him that, almost as like a courtesy or something, like.
Well, I believe in meeting people, where they are. So
no, but I'm saying, if it's a fact that they are being disproportionately killed, what effect do you think it has by you saying, if you believe that, I'll give it to you? Like what? Honestly, like genuinely, like
it's just for argument's sake. It's to be a respectful interlocutor.
No, but forget the interlocution. It is a fact or it isn't, right? If it is a fact, then you're not giving him anything, and it's not that sort of gaslighting rhetoric is misplaced, because actually it's not that he believes it; it's that it's a fact, and that the only evidence that's been cited today, albeit like I said, it was a cursory glance, is that it is a fact, and there's been no pushback on that. Like there's been no pushback with any sort of evidence, right? So then arguably one would have to concede at the very least that at present it's a fact until it's been refuted, right? But the fact that you keep saying like, give it to you, don't worry about that, that's what, like, it kind of diminishes the point, like in my opinion. I don't know, that's just my perception.
I'll accept that criticism, sure. But you know, I'm trying not to get too stuck on statistics. That's another thing. Because I mean, if you want me to, I can go into it. But we're going to be here all fucking night. Nothing's going to get done. You know, because there's other statistics that go along with that statistic.
I put something.
I know Statista.
I'm gonna check it out.
Statista is a little bit weird.
But
you also have to look at y'all. Sorry.
No, I was just saying, Jimmy. My fault. Jimmy said he put something in the private chat. I'm gonna check it out, Jimmy. But
yeah, I know that site. But what it doesn't include is interactions between police officers and individuals. It doesn't account for localized crime rates. It doesn't account for the race of the cop that did the shooting. There's a lot of shit that goes on into these conversations, and you should have at least, I think what most academics believe is about 10 points of differentiation. So you have to be able to look at 10 different points and be able to cross-reference those, control for certain other situations, certain other variables, and that's just not going to be done here. We just don't have, at least I don't have the skill to do that. And so that's another reason why I'm going to give him the argument, is because I know myself, I don't have the skill and ability right now to be able to, you know, just get these informations out. So of course I'm going to give him, I'm going to admit the fact that I could be wrong. That's not gaslighting. That's being a respectful interlocutor.
I appreciate that, yeah, but like, why would a wall of silence have sort of more? I mean, I guess I could make an argument for it, right? But for the sake of just completing my thought, why would a wall of silence, right, or a code of silence, I should say, sorry, amongst police officers have more of a pernicious effect than a whole entire nation just being oblivious to the fact that a particular group were being mistreated? It's like, arguably, police need some protection. Obviously, that goes without saying, right? It can't be the case that every time someone gets arrested, they claim it's a wrongful arrest, and therefore, you know, the law sides with them, right? Or the judicial process, whatever, sides with them. That can't be the case. So they need some kind of protection. We must agree. But then if no one accepts the reality of racism and the reality of the effects of racism, I'm not saying that's you per se, but isn't that like equally bad? Like, as in, there's no point in condemning the police for their lack of being some recourse or indemnity, and we're at the same time also saying that, but you know what, I'm oblivious to the fact that people are being killed at a disproportionate rate. Like, I almost think it's counterproductive to accept one but deny the other, or do you know what I mean, vice versa. I think that's
well, I'm not denying anything.
I'm not trying to deny that it doesn't happen in areas where the majority of poor are are Black, Hispanic, or Asian. What I'm saying is that it all breaks down to who's the bigger percentage of the poor in the area. Like where Born's at, it's sounding like African Americans are the poorer group in that area, so they're the ones getting hit more. Here in Ohio, since the rich took over our farmlands to grow soy, our cities got flooded with poor ex-farmers who lost everything because of the fact that these rich 1%ers took over their lands. So here it's disproportionately white people.
But I think you're in the term disproportionate. What about, like, do me a favor, like, try to actually answer my question. Focus on what I'm saying, yeah? Amongst those populations, who do you think's mistreated more?
I'd say it's the Black people because of the fact that it's disproportionately Black people that are poor.
No. I'm saying
it's disproportionately white getting.
I'm saying amongst the poor,
abused because the whites are the poor subset.
Yeah, but listen what I'm saying.
Our population.
Focus on my words. Yeah. Amongst the poor, who do you think's mistreated the most?
All of them. It doesn't matter what color.
But not
what matters is what the media can sell.
No, but like every poor person.
Let's look at George Floyd, for example. Let's look at George Floyd. White person in Dallas died the same way within 3 months of him. Did he get any screen time on TV? No.
That's irrelevant.
He did not. George Floyd, they're still talking about him in places.
Yeah, but forget George Floyd. I'm saying in general. Yeah. Listen. You don't have to respond to what I'm about to say now. But I beg you, if you don't respond to it, don't make the same point again about it's about wealth, because we've heard you like the first 175 times you said it. Yeah, I hope that's not Mentos. Amongst,
I hope it's not Mentos either.
amongst the poor in America, who do you believe is mistreated? Like, let's take any metric you want that you would say that would, like, some institutional prejudice. It would the result of which would be the result of some institutional prejudice, right? What groups? What minority? Oh, sorry, what groups? Sorry, that's leading. What minority groups do you believe are more mistreated amongst the poor? So all the poor, we account for everybody.
Again, it breaks down to the individual community. In a community where blacks make up more of the poor, it's the blacks. In communities where it's Latinos that make up most of the poor, it's Latinos. In communities where it's white people that make up most of the poor, it's the whites that are getting beaten. It all breaks down to, in the end, who's poor and who's not. Because the poor are the ones who are targeted for the quotas.
Well, I think if I could speak for Timothy really quick, what happens when those communities are in the same vicinity? I think that's the point that he's trying to make. If all of those groups, if the poor whites, the poor Hispanics, and the poor blacks are all in the same neighborhood, is one of those groups going to be targeted more than the others? Is that a safe assumption to say?
Down to pure and simple predatory tactics. Who's got or if they're all in the same vicinity, who's the one that's going to be the easiest target?
The blacks.
Yeah, that's the question. That's the question.
In an area where there's more blacks, in an area where the black community is more divided among the poor, it's going to be the blacks. In the area where it's the white people who are more divided, it's going to be the whites. Pure and simple, it's predatory. Let's say, for example, we had one city with an equal number of blacks, whites, Asians, Hispanics, who were all equally poor.
Yes.
And were all of the exact same number.
Yes.
Do you think they're going to go after the Asians when all of the Asians are going to rise up and go after the cops for targeting a person or an Asian person to fill their quota? If in that community all of the black people are going to rise up because of the fact that they target a black person for that.
Yeah. Like literally.
No, they're going to avoid those people who are going to rise up and start shit because of the fact that they're targeting them for their quotas. They're going to go after the ones who are the most divided, the ones who ain't going to do shit when each other the same skin color is getting targeted. They're just going to be like, oh, wow, look, that sucks for him, and move on. That's the group that they're going to be hitting.
Hey, can I just say one thing? Can we pause for 1 second? Like this is like a real watershed moment for Voice of America, right? Because did you see the logical progression he went through? Well, if everybody's equally poor and one group's being targeted just because of their race, they're gonna need to rise up and fight back.
That's it, right? Fight back.
If you show him a riot on TV, what do you think he's gonna say? What do you think his response is?
My opinion is I don't have the information to be able to back up any of this, so I'm not going to speak on it. And if Bourne says that he believes that his group is being, like his neighborhood or wherever he lives, that he knows is being targeted, I'm going to pay attention to that because I don't know any better.
Yeah, because
I don't have the information.
No, it's been studies, it's been investigations. Man, this is crazy, man. I'm sure this is on the internet and I can find it. I actually spoke at a fucking, I don't know what it was. It was like okay, so listen, this local nonprofit group in my area did a study on, it was called Driving While Black, right? So it just did a study, pure study on the number of black people in the inner city that was pulled over and that was stopped, and then the number of non-black people that was stopped. And this was a diverse area, right? So I actually spoke on that. I actually spoke on a panel to speak about like the transgressions or the misrepresentation of black people in these statistics because it was fucked up that it's a known thing that cops are going to go to the black people. So we're saying if everything was considered equal, I am saying why is the black people still being stopped more often or stop and frisk more often than other people? I don't know. People would say, but you know what I say, Steve. I'm gonna say it's due to racism, white supremacy. Why racism, white supremacy is as American as fucking apple pie. That's what I say. It's in the fabric of the country. That's how I feel. A lot of people don't feel that way. But I think racism, white supremacy.
Here they did the same study, and here it was the people who were driving around in these old farm trucks that were getting hit this mower the same way that down there it was black people getting hit more. It all comes down to who's the easiest target for the police. Where you're at, it's the black community. Here, it's literally the poor white ex-farmers who are now stuck in trailers in the town who've got no hope for anything better for themselves than saying, do you want fries with that at the local McDonald's?
I hear you. Let me ask you this though, Voice. Are you familiar with the statistic that says black people are 13% of the American population and commit over 50% of the crime? You familiar with that?
Yep.
Huh? You haven't heard that?
Yes, I am.
Let me ask you this. Why do you think that?
I'll tell you this, it's because of the fact that in more communities it is honestly the black people who are poorer than the white people. So they're stuck having to struggle, having to rob, having to cheat, having to steal, having to sling drugs. But like I was saying, here where I'm at, we're literally seeing the opposite because of the fact that our farming industry was destroyed. So right now it's filled with all these white ex-farmers. So we're seeing an inverse here, which is why I'm saying that it's at its core an issue of the police targeting the poor.
So I've got a statement here. I think what we're making is a false dichotomy here. So the situation that's going on where you live, you're probably absolutely right. I'm going to believe you that that group there is being targeted disproportionately, right? But that is not the same as a racialized group being targeted for something completely different. Even though the results are the same, we can't make the inference that the reason is the same. So there it might be poor, there it might be race. That's what I'm saying. There's a false dichotomy going on.
Racism is a symptom of a greater societal disease. Racism breaks down to two things: competition for resources and the opposite sex. And pure and simple, it comes down
I'm leaving this one to James.
the fact that let's look at 2001 when we all came together after 9/11. We didn't
talking on this one, Born.
Skin color who was. We as Americans gave a fuck about one thing, that we were Americans. We were not competing against other Americans because at that time we all still had work we could go get. We weren't being forced to compete for the same jobs. We weren't being forced to compete for the same one woman who would actually be a good woman.
There wasn't racism. You're saying in the wake of 9/11, there was no racism. Is that the point you're making?
No, I'm saying it was severely lessened. I'm not going to say it ended everywhere. I'm saying that in the U.S.,
how about the increase
in the big cities,
Arab Americans and Asian Americans, Southern Asian Americans? What about that? What about the racism?
We all came together.
No, yeah,
if we were American, we came together as America to try to heal from the trauma of what had happened.
Yeah, we just got more racist than Middle Eastern.
We started to heal. We started to lose our jobs. We started having them all go overseas. And then we were all at each other's fucking throats again.
The thing is, though, nobody's asking for you to feel sympathy for black people, right? Or any other minority groups. Like we just spoke about Middle Easterners or Southern Asians. But the point is, though, is the denial of obvious.
I'm half Native American.
Hold on,
I
hold on,
grew up
hold on,
being told by the white
Hey,
people that I was
let Timothy
too
finish.
fucking
Let
native,
Timothy
hold
finish.
on.
and by the natives I was too fucking white. I
Okay.
grew up with racism from both sides. That shit ended in 2001, and it picked up when we all started to lose our goddamn jobs and we were all starting to be forced to compete again.
Cool.
That is my lived experience. That is what I've gone through as a mixed race individual.
Okay. But anecdotes aside, the point I was going to make to you is that nobody's asking. Like, I feel like you feel like what people are doing is beseeching you to feel some kind of sympathy and therefore negating what you believe is the victim status that you possess, and that's not necessarily the case. You
No,
can be a
I
victim
feel
all by
horrible
yourself.
for
You know what I'm saying?
everyone
But
that's going through this.
No, but you can be a
I'm
victim.
looking at how to end it once and for all.
All right,
And the way
thank
you
you.
end it once and for
Yep.
all
Okay, get a
is
job.
to stop
Get a job.
the quotas,
To get a job.
stop the police targeting the poor,
No.
because let's just face it,
Okay.
all of this freaking quotas are getting filled by the poor, and
Okay.
it doesn't matter what color they are.
Yep. All right. You
because
done?
of the fact that
Are you
if
done?
they're poor, they can't afford a good lawyer.
Yeah. Okay,
They can't fight it in court if they've got a freaking public pretender.
All right, listen.
You can literally have footage showing that you are literally on the other side of the country when a crime is committed, and if you can't afford a good enough lawyer, you are fucked no matter what.
Okay, right, cool. Are you done?
If we can end that would be the first step to shutting down all of the racism.
Okay. First rule in the solution is let's stop repeating ourselves. So last time we do one of those outbursts, right? So the point I was making is you don't necessarily to acknowledge somebody else's struggle does not necessitate the negation of one's own struggle, right? So I say that to say you clearly have issues, right? I don't mean that person. That was a personal attack, but I mean you have issues you believe are besides or separate to, like let's say racial discrimination in America that you feel need to be addressed. It doesn't necessarily. You don't need to be opposed to somebody who's addressing any kind of issues or facing racial discrimination. In actuality, you could probably do it in tandem, right? Like you could probably address similar concerns as well as individual concerns and lend support to one another. I say that to say you don't come across like an actual racist, but I feel like
I'm
sometimes
not trying to say that there's not racial issues. I'm trying to say we've got to strike at the greater problem. Okay. It's like trying to treat cancer. Are you going to go after the cancer itself, or are you going to go after the pain being caused by the cancer?
Well, the fact that you can't cure cancer means it's a bit of a weird analogy, but I get your point. What I'm saying to you is, regardless, is if you like that, the reason that's a silly point to make is because your denial of the thing, right? So you saying
I'm not denying it. Like I'm saying, it's literally.
But what's going on? What's going on with the forum here? Like, it's crazy. I'm not barely getting through a sentence. It's wild, right? Let's improve race relations one fucking conversation at a time. So what the point I'm trying to make to you is your denial of it at a systemic level, even, right? There is an issue with that, because what it does is it allows for the discourse to stray, or it allows people, it facilitates outright denial, right? If we say, well, it's not the biggest problem, at some point there's someone who can eventually build upon that and say, well, it's not a problem at all. That isn't actually the issue, and therefore we shouldn't address it as such. And if someone is addressing it, I believe that if they're providing any kind of evidence, granted, the person said that it needs to be, great, like stress tested or whatever, fair play, and that may be the case. I support or endorse the scientific method, or I endorse rigorous testing. So fair play, make it more robust. I agree. But regardless, if there is some evidence, anecdote plus evidence plus some kind of experimentation to prove the results are consistent, then we should say, okay, well, call us, no pun intended, call a spade, and you shouldn't have an issue, because we could also say, well, how you're being treated is wrong too. Like, I don't see why you have to be at odds. I don't see why every one of these conversations has to devolve into a denial of each other's, a denial of each of the issues.
I'm not trying to deny. I'm trying to say, let's get at the greater issue. What good is treating a symptom of the issue if all of the other symptoms are still there? What I'm saying is, let's take care of the entire issue as a collective whole. Let's all come together, put aside the freaking color the racism that's being used as a control to keep us divided.
I love
and
it.
let's strike at the greater issue.
I love it. I love you said that, Voice, because you say this, as a white guy, you stand forget racism, classism, everything. Let's all come together and unite. My black brothers and sisters say, even me sometimes, I say, man, we got to close our doors and don't let any other race in, and we need to come together. Let me ask you this, Voice. Come together and do what?
Fight the freaking class battle. Get the freaking, or fight the issues that are attacking the poor, regardless of
I thought the problem is because we're not seeing a class battle. How are we fighting something we're not seeing? We're not seeing a class battle.
Yeah, but
we're being freaking blinded by the media using racism as a freaking tool to divide.
I got you. Tune out the media. Voice, I'm following you. Tune out the media and then fight. Who are we fighting? Who?
We are fighting against the government who, A, do not fund the police, but give them quotas to where they've got to go out and get so many tickets, so many arrests to send people out to these private prisons to get their money
they
can keep the gas in their freaking police cars, keep bullets in their freaking clips.
What they do fund.
That.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Fight the freaking 1994 crime bill that ended the right for prisoners to get Pell Grants to where they could try to pursue a better life after they get out, instead of being stuck inside of a jail cell all day working out.
I know that
freaking criminal.
I know, Voice. Let's stick on who do we fight, though. That's my thing.
But he said born. That's what I addressed him on. He said
the government.
The class.
How?
No, he's saying class, and I'm saying, but if we're not seeing a class battle, how do we then join forces with people that we're not seeing the same issues with? It makes no sense.
Great question. What is the commonality that we're uniting up under? That we're all being oppressed by the government?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Cool. I figured you was gonna say that. Now, how? Let me ask you that. How do we fight the government? Do we file a petition? Like, how? What does that look like?
We use our vote. We get rid of these rich ass old motherfuckers. We get rid of the multi-generational freaking politicians, and we start bringing in people from the lower middle class.
But what if? Sorry, can I just say this? But hold on, can I say one thing?
In, for example,
you next, Jimmy. I got you next, Jimmy. Okay. Go ahead, Voice. Finish up, Voice.
We, for example, instead of voting for a Kennedy, let's vote for a guy who's working for $12, $13, $14 an hour in a warehouse.
We're never going to agree on that, Voice.
Yeah, can I wait?
The political system is set up for you to be red or blue or Democrat or Republican.
Yes, and we can freaking literally destroy that with just one good vote.
Okay, one thing, two things, two points really quickly. First one is, whatever you want to decide against, whatever your opinion is on elitism, the reality is a lot of the people in those positions by default, as in they were born into wealth or whatever, are far more highly skilled in terms of politics, the organization of people, so on and so forth.
No, they're not. If they are,
hold on. Then a random, hold on.
My water would be drinkable.
Thank you, brother. You're out of control. Please stop. Thank you. The second point I was gonna say, and this is why it makes no sense to refer to racism as this component of this greater issue for the person who's experiencing racial prejudice. Because what if all the working class white Americans decided to elect fucking David Duke as fucking president, right? Just because they're poor, it doesn't mean they're not going to be racist. So you could be in an even worse position if the poor had the right to vote. And then on a practical level, voting a person from amongst the poor, you don't feel like you'll eliminate the potential for corruption. Actually, it probably would increase. If we looked at it, what's the word? Like, if we spent more time, I guess, however you phrase it, but if we spent more time, we would probably find that there was a higher probability of corruption if the individual was selected from amongst the working class, as well as the fact that that they would also less likely be skilled in the organization of people. So coupled with the fact that the minority groups may still be oppressed or more greatly oppressed because there could be a greater percentage of racists amongst the working class, it means that doesn't solve shit, bro. Like, just getting the poor people to vote doesn't solve anything. And this is the point about negating other people's struggles.
But Jimmy, I know, but Jimmy, poor people have been able to vote since I ain't gonna say beginning of time, but in the modern era. You see what I'm saying, Jimmy? Like, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. Voting, I think voting fucking takes it. The voting system takes advantage of poor people, in a sense, bro.
I think all people argue.
It does. We saw it with Hillary Clinton pulling out the the hot sauce bottle to try to pander to the Latinos.
Hold on, can I respond to Born? Yeah, one thing that we need to say is progressiveness of Western society is a positive. Yeah, I'm not a critic. You know what? You know my position already. No, but hold on. There has been strides made amongst strides within race relations in the past, or greater strides within race relations in the past 100 years than there has ever been since what was that? Anan, yeah? Okay, cool. Since its inception, right? So you could say that continuing down the same line of essentially exposing it, addressing it, not shying away from it, not negating it, not dismissing it, not undermining it, like that is the engage, like truly engaging the issues, which is credit to us all. It's what we're doing here now. That is beneficial because we've seen more integration, more equality amongst racial groups in the past 10 years than the previous 20 years, in the past 20 years than in the previous 40 years. So we're going the right way. So I'm not here to say that, you know, the future's bleak or whatever. We're doing the right thing. Anyway, like we're doing the right things right now. Sorry. So positive, end on the positive.
Yeah. Anan, is that you, brother? Anan.
Yeah.
That's you,
Yeah,
Anan?
I love your shirt. It's amazing.
Anan, you sound like that. Okay. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Anan. Never heard your voice before, but shout out to you.
Hey, Anan, welcome.
Shout out to Anan. Anan get busy. It is, you know what I mean? Shout out to Anan, man. Shout out to you, man. You have anything you want to add to this, brother?
I'm just listening.
All right.
So if I can say something really quick, and bear with me because I don't have anything to back any of this up. So I'm just going to spitball something out here because it just makes sense to me. I want to disagree with the idea that rich people have anything to do with this, because there's one thing that's not racist, and that's green. Money don't give a shit, right? More people with more money means you get richer, right? So it's in the best interest of the wealthy for you to be wealthy. That's kind of the benefit of being in a capitalist society, right? So it doesn't jive with me that rich folk would want to oppress anybody. And as a matter of fact, they would want to give you jobs and give you money so you can buy more of their shit. Right? That's kind of the cycle of capitalism and how it works. So the reason why I'm saying this is because I don't want to get distracted by something where we're focusing all of our attention over here when the real problem is over here. You get what I'm saying? So if capitalism isn't the problem, but we think it is, and we're focused on that, and we crush capitalism, but the problem's still there, what did we just fucking do? We just cut our balls off.
Capitalism. I'm talking about the multi-generational wealth who hasn't produced anything in generations.
I get that, but they do produce something. They produce jobs generally, and they do pay some taxes occasionally.
Can I say one thing?
Why would they give a fuck about me, and why would they give a fuck about you?
Can I just really address something? Yeah,
exactly.
Firstly, I'm a proud capitalist, so this isn't a critique of capitalism. I would just push back on your point just quickly though, because
sure,
it does make sense for a corporation like Nike to not, let's say, lionize or exalt fucking Vietnamese culture, given that they're using Vietnamese children in their sweatshops, right?
Right.
Similarly,
it
also makes sense to demonize, let's say, Middle Easterners if you're going to steal resources from their nations and, whatever, like create, conflict in their particular regions and carve up and and divide their nations. So like it does kind of make sense from a capitalistic standpoint to enforce this idea of hierarchy, social hierarchy, as well as the fact that most of what this can be reduced to is tribalism. And tribalism in this current in this information age, it's just a form of ignorance, really, isn't it? If your tribe is based on some ethnic or genetic lines and not on ideation or ideology, then arguably you're most likely an idiot. And that is what the real problem is. It's ignorance versus intelligence or information, or however you want to refer to it. That's really what racism is at present.
Yeah, I absolutely don't disagree with that criticism. Like I said, I don't have anything to back this up. It was an idea that popped into my head. And there's been cases of take Elon Musk. I mean, he openly admitted to trying to fund a political coup in I can't remember what country, solely because they had a wealth of a material that he needed. Right. So obviously, when you get up into those higher echelons of capitalism, they can absolutely destroy places. Generally, you don't shit in your own house, but that doesn't mean that, that negative effects won't occur because of capitalism. What I'm saying is that it doesn't make sense that we would intentionally keep our own people poor in order to do what? Keep them poor for our own amusement. I mean, that's what I'm trying to make sense of. Is something doesn't make sense when we look at things and we say, well, when we can't even identify what specific system is inherently full of systemic racism, right? We actually have to point out the parts that are actually racist. We can't just call something and just expect that to be true. Like, we actually have to do the work and figure out what it is about that system that is creating disparities. And
I
so I'm looking at capitalism as a whole. It's got its fucking problems. I'm a libertarian, and even I have problems with libertarian economics. I think laissez-faire economics and free market economics is a horrible fucking idea. So in that case, I'm a bad libertarian. But capitalism does have a lot of promise. But where I think it would benefit more is if we stopped appealing financially on a federal level to these larger companies and started giving more into communities, specifically racialized Black communities, racialized brown communities, racialized Asian communities, and started giving those subsidies that we keep giving out to these big corporations and start giving them out to local businesses, local individuals who want to start businesses, right? Now you're increasing the wealth of the neighborhoods. You're giving money back into the neighborhoods. You're building your fucking neighborhoods. Poverty levels go down, wealth goes up. Crime generally slows down the more wealth is in a neighborhood. It seems like a win-win to me. And so that's why I just want to identify that.
No.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I love what you said. I love what you said right there, Steve, and that's why I'm an advocate for reparations for Black people, right? I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, Steve said it, right? Steve said crime tends to go down when you add. Oh, no, Steve said crime tends to go down when you add wealth and money and resources into the community. That's hold on. That's a human fact. No, Jimmy, slow down, Jimmy, slow down. Jimmy. So if we're going, you see what I'm saying? Steve said it. Listen, the way for us, and even voice can agree with this, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm 100% agreeing. However, I'm going to say this: it depends on what you're talking about as reparations.
Well,
if you're giving, let's say, $1 million check to people who don't know what to do with it.
Don't worry about what we do. There we go. This is the conversation I want to have.
But if we put it towards, let's say, free college,
and
after they finish the college,
all of that's a part of it,
or some type of education to where they know what to do with it, put it towards letting them start their own businesses, letting them start their own industries. That would be a good form of reparations. That's
well said. Hey, well said.
Teach them how to run something and then give them the start of something.
Let me tell you the best start that you can ever get. Did you guys, or if you didn't personally, did you know anyone who got a stimulus check when the COVID first hit? It was beautiful, wasn't it? Right? It helped people get on their feet. Some people started businesses. Some people went and bought crack with it. But you know, they got it, right? So that's the same thing I said about reparations. First and foremost, the elephant in the room is a check. Yes, give us a check. And then we can discuss all that shit Voice is talking about. Education, the right to entrepreneurship, own businesses. But first things first, let's just cut the check. And the people that's gonna go off and smoke crack with it, they're gonna go off and smoke crack with it. The people that's gonna go build businesses and send their children to school, they're going to go do that. But first and foremost, yes, a check, Voice. You may not want to hear that. But first and foremost, a check. Yes, cut the check.
Hold on.
Because if they want to fuck up their money, let them.
Yeah, go ahead, Jimmy.
Hold on. Say,
go ahead, Black Power, James.
I want to know if us Bantu Somalis get reparations too. Like we're in the struggle. I'm a descendant of slaves as a Bantu Somali. I stand with the Bantu Somali.
You don't get a motherfucking thing, Lady D. But I love you. I still love you. No, if you fly to Tennessee, you gonna get some reparations.
You need to ask the Arabs for that, yeah. But
this is so disrespectful.
You know what it's doing, yeah. You know what it's doing, bro, yeah. Like, obviously, listen, I'm not denying your right to, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't get whatever it is that you want, right?
Check your name, Jimmy. Check your name before you speak
to the people. Yeah, make sure that goes to the people. The point is, yeah, what Steve was talking about. Apologize. What Steve was talking about is the subsidies that were going towards corporations be going towards the community, and that's what you agreed with. And I'm saying actually. Going towards the community, I may be speaking on behalf of Steve erroneously, right? So correct me wrong, but that's not on an individual level. That's not like an individual check for people in the community because Black people already disproportionately spend amongst all ethnic groups in America. So we wouldn't want to, because that money we know where that money would go straight back to, right? So community is community infrastructure, and community infrastructure that benefits. So he's saying that benefits underprivileged groups, right? And you're saying that benefits your group, but both of them aren't reliant on individual checks. So remember what we were talking about, like taxation.
How come they're not?
Well,
because it's infrastructure, and infrastructure is go on.
What is infrastructure, Jimmy? What is infrastructure? Is it community centers?
Schools? No, it's schools. Hold on, it's schools, hospitals. It's the police, like we were just talking about. Just the policing, correct policing. Maybe in the UK they do this implicit bias training, right? So they train people to not see stereotypes, to identify stereotypes, and to not fall into the trap. Little shit like that. Like I'm saying, if the money that you're saying that is the and sorry, can I just say one thing? Like I'm a capitalist. I don't believe de-incentivizing corporations to pay taxes in your nation is a good thing. The majority of the taxes paid in America is by that top 1%, but that's another discussion for another day. On this particular point, if this mechanism was to be implemented, I'm saying you don't want it to be divided into individual checks because that money will be gone in a puff of smoke, no pun intended. And when that money
how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know
because
that?
Even because you know what the success rate of these businesses you talk about that began with the stimulus checks. Do you know what the success rate of those businesses are? If you bet all the money,
we don't know yet, Jimmy. It's only been 2 years.
Yeah, but they were also established during COVID. So
yeah, it's only been 2 years since we got. Show me the data, Jimmy. Show me the data, Jimmy. You can't show me the data from 2 years.
It's simple business. Hold on, it's simple business practice. It's fucking supply and demand. How many of these businesses are, let's say, restaurant businesses? How many fucking restaurants can there be on a street? Like, you can't just say we make businesses and everything goes well from that point on. Like business. Anyway, go on.
The solution is universal basic income.
What does that mean? Break that down.
Okay, so let's take those subsidies, right? You make them available to a group of people, right? Let's say the racialized Black community, you give them access to no interest loans, no default loans, right? So if the business fails, they don't have to pay it back, right? But they're putting their money that they're getting as a reparation at risk because they're going to start a business. Now, how do you keep money going into that business? Right? There's the problem. Because if everybody else is poor, they're not going to spend any money. So what you can do, and this has been used in Alaska. Alaska loves it. Certain areas of Virginia use it, and everywhere that universal basic income is used and implemented, the quality of life exponentially goes up. So universal basic income is a set amount of money. Let's just throw a number out of our ass. Let's say you get $1,000 a month, right? Let's say you get $1,000 a month.
Yeah.
Tax free. You spend it however the fuck you want. It just gets deposited into your bank account. Now, this is where I'm going to disagree with Bourne. I spent my $1,200 check and my $600 check. I don't even remember what I fucking spent it on, but I do remember that $150 I was getting every month, or $250 every month for the last 6 months, because I know where that money went, right? The proposal is if an individual has money, such as $1,000, just even $1,000 in a location like Utah, okay, you're gonna be able to. So I make about $70,000 a year at my job, right?
Okay.
But my income, my house payment, my bills, everything, I still don't have a savings account, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
But it's giving me $1,000 a month, free of charge,
$12,000 a year. $12,000 a year.
$12,000 a year. What could you do with $12,000 a year?
Oh my gosh, that would.
You could buy a car. You could buy a car. You could make a down payment on a house in 4 years. You'd have $40,000, right? Now you're working somewhere. Every single time that universal basic income has been implemented in the location, it has caused a boom in economics in that location. I can't think of an area where it didn't. Anon might be able to answer that question if he's still in here. But if you're a working individual and you're getting $1,000 a month, you've just now got another $1,000 a month. And if you didn't have a job before, it's even more incentive to go and get another job, because now you got more money coming in.
Yep, because a job, then even if you don't work, a job could be your side hustle. You go out and drive for Uber or some shit. Hold on, real quick, Jimmy, new panelist. Stanley, is that you, brother?
Yeah, it is.
All right, there we go, Stanley. I was just making sure that was you. Go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead,
I was just gonna say,
welcome, Stanley and brother Eric.
Hold on,
thank you.
Yeah, Jimmy, I want to show love to the elders, man. We got elders Stanley in here and brother Eric, man. I want to show love.
I'm gonna be quick. I'm gonna be really quick. But the UK has something similar, right? I forget the name of it. It used to be job seekers allowance, but anyway, but we have like a similar sort of social safety net in place, right? And as well as free healthcare. Our unemployment rate, I think, is like 5%, and I think the US is like close to that. I can't remember exactly. It's more, but relative to obviously the population size, the US is almost 6 times the population of the entire UK. So it just goes to show you that doesn't necessarily incentivize people to go get jobs. Actually, what you have is a lot of people in the UK complaining about the over-reliance of the welfare state. And I feel like culturally, Americans in the UK are very similar, right? So this sort of, I don't know, perception of laziness amongst, people in the West, if it was to play out sort of on arguably an industrial scale, if we're talking about the American population, I'd say it could be a lot worse. And the evidence is the UK. You've got sort of an Anglo cousin over here that literally does have something very similar in place, and I think we have our unemployment rate is high in Europe. I forget if it's the most or if it's one of the most, right? Especially for developed nations, we've got quite a high unemployment rate. So I don't necessarily
the UK doesn't have UBI. The UK has needs-based assistance, which means that poor people pay 60% marginal tax rate as their income goes up, similar to the US.
Say that one more time.
In the US, actually, many people pay an 80 or 90% tax rate if you're poor and your income goes up.
Say that one more time. Explain that to me. Sorry. I don't understand that.
Because the US has needs-based assistance. So as your income goes up, you lose your rental support, you lose your healthcare, you lose all sorts of things. So poor people de facto have an 80 or 90% tax rate. Now, one of the advantages of UBI is that people don't lose it. So that maybe the marginal tax is only 10 or 20 or 30%, in which case people would work a lot more. That's the biggest argument for UBI. It's not the other arguments. It's this argument. But the other argument
have a merit on. They have a merit.
So hold on. So the counterpoint to that is that as your pay increases, you would pay more taxes, but with UBI, it would be a flat rate. That's the argument.
Well, the tax should be much lower because you don't lose your UBI as your income goes up.
Oh, or as in your income, your UBI doesn't count towards your gross income. That's your point.
Well, you could, even if you made it count towards your gross income, the advantage of UBI is that your marginal tax rate is lower. So you may only have a 20 or 30% tax rate, not an 80% tax rate. The UK has a very high tax rate on the poor, which is why UK has so many problems. And like the US.
That's why I said it has to be untaxed. The government cannot touch that fucking money. So it cannot be included in your income taxes. It cannot be included in anything. It is a flat $1,000 a month that you get free of charge, period.
Right, but the UK, so
that's not going to happen.
The way
yeah, but when you do that, though, the price of everything else is going to go up because they got to get that money from somewhere. So the price of everything going to go up.
Yeah,
well, these are subsidies that we're taking away from large corporations.
In the end, people have to pay for that system. Okay, it doesn't come free. You can't just make money. You can't just print money from the Federal Reserve and just give that money out like that. You got to pay for that.
Yeah, that's not my argument.
Yeah, but hold on, but just because
I'm saying tax money pays for that. That UBI
well,
system.
you can basically pay for it by getting rid of corporate loopholes and bailouts and stuff.
The amount of subsidies that we pay out.
Yeah,
but then that's what you need to focus on, right? You need to
they run the government.
You need to focus on.
Well, we need to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Yeah, but
I get that. But what I'm saying is this, okay? In order to get rid of the corporate loopholes and all that type of things, you need laws for that, right? And you need the politicians for that. Okay, wait. You need laws for that. You need the politicians for that. Okay.
And guess what? We vote in politicians who support this cause and vote out the ones who don't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you need to do that. But that's
there's other ways too.
They come in supporting the cause, but do they do anything about the cause? Do they try to push for the cause?
Well, then we vote them out.
Hey, listen, if we do that, we're going to get some stand-up people because they can get paid off by them corporations just like the ones that we got in office now are getting paid off.
Yeah. You know, I think Mr. Ingram actually does have a point here, and I think that I want to address this really quick. Is that there are ways around the issue of not necessarily changing where the money's coming from, i.e., the Federal Reserve or the Mint, but we can change the way that we are spending the money that is going out. So, for instance, in 2019, does anybody know how much money we paid to Australia to be our friend? $71 million. Mm-hmm. Why the fuck are we paying our allies $71 fucking million?
Well, mainly because we have bases there.
No, this is
for you.
Well, okay, we'll take that. But the point is that we pay other countries, like we pay Sweden money. We pay Denmark money. We pay Sweden money. We pay almost every single nation on this planet millions and millions of dollars that we can then take back from that and be like, fuck with us, try it. And then we start taking care of our own people.
It came out right? $30 million to Pakistan for gender studies.
But you know
Pakistan
what that is, right?
Want to fucking pay or use that money for gender studies?
That's just a way to launder money.
Use that to attack the Indians.
That's diplomacy, though. That's diplomacy for you.
Yeah,
hold on.
I think you have a good point, though, Mr. Ingram.
Can I just say one thing? So soft power exertion aside, yeah, because obviously, I guess if we were to break down every single one of those figures, be it to Israel, whomever, for like defense, intelligence, however, like you
that's diplomacy, isn't it?
Hold on, but that'll be some
kind of after World War II.
Hold on, that'll be some kind of benefit, right? Just quickly though, just to touch on what
Anna
said. Just to be clear, because I'm not super familiar. What you said to me essentially breaks down to, in the UK, if you're incentivized to stay on the dole, as it were, that's how it's referred to in the UK, just to stay earning government assistance, because if you were to earn more, you would then lose the government assistance and then be taxed, right, at quite a high rate relative to what you earn, as opposed to in America, you get the free money regardless, but the more you earn just means it compounds at a still comparatively low tax rate, so you just get richer. That's the logic, right?
But that's not how it works, though.
But that's the logic. No, but this is I'm not about to challenge.
You can argue rhetorically. That's the logic. That's not how it works, though. If it doesn't work that way, well, wait. Why are we making an argument about what the logic is when in reality it doesn't work that way?
Relax.
Let's not pretend that it does.
Brother, just relax. Don't wound yourself up for no reason. I'm asking Anan a question. Was that the reasoning that you were utilizing, Anan? Yeah, just to be clear. No.
I don't know if he's there or not, but well, we Mr. Ingram, we do know that it works because it's worked in Alaska and it's worked in several other states. There hasn't been a failure of an economic system in either one of those states, and inflation actually has gone down in those states.
Well, we got UBI over here in Finland. It had over here, came here in the 90s.
But they're like socialists, but the point I was going to make subsequently, is the issue. Then I would argue is. Well, how Eric, maybe I can make this to you. Sorry, Steve, I can make this to you because Anna's not here. But those, so incentivizing corporations, right, to have bases, that have their base of operation in the USA, as well as the fact that that whoever they hire and what they contribute in taxes, would be detrimental. Like, as in, they are more beneficial to this nation than the individual communities that you're trying to build. The net wealth in America, which is the highest in the world, is largely because of those corporations, right? So it would be very, I don't know, I feel like it would be counterproductive to benefit the little man, what's the word, like? Yeah, like.
I think the important thing to note here is that none of us, as far as I'm aware, are economists. If somebody is, I apologize, but we're kind of shitting in the woods here, where there's a lot to this conversation. But what we do know is that it is possible, and that is a really, really good way to, if you were going to make the argument for reparations, sure, I think it's a great fucking idea. Perhaps racialized Black communities should get more money, but then you're going to have to figure out a lot of other different problems, like, are they ADOS or not ADOS?
That's actually fairly easy to figure out.
That's easy to figure out. They're ADOS. They're ADOS. No one asked were they I don't know, Native Americans or were they
I'll tell you what the real problem's gonna be. And it's the problem that we have right now. There's gonna be a backlash that, hey, I wasn't a slave owner. You're not a slave. Why are you getting money? That's essentially the argument now.
Well, I mean, everybody was getting money.
The argument is that they were not in a position to get money back then. Were they? They cut off real short, didn't they?
Oh, well, no. I'm just saying, the current argument is, basically why do they deserve money and no one else does? I'm for reparations. Just as a matter of
I'd say the Irish.
The thing about it is, we're not saying that
the Irish weren't slaves.
Everybody else already got reparations.
They would be told over in Ireland.
The Irish were not slaves.
They were
not. The Irish were not slaves in America.
They were indentured servants.
They were indentured servants.
My mother's side was 3 generations of Irish slaves owned by Southern.
That was indentured servants. Let me tell you this, voice. What did the fucking Irish get when they were finally recognized? They got fucking police unions. They got fire departments. They came out of their slavery.
They got to be the Kennedy.
Well, think about this. Let's think about what England did, right, with their worst, right? They sent them to prison in Australia. Australia was a penal colony of the United Kingdom. You remember that part of history? And what did they tell them? Okay, once you get out of slavery in Australia, you'll get land and you can live there. And a lot of people did it. Look at the history.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of Aboriginal side too.
People here.
Yes. And a lot of Aborigines suffered because of that. Because the British sent their worst prisoners to that penal colony, Australia.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying it's not a. I'm not saying it's an easy solution, but it is a solution.
1 second.
Sorry about that, Steve. Sorry
New
about that, Steve.
panelist.
New panelist, Steve. I just gotta, Steve. They pouring bomb on these fucking YouTube sometimes. So every time it's a new panelist, I gotta stop it, make sure this is the right person. Is that you, brother? Brother Perry?
Yeah, this me, Reg. What's good, bro?
How you doing, brother? How you
Big
doing,
up, brother
brother?
Perry.
Yeah.
What up?
Let's let Steve continue. Sorry about that, Steve. It's just I don't want
Oh,
to
no,
get.
you're fine. You're good, man.
How
You're
you
good.
been
You're
for
good.
a long time?
No, I was just gonna say that I didn't mean to like sidetrack this conversation by reparations, but I'm glad that we're having that conversation.
I just
There's
want my
obviously
reparations. When you're not finished discussing, just make sure you cut my check. Yeah, I'm in the cut. I'm in the cut.
No, what I'm saying is that this is obviously a complicated issue, and I think this is a good solution. It's just kind of where we can agree to agree, basically. But I've actually got to go. I got to be up for work in about 4 hours, so I just wanted to say thank you again for having me, Born. I really appreciate you letting me have some of your space.
Good. You know it's good. You know it's good, Steve.
Yeah.
You're always welcome, and I'll post this. Hopefully you're subscribed by now, Steve. But
oh yeah, dude, I've been subscribed since the first time I was on here.
Yeah, there we go.
So
Steve, I appreciate it, bro. I want this. I want other voices on the panel. I haven't had that in a while. So salute to you, Steve. Real talk. Salute. Look at brother Sheffield. Salute.
Thanks, guys. It's nice to meet everybody.
Salute.
Yeah, man. Good conversation. I'm loving it.
Thank you.
Yeah, big up, Steve. Big up,
Brother
Steve.
Schiff in the house.
Big up. Hey,
Big
JJ, I'm disappointed in you, bro. I'm disappointed.
Why?
I'm so disappointed. How are you gonna let a guy get away with saying he's a libertarianism, but he don't agree with libertarianism ideals? I'm like, hold up, JJ's supposed to get him.
Jeez, was that you? Is that the level up?
What happened? Go on. That was the level, guys. Come on.
You know what basically, yeah? Because I was gonna say, yo, one sounds like a bit of a socialist, but it wasn't meant to be a deep political discussion.
See, y'all love them labels, man. And see, I don't understand any of them labels. You're a libertarianism or socialism.
Basically,
all of that shit is white supremacy to me.
Hold on. A libertarian means, for instance, that you prioritize the individual over the collective. So you care about yourself first, and you care about what you can get. You don't want people to control you. Capitalism, right, is private ownership and free market, right? Laissez-faire capitalism, which is associated with libertarianism, that is like you don't want no government intervention in it. You want to do no UBI, no heavy taxation, no government interfering in trade laws and all of that. You want to just be able to do whatever you want to do, completely uninhibited by the government. He was talking about some kind of social practices where, like, social safety nets, money for the poor, empowering communities, government subsidies, and all this shit, which is kind of the opposite. Man, big up Schiffer for pointing that out, but I didn't really want to challenge him on that
because I don't know those labels. So what's a conservative?
Well, conservative can mean many things, isn't it? Like
you want to keep them down in the cotton fields.
Well, I know that Eric. Hold on, Jimmy. No. Hold on, guys. I don't know if that's true, Eric.
The Democratic Party formed the KKK.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, Eric. Now, when you say you want to keep us on the cotton field, now that's what my grandmother told me.
No, that was Stanley.
I don't know. Oh, whoever said that. Oh, I'm sorry, Eric. That's Stanley. I'm sorry, Eric. I'm looking at your picture, but listen to Stanley talk. Sorry.
Okay, all right.
I don't know if that's true, right? I've been told conservatives want to keep me in the cotton field. I look at it like, fuck it, conservatives. I know they're racist, but I think if
I was being facetious. Not all conservatives are like that.
Can I say one thing really quickly?
I want to break down the meaning of
conservatives, are like, well, they're usually right of center. They can be black conservatives, so I don't think conservative doesn't imply racism.
Yeah.
The right of center. So the more left you go, like look at like a spectrum, On the left is, at the far end of the left is equality. So the more left you go, the more you strive for group equality, collective identity, shit like that. The more right you go is more individualism and hierarchy, right? So the more effort I put in, the higher I get. I'm above you. I'm better than you. That's why you'll find that right wing politics is far more appealing to racists, because racists like the idea of hierarchy in which they're above.
Well, you have to be careful there, because a lot of Martin Luther King, for instance, saw white liberals as a bigger problem than the right.
Yeah, he did. You know why? Yeah. Because he knew white liberals were not for us.
They still aren't. They for themselves, and they will use whoever they can to get what they want for themselves.
If you think about it, MLK Jr. came closer in his views and ideology to Malcolm X than more separate.
I think as he got older, he did.
Yeah, he did. You know what he said? He said,
the burning house.
But you know what he said? He said, I think I've led my people into a house on fire.
Absolutely. And that's the part that you never hear a Tucker Carlson or anybody like that. They never quote that.
No. You know why? Because basically what Martin Luther King Jr. was saying, hey, listen, we don't necessarily really want anything from you, but an equal opportunity to do for ourselves and develop ourselves. That's what we want. Nothing else.
Right.
Absolutely.
Can I ask you guys a question?
MLK started to speak about reparations before his death too.
Yeah. You had to go there, though. You had to go there. But I want to ask: Do you obviously the people who identify with capitalism not think that capitalism has a sell-by date on it? In the sense of, there's only so much resources in the world. Yeah, and there's only ever going to be so much of anything. Yeah, so there's probably enough to go around for everyone to have one. But as we know, with things like the microchip, like with the shortages on certain particular items,
how is a shortage particular to capitalism?
I weren't finished. Yeah, we know that. When we're dealing with capitalism, we're dealing with people who don't just want to have one for themselves. They want to have it all. They want to have multiple. Now,
not true.
There's good. All right, you say not true, but you can prove me wrong after. So, like I was saying,
of course I can.
It's
called regulation.
When I'm finished, bro. Relax. No one's attacking you, bro. Just relax.
Well, no, I don't think you are. I just think you're wrong.
All right, cool, but you can explain that after I'm finished.
When he finishes, and that will make
let the brother finish, though, man. Just let him finish.
So, like, if you look at certain things like microchips, there's a shortage on microchips. Now, if everyone takes on this capitalist idea, and poor people start getting richer, there's gonna come a point where there ain't gonna be enough to go around. So to my knowledge, I'd say that's why capitalism definitely has a sell-by date on it. Because what are we going to do then? Kill each other over microchips and kill each other over having more? Because that's what the capitalist wants. The capitalist, I'm almost done. The capitalist always wants to have more. And if the capitalist doesn't sit in the seat of power, then they're going to have to work harder. And a lot of these people who's rich and, very well-to-do, they don't want to work. They want everyone else to do the work. So the day they ever have to do anything, I believe that will turn the world volatile. But that's my opinion. So I'm going to let you tell me why I'm wrong.
Okay.
You're right. They don't want to share the sandbox.
Now I have a question for you. How is another economy better? What would solve shortages? Shortages aren't particular to capitalism.
But the fact of the matter is, pure capitalism has never existed. It's never existed in
exactly.
It's never existed in its pure form.
Never. What do you mean by its pure? What is the pure form? What do you mean? What do you mean?
What I mean is an economy based on supply and demand alone. Okay, making money based on supply and demand alone.
With no regulation.
It didn't work. For example, okay, the projects that we talk about, right? Guess who used to live in the projects, and guess who was subsidized by the U.S. government to live in the projects? White folks. When white
What's that
folks
got to
moved
do with
out
it
of
though? There can be poor white folks though,
listen to me. Listen to me.
Yeah, let him
When
finish.
white folks moved out
and there ain't
of the
no
project,
such thing as white
Let
people.
him finish, Shiver.
listen to what I'm saying, man. I'm talking about the US.
Yeah,
I'm
Shiv,
talking
you
about
can't
the
cut
UK.
people and then complain that you're getting cut, Shiv. Come, bro.
I thought he was
Okay,
done.
now what
I
now,
apologize.
no, Schiffer, I'm not done yet, please. All right.
Go on mute.
No, go ahead, bro. Apology, bro. Apology.
Okay, thank you. Now, what I'm saying is this, okay? The incentive was, okay, for white folks to live in those project areas, okay? They were being maintained, okay? The plumbing was being checked out, the electricity was being checked out. Anything that went faulty was being checked out, and it was subsidized by the government. That means by taxpayers' money, okay? Now, when the white folks moved out of there, they were incentivized to move out of there and move to certain suburban areas that were for white folks only. Then guess what? Then black folks started moving in, right? To those same areas. Those areas was not as well maintained when black folks moved in than it was when white folks moved in. Read the history.
Absolutely. Let me say this. Let me say what Eric
That's
said. Hold
fair
on,
enough.
Shiver,
It don't
Shiver.
really
Hold on,
refute my
Shiver,
point,
Shiver.
though.
Hold on, Shiver.
I don't understand his
Shiver.
point.
I know, hold on, Shiver, but let me piggyback off that. I don't even know what his point is, but I do know, Eric. No, I'm just saying this though, but I do want to piggyback off
That was funny though.
now listen, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, but I do know what Eric is talking about. I do know that when he's speaking about white flight, right? So when white flight happened, not only did they leave the inner city for the suburbs, they took their tax dollars and their spending power with them to the suburbs.
That's right.
So
And they were subsidized there too.
It wasn't beneficial for whites to have businesses in that area that they just left from. It wasn't.
How does that prove there's no pure capitalism though? How does that prove that there's no pure capitalism though? I'm confused. I'm so confused.
Yeah, one second though.
Listen,
I'll just jump in real quick.
if you have pure capitalism in the country, right, you don't have all these government incentives
Exactly.
in a certain area that subsidize their living standards.
Hold on.
Exactly.
Really? That's what happened
Really?
in the US. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to explain.
Let JJ go first. Let JJ go first. I'll go after.
Thanks. 1 sec, yeah, Eric, yeah. So, Chief, on your point, capitalism, loosely defined, free market, yeah? Free market economics, yeah?
Yeah, 100.
And then another way to define it in terms of, so now when we're not talking about trade and exchange, we can also look at it like the control, the regulation, the ownership of private property, yeah? So privatizing things would be a move towards capitalism. Collective ownership, move towards socialism. Zero ownership, we call that communism, right? Well, that's what they call communism.
Yes.
You can see evidence of capitalism being sort of more natural, if you like, because any creature or any species that's territorial is practicing a form or a brand of capitalism, right? If they demarcate an area and say that's mine, it belongs to me, I'll fight you for it. That's capitalism. You practice capitalism in probably 90% of your, and when we talk about economics, right? Like another loose definition of economics is like a study of rational.
Well, it's basically it's property ownership.
But the study of rational decision making as it pertains to like goods and services, commodities or whatever, exchanges and shit. You do that every single day of your life, bro. Like we all do that every single day of our life. It's only when we talk about the macro scale.
Cool, Jimmy. That's cool, Jimmy. But do we?
No, but JJ, that's why I'm not speaking that against it. That's why.
Hold on. Y'all can say capitalism till you turn purple in the fucking face. Is there racism inside of capitalism?
There's racism
in everything, bro.
Exactly. So
that's right.
How does capitalism benefit us when it can only be controlled by white supremacy? That's
not necessarily though, bro. Not necessarily.
Whoever's got the fucking money.
Hey, wait, hold on. Can I say one thing?
Money.
Hey, Born. Can I say
JJ, before you go, can I just say I'm not speaking out against capitalism, All I said is I believe it has a sell-by date. I don't know why people felt attacked there. Like, go on.
Can I tell you one thing, real quick? Sorry.
Well, because you brought up shortages.
You know what I heard the other day? Which is just different levels of disrespectful, Born. You remember how the white people were calling man joggers and that, yeah? Do you know what the new one is?
Nah, what is it?
Man said basketball Americans.
That's hard.
Well, one thing I want to bring up about capitalism
Hey,
Come
man,
on, Stanley.
they knew better. They would
Tell us
call
about the
them
shortages, though,
hoopers.
Stanley.
They
Tell us
call
why
them
the
hoopers,
shortages
James.
don't matter.
Hoopers is better, right?
I'd like to get understanding of why you disagreed with me, to be honest. So if you could
Well,
tell
I
us
mean,
about the shortages and why they don't matter.
shortages aren't unique to capitalism. Shortages are shortages.
Okay. So when you've got one person living on, 100 acres of land, with a house with 1,000 or 100 rooms in it, and then you got certain people living in, a shack. Technically, no, bro. There wasn't really a shortage. One person was hoarding. So let's be real about this.
Well, again, a shortage of microchips is going to be. Well, you know what? Let's talk about.
They're hoarding them. People, but listen,
Well,
I'm not gonna lie. I got a
absolutely,
friend
but
who does
it
that. They
happened in
buy all of them. They
communism
buy
too.
them up and hoard them, bro. And when you're hoarding them, now it deprives other people.
Right.
So
But
I
they
believe
hoarded
that
stuff in communist Russia too.
Yeah, but remember, all I'm saying is that by hoarding stuff, eventually there's gonna be nothing left. When you
And
sell
my
off the
point,
land, there's a point where there's gonna be no more land left to sell.
right?
And once someone's hoarding, they're gonna put
Right.
themselves now. Although they maybe feel like they're in a powerful position now, your position could turn vulnerable because when no one ain't got nothing and you're the
And
only
my
one who's
point-
got, then they be coming to you.
My point is they did the same thing in Russia. They do it in socialist governments. It's not shortages and hoarding are not particular to capitalism.
And that's a form of capitalism, though. That's what you don't understand. The private ownership element, like capitalism,
Right.
is the
I
greatest reflection
understand
of the
that.
nature of man. Yeah, no, I'm with you, bro. I'm agreeing
But
with you.
but
Capitalism
when
is
you
the greatest-
talk about hoarding and shortages, there were bread shortages in the Soviet Union.
I know. Ukrainian, they forced the Ukrainians to be
Yeah.
cannibals. I'm very aware.
Yeah.
Same Mao Zedong practiced the same
So
thing.
shortages in and of themselves are not particular to capitalism. That's my point.
No, I'm not promoting another. No, what, Stanley? I'm not promoting another system as better than capitalism. I'm not
saying you
pushed one
are.
forward.
I'm just saying that shortages are not unique to capitalism.
But Shifa,
Yeah,
what I'm saying
100,
is,
100.
I'm saying is you're saying capitalism has a sell-by date, and I'm saying actually, capitalism at present is the mark of human development. And arguably you could take like happiness index and say countries like Scandinavia, regions like Scandinavia, for instance, Finland, Norway in particular. They have like socialist practices, and they're doing very well on like all the indices like human development and happiness. But generally speaking, if we look at the most successful nations in the world, the majority of them are capitalist nations.
Well, I mean,
what do we deem as successful? What do we deem as? Hold on 1 second.
Oh fuck, guys, relax. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry, I had to mute y'all.
Yeah, JJ, can you?
Y'all yelling, and I'm sorry, Eric, but I did want to hear James. Schiffer asked James a question. Eric, next time you speak, Eric, you're gonna have to unmute your mic, brother. I had to mute you because it was just yelling, and we got to remember it's people listening. You know what I'm saying? This is not
okay. All right, I got you.
You know what I mean? Nine brothers on the phone call. This is fucking 30 people listening on YouTube. They want to hear us one at a time. But
I got you.
You, James, what do you deem success or successful?
But hold on. In what I was saying, I was going to make one quick point. The reason for the success of the West over some of these other nations, and historically why the consensus amongst all the developed nations now is a move towards more free market economics, is because of the meritocratic element. That is to say that as hard as you work, as much effort as you put in, be it the American dream, the chance of success in the West, that is the thing, that is the fuel that drives progression in the Western hemisphere or in the Occidental world. And that's what makes capitalism more of a reflection of nature, because in nature, there's no safety nets, there's no second chances, right? Like literally, like if you don't hunt, you don't eat kind of thing for all creatures, humans included. So on that point, you asked me about what is success.
Yeah.
That's a very subjective question. Like, so
that's why I asked it. Yeah.
Financial freedom for me is definitely a component of success. Finances, the accruing of wealth, and wealth in this context is essentially the exchange of goods and services, right? And money is like the instrument with which you facilitate that. Yeah. And I think to be able to make my life easier, right? Money is beneficial to be able to achieve what I want to achieve in terms of being able to produce what I want to produce, sustaining myself, and that I require money. I require money, so financial freedom is an objective of mine. So that's
Let me ask you this, Jimmy.
I'll agree with you on that.
Hold on, Eric, real quick. I know you want to jump in, but damn it, he said something. So does money, i.e., wealth, does that deem you successful?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. And most people would say that.
All right, so JJ, hold on. Before you, let him go. Let Eric go. Sorry, Eric.
Yeah, go ahead, Eric. Go ahead, brother Eric.
Okay,
sorry.
now, freedom of financial incentive. Yeah, I agree with it, because the fact of the matter is this. Like I said, over here in Finland, right? They went from primarily an agrarian society into a high-tech society over like a couple of decades. Okay. Now everything here is technical, every damn thing. You can find, you can go on the internet and do all your business on the internet, just like you're in the bank office or the social worker's office or whatever the case may be. All right. Now, as far as financial incentive is concerned, if you working, you busting your brain, you busting your ass, yeah, you rate what you get. Especially if it's something that the society benefits from as a whole. In general, okay? Here in Finland, I mean, yeah, capitalism does exist, but it doesn't exist on its own, okay? You do have a blending of capitalism and socialism. You do have UBI here, but you also have free markets here. You have competition between the damn banks, insurance companies, and the damn phone companies.
Yeah. So I don't know what that word would be, but hold on, guys. Let me stick a pin real quick. This brother said he's about to leave. Go ahead, voice of a free America.
Yeah, I'm going to say this before I've got to go. Well, Ronald Reagan said it best when he said the scariest words in the English language are, "I'm from the government, and I'm here to help."
Well, Ronald Reagan was in that government, so I agree with him.
So yeah, voice. I know you said voice of free America. You're about to leave, my guy. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming through. Are you subscribed to the YouTube channel?
I'm going to be after this. This is my first time coming here.
Yeah. Did you find it through YouTube? Do I need to drop the link, or you already know?
I found it through NN and his server.
Did he drop the YouTube?
Yeah,
link?
he dropped the YouTube.
All right, so
link.
subscribe to that, man. Subscribe to that YouTube channel, man. You're always welcome here, man. Good shit today, man.
Yep.
All right, peace, brother. Good
Peace.
shit. So yeah, man, that was good shit. Good shit from Voice, man. Good shit from Voice. Jimmy was on him. Jimmy was on Voice today. Shout out to my brother. You know we gotta do shout outs, man. Shout out to my brother, Black Power James.
Black Power James.
Black
Jeez.
Power James in the building, man. He on his
Hi,
squad.
JJ, can I ask a question? Are there any nations that are not capitalist based that are deemed as successful? Maybe not in your categorization by just people just having money, loads and loads of money.
Can you still be? I say Schiffer. I say we name the most popular non-capitalist countries, and then we can break it down and see, in our opinion, are they successful or not successful. So let's try to bring up a list, if we could, y'all. A list of non-capitalistic countries. You know what I mean, Jimmy? If you hear me, somebody.
But they have to be financially stable, though. Obviously, if it's not financially stable,
I mean, if we get a list of them, I'm sure we can find something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, Chef?
What did you say?
Are there any non-capitalist countries that are financially stable that we could deem as successful?
China.
Right. Yeah, I was about to say. But
China has capitalism. China has.
It's basically state. China is state capitalism.
But their economic system is capitalism.
Understood. But communist is communist. Communism is a form of government.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said
So you said communist. You said communist. They are communist.
Yeah, hold on. So they call themselves communist. They're clearly not.
Well, they are communist. They've got a.
Hold on. But sorry, can I?
Communism is a form of government. It's not a form of economics. They're two different things.
It is as well.
I just said that, didn't I?
Hold on. It is because communism, at least like
communism has a stake.
At least Marxism. Hold on. At least as Marxism, it promotes zero ownership of the people, right? Of the people.
Correct.
Yes, right. So clearly, China isn't practicing that tenet. Number one,
no.
They refer to themselves as communists, but they're also mercantilist. Hold on, but the nation, Chinese economy is a sort of, I guess, like in between mercantilism and free market capitalism. In that there is private ownership allowed in China. People are allowed to make.
Understood.
There are meritocratic apparatus in the nation.
Understood.
As well as the fact that the nation as a whole.
Refresh my memory. The criteria was name a successful communist country, right?
Yeah. Well, he said socialist. I think. Did you say capitalist or communist or socialist?
I think they said. I think they said. Wait a minute. A socialist. I think it was.
What I would say is. What I would say is, this is what I would say, like, what people see, like I said, less of capitalism when people accuse China of I would say mercantilism in that the Chinese bloc takes part in the free market around the world. So China competes in the free market, right? So they judge their exports relative to their imports, and that's how they judge. That's
socialism is a form of government. It's not an economic system.
What socialism?
Socialism is a form of government. It is not an economic system.
Government, hold on, but government regulates.
It does have influence over the economic system.
Of course it does. I didn't say it doesn't. I'm saying socialism is not an economic system. It is a form of government.
Can I respond to what you're saying, though? Or like,
let's not get off the question, guys.
we're going like it's becoming weird. What I'm saying to you is, but the government. So socialism and communism are forms of governments, right?
Correct.
The government, right. So outside
that's my only point.
Yeah, I get you, no problem. But the government policy shapes economic policy.
Absolutely.
So the government has control of. So regardless,
absolutely
relevant. Like China is not an example of a successful communist nation because they were
sure it is.
No, I'm saying they were proper communists before, and they were literally eating their babies. So not successful.
Okay, here's my point. The government of China is communist.
No, they refer to themselves as communist.
They are communist.
Right, Russia is communist too, and they're pretty successful.
Hold on. Hold on. North Korea claims to be communist, right? Name an independent company that comes from North Korea that manufactures something in North Korea. An independent where you know the CEO.
Well, the reason why North Korea isn't successful is because all the sanctions.
Hold on. Wait.
Same thing with Cuba.
No, but answer the question that's on the table. The question is, name me one CEO that you know from North Korea.
I can't name one, but I'm not going to say.
Why would there be a CEO in the communist country?
Hold on. Everybody, stop, Jimmy, but stop. We're not going to know a fucking CEO in North Korea if we live in the country that's forcing sanctions on North Korea. It's just like I couldn't name you a CEO of Cuba. I couldn't. Or Venezuela. Hold on. I can't name those CEOs, but you'll be a damn fool to tell me it's no CEOs there. But
in
Cuba.
Hey, Born Rich.
Wait.
I got a question.
Do it.
I got a question for Born Rich. I got a question for Born Rich. Please. Born Rich. Born Rich, can I lighten this up a little bit? Show off a little bit, please? I want to show y'all something.
Go ahead. I got you, Jimmy. Go ahead. Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead, Eric.
You see that? Can you see that?
Hold on, Eric. Hold on. Let me make it big. Pause.
Yeah, make it big.
Pause. Please pause.
Okay, you see that? Wait. You see that?
That's your baby?
That's my grandbaby.
Your grandbaby. Okay, shout out to Eric, man. Shout out to the grandbaby.
I want to light up the mood a little bit and show off a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, blessings, brother. Blessings.
Shout out
No
to
one's
you,
answered my question
shout out
though.
to you, grandpa. Hey, you know what we say in the South? Hold on. You know what we say in the South, man. Grandpa. Shout out to you, grandpa.
That's it.
Shout out to you, grandpa, man.
So, but on that
topic,
man.
Appreciate it. Okay, go ahead, man. Y'all got it now.
Well, James don't give a fuck about that. James would be nice.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, but well done, though, Eric, man. Congratulations, bro. But
thank you,
black man, Jimmy.
Yeah, I wish you and your family much success. But on that point, yes, there is a reason though, because there's sanctions on Iran and there's Iranian CEOs that people.
We don't know. But if you ask me to name them,
hold on, bro. But you can find like guys. Why do people do like? Is ignorance comfortable? Like, is it comfortable?
It's not even ignorance. No, you asked me the name of North Korea. Come on, Jimmy, don't do that. Don't do that.
Any system that practices zero fucking ownership in their nation, right? That everybody is equal, regardless of the amount of work you put in, it's equal to your needs. Like that's what you receive. And you have no ownership over anything, right? Like that is what communism proper is. China was like that. They, the communes and all that, communism.
What do you
they
mean
existed,
no
and it's not like that anymore,
Jimmy?
right? And the reason it's not like that anymore is because
Jimmy,
there are
you have to let me know. Slow down, Jimmy. All right, Jimmy. I know you want to bulldoze the conversation, bro, but please, you have to.
Well, here.
Hold on, Stanley. Hold on, Stanley. I know, guys. I know it's a lot of people on the panel, but Jimmy said something. I just don't want him to bulldoze through it, guys. I like fuck it. I'm slow, guys. I want Jimmy to explain it to me because I'm slow. So, Jimmy, you said no one in China is allowed to own anything. What do you mean by own anything? Could Born Rich have my restaurant?
No, I'm saying it. No, I'm saying it is.
What do you mean?
Case. No, I'm saying it, bro. I'm saying it is the case. I'm saying in China there is private ownership. In China, like the kind of like even as a nation, their aggressive trading policies with other nations means that they're happy to take part in the free market. What you would say is probably a little bit different in China to other free market nations is they have aggressive control in their own nation, aggressive regulation in their own nation. But that doesn't mean that you can't own stuff. That doesn't mean that you can't go from what's that guy, the guy who made Alibaba, like, rags to riches stories. There's billionaires being made in China every day. That's not a communist economy, bro. That's not communist society.
There's no such thing as a communist economy.
Sorry, I said a communist society. Sorry, I corrected myself. Like that is not the result of a and the evidence is prior to, I forget their names, but the 8 immortals after Mao Zedong died, prior to them opening up the door to Kissinger and them and to America and freeing up trade policies or whatever, prior to that, people were starving in China. There weren't no billionaire success stories coming out of China. And since all the R&D departments moved in and China became the manufacturing capital of the world, then you saw the success of China. But that's because of their adoption of more free market practices, bro. Simple. So to answer Schiffer's question, simply, is there a country that the closest towards a socialist society that is as successful as Western nations would be China? But there's a caveat there, because on an individual level, as in like the net wealth, the net earnings of the individuals in China, because obviously it's a big ass population, is low. Like the UK, I think has a higher net wealth relative to the population than China, because China manufactures shit. The individuals in China aren't as wealthy as the individuals here in the West. So take a family at random. That family at random is not earning more than a family in somewhere like the UK, but they're not producing as much, right? The UK isn't producing as much. So in terms of success, the most successful nations in the world, like human development, happiness and stuff, are probably like Scandinavian countries. But again, they're also on the balance are more capitalist.
Can I ask one? Can I say
well,
one?
Actually, there's also a function of population.
I just wanted to add one thing to what JJ said. One thing, guys, and you don't have the floor. You see, when we talk about success, you see, if, say, for instance, say that Cuba was constantly asking for handouts from other nations that are not practicing that are practicing capitalism, then I might deem that as unsuccessful. But if they're self-sustainable and they're able to control their own borders and control their financial situation, is that not success?
Facts. That is success, Shiffer. But when you are, man, I hate to say this, Jimmy, but I know Jimmy is gonna always go with the Western narrative of the Western narrative of way of life, right? So when we say North Korea and Cuba and Venezuela, it's like, yeah, well, we don't really deem those countries as successful, but they should be looked at as the model. As the model. Yeah, you
Venezuela's in tatters though, and Cuba. Like, have you been to Cuba, Shifa? Have you been to Cuba, Shifa? Because I think this is the
I haven't.
Well, I mean, but I just wanted to say this real quick, right? The reason why those countries are in shambles isn't necessarily because of capitalism. It's because of the sanctions that we put on them.
I agree.
And the sanctions were put on them, and the sanctions were put on them is because they followed the Soviet Union, the Cuban government, that is, and that's why. And with the Soviet Union being an arch enemy of the U.S. government, they're going to do anything they can to destroy the country, destroy the country's economy, keep them poor, and that type of thing. And that's what they did with Cuba. Cuba's got Chevrolet vehicles from the late 1950s and early 1960s.
But not only that, but they're on rations. You know that, right? Like the citizens are on rations. Like there's food substances that are illegal in Cuba. Like this is what I'm saying. The way people talk about stuff is, man, have some idealistic, especially you. Like, listen, all of us who are comfortable here in the West, the way we talk about these. Do you know what some of these people would do? They will swim across the fucking ocean, yeah, to fucking get to America, to Miami. Do you think that's because Cuba's great? You think because they're?
Do you know what? Hold on, JJ. You see what you just said, yeah? Do you know what's really funny, yeah? Do you know what's really funny about this, yeah? My family, yeah, is part Cuban, yeah. On my mum's side, they're Cuban, yeah. And I've got a load of Cuban relatives that are in America now, but I've got a load of them that went back. So what is it that's made those ones go back? That's what I'm trying to understand, because from their perspective, they're obviously seeing it as successful and it works for them.
Yeah, they want to rebuild. They want to build Cuba after the Castro brothers, basically. Right now, anyway. The Castros, right? The two brothers, right? Fidel and Raul. Yes, they ran that country for a hell of a long time. Now they're gone. Now you got to rebuild the country, and people are going back. They got different ideas. Some have liberal ideas. Some have, capitalistic ideas. This, that, and the other thing, but they got other skills that they can implement. And if they can apply it, get in the politicians' ears and apply it in Cuba, it can help Cuba. That's the way they see it. I don't blame them for that.
Does anyone know if Biden lifted the embargo on Cuba?
I'm not sure about that, but I do know this. I don't know this for sure yet, but I was told this year that child mortality rates are higher in Cuba than in the UK, and that baffled me, because if they're so poor, if their economy is so far behind ours, why is a child more likely to live if they're born in Cuba? I don't get that.
Because they've got
the best doctors in the world. That's why.
Yeah, they've got a hell of a medical system.
Listen.
So is that not successful? Is that not success? Talk to me, 'cause I'm confused now. Because obviously, if we're only basing success on, capitalistic ideas, then, how does that make sense when, there's less likelihood your child's going to survive in this capitalist environment?
Can I just say, the UK has a population 6 times as great. Number one. Number two, they have more doctors. Like, remember when COVID happened and Cuba was like, oh, we're exporting all our doctors, around the world. It's not because they had a fucking miracle cure or a vaccine. It's because they got so many fucking doctors. And the reason
they got doctors out there, nurses out there. Yeah.
Say again?
That's where they sent them to. They sent their doctors and nurses to where? To Europe.
Didn't they send them to Brazil too?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly.
But I know they sent them to Europe because they sent them to Italy, especially to deal with
the
So is that not a form of success? Although they're not,
Yes,
the
it is.
richest place in the world, but is that not a form of success in the sense that?
It is, but yes, I agree with you on
Hold on,
that.
it's relative. It's relative because, like, bro, you ever seen those? Like, this is gonna sound absolutely. I apologize for dragging this conversation through the gutter, yeah. But you ever see those videos of those like those women selling themselves in Cuba and stuff? Like, these women are dressed like well, isn't it? Like, they don't look like prostitutes. They don't look like women that need.
I don't see that so much in Cuba. I see that more in capitalistic islands like Dominican Republic, like
I see the video in Cuba.
I see that a lot more than those type of countries than in Cuba. And those countries aren't capitalists. Those countries aren't communists.
The reason it sticks out in my mind is because how well dressed they were. So it made me feel like they don't look. And I guess I don't know. Like
come on. That's some traffic, James.
The point I'm making is because the place isn't absent of desperation. In fact, it's greater there. Like, I know many people that have been to Cuba, and many of them tell the same stories. Like the way tourists are treated, and the way tourists are used as vehicles for the residents to try to sort of improve their situations is crazy, bro. It's like, man are desperate, man are on rations. People, like, there's actual adult human beings that are on rations in Cuba right now, like adults that can't decide to eat better tonight. Then, do you know what I mean? Like, that's wild. Restaurants all serving the same meals and stuff. Like, it's like an episode from Black Mirror. And we here in the West, this is the thing. Hold on a second. Last point. I say this to you, Born. I said it many times on this panel.
No, because I just want to challenge what you're saying.
We have the option to live like them. They don't have the option to live like us. If you want to live like a Cuban today, tomorrow, and next week, you can do it. They can't live like you, bro. That is what disadvantage means.
I mean, but you think, but all right, but look, it's different aspects of it. Like, if you live in Cuba, you got a life debilitating disease, and if you had that disease in America, and you don't have the money to get medical help, you're assed out. In Cuba, you're going to be helped regardless of your financial status. You have a lot of people in America that get sick with they can't afford to get medical treatment here. They'll go to Cuba to get medical treatment.
Or Canada.
So, it depends on the aspect you're looking at.
Basic treatment. The flip side of that coin is if you need advanced treatment, or if you need drugs that aren't available in Cuba, like a specific treatment or a specific type of surgery or whatever, actually Cuba is unable to provide that because of the lack of a capitalistic framework in which there is competition to the point that revolutionary treatments are designed and manufactured in the nation. So
no, that's not true. The medication and the procedures is a lot cheaper in places like Cuba than it would be here.
Well, not only that,
here because of capitalism, here they'll raise the price on these medications and things like that. The same medication you can get from Cuba, it'll be a whole lot cheaper.
But if you had a disease, a particular ailment, and you needed the best healthcare in the world, you wouldn't be going to Cuba. You're talking about on average. You're saying on average, based on an ailments or whatever, that like free healthcare in Cuba would be beneficial. And I would agree. The healthcare service in America is ridiculous. But for the elites, if you like, for the upper echelon, the greatest healthcare in the world is in the West. It's not in fucking communist Cuba, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't afford it. So why would you? You can't afford it anyway. So why would you?
Exactly. If you can't afford it, you might as well not even have it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's subjective when we talk about what is success and where's a better place to live. You might want to live in a fucking hole at the bottom of your garden.
100.
When we look at objective criteria, this is where the West obviously performs better, because we're talking about what you can have, what you should. Like, there is people, like I said, in Cuba that are literally swimming across, I just checked it, the Gulf of Mexico or like swimming past the Bahamas to get to the States. It's not because Cuba is an amazing place. Like, it's obviously their chance for improving their lives. They've got an opportunity in the West that they don't have in Cuba. There is an invisible ceiling that they cannot, you know what I'm saying? They cannot ascend past that. So
and what I'm saying is the reason for that isn't necessarily because of capitalism. A lot of that is because of white supremacy. It has nothing to do with capitalism. You know, you had countries like the country that
There's white supremacy in
Gaddafi was
Cuba as
running.
well, though.
Hold on, brother. Don't cut me off. Don't do that, brother. You had countries like the country Gaddafi was running, or like Iraq, for instance, where the people were giving. If you was a citizen of this country, I believe you got like $50,000 if you gave birth. Like if you had a new child, you know, everything. A lot of shit was free. You know, you was given land. You know,
Yes, Libya. In Libya.
right? That's the way it was supposed to work.
Yeah, I got a Libyan
And
friend.
these
He
countries,
told me that
those
still.
countries were successful because they had oil, so they were wealthy. Places like Kuwait, you know what I mean? Iraq, like these countries were very successful before America started to get involved and fuck up their economies like they do around the world.
I mean, yeah, obviously, Kuwait is America's friend. America saved Kuwait from Iraq, Desert Storm. That's what they were doing out there. Iraq, Saddam Hussein tortured a lot of his citizens. Right, he was responsible for war crimes before the West ever intervened. You can argue if they did a good thing or not. I'm not going to argue that, but Saddam wasn't.
Well, Saddam was also a U.S. ally.
That's right.
Yeah,
he was.
He was for a period. But then when he invaded Kuwait, obviously the US took action. And
Right.
and prior to that and post that, he was responsible for essentially war crimes, isn't it? For torturing and terrorizing.
Well, they were doing a lot. They were doing a lot better under Saddam in that country than they are now under democracy.
Yeah, that is arguable. I'm not going to make that argument.
No,
It's not arguable, dude. They don't even have running water over there anymore. What are you talking about?
Running. What are you talking about, bro? I know
Their whole infrastructure have been destroyed.
No, a majority of that was ISIS. The majority of the people that are doing what you.
Okay, well, ISIS. How do you think ISIS came about?
Okay, yeah, all right. But can we just part conspiracy hour, because there was another point you made, Perry, and I'm trying to. You said Iraq. Oh yeah, you said Libya. You're talking about white supremacy in Libya.
Yo, JJ, before you move forward, you said something, yeah, about can you hear me? You said something about prostitution in Cuba, yeah? And I was waiting for one, especially the American members of the panel, to approach you on this, because don't they have people in desperation on corners in America selling their bodies for money?
in the UK as well. No, I was just saying.
Right, I mentioned that when you look at so-called democratic countries and little islands like Dominican Republic, like places like in Brazil and things, these are all democracies where the prostitution is way worse than it would be in Cuba.
Yeah.
The point
10 times worse.
The point I tried to make, and I was specific about this, is this going to sound horrendous. I'm trying to think of a better word, but I'm fucking knackered. But like the quality, right? The class of the women that were in this documentary, and it just seemed like it was like a vocation because they had no other option. Like, for instance, in the West, the desperation is usually, you know, drug addiction, whatever, or you get like super high class escorts that they enjoy the shit that they're doing. This is what, you know what I mean? This is their like whatever. In there, it seemed like actual like average mothers, you know, like mothers with families, whatever, who didn't dress particularly like.
Well, there's the Bunny Ranch in Nevada.
Again?
I mean, Nevada has legal prostitution.
Yeah, it does. I think it's the only
the
state
UK
that
has it
right?
too. No, the UK has legal prostitution too. Yeah.
And guess what? In New York City, they are seriously thinking about decriminalizing street prostitution, street sex workers. They give a serious thought to it.
The casual nature of women that seemingly wouldn't be interested or swayed by that kind of work was more a reflection of like the desperation generally in the nation of like people. It's nigh on impossible to earn more than like the standard, if you like. So ways to make more money, like for instance, I know people that have gone to Cuba that have not paid for a hotel, that have literally just have bounced around from locals to locals' houses because people are like, yo, what, you're foreign? You can stay at our house, you can eat whatever you want, just give us some money, like give us some US dollars. Right?
Like Airbnb.
From the airport, no taxi. You can stay at someone's house, bounce around from house to house, like
Yeah.
literally.
That's a good
bad.
point, though. Like Airbnb.
People aren't in that level of desperation.
I mean,
Yeah,
we
you could
have that in the
Airbnb
West.
does.
Say again?
Airbnb does. You're right.
What's Airbnb? How did Airbnb start out, James Jones?
Yeah, but you're not okay. Fine, all right. Yeah, you
How
win.
did Airbnb start out, James Jones?
Cuba's great.
No. Answer my question.
Airbnb and Uber.
James Jones.
Yeah.
Please answer my question, James Jones. How did Airbnb begin?
Like that's
people were offering up rooms in their homes. No, people were offering up rooms in their homes for a fee for tourists.
You asked
absolutely.
It didn't start like that. Stop it, man.
It didn't start like that. It didn't. How it actually started out was probably venture capitalists loaning people money who had the idea.
Where did the idea come from?
That's how it actually came about.
Where did the idea come from?
What are we doing? What are we doing now?
It came from people who were willing to rent a space in their home for tourists.
Exactly.
Did you want to speak?
Instead of them going to hotels, they said the people nearby the hotel said, "Hey, listen, we want some of that."
Yeah, that's
and not only that, boarding houses have been around forever in the United States, anyway.
Yeah. That's exactly how it started. You're right. Great points. Fair play. Yeah, you got me there.
Listen, man. I'm not.
Well, it's not hard to do.
Yeah, no, you got me. Yeah, it's incredibly easy. It's so easy. All you have to do is talk consistently while you ask a question. Right? Yeah. Cool.
Well, it's either me or you.
What, we fighting to the death? I don't understand. What does that mean?
No, more likely we're talking to the death.
Well, you win then, you win because I'm dying. I'm dying slowly. You're winning.
Stop it, James Jones.
Yeah, that was funny still. But I think that obviously, JJ, you see, like for instance, when you look at you see, because I'm going by the points you made. Like for instance, is Poland a capitalist country, a capitalist nation?
I imagine so. I'm not really too familiar.
And do we get a lot of Polish, trying to get into England, and moving over here?
Yeah.
We get shitloads. So it's like, why are they coming here if capitalism's so successful?
Well, technically,
the hierarchy can like it extends sort of past intranational affairs, isn't it? Like, so for instance, a hierarchy could be at scale, could be nations. Like, we could be the best nation. If every single nation was a capitalist nation, it doesn't mean every single nation would be great, because there's a free market amongst nations as well, in which some people would fare better. That's the whole point of lack of regulation. The lack of regulation lends itself to hierarchy because some people perform better, and if you perform better, you get rewarded better, and if you perform worse, you're rewarded worse. So guess what? At scale, someone might say, "Well, I perform really well, right? But my country's a shithole. So let me go perform better in a better country. So I'll stop being a big fish in a little pond.
Well,
I'll go be a small fish in a big pond and see if I can perform well there." Do you know what I mean?
There are a lot of capitalist. There are a lot of capitalist countries like Mexico that aren't doing as well as some is communist countries.
Yeah, but you know why? That's because of NAFTA. That's because of the North Atlantic Free Trade Agreement.
Well, it could be, but my point is there are a lot of capitalist countries that aren't doing so hot.
What's the communist country that are doing well?
Well, I mean, I think it's arguable that Cuba is better off than Mexico is.
In what sense? Like, give me some metrics.
So is Russia.
Let's start with the drug cartel.
Russia is doing pretty well. It's doing pretty darn
well.
Russia's not communist. Russia's not a communist country.
Well,
Russia is communist. It is a communist country.
Well, I argue that Cuba's doing better than Mexico.
It's still communist, and Putin is pressing it all the time. Putin imagines the Soviet Union to come back.
But Russia's not
ideology. That's what he wants to push.
Russia's not communist. Like, what are you defining as communist? Just so maybe I'm missing the point, because Russia isn't a communist nation.
Why? I heard you say earlier that China wasn't communist. Russia and China is considered communist.
Well, Russia's not anymore, but China is.
No, Russia is too. It's still considered communist.
Really?
Perry,
Yes.
how are you defining this?
The basic definition and explanation for communism is how I'm defining it.
Which is what I'm saying. How are you defining? Like, sorry, what? Okay.
Okay, I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way. I'll look up. Okay, I'll look up communism right now. Okay, and I'll tell you what I think about it. Okay, I'll look it up now. No. Rather than speculate, I'm going to look it up and see what it says. Okay.
Yeah, no, firstly, I didn't ask you. I asked Perry, number one, and then number two, I'm not interested in what you're
definition. You asked about communism in general, so I'm looking it up.
All right.
Okay,
I'm
asking.
Look it up. All right, bro. Then I'm asking.
Is
Perry,
that okay with you?
It's fine.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, bro. Like, what you doing?
Thank you. Thank you.
Perry, who's the one who...
Ice cream, ladies and gentlemen.
That was random.
Was that Mr. Cosby?
Hey, I was just trying to see. I was trying out my new little clip, man.
That's Bon's uncle.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Jimmy.
Ice cream, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, that's another little.
You got one for pudding?
I saw that yesterday, and I was like, I gotta clip that for the show. All right, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, while Eric looks that up, man. Hey, family, I want to take this time to let y'all know. Hit that like button, man. Hit the like button.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah. Hold on, Eric. Commercial time, Eric. We 3 hours. We almost 4 hours into this, so let's do some commercials, man. You guys make sure y'all hit that like button, family.
Okay, all right, man.
You've been rocking with the show. I appreciate everybody that's been rocking with the show. Salute to the panelists. Everybody's been dope. You guys have been dope. I wouldn't do this show if it wasn't for you guys, the panelists, and the people in the chat, man. So, hit that like button, share, subscribe, all that good stuff.
You're welcome, bro. You're welcome.
And we go, man, absolutely, man. And this is what I got for you, Jimmy.
Ice cream, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I don't want it from Cosby.
I know, right? Ice cream, right? All of that is fucked up. That's hilarious. But yeah, man, go ahead, Eric. I'll get back to it, man. But thank y'all for real.
Okay, I'm going to read the short definition that they got here, okay? Communism, a theory or system of social organization in which all property is owned by the community and each person contributes and receives according to their ability and needs. Communism is a philosophical, social, political, and economic ideology and movement whose goal is the establishment of a communist society, namely a socio-economic order structured upon the ideas of common ownership of the means of production in the absence of social classes, money, and the state.
Stanley, no more economics talk for you, bro.
All right.
Well, I'm.
That's the definition that I'm reading. Okay.
Absolutely. You know what? China still has industries that are owned by the government.
Yep, they do. The tech industry in China is run by the government. Full stop. It is.
No, not really.
So I think I can talk economy again.
Yes, it is too. It is run by the Politburo. Why do you think Google? Why do you think Google had to compromise its system? Wait. Why do you think when Google went? When Google went over to China, okay, one of the first things that was complained about was Google capitulating to the Chinese government's demand that they do certain things to compromise Google over in China. Okay, yeah, and the Republicans and the Democrats and everybody else was hemming and hawing about it at first, and then they got into a real debate about that shit. And Google shut down. And wait. And for a time, Google shut down China.
All right, no problem. So first point, doesn't matter. E-commerce site, Alibaba, one of the biggest e-commerce sites in the world. That refutes that point. Yeah. And then what I was saying to you, Stanley, specifically was you were making the point that you've never heard anything about communist economics, and he gave, I think you referred to it as an
okay. Communism is a government system. Look it up. I'm right.
Can I just finish? Sorry. just as a, obviously, so just to finish, as an economic philosophy was what he referred to as a social.
It is not an economic philosophy.
Oh, sorry,
it is a combination. It is a it is a combination.
Yeah, you can argue with Eric.
It's social, political, and economics.
Look up.
You can't have an economy without political influence over the economy.
Political influence is not the same thing. Russia, for instance, basically practiced state capitalism. Basically, all the industries were owned by the state.
What is communism? Communism is a political and economic system.
No, communism is a political system.
That's what communism was about, though.
Right, bro. It said, and I quote, communism is a political and economic system. I've never spoken to you
Okay, well, let me ask you a question. Is the American government capitalist?
Are you one of those guys?
Is the American government capitalist?
To a degree, yes, it is, and I'll tell you why.
America is a republic. It is a democratic republic that runs a capitalist economy.
Listen to what I'm saying, but it blends, though.
Of course it does. I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that.
One at a time, guys.
Hold on. Governments run on manifestos, right? So you can have two different, like, let's take the UK government. You can have two different Labour parties, right? So Labour Party leaders. When they're competing with differing manifestos. Both those manifestos will have different foreign policies, different economic policies.
Britain is a democratic monarch.
Let him finish, Stanley.
A government can operate under a democratic framework, a Republican framework, and still have an economic policy that leans towards free market or leans towards socialist what do you call it?
100%.
Safety nets, right? So I'm saying that communism, as it's practiced, and listen, this is the key element of it. As it refers to ownership. So ownership of the people. Ownership by the people, as well, and as opposed to private ownership, right? Or the sanctioning of private ownership. So yes, it's an economic policy, but it's also a what do you call it policy as well? It's an economic policy.
I agree with you.
Also it's economic.
I agree with that.
Yeah, but you said it's not an economic.
It is not. You said it yourself. The government controls the economy, but the government is not the economy, and vice versa.
No, but communism isn't about a government. The whole true government.
Of course it is.
No. Communism is meant to be stateless. That's the whole point. The original Marxist communism is meant to be stateless. It's meant to be the people owning everything. Stalinism is the kind of communism that we're familiar with. But actual true communism is an economic system.
It is not an economic system. Look it up.
Communism is a political economic system.
Absolutely. It is a political system.
Well, if we're taking it from the perspective of Karl Marx and the Communist Manifesto, yes, it is an economic. Yes, communism is considered to be an economic
system. Don't be that guy, bro. Don't be that guy.
Okay,
read the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx.
I know this stuff cold.
But evidently not, though, because Google doesn't
like. Well, no, actually, you have yet to Google it.
I just did. Listen, this is not me, This is from the Encyclopedia Britannica. What is communism? Question mark. Communism.
Where does it say communism is an economic system?
Are you ready? Listening. Listen one more time, yeah. From the Encyclopedia Britannica.com. What is communism? Communism is a political and economic system that seeks to create a classless society in which the major means of production, such as mines and factories, are owned and controlled by the public. Literally an economic system. Literally.
It is literally not. It is a political and economic system.
Oh.
Well, I said it was combined. I said they combined.
The government controls the economy.
It's one or the other.
So what?
The government controls the economy.
Okay, so what's an economic system without a government? What's that called?
The economic system under communism, at least Soviet communism, was basically state capitalism. Look up state capitalism. No, seriously, look up state capitalism.
Communism you're talking like Stalinism.
Look up state capitalism, please, in your Encyclopedia Britannica.
Are you listening to what I'm saying? communism is supposed to be stateless, number one. So state capitalism should be incongruent with communism. But number two, you made a really good point. You said, actually, no, it's political and economic, right? And there's a big distinction there, apparently. So
No,
show me
actually,
another
there's not.
economic system. Show me another economic system that you're familiar with.
Look up state capitalism, sir.
Why are you talking about? Show me another. It's a question I'm asking you. Show me another economic system that is devoid of any politics.
But I agree. Governments control economies. I don't disagree with that.
And
So
economies
then,
and economies are political.
How can it not be? Hold on, wait.
I don't disagree with that.
How can it not be? So you made a point of saying communism is not an economic system. Now
It
you're
is
saying
not.
there is no such thing as an independent economic system. So what were you talking?
Well, I could agree with that, but when you go to elect your senator, is he running on a is the American government a capitalist government or a democratic republic? The Democratic Republican, Republic controls the capitalist economy.
Communist parties aren't communism.
Communist parties control the economy.
No. Okay, you got to try to understand something here. Communism is an ideology, right? You agree?
No, communism is a form of government.
But it's not
every government.
Hold on, one second. Hold on one second. Because somebody can be a communist, right? And they're not part of a government. You agree with that, right?
Well,
So
you can be a democratic person and not be part of the government.
A democracy is a particular type of government. It's a particular.
So is a communist. So is communism.
No.
Have you ever taken a political science class?
Communism. No, a communist can practice communism.
Have you ever taken a political science class? It would do you some good.
Jesus Christ! All right, so you're one of those guys. It's like
yes, I'm one of those guys.
Yeah. Okay, I hear you. I don't know how old you are, but I don't know.
I mean, but
when you're this,
what is the argument? What's the
it's one little point? It's quite childish.
I'm basically saying, agreeing that a government controls its economy. I'm saying communism is a form of government.
Right. It's based on an ideology too, isn't it not?
Every government is based on an ideology.
What?
Every government is based on an ideology. A democratic republic is based on democratic ideals.
Yeah. Democratic ideals that failed in Rome.
Well, that's not my point. My point is every government has an ideology.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you on that. I'm not arguing against that. I agree.
You made a point, yeah. I was only joking. I wasn't even being serious. You made a point about it's not an economic system, and multiple definitions refer to it as an economic system. You could have just accepted that, like lightheartedly.
I wouldn't accept it because it's not correct.
I know, but hold on. Now you're doing literally everything. You're contorting yourself to try.
No, absolutely not.
I said that, and I said this. No, you literally said it's not an economic system, and definitions.
It is not.
They literally said it was.
A communist party is not an economic system.
Who said anything about the party? You said communism is not an economic system. It literally is.
It is literally not.
It literally is.
It is literally not.
But like,
name me one communist economy.
Hold on. But you're saying
name me one communist economy.
Yeah, you're saying that, but there's multiple definitions that confirm it.
Well, then, if there are multiple definitions, we're both right. Then, right?
Be clear. As opposed to bringing anything to substantiate the point, the weird contorted point.
China has a communist government and a market economy. You said so yourself.
What's it got to do with China? Is China the only communist nation in the world? Is China the first? No, we're saying communism is an economic system as well as a political
I'm saying
system.
Communism is not.
Any reason to oppose that? Sorry, any evidence
China.
to oppose it? You're just pointing at a nation. We can say they
well, okay. Well, that's my one example. That's my one example.
That's an example of anything. That's not.
Show me another example.
No, we're showing you definitions, bro. That's saying it is an economic
China
system.
has a communist government and a market economy. You said so yourself.
And I'm showing you logically that it is as well. So we can follow it to its logical conclusion. The logic is this system, this ideology. Hold on, this ideology concerns ownership, the lack thereof, ownership by the people, and the means of production for the society, and the dispensation of wealth amongst that group. Literally an economic system.
Is China a communist government? Is China a communist government?
Economic. And I wouldn't have even made this a big point, but you're
the government ideology is
frustrating me, so I'm just going on.
Okay, is the economy a market economy?
What market economy?
To the degree that it fits in with the ideology of communism,
Are you talking about China?
Still.
Are you talking about China?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why? Is China communism?
Okay, well, bring up give me another country. Give me another example then.
I don't need to. I'm giving you the first principle. Sorry, hold on. You're talking about cloth. Do you understand what first principle logic is? Yeah, like arguing for first principles. Do you understand what?
Okay, my question to you is: you don't like China as an example. I understand that. Yeah. I would like you to give me another example.
Yeah.
To illustrate your point.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer any question you ask me after you answer mine because I began
first.
Do you understand what arguing from first principles means?
We can go.
I know what first principles means.
Okay.
Well, we can go to the Russian Federation.
Then first principles. Hold on. But then first principles, like if you're smart enough to understand this, you wouldn't need to argue analogously. So simply.
Well, if you were smart enough to understand what I'm saying, this conversation would have ended a while ago.
It's not. It's just you're very puerile, and you can't, I guess, accept the fact.
Well, then what are you?
No, the thing about it, gentlemen, is well, wait a minute. Why not research into what it is, okay, and how it works? Why not do that rather than argue against each other based on our speculations? Look it up.
I guess shame. I guess shame not being the smartest person in the room. I don't know. Insecurity.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I'll admit to being the second smartest in the room. So I asked you for an example. Please enlighten me. Other than China, point out a communist economy.
I don't need to. Like, why would I?
Okay, well then if you don't need to, that pretty much
the Russian Federation.
You don't understand yet. You don't understand this. Hold on. 1 second. The reason I say I don't need to is because if I said one doesn't exist, does that mean inherently within the thing? Like, for instance, if I
it means it doesn't exist.
I beg you, bro.
It means inherently it does not exist.
That's irrelevant, though. Like, this is what I'm trying to explain.
How is it irrelevant? If something doesn't exist, how is that irrelevant?
You're not sincere. You're not sincerely asking me. You were trying to scrape at a last.
What do you mean I'm not sincere?
Okay, so listen then, innit? So can you just listen? Yeah. All right. Thank you. If I was to say to you, there's not one true example of capitalism that existed in society in the world, would that mean capitalism is not an economic system anymore? Because I can't point you to an example.
You know what? If that made sense, I would answer the question.
Well, I'll put it this way, James Jones. Yes, you do. No. James Jones, if you say capitalism is what it is and it functions as it functions, yes, you do have to share your proof. You do have to present an example of how it works.
Are you okay?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Listen to what I'm saying. What are you not, bro, man? This is like embarrassing.
No, because I'm not going for it, James Jones. Okay. If you're saying something exists, you got to show an example of how it exists.
I'm not saying it exists. Who's saying it exists? Who made the statement that anything exists? Listen to what's being argued here.
Oh, for goodness sake! Now you're going all metaphysical.
Oh my god. Okay.
All right. Can we talk about something else?
Sure.
No problem. But you know what? Big up Stanley for admitting you were wrong. That takes a lot of
Yeah, I'll admit it.
Hey,
okay,
Perry.
So what are we going to next, gentlemen?
Alpo.
How about this?
I want to talk about. Y'all want to talk about Alpo?
I do.
Hey, wait. Hey, gentlemen, can I ask a question? Can we have a discussion without politics in it? Is that possible?
Yeah, Alpo. Let's talk about Alpo. What happened, Barry?
Yeah, let's let the dog back in here. Let the dog in here, man. What's going on? Yeah, I don't think we're gonna talk about Alpo tonight.
Why not?
Yeah, we don't want to talk about it. Yeah, I mean, rest in peace to the brother. Rest in peace to the brother. You see what I'm saying?
You rest in peace. You R.I.P. and snitches. That's what we
Yeah,
do.
I mean, he dead. He dead. Rest in peace. I try not to disrespect the dead, man. But listen, guys. Hard left turn. Right. Matter of fact, hold on, man. Let me let's change it. Let's talk about something Bill Cosby would like to talk about.
Ice cream, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so let's get to the topic of the show, right? Who benefits from the gender divide? Another video I have to show, guys. Let's get to this video.
The gender divide, women do. Of course they do.
They benefit from it?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Come on, women got.
Hold on. What's the topic again? Benefits for who?
Who
benefits from the gender divide?
Who benefits from the gender divide?
Oh, white supremacy.
I agree with that, but I'm willing to hear other people's comments.
Well, I'm saying that white supremacy, the only way that white supremacy benefits from the gender gap is the gender divide is because you're talking about white women and the incentives they have with what? Feminism. With what? Roe v. Wade. With what? The 32 forms of birth control that women have to avoid childbirth, unwanted childbirth. I mean, yes, it's in the system, indeed. But this is something that when you talk about white supremacy, then you got to focus it on white women too, who told their white supremacist husbands that were in politics, hey, this is what we want, and they got it, didn't they?
You know, actually, I agree with that.
Absolutely.
I'll be right back, Jim. I'm going to take a smoke break, so let me mute myself out for a moment.
Go on, brethren. So what I was saying is, I think it's white supremacy, right? But let's watch some videos, man. Let's get to some videos. Y'all know I like to do a couple videos. Let me ask y'all this: are y'all familiar with the quote unquote manosphere?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm familiar with them dudes. A bunch of fucking he-men. simp ass he-men. Like, I can't get with that shit at all. I agree with some of their points though, but I can't really get with that shit.
Got you. Who else said yes? Was that you, Stanley? What do you think about when you hear manosphere?
You know, actually, I think they're overcompensating. I mean, to me anyway, you know, if you're really secure, you don't have to worry about any of that. I mean, women being submissive, you know, basically relationships kind of work themselves out. What I'm saying is, you know, I don't have to make a special effort to make sure, you know, my wife is subservient.
Okay, you saying women will submit to men?
Well, I think it's a matter of leadership.
Yeah, the whole isn't that like that's like MGTOW, right? Which basically means men going their own way, right?
Yep.
I can't. Yeah, I think it's a bit extreme. You know, it's not as bad as the divestment community.
Yeah,
I think that's a lot worse. But you know, a bunch of men vowing to
exactly
not deal with women. Like,
what's the divestment community? I never heard that before. What's that?
Well, the divestment community is basically Black women not wanting to deal with Black men anymore, and going as far as, you know, promoting rhetoric like, if you have a Black male baby, abort it. Yeah, like,
nah, they're extreme. No, Jimmy, it's extreme. No, it's extreme. It's extreme. I'll show you extreme on the you know. Let's watch this. This is extreme on the other end.
I bet none of them chicks are sexy.
Let's see what y'all say. Let's see what y'all say when y'all hear this.
Black women. They dicked up some old clips, dog.
Black dating app called Black. It's funny, I never used that one, bro. But hey, man.
I mean, hey, bro, if you want to date a bunch of Shaniquas, go for it, man.
LaQuisha.
Yeah, like me and Fresh aren't really down with the brown like that.
Man.
We ain't night riders. So.
What the? Yo, did I not send you that shit time ago? See that? Fuck you, man. I've been trying to hook you up from a long time ago. You don't rate my shit at all.
So what are we doing, Jimmy? So if you send me that, Jimmy, what did you think when you first heard that? When you first heard them brothers speaking the way that they speaking? Two black men, right? Black men.
The guy was the light skinned one is who's a former federal agent. Like he's a square, and the other one's like a scam artist or something. Like he must have got scammed by some little white girl. Like so, I don't know. Like they're weirdos though. They're some proper weirdos.
And that's what's that? That's Fresh and Fit, right?
Yeah, they're both weirdos. Like that one of them legit was a federal agent. Like he was a legit
And that's the yes, absolutely. That's the manosphere. The men going there.
Yeah.
MGTOW.
They're Kevin Samuel's young G's.
Nah, Kevin Samuels don't preach that message. Kevin Samuels is actually telling us that we should get married and things like that.
No, but that's their white. That's their white G's.
I think the MGTOW thing is like a simp. They have a very simpish mindset. I think it's very simpish, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
what
when
do
you think like
Harlem, when you hear those brothers say, "Yeah, we don't really date black women," or hold on, let's get the exact wording.
He's a night rider.
Night
Hey,
rider.
bro, if you want to date a bunch of Shaniquas, go for it, man. LaQuisha. Yeah, like me and Fresh aren't really down with the brown like that. Man. We ain't night riders. So
that's probably because no black girl will date them.
Right, because they're simps and they're probably lame as hell. And like you said, you know, a lot of black women just ain't checking for guys like that. So now they have this disdain, you know, toward black women now. You know,
but they had
anger.
I sent something to Bourne.
Shaniqua turned them down.
If you find it,
no, hold on, Jimmy. I'm sorry, Jimmy, but they are on to something, Jimmy. Please, fuck that. Don't forget what you sent me. We'll get back to that. But
no, it's about them, innit? It's about them, bro. That's what I said.
I know it is. But let's get to the root, though, Jimmy, because I hear.
Yeah, I'm about to tell you.
I know, but Jimmy, let's don't stop the point that this brother just made. This brother said that they were hurt by these same night riders that they speak ill about. So I'm going to ask you, Jimmy, is that part of the reason that they don't want to date black women or quote unquote night riders because a black woman hurt them in their past?
If you let me answer, what I was going to say is they had a show where they had two Latina girls on, some little sexy little things, and then they had some black women on the show, right? And then and on the show they were talking. I told you this the other day, boy. I said they did some topic where they were like, if you walked into your man, like if you just it was on a first date or something, or it's the first time you go to his house, would you pick up or would you clean anything in his house? And all the black girls on the panel were like, no, some Bernie Mac shit, right? And then the Latina girls are like, yeah, I would clean for him. I would, like, you know, on some super feminine stuff, right? So obviously this is not what they said, but the reduction of it basically was black women are too masculine and are competing with men too much. This is what I took from what they were basically trying to imply. And the Latina women are super feminine and super submissive, and so this speaks to your point, maybe because they themselves are insecure about their own masculinity, in their mind, because they've stereotyped black women as masculine, they're afraid of them. Right? So they'll probably say, oh, she looks pretty, she's sexy, but I'm scared of her because, in my opinion, I believe she'll challenge me. Whereas all these other communities, they believe, probably mistakenly, that these communities all have super submissive women and therefore their masculinity won't be challenged. That's what I guess.
Yeah,
Well, you know, actually, you bring up a good
statement for Latinos right there, but go ahead, Stanley.
Jimmy brings up a good point, and it reminds me of something that I heard the other day where, you know, historically, black women and black men, at least in America, women had to be strong. You know, there was never that big gender dynamic between black men and black women like there are between, say, white men and white women. You know, black women had to hold it down, and they were strong out of necessity.
And they couldn't do it without a black man.
Well, yeah, but half the time they had to. You know, if their husband was sold or, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of times black women had to do it, had to be strong.
No, you're right.
Right. Yeah. Well, a lot of the issues that we're having between each other with black men and black women here in America, you know, it's more of a recent issue, and our women kind of messed up by joining that white feminist movement.
Yeah,
because they didn't really, you know, they didn't really have it's not like we were oppressing them. You know, we were being oppressed together. You know, so our women went from us trying to make things better for each other here in this country to getting off of that train and just straight up joining the feminist movement, you know, where that wasn't really their fight. You know, yeah, white women had an issue with their white men or whatever, but that really had nothing to do with our women. You know, we wasn't oppressing our women, you know. And back at that time, the marriage rates amongst blacks here in America was the highest of all people. You know, we had these 2-parent households, and yeah, we was struggling at times, but we was making it happen. You know, our kids was being raised and all of that. So that this whole, you know, this thing that we see going on now is recent. You know, it's a more recent thing.
Hey, Zelini, pull up, man. Y'all pull up. Family, listen. I know we here. Hold on, guys. Commercial break, man, because we got some new people. The UK people, they ugly asses is waking up. So
I know he's not violating and disrespecting.
I know they waking. Shout out to the UK
got
family.
A fresh cut. He thinks he's hot. Like, Vaughn, go and sit your ass down somewhere.
Hey, shout out to the UK. Listen, guys. Shout out to the UK family. I know you guys are waking up to tea. Get you some tea. Get you some crumpets. Start your day. But tap in. Make sure as y'all come in the room, hit the like button. I just put the StreamYard link in the chat. If you want to jump on and chop it up with your brother, man. Chop it up with me while y'all do your fucking tea and crumpets in the morning. And y'all fuck with me. Make sure you hit that like button. If you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe, man. Matter of fact, hoodies coming soon. I'm about to put the PayPal link in the chat.
One in the post. Thank you very much.
If you would like to support the channel, I'm about to put the PayPal link in the chat. Hit that link, support the channel, Cash App, support the channel. I really thank you guys. Salute to the people on the panel. They're beautiful. Salute to y'all in the chat. I won't say you're beautiful, but you're there. So shout out to y'all for being there. I guess in the time that I needed you guys. So shout out to y'all. And this is a gift. This is a gift right here from me to you.
Ice cream, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Hey, Born Rich.
Can I just vote that we get Raheem blocked in the chat? I don't think he should be in the chat now. I think we need to block him for it.
Yo, hey, Born got fresh wax on Tuesday.
Right. Born Rich.
It looks good though. I know, Jimmy, but it looks good though, right? Are men allowed to do compliments, Jimmy?
The hoodie looks good. The hoodie though. The hoodie fire. The hoodie's nice.
Hey,
the hoodie's
Born Rich. What does the hoodie say? What is it? What is it?
Hoodie? All right, okay. Fuck, man. Hey, it's crazy that you asked me that, Stanley. Black empowerment starts today.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, the BEST group. The
I like
acronym
that.
is BEST. Black empowerment starts today. You know what I mean?
Sounds good.
Yeah, Cali was the best, but now we the best. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the mentality is kind of fucked up nowadays. Pardon my French. I think a lot of women nowadays they view being feminine as a form of weakness.
I agree.
You know, and
I know you lying.
no, I'm serious. A lot of women they think that's a form of weakness nowadays. They don't really embrace it. You know, to them that's being weak. They don't like it. It makes them feel uncomfortable.
Hey Harlem, can I ask you a question? You're up in New York, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because I don't know. I'm down in the Atlanta area, and I don't really see that.
Yeah, I see it a lot, man. I see it a lot. I see it a lot, man. Like women, they don't really hug their children.
Wow.
Yeah, man, it's weird.
I know you're not putting this on us women. I know you're not doing that. I'm going back in the car.
Like a lot of women, a lot of
women.
I'm not saying it's all women, but
ladies
a lot of women, they're uncomfortable with that shit. I don't know where that mentality came from. You know, I know the men was pretty harsh on them coming up. You know, we used to run trains on women. Women was done dirty. A lot of these women was done dirty by young men, you know, coming up. And it's like they've given up on the whole, you know, being soft, and they just not with it. You know what I'm saying? They're very cold and hard now.
Hey, you know what? Something crossed my mind. I'm not gonna say it here.
Yeah, you need to shut up.
Just let me throw this in the air. Oh, fuck. But this is an argument for women. Let me throw it in the air. Fuck it, I can't help it. Did money over bitches create what we have here today? You know what I mean? But don't answer that now, guys. Don't answer that now. Let's get back to the gender divide. But Lady D,
wait, what did he just ask?
I'm just saying, like that mentality. Bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. Did that create what we have here now in 2022? Right? You have to think. That shit was like
interesting
93.
question, but I want to hear the brothers answer this.
No, let's not answer it now. We're not going to answer that now. No. Get up under my feet.
Keep devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my feet. Some devils are looking like you. Some devils are looking like me. Keep devil up under my feet.
So yeah, man, we're not gonna answer that tonight.
There was the whole niggas ain't shit kind of.
I know, but hold on, Jimmy. Let's don't go. Let's keep that. Let's keep that in the back pocket. Let's get to a little bit more of this video right here. Let's get back to the right here to the topic. But Lady D, remember that, okay? We definitely will chop that up maybe in 2 days.
Well, I don't know what Brother Perry was. It Brother Perry that was speaking about us women are lost our femininity. Absolutely. I would like for him to respond to that. Definitely, I want to hear his response.
Yeah, I think it did come from that, because
no, I don't want to go in there. I'm telling you.
All right, let's just talk. Okay, well, let's talk about we got to go into that. We're going to talk about the gender divide.
Not why. Just say if you think women has lost their femininity, do you think that yes or no? You say yes, right?
Yes, I think they look at femininity as a form of weakness.
I agree. We can get into certain reasons why. I would say feminism is one of the reasons why. Welfare is one of the reasons why. It's a lot of things. It's a lot of layers to that onion. So that layer of the onion that I just threw out there, let's push that to the side. Let's keep that on the side, guys. You know what I mean? Let's get back to this. This is what happens though when we say women have lost their femininity. It forces men to make videos and statements like this in 2021 and 2022. Let's get it. Hold on. Let me mute my mic, but let's get this.
That's a problem. because they believe that they're above dating black women because there's a bunch of Shaniquas and
He started calling the living room the home theater once we put the Sonos in.
Bring down the lights a little bit.
We don't date black women.
Sometimes if they're, red bone, but like in general, me and Fresh don't dabble in the dark, if you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
Okay. So last one, guys.
It's so odd to see black people say that. Yeah, no, I don't know what it is.
Born, the title already is done out here. You do understand this, right? The title of what they're speaking about is already done out here. From they've got a title saying we don't date black women, you're done. It's a wrap.
And they are black. And they are I think one of the brothers is from Barbados, and the other brother is from Sudan, I think.
The other brother is an Arab, so he really don't speak for black men. Yeah, the other dude is an Arab. He don't really speak for
I
us.
got my ADOS brother on the panel with me. I just wanted, for the record, now one of these brothers are ADOS.
They're James's people.
Go ahead, Perry. Go ahead, Perry. Talk to him.
No, I'm just saying, as far as the Arab, I take offense to that. To what the I don't like it because you don't speak for us. Why are you singling out foundational Black American women like that, or just black women in general? Why they got to be singled out? And then you're not even one of us. You're a fucking Arab. So, I'm definitely not feeling that. I think it's disrespectful. What that guy's doing.
But Vaughn, quickly, before you move on, I know you want to have this conversation, but quickly, did you ever see that video link I posted in Discord for you to watch? And I said to you, we need to discuss this.
I didn't, Lady D.
Oh man, because basically, from what I could see, it was basically the brothers were talking to brothers, so there was men talking to men, having a good talk on the panel, and they were talking to brothers just like those brothers you just had up that were talking about they don't date black women. And it was better to have that conversation with men discussing why and how they see black women and how they view black women as to why they would prefer Latino and Hispanic and all these other people. And they got them together good. We need more brothers like that. Let me see if I can find the link though and put it in this.
Find it if you can. Find it, man, because I have so much to say on that too, though, Lady D. I just don't want to do it now. Like I'm
right.
4 hours.
I just think that
hold on real quick, baby. I'm 4 hours and 30 minutes into this show, Lady D. That is a whole nother show. I have so many thoughts on that. You feel me? It's not my way of thinking. It's for y'all know what I'm gonna go to. I'm going to fucking propaganda and white supremacy, but I can break it down and, you know what I'm saying, make it palatable for everybody of why I think white supremacy is doing this. And it's certain movements that's happened in my lifetime and my black community that pretty much encourages me to go and date outside my community.
Hey, Born.
Go ahead, bro.
Are you saying that white supremacy made Fit and Fresh?
I think what they're doing is
hold on. I think it's a trickle down effect. Well, I can't say for Fit and Fresh, right? The one guy is from Barbados. I don't know their politics, their relationship status, or the way they handle race and ethnicity in that country. The other brother is Harlem's called him an Arab from Sudan. I don't know what's going on in Sudan. I can only speak for the situations that's going on with. I can speak for Black American movements that was telling a young born rich, you probably need to go get something exotic.
But can I say something there?
But go ahead,
like you should be specific, especially when because if you don't want to sound like a conspiracy nut, like, do you remember how the other guy that was on here talking about he's Native American, he was a victim and he's half white, and because he's like, you don't want to just sound like a victim for the sake of being a victim, right? So specifically,
but I am a victim, Jimmy.
Specifically?
Jimmy, I make no bones about it. I am a victim. See, that's the difference between me and everybody else. I will never argue you up and down. You know what? I really want to do a show on the word victim and the narrative of victim. Because I'm just gonna throw this in that. Fuck, man, y'all getting me off topic, but I want to throw this analogy at you. is a rape victim always a rape victim, or do you ever tell them to get over it and never call themselves a victim again?
Of course, you told them to get over it, man.
You never, but what? You would never, Jimmy. You've never done that in your life, and you never will do that in your life.
You're telling me. So you're telling me if someone's
Jimmy, no, listen
hold
to
on,
me,
one second. Hold on one second. Listen. If someone self harms because of historic abuse, do you tell them, yeah, keep thinking about it? Just embrace that shit. Embrace the pain. Like, no, bro. You told them, like, as some say, you need to deal with these issues so you can overcome them and get over them.
Rape,
you would say.
Listen, Jimmy, a rape victim is always a rape victim. It happened.
No, they were a rape victim. Not a rape victim every day.
Okay, well, they were. Maybe they were. But listen, it don't matter. Listen, Jimmy, no matter, they can always label themselves that. They don't have to wake up every day and focus on the traumatic.
No, but they were raped.
The traumatic thing that happened to them. You said what?
They were raped. That's the point. Like,
yes,
obviously,
absolutely.
It's in it. You can say if you every single day you want to say I was raped. Last year I was raped. 2 years ago I was raped. Fair play. That's like your prerogative.
But you're a rape victim, Jimmy.
But
you're
is that
a rape
healthy?
victim.
Would
Jimmy,
I tell you?
It don't matter. It don't matter. Jimmy, listen, brother.
You asked me a question. You asked me a question. You said, would I tell them to get over it? Fuck yeah, I would tell them to get over it.
Okay, but you still can't. Okay, but that still don't negate the fact that they are a rape victim. Nonetheless,
yeah, but what does that mean, bro? Like,
they are rape. They were victimized. They were victimized by a rapist, Jimmy. That's what that means, brother.
You can't tell somebody to get over. You can't tell somebody to get over something unless that situation has been rectified. Now, if the situation has been rectified and justice has been served, then I can understand you saying that.
No, you still can't say that. You still can't say get over it because there's still going to be underlying issues.
Yeah, I can tell someone to get over that too. Bro, just remember, you asked me a question as if to say,
you can tell them to work. You can tell them to work.
Like you're saying, if you want to perennially maintain a victim status, that is your prerogative. You can do what the fuck you want. You can say you're a fairy if you want to. If you're asking me,
I am a victim of a rape,
do I believe? No, but you're saying, do I believe it's rational for me to say to you now, you need to get over this? Of course I do, right? Yeah, I would tell that to a rape victim.
Okay, so Jimmy, what does get over it? Hold on. What does get over it look like? Now tell me this, Jimmy. Am I over being a victim of white supremacy? Think about me now, right? I have my kids. I do my hardest to raise my kids. I try to start businesses. I try to start streams of income. You see what I'm saying? Like, do I act like I'm a victim, or do I just speak up for the victims?
Born Rich, there's a better way of wording it. You work towards overcoming your issues. You don't just get over them, bro. Nobody does. There's no person who just gets over anything. You work towards overcoming. Absolutely. That's what you do.
But Schiffer, because we know we are in a society with labels. Jimmy, we talked about liberalism, capitalism, communism, socialism. So if we love all these labels, am I a victim of rape if I've been raped before? Am I a rape victim, Schiffer?
100%. If you've been raped, yeah.
I'm a rape victim, right? Since we do these labels. So if I tell you I am a victim of white supremacy, don't tell me, Born, you got to stop that victim shit, man. You sound...
No, I can't
believe you call... Hold on, Jimmy. But I can't believe you call yourself a victim. You goddamn right I am a victim. Now, do I sit here...
Cool, bro. You want to be a victim?
Do I sit here on my couch?
Most of the people that claim to be like... So like I said, we identified clear elements or constituent parts of what you refer to as white. What you refer to as white supremacy. Fine. Remember, we're arguing on the same side, right? I'm saying when you make a claim that your lack of success, your inability to be successful in any particular field, is due to some invisible force of oppression, I would argue that's not beneficial to you. You can think what you want, though. Hold on. Listen, you're entitled to believe whatever the fuck it is you want to believe. I just made the comparison between you and that fat guy, that fat 4chan guy sitting on his couch talking about woe is me. This is the reason that me and my kids are struggling because cops hate me because I'm poor. I just said like that. That is a reflection of what you look like. If you're comfortable, nigga, do you, bro?
I mean, but if you I know what this whole victim thing is leading up to. So we're basically talking about us here in America, right? As blacks, we're victims. We're still victims. We never got no justice for what happened to us. That shit still affects us to this day. We're still reeling from the repercussions of all of that, and it still has an effect on us. So yes, you looking at me and saying, "Oh, come on, stop calling yourself a victim." I'm going to be a victim until they cut that fucking check, which would, rectify the situation, or until I get some justice. I'm going to be a victim, and I'm going to be a proud victim.
But the thing is,
rape victim, hold on,
but the word victim, hold on.
Money, they should stop being a victim. They should stop, Perry. Hold on, 1 second, boy. So
we need justice. We need justice needs to be served. Period.
But you said till they cut the check, though. You said till they cut the check.
Yeah. You can't tell me to cut the. Yes, money is involved in that justice, and us getting our justice. Yes, they need to cut a check.
Brody. What I'm asking you is, because you guys brought in like stuff like on the screen is saying mental trauma, whatever. So there is a female or male, whatever, who's been sexually abused, and that person is carrying the trauma with them. They don't necessarily receive an apology. They don't receive any therapy. They literally receive a check from the person who raped them, and by proxy, so they don't get it from the person. He or she don't hand it to them. They just get the check in the post. Are they now no longer a victim? Because remember what the argument was.
No,
the argument
was according to the Bible. According to the Bible, JJ. According to the Bible, yes, they would no longer be a victim.
He asked an American question, Shiffer. Fall back. So if what Perry is saying, I don't agree with what Perry said, that we would be no longer victims. Like we are still victims.
Right. Well, I didn't say that we would no longer. I didn't say that we would no longer be victims. But if you want me to get over it, yes. In my situation as a foundational Black American whose forefathers was forced into slavery and into a system that was unjust. We had to go through the Jim Crow and all of that, and the drugs being put in our neighborhoods to keep us down, and our families being divided, and this, that, and the third. If you want me to get over it, yes, a check is going to be needed for me. You want me to get over it? I need justice, and I need a check to get over it.
Before Boomwich cut me off, I was just going to say that you would no longer just be a victim. You'd be a vindicated victim.
No, but vindicated.
I like that, right? Hold on.
Vindicated when you did the bad thing.
Because we know, fucking Trayvon Martin was
a victim who got justice. Then a victim who got justice. Then
his parents got a little check, and they said, "Oh shit, we can kind of handle this trauma a little bit better." We're not begging. We're not begging for money, but we're letting y'all know, a little check will ease it up. And we're not even fighting for the victims.
Well,
I ain't saying this. Hold
on.
We're fighting for the victims.
That's not how it works, Born Rich. That ain't how it works, bro. That's not how it works. Let me say something.
Can I ask Perry?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me. Before you do, hold your question. Let me just say this one thing. I'm going to tell you how it works, Born Rich. Yeah, because I work in road safety. Yeah. So you see, if we've planned the roadworks now, yeah, and someone hasn't done their job properly and the roadworks is unsafe, and then somebody dies because of it, what's going to happen is they're going to take the company to court first, and they're going to say, well, why was this job not planned properly? Why was this procedure not done properly? If they can't show that they've explained to their employees, how to do the job properly, and it was on the company's head, what they're going to do is they're going to give the company like a massive fine. But they probably will try to be reasonable to a point so it doesn't bankrupt the company completely. But the company has to feel the brunt of their actions because they're the ones who made the mistake in it, and someone else has suffered for what you've done. So now you have to suffer to even the battle, the playing field, isn't it? That's how it works.
But
well,
go on.
I think two things. There's such a thing as closure. If it's possible, it is possible to have closure. I think in a lot of cases we're kind of comparing apples to oranges, And the third thing I have to say is, you know, being a victim doesn't necessarily automatically mean that you're a failure. You know, there are lots of people who are victims who go on to be successful in one way or another.
All I was saying, Stanley. That's all I was saying. Like, let's
And
don't
I agree. I agree with that. Totally.
Let's don't demonize
Agreed.
the word.
Agreed.
I beg you. I waited.
Demonized it. Hold on. We've demonized the word victim to make it seem like you're powerless. You're
Let JJ
complaining.
go though.
You're nagging.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Please let JJ go though, because I did cut him off.
Can I ask a question to illustrate that point? Born, can I ask a question to illustrate this point really quickly? Perry, yeah. Sorry, Born, yeah. Thank you, bro. Thank you, everyone. Perry, yeah. You said if you got that check, it would go a long way to making you feel like you were no longer a victim. Yeah. I would just.
It would help me get over the situation. Yeah, it would help me get over.
Let me ask you a question.
Because now I can help put my family back together again.
Can you give me a ballpark figure? Can you give me a ballpark figure? Can you give me a ballpark figure? It doesn't have. You don't have to commit to it. I'm not going to hold you to it. Just roughly, just for the sake of
I would say give each and every one of us $1 million, make us tax free for like the next 40 years, throw in some land, some free education, you know, and that would help us. That would help us get over our issues. Our issues stem. Our issues.
Let him talk,
stem
Jimmy.
from.
What do you have to say, Jimmy?
No, because I'm trying to ask a question. I wanted to ask for a ballpark figure. Hold on, I asked for a ballpark figure to make a point.
He gave
we
you
don't
one.
have one, Jimmy. We let the professionals deal with the ballpark
No,
figure.
don't worry. Bro, are you afraid of letting the man just relax, bro?
No, I just don't know what you mean because
Jimmy, my guy,
Jimmy,
you didn't make a statement.
That sounds like you sound like the voice of Free America. You sound like
you
a
didn't
white
make
supremacist. What's the ballpark? What's the number? What is the number? Like, you don't know the fucking number.
My guy, what are you doing? I didn't ask you shit. Like, chill.
Yeah, but you asked ADOS. You asked ADOS.
If we do, cool. If we roughly round everything up, let's say the land you wanted cost $5 million. Let's say you wanted $1 million cash. Let's say all the tax you're gonna pay in 40 years equates to $4 million. Let's just call it $4 million, right? So now we're at what, 15 million? We're at 15 million, and what else do you say? Some that houses for your family or something. Let's just fuck it, throw in another
free education. Free education.
And you make $20 million. Like, so
hey James, are you an accountant?
No, we're just going through I'm making an argument for him. If 20 mil is the number, right? 20 mil is fucking salvation. 20 mil is you not feeling like you're oppressed anymore. Is it possible for a black man in America, namely you, born rich, whoever, is it possible for you to make 20 mil? Is anybody stopping you from making 20 mil? Is it possible for you to make 20 mil? This is where the victim mentality can be a negative, because if you feel like you're being stopped, if you feel like you're unable to, but there's evidence of black men making $20 million and achieving that financial freedom, what are you waiting for?
I'd say more than like.
Listen. Let me just say this real quick. Stanley. Let me say this. Stanley, let me say this real quick, right, brother? I don't care if I have $20 million in a bank. America still owes me reparations.
Absolutely.
I still want that money that they got for me.
Absolutely.
I could be the most successful person in America. I don't care. You can owe me $1. Give me my $1. I want my justice. Period.
And that's capitalism. That's capitalism. I'm sure Jimmy agrees with that. We want that.
Absolutely.
I'm sure Jimmy said in the opening when he came in that he's a strong believer in capitalism. I remember that part.
I know Jimmy knows about that. He wants that.
Firstly,
Dr. Dre should get reparations. Lady D, Dr. Dre and Snoop Doggy Dogg should get reparations along with me.
Answering those.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
All right, listen. But firstly, I feel like Perry needs money for the Holocaust too.
Well,
yeah, but
I don't
hold on
think...
1 second. You see, if someone kills another person, yeah, that person goes to jail, right? Yeah. And although one person's lost their life physically, they're no longer here. The other person has lost their life in the sense that, you know, they're not free. They have lost their freedom. Yeah. So that's how the balance is being brought back into play. Then that's how they balanced it out. Now, if America was to give black people reparations then, and all the rest of the Western nations gave us reparations, potentially, you know, people on the other side of the spectrum are going to suffer, right? So, you know, if those people are sons and daughters of the, because if they have to take all of that money out of the system to give to us, then it's going to put some of those poorer, you know, people, especially the white people, on the back.
That's not how that works.
Talk to me. I got. I'm just not. Do you know what? No. Wait. Do you know the reason I asked that here? Because if it's not going to mean that they're going to suffer to some extent, then how is it balanced? It don't make sense because, you know, like I said, when someone murders someone, they go to jail, so it takes away their freedom. So now you have to suffer the loss of your freedom. So what is it that
apples
you're
and oranges.
Okay, well, hold on.
What are you expecting those people? How are those people
on.
suffering by you getting that money?
They're not going to suffer.
Stanley, you don't have to debate this, Stanley, at all.
Well, then it's not real retribution, then, is it?
Hold on. When black people suffered and your people suffered during slavery, what was the fucking side effect? Who else suffered? Right? If somebody benefits, somebody has to like. Do you understand?
No, but they should be suffering. No, but they should suffer. They should suffer something because, like I said, if you've committed a crime, regardless of whether it's historical or whatever, then you should pay. You should pay your debt to society.
The payers are going to suffer, right? You say who's going to suffer if we get?
There you go. So don't say they ain't going to suffer. Then, if they're going to have to pay it, then they're going to suffer. Listen, no, bro, we can't sit here and say ridiculous things, man. Come on, man. They are going to suffer, bro.
Sosa, don't get.
I'm just saying they are going to suffer then, isn't it? Because
this is reparations, not retribution.
No, but if they're going to be the ones that pay the money, it's going to come out of the mouths and the families' pockets.
No,
of, you know, other. All right, cool. How is it? Where's the money coming from? Then talk to me.
It's the people. We are not holding individuals culpable. We're holding the United States government culpable.
And who pays those taxes? Who's going to pay?
Do anybody question the government?
We all pay taxes.
Do anybody question the government?
Pays taxes. Black people, white people.
When they take tax money,
brother. He said
when they take tax money to do this or do that or send to this country or that country, do anybody question it?
Broski, this is what you said. You said that we don't pay taxes. Yeah, we get free education, we get land, X, Y, Z. So I'm saying if we're not going to be paying taxes and we're getting that money as well, then yeah, definitely somebody who's not us is going to suffer then, isn't it? Someone's going to suffer because we won't be paying taxes, yeah. We will be getting free money, yeah. We'd get land and we'd get free education.
But we've been paying taxes, though.
The other people, I know, but the other people who ain't us will still be paying taxes, which will probably be more because they got to pay out all this money.
So what?
All right. So they're going to suffer. So don't say
they're going to suffer.
That's not
so what?
Now we're on. Now we're being honest. Now we're being honest. Right?
So what? Because don't nobody question. Nobody questions the government when they take taxes out to send to this country. They just took out $7 billion to send to some fucking people.
Can I answer Lady D?
Over there in Afghanistan, and nobody questions that.
Who cared when we were suffering? So why should
I'm going to answer you, Lady D. I'm going to tell you why we should care. Because potentially, if those people suffer, the whole entire economy and the whole entire country suffers, which means essentially the whole system could break down, and then that money that becomes worthless.
We're only 13% of the population.
I'm gonna go on mute.
That's bullshit. No, that's bullshit.
We're 13% of the population. It's 45 million of us. I don't want to hear that shit. That's bullshit.
I think what he means is we're not going to pay taxes on the reparation.
That's not a large percent. That's bullshit. That's not a large percent.
What, 38% ain't a large percent? That's more than a third.
If it's 100 people, if it's 100 people in the Sheffer, if it's 100 people in the room, it's 13 of us. That is not a large amount of people. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not a large amount of people, bro. That's not. Imagine 100 people in one room and 13 of them.
No, I thought you said 38, so my bad.
No, 13.
No, we're 13% of the population.
It's like 44 million right?
I disagree though, bro. Do you know what I honestly believe? I believe that's why they ain't going to give it to you. Because I think they told you you're 13%. They told you that you're 13%. But if you was to do the figures yourself and you had a way of doing the statistics yourself, you're going to probably find that you probably make up nearly half. or at least
No, that's bullshit, bro.
That's what I
Everything.
honestly
Listen,
believe.
there's no
That's my belief. I'm
no
not saying it's
reason.
true. It's just belief.
There's no. Hold on, Shifter.
Y'all
Hold
know,
on,
I
Shifter.
agree with Schiffer. I agree
No,
with
let me say
Schiffer
this
on
real
this,
quick.
bro.
There's no reason why the census, when it comes to foundational Black Americans, isn't true. There's no reason why it wouldn't be true. We now there's a lot of
Yeah,
Black
there is,
people in
because they gotta
America.
keep you down.
There's a lot of
They gotta keep you down. If you thought
there's
you
a
was,
lot of see.
bro,
I
if
love
you
how you
thought that
just
you was
I
half of
love
the
how you just cut
population.
me off every time, bro. Before I even make my
Sorry,
point.
bro.
I
No,
need that.
apologies, bro. No, finish.
I love that. But like I was saying, right? We're us as foundational Black Americans, yes, there's a lot of different Black people from around the world that comes to this country and they get lumped in with us. But they know who we are. We are on the census. This country, the records are very well kept here.
You know
Okay,
what?
but then if you as Black Americans, yeah, thought or had the inclination that you made up anywhere near half of the population, it would make you too powerful. Your voting power would be too much. You would be able to take down the government.
Keep devil
So
up under
if
my
that's
feet. Keep devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my feet. Keep devil up under my feet.
there's no way they would tell you that, bro.
Sure,
If I was the
Jimmy,
American
you gonna
government
keep
and I
doing
wanted to
that,
keep
Jimmy?
control,
You want to get kicked? You want to get kicked? My bad, Schiffer. Go
yeah,
ahead. Jimmy, how you doing
if
that,
I
bro?
was the American government, I would do the same. If I was trying to keep control and I knew that these people made up half the population and they could take us down, do you know what? I'd probably put some lies out there in the census X, Y, Z. I believe the same in the UK. They tell us we make up what percentage, but you know, who's ever done the numbers for themselves, or do we just believe what they say? Let's be honest.
Sounds
I'm
like
not
you make
listen.
a good white
You
I'm
need to
not
come
getting
home.
caught up. I'm not getting caught up in that argument, bro. At the end of the day, the reason why we're strong politically the way we are, the reason why we're as influential as we are, is because we're one solid group. Now you got Latinos, right? Those are a bunch of people from different countries, from different areas, and they lump them all into one group. But they all different. When it comes to us, we're not like that. We're one solid group. We're foundational Black Americans. We're one solid group. When we go to the voting poll, we normally vote 90% the same way. When it comes to Latinos, some of them are Puerto Rican, some of them are Cuban, some of them are Dominican, some of them are Mexican. You see what I'm saying? So they're broken up. Even though they're put into one group, they're still broken up and divided. That one of our strengths as foundational Black Americans is that we're one solid group.
victimhood made us stronger.
We're 45 million strong. It's not like when you talk about the Caribbeans. When you talk about the Caribbeans, you're talking about people from Jamaica, Barbados, St. Croix, St. Kitts, Trinidad. Those are all different groups of people. With us, we're one solid ethnic group.
Do you know what? I was told this once, yeah, and I don't know how true this is, yeah, but I got a lot of family in America, and I was told that majority of Black people in America don't even vote. So where do you stand with that?
Where your family at, Schiffer? Where your family at in America?
My family in the Bronx, they in Florida, they in Atlanta, they all over. I got family all over. B, which ones you want to know about?
We're the backbone. The Black people are the backbone of the Democratic Party here in America. We're the backbone, and the reason
I just
why.
want to know where you stand. Do you think that they majority of Black Americans vote? Do you think that honestly?
Even if we didn't vote, that's not the point. When we do vote, we vote 90% one way.
Facts.
That's what makes us a powerful political group.
Absolutely.
No, but do the majority
when you look at the Latinos, they don't vote like we do. They don't vote 90% one way.
No, but that's not the question.
43% of their votes might go to the Republicans. The other 57% might go to the Democrats.
No,
so
but
they're
the question
not.
is, do more than
it's not a
50%
solid group.
Do more than 50% then do the majority of Black Americans, as you're describing them, vote? Full stop.
I'm not sure if they do, but if if you know what, I believe we should.
Relevant.
I said,
but hold on. What does that mean? If the majority of us don't vote, let's say the next term, right? The next election, let's say most of us just don't vote at all. That doesn't hurt us.
Are you sure?
Because all that does is put them on notice that you're going to have to start offering these people more tangibles if you want them to come out to the polls. I
And it
believe we
really,
shouldn't vote at all. I believe we shouldn't have voted this election at all. We
it
shouldn't have
really
gave
has
none of these
nothing.
motherfuckers
I
out.
hear you.
We shouldn't participate in the system until we get some fucking tangibles. And
What
we
do
are
you think,
all
Stanley?
tangible.
Hey,
What does Stanley? I'd like to hear from
yeah?
Stanley.
I
Well,
would
no,
like the brother to
I was
talk to
about
Brother
to say
Schiffer
that it.
and explain to Brother Schiffer why he should be on code. I've noticed the American brothers, they're all on one accord. You see, when it comes to them getting their
Yeah.
reparations, Schiffer, notice how they all
Mm.
formulate together like Voltron, yeah? And you can't get that
Yeah.
elsewhere. I'm
Well,
trying to understand you as a Caribbean brother, Schiffer, why you're not on code and why you're not standing firm with the
Bro,
American
Schiffer's a
brothers and
G,
sisters.
bro.
When you
Like,
say not on code,
No,
when you
he's
say not on
listen,
code, in what
Jimmy,
regard?
come on, listen.
On reparations and receiving the
no,
tangibles,
Lady D,
Schiffer.
Lady D,
But no,
you
but
get
sis, when did I say I wasn't? When did I
No,
say
you're
I
talking
wasn't
about other
on?
people suffering like we should give a damn. Like
No,
that
no, no,
right there
no.
tells us.
Sis,
Come on, bro.
sis, I'm just, sis, all I'm trying to do is identify what other issues may come with that. I'm not saying I'm
Hey,
not
can I,
for it.
hey, Schiffer, Lady D and Bun, can I just literally wheel off something real quick here? Just listen to this here.
These two brothers, they just love them some cracker women. They just love them
here's here.
All right, what the frick, bro?
All right,
What's wrong with
Jimmy,
me?
if you relax, hold on, stop, guys. Jimmy, if you relax long enough, stop, Jimmy. If you relax long enough, I have that video, brother. It's coming. All right? I was leading up to it. I know. See, you laugh but I was leading up to that video, but you kept coming in with your ad hominems and throwing the conversation over to this and capitalism, and I keep playing the video, and you saying fuck my video and going on to something else. I was going to that. I was playing that first video to get to that video, but now we're into whatever the fuck. Now we're talking about reparations. Hold on, brother. But now we fucking went into the spot where we're talking about reparations between the Caribbeans and the Americans. But Jimmy, I promise I'm getting to that. That's a dope clip, bro. I know.
You're born rich. Can I say one thing to Lady D quickly? I just want to say one thing. Yeah, when you're done.
No, you need. Sorry, brothers. Quickly. No, you need to jump on melanated sis, Hotep, peace and black power. But you do need to jump on. We've got something needs to be said to you. Jump on, sis.
Yeah, absolutely. I have something I have to say.
Hold on, bro. What the fuck? Can I make a response to something? God damn.
Quit whining, punk ass nigga, man. Quit whining.
I'm a victim on here, bro. Like they victim.
James, you have nothing to say, nothing to add to this conversation.
All right, let me say something, please.
Your Arabic.
No, wait.
I just want to
say one
Go
thing.
and get my 2.7% reparations. Thank you, James. Go to your people.
All right, let him go.
Listen, I wanted you. You could have played that shit back to back. I just made a simple thing about you. You don't want to. Oh, if somebody gets raped, does that mean like that's your dumbass? I don't want you to talk for that long. I just want to make one statement. That was it. Go choose.
All right, let me say something quickly. 1 second, real quick, and then but Stanley has waited, so I do apologize, Stanley. I do want to hear from you, bro. But I just want to say to Lady D, I am for reparations, but from where I'm standing, I just think that we have to make sure that the reparations we get isn't at the detriment of the society we're living in, because then it will be at our detriment too.
How would it be?
I don't think reparations. I don't think. Right. I don't think giving 13% of the population reparations would break America. I don't think so at all.
Well, I can also point out that companies like Aetna, there's some corporations that are doing well now that have, all kinds of corporate welfare. There's some ways to close loopholes for companies like Aetna. The money can be generated without hurting other people.
Yeah,
brothers,
I hear you, and this is why I'm saying we have to think about these things rather than just
I want you all to talk to Schiffer,
diving
and
in.
ask him. Find out from Schiffer on my behalf, please, for the sisters listening. Find out from him, when the Jews were given reparations, did he worry about what the detriment of the rest of the society was?
I wasn't alive.
When the Native Americans were given reparations,
was
was anyone worried about the detriment of society?
Yeah.
Like, come on, what are we doing?
No, let me tell you this,
sis, can I just say I wasn't alive? I wasn't alive.
Schiffer. It's not that you wasn't alive. You didn't have a fucking say so. So you didn't have a say so. You are in the UK.
I wasn't alive though.
I know, but still relax. You are in the UK. You are in the UK, brother. You don't have a say so about the reparations that Black Americans get Here, you don't.
I
So the
think
same thing with the Jews.
Hold on,
Relax, relax,
Can we speak about
relax.
Lady D? Hold on,
The
but can
same
we
thing
speak
with the Jews. Hold on. The same things with the Jews. The same things with the Japanese. The same things with the Native Americans. When
Yeah, I wasn't there.
America pays the people that they feel like they owe, Schiffer doesn't have a motherfucking say in it. So
I'm talking from the perspective. I'm talking from the perspective of. I'm talking from the perspective of people in England, though. I'm not talking from the perspective of
Hey,
we
America.
man,
need to
shout out
stop
to England.
giving.
Even talk from the
We need to
perspective of
stop
a
Shout out
giving
to
no.
England,
England
but fuck
aid.
y'all. Shout out
Hold
to
on,
England,
one
but
second, one
fuck
second.
y'all.
Hold on, Schiffer. I would just say though, like I don't disagree with reparations at all, but I feel like there's the comparisons are all category errors. For instance, Jews, same generation, Japanese, same generation, and Native Americans on this is what they believe that they're on their land presently, so they're almost
We'll
paying
stop.
like a lease or whatever.
We'll stop giving.
Hold on, Black Americans, entirely unique experience. I'm not saying they don't deserve money, but you can't really compare it to the other forms as well. Germany got paid by a hostile nation. Japanese paid by a hostile nation, or
Yeah, I'd agree.
they
We'll
refer to
stop.
them as dissidents. So I
We'll
would say
we'll
that.
Y'all
stop.
just sound like you're making excuses as to why black people should not receive their reparations.
No,
We'll
I'm saying
stop
Can't
giving.
and
it's
Caribbean
No,
a
and
we're
bad
not.
argument.
We're
shut
not,
It's a bad
up,
though. We're not.
argument.
James.
It's a bad
And
argument.
Shifa, you need to take notes from the brothers for
It's a
real.
bad
We'll
argument. Is what I'm
stop
saying.
No, I
giving
don't need to
foreign
take
aid to
notes. I
Britain.
don't need to take notes. I'm just listening,
No, but I'm saying it's a bad
Yeah, but
and
argument.
I
he
I'm
didn't.
not
respect
saying
He
I'm not
didn't
saying it's
even
everyone's
wrong.
marry
opinion.
black.
Lady
I'm
D,
not
Lady
saying
D, what you
We
gotta do
trying to do
sometimes,
shit
yeah,
for
you
black, and that's another
said
thing.
this to
Schiffer
me.
probably
You said to
wouldn't
me, read the
understand.
room.
Like
Lady
we are
D,
trying to do something
everyone here
for
is
black.
respecting everyone's
Yeah.
opinions. Everyone's respecting everyone's
I'm
opinions. Now,
hearing you,
Born
brother,
Rich,
and I'm
don't fall in the
respecting
trap.
yours too. But I
What you
want you
gotta
to take
do,
notes from
read
the
the room,
brothers. That's all I'm saying.
read the room, yeah, and don't be so easily brainwashed. You know, if you're not
No,
gonna
no,
decipher
I'm telling you,
information,
read the no.
if you're not
Listen,
gonna
Oh
Shifa,
my
decipher,
God.
Shifa, stop
Yeah,
right
for real.
there.
Stop.
Because
How
notice
is she
we're reading
how
the
is she
room. You're the only
brainwashed?
one out of sync, brother. You're the only one out of sync.
How is she
I'm gonna tell
brainwashed?
her
I
how
don't get
she's
it.
brainwashed because she's agreeing with something that she doesn't understand the entire
She
logistics of.
does though. She's
Brainwashed.
been tapped in.
No, you
She's
don't.
been
Nah,
tapped in.
because
Well,
No,
yo,
she's
if
been
you lot,
you're
tapped in.
not
disagreeing
even
with
you do.
something you don't understand.
Born rich, exactly. None of us do. Thank you. Thank you. So how can I just agree with something that I don't know and understand the entire logistics of? Why do you think I'm asking
Why would
questions?
you assume
Why
that
do you
she
think we're
doesn't
having
understand?
discussions?
I know.
It's simple. Why would you assume that
Let's
she
not
don't
be.
understand?
Nobody does. No, I don't need to
What do you
assume.
mean
None of
nobody?
us
It's
What do
the
you
shit
mean
is
fully
fucking
nobody
simple,
understands
understand,
bro.
what? What are
bro.
you talking about?
Nobody here. No, hold it. Listen, bro. Hold on.
What?
Nobody here knows what the result of getting reparations looks like because none of
That's a
us have
fact.
been
That's a
there.
fact.
So let's not
That's
sit here and lie to the people, innit? Let's talk the
All
truth.
we
We're
need
having
to
a
know,
sensible
Shifa, and
discussion.
focus on, Shifa, brother,
That's a bad faith argument.
with all due
Yeah.
respect, Shifa, brother, all we need to know about us getting reparations is that our nation will benefit from it. That's all we need to know.
you
Hey,
don't have a nation.
Shepard,
You don't have a
All
nation.
right.
You don't have
All
a
right.
nation. That's the
Cool.
point. And actually,
have you
you know
heard
what?
of
But
have
can I
you
say
heard
one
of
thing?
William Darity?
No, who's that?
No, what? Talk to us about William
No,
Darity.
tell us about him, Stanley.
He's basically an economist that's basically building the legal case for reparations.
Mm-hmm. Is there any like kernels in there, or is it just that's a broad?
Oh no, he's about to win. I think that's the jewel that Stanley's about to drop. He's about to win.
Who? William Doherty.
Yeah, he's about to win it for black people. Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, and
But
everybody
what
gonna be
Shifa was saying,
riding with us. Everybody gonna try to rock with us. Everybody
can I,
wanna be ADOS.
We have a
When
real
we
good
win,
case.
when
We have
we
a very
win, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
we have a
Go
very
on, JJ.
great case for winning reparations. A very good case. Most of our victimization came after slavery.
but can I?
No one
You know,
disagrees with that, though.
we had to live in a Jim Crow era, and it's not even
Yeah.
even after the Jim Crow era, they still was fucking with us, putting these dudes even after Jim Crow. They was even up to the times we living in now. They were flooding our neighborhoods with drugs. This shit is documented. The government did all of that.
See, this I can agree with. This stuff I can agree with.
We
But
have a
can I hear
very
from
good
JJ
case
quickly?
for reparations.
What I was saying,
100.
hold on, what I was saying to Lady D, yeah, and to kind of make Schiffer's point and to bring it all home is the black experience in America is fucking unique. Like the kind of oppression that black people faced is everything surrounding it is unique. So I don't think it's benefit. I want black people to get as much. I want get more than whatever you want. Whatever you want times 2, you deserve it. Fuck it. But I'm just saying that to use those comparisons, there's enough categorical errors in there in the comparison for people to use that as an example of, you know, of why it shouldn't be the case that man receives this, or why there isn't the same what do you call it, the same like parties responsible, like as in hostile people that like are responsible, whatever. So I'm just like I said, it doesn't necessarily help the argument to use them as an example. More, you should use.
All right,
unique
James, I hear you. It doesn't use
Yeah,
an example,
nah,
but
we
I
hear
heard
you, Jimmy.
you.
Go
Hold
ahead,
on,
lady.
James. I heard you say something about, oh, well, those people received it and they're on their own land. So you're saying basically, just because Black Americans are in America, then therefore that basically counts them out of reparations. Is that what
No,
you're
I'm saying
telling me?
that's why they okay. You can't compare them to Native Americans because they're not indigenous to the land. One fact. Secondly, you can't compare them
But
to
they
the
were
West Germans.
colonized.
A lot of us see, look, it's so much shit that happened to us. It's so much shit that happened to us here in the Americas. A lot of us was indigenous to the land.
I agree
A
with
lot
that.
of us
I
was
agree with that.
indigenous to this land.
Hold on, man. Yo, you complained about
Let
it.
him finish though. Let him finish though.
Let
Let him
Jimmy
finish.
finish
Go on.
though. This is
one, yeah.
a dumbass argument, but let him
Yeah,
finish.
and on that point, exceptions don't make the rules. So, like, you know what I'm saying? But and the second
Okay,
point
okay.
was
All right, go ahead.
the second point was the Germans and the Americans facilitating of the German reparations to the Jews. We're still talking about in the same generation, and I think maybe one generation removed, and that's for actual items taken as well as like indemnity payments. Call that the
Have
that
you?
reparation payments. Another. So those are two reasons why it's somewhat different, right? To what you're
Yeah, but
asking.
JJ, my issue is a bit different to yours. Slightly different.
Guys, let Jimmy land.
The third one was the Japanese internment, right? Now that they regarded them as dissidents because of their nationality in that period.
They were Americans.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. I'm English. They regarded them as dissidents. So what I'm saying, all three of those things are somewhat different. This is what I'm saying. So when man used that as an example, I would prefer you to say actually the opposite. I would say so unique is the Black experience in America and how Black people have been treated in America. So unique is it that we deserve a unique kind of reparative payment.
I actually agree with that.
I do, and that's
Can I
crazy
just
how
say
you
one
brought
thing
it back
as an
around
addition,
at
though,
the end.
JJ? Can I make an addition to that, JJ, please? Because you have to remember, if we're talking about, I'm not going to talk about Americans then, yeah? Let's talk about someone like myself who lives in England. If I ask England for reparations, yeah, and the Black people who live in England ask England for reparations, yeah, or the ones who's been descendants of slaves then, yeah? Now, England pays us that reparation, yeah? They still in control of the system. That system could be manipulated in a way to make that reparations worthless.
Yeah,
I don't care about that shit. Why are we talking about all these hypotheticals?
Do you know why it matters? No, but it does matter, bro. No, one second, but let me finish. Let me finish.
I don't give a
Let me
fuck
finish,
about none of
bro.
that.
Let me
Just
finish,
cut
then
the
you'll
check.
understand, bro. Bro, let me finish, then you'll understand. Because there's no point in cutting me a worthless check. My check's got to be worth something in the end of all of this. That's all I'm saying, bro.
What is a check
And
worth, Schiffer?
if they can,
You
bro,
have
if
done
they
the
can
best.
manipulate the system, bro, listen, if they can manipulate the system,
stop, Schiffer.
all right, go on, you go,
I
you
got
go.
to stop
Don't listen
you
to
here,
my point. Don't listen to my point. Go ahead, childish shit.
You cut him off, though.
Go ahead, Schiffer. Go ahead.
Like I was
Why is
saying,
that
bro,
an
if
issue?
they can
Someone wrote in the chat.
again.
Hold on, Shifter. Let me say this real quick. Someone wrote in the chat. They said, "What if reparations happen and the ADOS non-ADOS gap rises?" Is that why a lot of you non-foundational Black Americans won't get behind reparations?
No, bro, that's
because
not what I'm
feel like
saying, bro.
the gap
You've
is
missed my
between us is
point.
gonna rise?
Bro, don't. This is why you shouldn't interrupt. No, but he didn't hear me out. He didn't even hear my point, and he's making another one. Listen, bro. Listen to the point I'm making to you, bro. If they, bro, listen. Let me show you something. Yeah. If I gave you £1 billion tomorrow, yeah. Pounds right now is worth whatever £1 billion is worth in American dollars.
That's the
Yeah.
ancestors right there.
All right, cool, whatever. I'll give you, hold on, I'll give you £1 million tomorrow, and your £1 million is worth £1 million today, yeah, whatever, bam. But then tomorrow, the government decides, you know what? Pounds, the price of a pound is going to go down. Now your pound ain't worth more than a pence, yeah? Your £1 million is no longer £1 million anymore, is it? Now, if we're in a system, if we're still within the system, if the same system that's paying us is the one that we're living within, they have the power to manipulate it. That's what I'm saying. We have to make sure.
So don't give us. So don't give us. So don't give us. So don't give us reparations. So don't give us reparations because the system is going to find a way to inflate the money to where it's worthless anyway. So you shouldn't even think about giving reparations.
I'm just saying maybe money is not what. I'm saying maybe money is not the answer. Maybe there are things more valuable. Maybe there are things more valuable than money, like land, like resources, like land, like resources, like land, like resources.
And I said that. I said we should be given money. I said we should be given money. We should be given land. We should be allowed to be tax free, and we should be given education. Yes,
I disagree with the money. I disagree with the money, but that's why I was going with this, in the sense of the money could be worthless at any time.
If they devalue the dollar, it's going to affect everybody.
Stanley, I hear you. Stop, guys.
The rich people don't give a shit. They're capitalists, remember. They don't care.
That's not going to help, brother. You just yelling out ain't going to help, brother. Let's break this down slowly but surely. Please, bro. I promise it's a better conversation if we slow this down. He said not a check. Shifra, correct? You said not money. You disagree?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I disagree. I disagree with the money point, but not the land. Not the land and the resources.
Shifra, I'm just asking you yes or no questions right now, brother. For real.
Yeah, go ahead.
To really respond, bro. So you said
no, I'm done anyway.
Not the money. You said resources, which is a word that
and land.
And land. What?
Yes, sir.
What does that look like for Black people? You give them matter of fact, fuck land.
Independence.
Hold on. Quit saying these dumbass cliche ass words.
Chill. Let him get his point out, bro.
He just asked me another question.
Yeah, but you're not listening.
Oh my God, I don't know what that means, Shifra. I don't know what that means, bro. I don't. I said,
what does that look like for Black people? I said independence.
Oh my God, Shifra, you talk. You just talk, bro. I don't know if it's the green vest that you wearing that just makes you just be elaborate or something. I don't know, bro. Tell me what resources is. You said land and resources.
You don't know what resources are. You type in resources, bro. Type it in Google. Type it in Google.
Say it again.
Type it in Google.
Would you tell your 5-year-old daughter that? If you told your 5-year-old daughter, hey, I am leaving you with some resources, and she said, hey, Dad, what are resources? Could you tell me, bro? I'm sure you wouldn't tell her to Google at 5 years old.
I would tell her, listen, I tell her you from the Google generation. You better Google that shit.
All right, so that means you don't have an answer for resources. And that's what I'm saying.
I do. Google it.
Man, why the fuck would I Google it? And you a Jamaican guy in the UK telling Black Americans what they need for their reparations, and you want me to Google it? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Bro, you're so intelligent, but you don't know what resources are, bro. You're so intelligent. Come on, man. Really, bro? Really?
Let me get my brother out. Let me get my brother on here, man. What's up, God, Jacob? What's up, big bro?
Oh man, just
Shalom.
But you hear this conversation, man. I want to say it out loud, y'all. I want to slow it down for the people in the back. I have a Jamaican brother that's located in the UK trying to tell me as a Black American what I should achieve for in my reparations movement. And he is telling me resources. And when I ask him, hey, Jamaican brother that's living in the UK, what do you mean by resources? He said, Google it. He said, Google it. When I slow it down,
you gotta understand. That's why reparations, when it's dealing with us over here, it shouldn't be a transient conversation. You know what I mean? It's a conversation whereby everybody shouldn't be allowed to give input. You get what I'm saying? That'll keep everything in its proper
place. You get what I'm saying? So if you kind of build a bridge around the conversation and around the narrative, you wouldn't be having people like Schiffer talk about Google it. You get what I'm saying? So that's one thing we have to do is stop letting people who have no dog in the fight to kind of give advice to our plight, if you will.
No, well said, well said, brother.
I agree. Can
I like to open
Shut
up
up,
the
James.
conversation.
He's talking
I
to
like
you
to
too.
open up the conversation. Let me tell you, brother Jacob, I can explain why I do it. I can explain why I do it, God Jacob. I open up the conversation just because I fuck with my brothers and sisters in the UK, and I do want to hear their opinion. Now it does.
When I say transient, I'm talking about people who's not aligned with us. Anybody who's with us, come talk. If you talking stupid,
right? Yeah. Our allies, you know, and I understand, but I feel you on that, brother, because it's like all we're simply saying is we have a very good case for reparations, and then you got cats talking about, oh, which I shouldn't get money. What do you mean? Money is key. Our main problem is money. That's our main issue. Is fucking money. Yes, we should get money.
Come on,
Perry. He said resources, Perry.
Can I say something?
No, that brother said, I disagree with the money, with the check part. You don't need money. You just need land and education. No, nigga, we need money too.
And I know
what the
Jimmy.
fuck is you talking about?
But listen, Perry, I know Jimmy. Jimmy, I know you want to say something, Jimmy. Hold on, Jimmy. But before you say this, didn't we have a white guy on here earlier that was saying, I disagree with money. I just disagree with money.
Everybody disagree with money because they gonna give us the narrative.
Yeah, Jimmy, am I lying, Jimmy? He said education, programs, resources. We just keep hearing these same cliche ass words.
I ain't gonna lie. Like I said, I don't like. I feel like black people in America deserve it. I'm not gonna be the guy to say don't get a check. Cause fuck it, if you can get a check for free from the government, why not? I agree with the stimulus, whatever, innit? Fuck it. Power to the people and all that shit. If it sinks your economy, that's your problem. Not mine. I don't live there. But
yeah, that's our main issue is money. Every time we bring up reparations, these motherfuckers, they either say, oh, they're gonna use the money, they're gonna use the money to buy drugs, they're gonna use it, they're gonna fuck the money up. Who cares? Who cares?
Harry though, use whining about the interruptions earlier. You've been on a tear, but what I was saying is the point I was going to make to you, I was going to clarify Schiffer's points. I agree, cool, no problem. Keep all the money in the world. I want you all to be rich, richer than your wildest dreams. I wish it for you. But Schiffer made a real good point because he said, you people that be talking about white supremacy, the evil motherfuckers, they won't let me succeed. He's saying, but if they give you a check, if they turn around and say, here, black man, take this check and go be rich, go live your wildest dreams. Why do you believe that all of a sudden, so a minute ago you're a victim, right? You're completely handicapped. Now you're so powerful. Big up your chest with CARICOM behind you, and you're gonna get reparations.
Just give us. Listen, we don't give a fuck about all that other rhetoric means nothing. At the end of the day, just give us what's old.
You don't need to calm
Let
down.
justice
Stop
be
being
served.
emotional.
Give us what's old, and from now on, when we move forward, because it's not just that with us. We want these motherfuckers to be held accountable for everything they do to us. So it's not just that. So I'm tired of all these hypotheticals. If we do this and then you're gonna do that, like fuck all that. Just give us what's old.
My guy,
drop the emotions.
Perry, no one asked you a question. I'm saying, Born, you're someone that says white supremacy is responsible for all the problems that befall you in America. Schiffer asked you a fair question. He said, all right, well, now you believe these niggas are going to turn around and give you a check and you're going to trust that.
We can make them give us a check. We did it. Let me tell you something. During the civil rights era, when we fought for them to allow y'all to come over here, we could have been selfish and been on some shit like, nah, we just want reparations. Well, instead, we fought for equal rights for everybody. We changed America. We made them do that. We could do that now.
We
made them do that, nigga. We made them change the whole America, nigga. We made them get rid of the Jim Crow law. We made them get rid of all this bullshit, the immigrant laws. Only Europeans was allowed to come here as immigrants. We made them change all that.
Ice cream, ladies and gentlemen.
All right,
Here's
There's too much emotion.
here's the thing you gotta
go,
understand.
bro.
We
Go ahead.
we gotta stop looking at it as free money, because you hear some of these buzzwords like y'all getting free money,
Thank you.
this, that, and the third. This ain't got nothing to do about free money. This is a debt
Nope.
owed from past. You
It's
get what
a
I'm saying?
debt. It's a debt.
So right. So when you start hearing buzzwords like free money or white supremacy, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. This ain't centered around white supremacy right now. This is a class action lawsuit, if you will. It's not free money. It's not like we about to go hit the lottery. This is called justice as we see it. You get what I'm saying? And it also addresses the wealth gap. If we can address the wealth gap,
You breaking up, boy. They hate white supremacy. Made you break
And right, and
up.
what he was saying is some real shit. Let me tell you what America do.
That's not, bro. Money's not even real. And
Brother,
Let me show you what America. Let me.
right now.
Okay,
You lot
now
sound
he's gonna tell
retarded
us
right
that
now
money's not
because
real.
Born
Now he's gonna
Rich
tell us
asked me a
money's not
question,
real.
yeah.
Let
Born
Schiffer
Rich,
go. Let Schiffer go. Let Schiffer go. Go ahead, bro.
yeah.
Now
Born
he's
Rich.
gonna tell us
I
money
want to
is
know
not
this. I
real.
want to know.
Hold on. Let him. He got the
Isn't
floor.
real.
Schiffer
Money
got
is
the floor.
paper. Money is paper that's worth anything. It's a piece
So now when it comes to our
of
reparations,
paper,
money
bro.
isn't
Now
worth
said to me
anything.
that
It's
none.
just
It's bro.
paper.
But 1 second, bro.
All of a sudden, it's just
One
paper now.
question. One question. And I'll shut
Well,
up.
let him go.
Bro,
Let him
I
go.
swear
Let
I'll
him go,
shut up,
Perry.
bro. I swear I'll shut up and you can talk all you want, bro.
One,
Born
Brethren.
Rich.
One,
The fact that you
Brethren.
said to me, what's resources? And it sounded like the rest of your panelists, other than JJ, was standing by you on that. And that would entail to me that you guys need a kindergarten education, bro. If you don't know what resources are, like
What
not being
the
funny, bro.
hell?
How on
now you're
earth are
being
you people up here talking about how on
insulting.
earth are you talking about reparations and you don't even know what real resources are?
No,
How
he
on earth
asked
are
you.
you
all
people
know what
You see,
resources are.
discussing this?
Schiffer, you actually
What
misread
are
his
they then?
question. So,
What
no,
are they
listen,
then?
Schiffer.
Why did you ask me that question if
Resources
you
is
know?
money. Resources is
Oh,
money.
you're
Money
retarded. Right,
brings
you're
all of that.
retarded. I'm done. I'll get on mute.
Stop.
Money
I'm
is
Hold
a
done.
on.
defense, dude.
Schiffer. Hey, hold on,
Schiffer,
Perry.
1 second,
Perry.
Ford, I've got
Go
this,
ahead,
So,
wifey.
Born actually asked you what is your terminology of resources, and you
There
couldn't
is
even
only
give an
one.
answer
There
of what
isn't mine.
you.
Sis, are you
No, but
dumb? There's no my
listen,
terminology.
stop
There's
shouting
one
over me. Let
terminology
me
for
speak,
resources. Are you
Schiffer.
guys
What
Stop
is
retarded?
it?
shouting
What
over
is it?
me.
I
Schiffer,
don't. Why do
you're
you think I said
shouting
Google
over
it?
me. Let me speak. 1
Why do you think I
second.
said Google it?
Get out
Hello,
of here.
I'm trying to
Get your dumb
speak.
ass out
What's
of
wrong
here.
with you, bro? Chill.
Go ahead,
So what I'm
wifey.
saying to you is, for
Nah,
instance,
you
when
lot are
I
dumb,
talk
man. You lot
about
are dumb. I'm sorry, go on.
shut up a second. When I talk about reparations, I talk on behalf of the Caribbean. You always hear me talk about infrastructure, teaching, healthcare, all of those things. So we want to know when you're talking about. He wants to know when you're talking about resources. What are you talking about? That's all he's asking you.
Resources to me at the end of the day is tangibles, and
Are
money
you
is
done?
included
Are
in
you
that.
done? Hold on.
Money
Can
is
I answer her?
included in money money is included in resources.
No,
Tangibles is
no,
money. Money is
no.
included in
Now I
that.
know you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. From when you said money, I
Why
know
would we
that you've
even
not been
answer?
educated properly. Broski, listen. There is one definition for each word in the dictionary, unless the word has multiple meanings. Now, if
So what
you're
is it?
sitting here
What is
and
it?
whoa, yeah.
You
If
just
you're gonna
talking,
sit
man.
here and ask me a ridiculous question like what is resources, it shows
Yes.
me that your brain has not even taken in what I've said yet. Go and look
He's
up the
talking
bumper
about
clock word.
coal.
Google it. Stop chatting shit. Stop chatting
Stupid, man.
shit.
I'm not
Yeah. Go
Googling
and look
shit.
up the
Why
word.
would I
Go and
Google
look
it?
up the word. Go and look up the word resources. Yeah. So that you have an understanding of what the
Why are
hell
you
I'm talking about.
complicating
Because
this?
even if I
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man? Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
Bro, even if I
Yeah, I
explain
think
it
we're
to
done.
you, you're not going to understand it because you got dumb people on your panel talking about money is a real.
Schiffer.
The fuck's wrong with you people?
All
Come
right, go
on,
on
wake the
mute.
fuck up. It's
All right, Schiffer,
2020,
you
bro.
said it.
22.
All right, we wake up.
Come
We
on,
woke.
Golo
We
Jacob,
woke.
get
We
your
woke.
brother
Go on
together.
mute. Go
Get
on
him
mute,
together,
brother, while we
please.
wake up. Next person. I don't know. Yeah, just go on mute. We'll go on mute, bro, while we gonna wake up. IC3.
What up, Stan? What up, Stan?
My brother.
How you doing,
Why
Chief?
did I
Senior
have to
Chief?
shout to get my point out, though? I shouldn't
Look
have
at
to
my
do that.
uncle, man.
But you shouldn't be shouting over
Hold
us,
on.
brother. We're all on the panel together, bro.
Look at my uncle, man. Shout out to my motherfucking uncle.
You lot were
man.
shouting
What's
over
going on,
me. It's the
uncle?
opposite way around.
IC3. I see you got new candles. You got new candles.
Yeah. Salute to General Moses.
This year is gonna be the year. It's
That
gonna
we
it's
and
gonna
I'm gonna tell you what. Hey, IC3, uncle. Let me tell you what we doing this year. This is the year that we really progress on replacing the system of white supremacy with the system of justice. Talk to him.
This year. That's right. Yes. We're on it. We're warming up, man.
Yeah, uncle.
God help me. No, I apologize on behalf of the Caribbeans. I strongly make an apology
I'm gonna
on the
mute
behalf
everybody.
of the Caribbeans.
I'm gonna have to mute
apologize.
everybody.
Why?
I think I'm gonna have to mute everybody. Jimmy, I'm gonna have to mute everybody while my uncle lights the ceremony. Let us do our ritual. This is our burn white supremacy.
You got it.
This is our burn. This is our still white supremacy ritual. Jimmy,
This is some bullshit.
This is spiritual.
Don't mute me. This is some
Shut up.
bullshit.
I'm going through. I'm muting everybody. I don't want nobody to talk but my uncle. Let my uncle do what he's supposed to do.
That's right. Rituals. We're gonna burn white supremacy.
Facts. Big facts.
We're gonna be burning it.
And hey, this what's gonna happen to white supremacy. Hey, let me tell you, like this what's gonna happen to. Hey, this what's gonna happen to white supremacy. IC3.
Hold up, we gonna get this woke.
That's right. That's right.
Let's work.
That's right.
I'm so done. I'm done.
Let's work, uncle.
IC3, can I ask you a question, please? IC3, can I ask you a question, please?
Shiffer, let's make sure he's done with the ritual. IC3, are you
He is.
done
He's
with
lit
the
them.
ritual?
Done. Let's go.
All right. Can I ask him a question, please? IC3, is water a resource?
Yeah.
Is food a resource?
Yeah.
Are people a resource?
Yeah.
Money also can be a resource, right?
You can't hear me, bro.
But when we say the word resources is a multitude of things which build up the fabric, the backbone of any nation. Is that correct?
I would agree with that. I would agree.
All right, done. Argument done. So for all of those who didn't know, born rich, because you didn't know, you've now got your explanation. Where are we going with this, bro?
Well, thank you, Shiffer. Shiffer, that's all I asked in the first
Hey,
place,
Shiffer.
bro.
Hey, hold on. Hey, boy,
You're supposed to know that though, cuz.
Shiffer, are brains a resource?
Shiffer, I don't know that. I don't. I'm gonna tell you why.
Yeah, brains are a resource. Minds are a resource.
So let's go.
Also, because people are.
Hold on, man. Hey, hold on. Hey, yo, stop acting like you can't.
Damn, Jimmy, you just gotta talk, bro. I know you. I know. You can hear you. We hear you now. Jimmy, stop. Hold your thought. Jimmy.
Why, nigga? The fuck I gonna wait a half hour?
Oh my gosh, man. Shut up, bro. God damn, you started getting annoying a little bit, bro. Like you coming in.
If I hear that N-word come from James's mouth one more time, we're gonna have a problem.
I was on mute. I was on mute, man. God damn, I just figured out how to get myself on mute, so let me speak. And I'm like, no, bro, we was in the middle of a conversation. When you figured out how to unmute yourself, we were in the middle of a conversation, Jimmy. So relax, homie. Just relax. You can't ask me a question before I answer Schiffer's question. You can't, bro.
I'll ask you first.
So Schiffer, let me tell you, man,
Go on.
Now the thing about resources is, can we go one more time? I like checklists, right? Because you came with a checklist. I love checklists. What are let's go through that checklist again. Now you asked him.
There's more to add.
Is water?
There's more to add.
Hold on, Schiffer, please, brother. You asked IC3, is water a resource, correct?
Yep.
How does water help us in our fight for reparations?
Because if we hold on 1 second. If we've got control of our own water and our own water sources, then we have control over what goes in it. And hold on, fuck this. This is some baby conversation because you lot ain't grown-ups. Listen, if you lot are grown-ups, actually let me get to the crux of the point that I'm making in it. That's what I'm saying. Stop just jumping in and saying wild shit, because you're gonna find that I'm right, like I just proved to you. Yeah? So behave. Now what I'm saying is, Everything can be deemed as a resource. The
That's
land
a good
itself is a
exchange.
resource. If we're in control of our own water sources, when you got people talking about they're putting things in the water that are dumbing us down, we'd be able to know they're not putting things in our water, because guess what? We're controlling our own resources. Now what?
I'll ask you a question. So, with your point, when you go to work and when it's time to get paid, tell them you don't want no money. Just tell them give you jugs of water.
No, don't just give me jugs of water. Don't just give me jugs of water. But let me show you something. If you gave me my own water source, guess what? Water goes, people pay for water, you know. I pay a water bill every month. What you do in our air, bro? Do you think it's not worth the same money that they're trying to give you, bro? Are
So
you
is
drunk?
paying a water bill the same thing as a water and sewer?
Bro, let me show you something. We pay the water bill to the water company. If I got my hold on, whoa. We pay the We pay the water bill to the water company.
Schiffer, you can't dominate the conversation, brother.
Do you own the water
water
company?
bill to the water company. If I've got my own water resource, guess what? I become a water company. What love were you lot drunk on this morning?
Can I ask you a question now, please, bro? Yeah, I'm gonna leave in a sec. Can I ask you a quick question? See, I'm actually not joking.
Finna leave? Jimmy finna leave. All right, go ahead. Ask your question before you leave.
Thank you, brother. What I was gonna say is, you lot talking about the white supremacy stuff, right? And I'm saying, but how do you trust these people? Like, all right, let's say they say yes. They say they're like resounding yes across the board. How can you trust if you believe their sole intention is to subjugate the black man and black people? If they finally accept, how can you be sure that it's a good thing for you if they're on?
Yeah, we're not sure, Jimmy. We're not sure. I'm willing to take a chance, right? How can we be sure that the jab is good for us? Like, we don't know. We take a chance, right? How can we be sure that Joe Biden is a good move for us? We don't know. We just go. So yeah, Jimmy, give it to us and let us just go. And if we die, we die, right? Let us go.
No. But I'm saying I can tell you. I can tell you how to be sure. I can tell you.
No, we can't be sure.
You make it on your own. No, you make it. No. I'm telling you. Look, I'm telling you right now. You can make it on your own.
Jimmy.
No, I'm saying, but listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying is one way is whatever you believe you're entitled to it. Until I agree that you're entitled to it, you're begging me for money. That's what you're doing. Until I say it's so, I say yes, you deserve it. You're begging me, right? You could not beg me and make your own money. Then you're sure the money you've earned was because you earned it, and you're sure of the quality of the money you've earned. But while you're begging me for money, if I turn around and say, "Okay, little black boy, you can have it," and you believe I'm the evilest person or entity in the world, it kind of seems counterintuitive, right? Like the guy that's
okay. Well, listen, guys. Hold on.
I mean, at the end of the day, it sounds like
Stanley, stop. I know everybody wants to go, but listen, this is what I tell people: let us be counterintuitive. Y'all don't understand. I have debated with non-black people about this until I was fucking blue in the face. They say black people is gonna. They said that black people is going to. They said if you leave black, if we take the police out of the black community, black people will kill themselves. And you know what I tell them? Let us kill each other. Like, let us do it. If white supremacy thinks that we will eventually annihilate each other, give us the resources and let us just annihilate each other. Let us just wipe each other out. If we remove the police from the black community and we kill each other, let us kill each other. If you give us a reparations check and we just give it back to the white man, let us do it. If we get a reparation check and go smoke crack and drink Hennessy, let us do it. That's what I'm saying. Let us do it. Who gives a fuck about, man? What if, man, what if the sky was green? It would be a slime sky. What the fuck are we talking about? What ifs? Quit telling me about these motherfucking what ifs. Let us do it. If it's gonna happen, let's cut the check and see what happens.
I'm with you on that, Rich. You know what I'm saying? I think it's like the comment that I read from the chat room where the person said, "What if y'all get reparations and the gap between ADOS and the rest of us increase even more?" You know, I think that's what a lot of these non-FBA guys are worried about. You know what I mean? Us somehow
Hey, Rich,
get one up on them.
Can you hear me? Rich, hold on, OG. The problem is we historically we have shown what we can do as a self-contained people group. Right? They remember the Wall Streets. They remember everything. They remember how when we got ourselves together, we actually became to be a force, a bigger force than we are. So it's not about y'all gonna get Kentucky Fried Chickens and Jordans and shit. If these people be left alone with adequate resources or equal to other people groups, these people have the ability to get over us. That's what concerns them.
Man, and I'm gonna show. Go ahead, IC3. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, there's something that needs to be clarified here. There's two worlds, completely, two key points. There are those who are thinking about getting reparations and still being in the prison system, therefore getting money or whatever within the system. I'm saying no. What happens to get reparations? You have to completely create a new nation, a new entity. That's why identity is so important. Then when you are a new entity, a new nation, then you start to negotiate with the white supremacists and their world. It's a white supremacist, racist world. You have to come out of it. It's secede. And then you have to come as a sovereign entity to receive the reparations. If you're receiving the reparations within the prison, then the prison guards still control. You have to become a sovereign entity.
IC3, my brother.
Go on.
You know what though, IC3, I just said exactly the same thing to them. Everyone disagreed with me, but when you say it, everyone's cool with it. So is it just a thing where, you lot are just being childish now? Because how come you ain't arguing with IC3 then? Like I said, if they're going to give you the reparations within their system, they still control the money. They can just say, do you know what, your money ain't worth nothing tomorrow. Ain't that what I said, everyone? Stop playing games, innit?
That's right. So the bottom line is, once you're a separate entity, you can have leverage. You're going to have leverage and say, look, we're not begging you for this. This is business. It was business.
You got a lot of people.
You were stuck. You were slaves. You were nothing, right? So you say, okay, I'm a slave. I'm stuck. I'm an animal. Fine. That's what I am. I'm not part of your system. I'm not trying to be accepted within your society. I'm not trying to be accepted by your culture. And I've got no pride, no shame, nothing. I am out. I'm a separate entity. Now, let's sit around the table. You're on the other side of the table. I'm on this side of the table. Now we're negotiating. I'm talking, and I have all these black people behind me because we're all part of a nation. We're sovereign. Now, if you don't want to make that deal, then we're going to have to apply sanctions, counter sanctions.
All right.
You apply sanctions.
All right.
We apply sanctions. All us
all
black
right.
people, we're going to stop working on so and so. We're going to do.
I'm due for an apology.
We're going to do this. We're going to do leverage.
Thank you. IC3. IC3.
One more question. Can you and IC3 let somebody? Can you and IC3 let somebody else get a word in?
Yeah, I want to ask him one more question though. One more question before you get a word in. Let me ask IC3 one more question. IC3. You see, when I'm saying to these man, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying money is not a resource, but I'm saying it's the least valuable one. Because if you give me natural resources, like for instance land, which I can put my own nation on, my own water, my own flipping factories to build my own microchips, to make my own clothes and be independent. These things are replenishable, and they're also worth money. So I can have. Hold on 1 second. I would have 1 second, bro. I want to have generational wealth. If you give me money, I can spend that tomorrow. I'm done talking. Go ahead.
Shiva, I think like the white guy said earlier. Okay, fuck the land. You can get money and buy land. Yes, somebody used the argument.
Not if there's no land to buy.
Well, listen, they may just raise up. There's still land out here to buy. Money talks.
All right, whatever, man.
Shiva, money talks, bullshit walks. Right?
Money puts you in a position to get all that shit.
Exactly.
Money buys
you are
education,
so blind. You're so blind. You're so blind.
And all the other resources you talking about, money puts you in a position to get that.
And you're talking about natural.
Not necessarily.
Hold on, Shiva.
Power puts you in a position to get that. IC3, explain to them how power and money are different, please.
Now here y'all go. Now you and IC3 want to dominate the conversation. We can't get a word in. We can't say shit.
What I am saying about natural, because you use the word natural resources. I'm not a fool. America's not giving us no natural resources. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, then you ain't getting no reparations, then, bro. You ain't getting no reparations without it. Well, then stop living the dream, bro. Live in reality.
Hey, Schiffer, if it suits you better, brother, don't call it reparations. Call it reimbursements. Call it what did the white guy use earlier? Universal payments. Call it whatever. You don't have to call it reparations. Just cut the fucking
Call it a
check.
fancy car to drive around him, bro. Just call it a fancy car to drive around him, bro. Call it that.
Like
Call it some fancy clothing, bro. That's what you need to call it.
I mean, look, yo, Rich, born Rich. Let me just say this real quick, born Rich. Let me just say this real quick, right? At the end of the day, all I'm saying is that foundational Black Americans have a very good case for getting reparations. Most of those atrocities happened after slavery. Period. And I hear what the brother saying, you still living under the system, but there's a bunch of people, nations of people that live under this system.
Man, this nigga live under the system. Man.
Right. A lot of everybody live under the system. The fucking Jewish people, the Jewish people in America live under the system. But guess what? The Jewish people own Hollywood. They control film. They control all that. Now,
did they get a country? Did they get land? Did the Jewish people get land? Did they get a whole country, bro? Are you?
They got a whole country. Yeah, they got a whole country.
So that's not, bro. Then you're agreeing with me, but trying to disagree with me. You're making yourself.
I'm not here to necessarily.
You're absolutely agreeing now, bro.
I'm just simply saying that reparations in the form of money, land, education, being tax free is a start. Right. That will help us get over our victimhood.
But that's why I agree with you, bro.
We need something to build off of, and we have a very strong case for getting that. That's all I'm saying. We have a very strong case for getting reparations.
Yo, Perry, you see when you said land, you notice how I zeroed in on that? You notice how I zeroed in on land because it's a natural resource, bro.
Hey, Rich.
Listen, bro, at the end of the day, like I said, you got Jewish people in New York. You got Jewish people in New York City that have their own ambulance. They own everything. It started with them getting justice and reparations. That's how that started. We could do the same thing.
You're right.
And we're way more influential in this world than Jewish people. Way more. We control our oppressors' children. We created American culture. American culture is Black culture. Not only did we build this country, nigga, we created everything within it. All those fucking immigrants that was coming here from Europe all those European countries were poor. They was coming here because this was a country that was built by people for free. That's what made America great.
Hey, Rich.
That's why America was all tight.
Hold on. IC3, please. Let's let God of Jacob go, and then you're next.
Go on.
When the whole or the concept was rolled out, the premise or the focal point was what? The wealth gap. You get what I'm saying? But now we have to combat these buzzwords like free and beg. We ain't even doing that. You get what I'm saying? Exactly. And that's a stumbling block that they throw out there to make it seem like we're begging. You know, because look at us, Rich, and whoever ADOS and CDOS. Man, we gonna make it do regardless whether they say yay or nay, and we still gonna make it do. But you got to think, when it was rolled out, it was to address the wealth gap, and it was a bundle package, if you will. Money was the last portion when it was rolled out. We never brought in money until the last day, if you will. It was all about taxes. It was a bundle package. But for some reason, they jumped on the money part as soon as we said money. Y'all begging. Y'all begging. You want free money. And that was the last part of our argument. You get what I'm saying?
Can I
They
say
jumped
that
on
was
the
white
easiest
supremacy?
thing.
Dr. Jacob, can I say that was white supremacy that focused on the money part? Because to me, that's always been a white supremacist talking point. And it's sad to hear my black brothers that look like me using this same talking points. But you know what's funny, Dr. Jacob? In 2022, I'm used to it. I'm used to debating white people and black people about the check. Money, because they said, "Man, you need resources and education."
Hey, Rich, you're right. When we were saying free taxes, what nobody saying nothing. When we were saying we want free education, nobody said nothing. We said money. No, y'all niggas gonna buy chicken. Like, it was
Money is
straight.
the biggest resource that we're missing. It's the money. That's it.
Okay.
You give us the
All right,
money,
but why do
we
you
make
want
it happen.
free education and not control over your education? Why don't you want more control? Look, for me, it's all about control. But let IC3 go. Go on.
Yeah, come back.
Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna slow it down again. You see, this word "we" always put the "we," and then we make our point. There's a number of words.
I'm talking about foundational Black Americans. That's what I mean by
Barry,
we.
let him go. Let him go, Barry.
This word "case." We got a case. We got a case. I'd like you to think about a case for which court and who's the judges. Another thing, money or resources or what? No. Once you have a sovereign entity, once you create a sovereign nation, an entity, then you can negotiate. That's how they do it. Negotiate on how and in what you want the reparations. It's a deal, business deal. So we can have, when you have a reparations an organization, a bank, you can say, look, we want payments in tradable, the assets that we're acquiring through reparations can be in tradable and untradeable. So some things will be cultural assets, museum pieces. They're not tradable. They come into the community. They come in to rebuild the nation. Yes, they're not tradable, but then money now comes into tradable assets. So yes, we want this much in gold, this much in dollars, this much in whatever. Do you understand? These are tradable, and we will be using these in different ways. So we have our untradable, which is what we're using to build the nation, to repair ourselves, to repair our identity. And then we have the tradable assets that, you know, we can be cutting deals.
Hey, I see three.
Assets and case. Every time you mention the word, every time I hear the word case, I want you to think about who's court and who's going to be the judge.
Hey, I see
all
three.
All we gotta do is foundational Black Americans is get on code and stay on code. And we know what we need. We need tangibles. Tangibles are resources. Resources is money. We know what we need. We need to get on code, get what's owed to us, and that shit will eventually trickle down to the rest of the Black people in the diaspora.
Hey, I see three. I got a question.
They will benefit from us giving just. They will benefit for us fighting and getting our justice and our reparations and all that. The rest of our people gonna benefit from it because they gonna follow suit. So after we get it, next thing you know, the West Indians gonna get it from the British or the Dutch or the Netherlands, whoever. You know, the Haitians gonna get their reparations from the French. You know, we just got to. It's gonna start with foundational Black Americans. We just got to get on code and get what's owed to us. Period. You know, all that other shit. You know what I mean? It is, you know.
Question for IC3. IC3, in your scenario, with a separate nation, are you? I mean, where is the enforcement arm? Is there an army? Is there a diplomatic corps?
Okay. So then we move into the realms of power and thinking about to get reparations, you need power to settle the negotiation. Because if you're going into court, right? Look, watch this. The first thing is that we came over as stock. Yeah, you were just animals, black stock. The next thing, we said we want to be. We're human. Please accept us as human beings. Why? Why were the black people begging to be accepted as human beings? Because they're hoping that if we're accepted as human beings, we can then be an acceptable part of society. And then if we're an acceptable part of society, we can then get justice. Why? Because we can say, I'm now a person. We can go into court, yes, and then we can get justice in their courts. So
yeah, but I see free.
Yeah, one second. No, wait. Don't stop. I mean, I'm going to land the point. So the fight has always been to try and move from being considered as animals or stock to being human, so that we could talk and get justice.
But I see free. If you only give me,
I mean, listen. Let me tell you something.
I'm going slow. I'm going slow because I think slow. So, no, we're going back to stock. I'm still stock. And I'm going to build an entity, a sovereign entity. And then from that sovereign entity, we've got to get leverage. And how do we get leverage? By clarifying our identity, knowing who we are, and saying, right, okay, we are black people, we are organized, you saw us as stock, well, I don't care how you see us, because it's a stock or what, I don't care. You and your world, we are not part of your world. We're a separate nation, an entity, a sovereign entity, and now we're going to sit around the table now and negotiate business. It was always business from the very beginning.
You could have simplified that though, because all you had to say is, there's no point in giving me any type of resource. No point in giving me money without giving me any control over that money. No point in giving me your money with your face on it that you're controlling.
This is what y'all feel.
If you're going to give me resources and give me, if you're going to give me natural resources and give me some land and give me my own water source, give me my own resources where I can make my own things. Now I have control. I have power now. And without the power, there's no balance. There's no reparation. There's no reparation.
You're talking to a people that built the country that you fled to, that a lot of people flee to get on. You talking to us like we get it popping, bro.
I never fled.
We don't need America, all they system or none of that. We are self-sustaining. We've been self-sustaining. You know how many incidents it's been in America where they left us alone and we created fucking utopias? They had a law in America where whites had to stay away from blacks, no integration. They was coming to Harlem. They was coming to Detroit. They was coming into our neighborhoods where we didn't have shit, but they was drawn to us because we create.
If you have no control, you have no power, though, bro. And if you
listen, bro, give us our power. Give us. All we saying is just give us what's owed to us, and we'll make it happen. We'll show you where the power come from. We'll show you.
And you're not going to have a nation within a nation. That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
And you know what Schiffer is saying? Schiffer is saying you have no power, so you should die with no power. Just like my grandmother died with no power. No, stop.
That's not what Schiffer's saying.
Schiffer, stop.
That's not what shit. Don't talk for me then. Don't talk for me then. Talk for yourself, bro.
But them people died.
Don't talk for me though, bro.
No power.
Don't talk for me. Let me talk for myself. I'm saying to you that your reparations should be asking for your power back. That's what you should be asking for. You shouldn't just be asking for money. You should be asking for power to have control over your own environment and your own people.
Step away from the mic.
You see how you lot are bad man? Now you lot are bad man, you know.
Right.
If you're gonna do bullshit, let's just gun each other, innit? Let's just do roll. Let's just do roll, innit?
Foundational black Americans revived the whole world, nigga.
Here's my thing.
Started the whole world's economy. It all started.
You ain't gonna like it. Because I'm gonna make the conversation go left.
It all started off of that free labor in America, nigga.
Whatever, man.
Let's be grown folk. Let's be grown.
Don't talk shit then. Don't talk for me then, Boone, innit? I didn't disrespect you, bro. Don't disrespect me, bro.
Jump in the chat then, bro. What are you talking about? What the fuck is you talking about?
Did I talk for you, bro? Did I talk for you, bro? Did I talk for you, bro?
Schiffer, you're trying to dominate the conversation.
The fuck you think
Did I
this
talk
is,
to you
man?
though? Did I
Man,
talk to you
you
though,
was
bro?
on my panel.
All right, don't disrespect me, innit? I didn't talk to you. Don't talk to me, innit?
I ain't nobody.
You did. You're trying to talk for me because that's disrespectful, cuz.
You have a chance to answer whatever. If I misrepresented anything you said, brother, you have something else to say. Don't
That wasn't an accident though, Boone. You did that on purpose. That was an attack. That wasn't a misrepresentation, bro. That was an attack, bro. Let's be honest.
Look, these niggas gay, man. Quit acting so gay and talk. If I did it, I said I misrepresented you. I didn't do it on purpose, Ship. I will tell you. I will laugh.
I'll accept your apology. I accept your apology.
I did not do it on purpose.
I
Let's have a
apologize for
Jacob, bro.
everybody.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, guys.
But here's Rich, you got to understand what IC3 just said, right? Because everybody said you can't be a nation within a nation, and that's why IC3 is using the correct word I think he's saying, and that is entity. We can be a entity within this nation and still be a power base, if you will. So
That's
I like
right. You got it.
he says entity. You got to
Yes.
listen.
You got it. That's right. Bang on. Bang.
Right.
On.
Yeah, but without having your own foundation to stand on, your entity's still vulnerable.
Right, and I totally agree with that. Now, what I'm saying is
every entity is vulnerable.
As foundational as foundational Black Americans, we have been doing great. We've created all the culture in this country. The one thing we've been missing is money. That's the one entity that we've been struggling with is money.
Facts.
You give us give us some capital and we be all right, man.
I agree.
The money
right?
isn't missing. We've just been locked out of it.
Say it again, got it, Jacob.
I said the money is always been there. It's never missing. We've just been locked out of it. The access to capital.
Let's open the door, right? And the check is a beautiful way to open the door. And you know what's beautiful about what they saying? Because Lady D, my wifey Lady D, was on here with me earlier. And when they were talking about white flight, we spoke about white flight earlier and the devastation that white flight caused, right? There was a white boy on here talking about how white people left the ghettos, went to the suburbs, and then the ghettos suffered. And I told him, you know why? Because the white people not only left the ghettos for the suburbs, they left for greener pastures, they left with government funding, they left and took their tax dollars, their neighborhood and community dollars. They took the money out the grocery stores, the electric companies, the water companies, like they left. So when we speak about people having
let me just say this real quick, Rich. It wasn't just white flight that decimated us. That played the part. But also the government purposely flooded our neighborhoods with crack cocaine. The pay off the Noriega, the Contra wars that they had going on down in South America. You know, they purposely flooded our neighborhoods before that with heroin. You had the head of the FBI, Edgar J. Hoover, who straight up said that his war was against foundational Black Americans. They are the greatest threat to this country. And all this is recent events. You know, so it's like the reparations argument, it's not just slavery. It's mostly everything that happened after slavery. You put us in a system where you handicapped us purposely. The government did that.
Well, through segregation, Jim Crow. Yeah, indeed. There was an incentive for white folks, especially the poor white folks, because
we lived in a country where being white was its own welfare system. Yeah. Being white afforded you the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, yeah, indeed.
And then we're talking to brothers that's telling us that we have no power and we never did nothing. When we made them change that whole system. Yeah. During the civil rights era, we was whipping their ass. It wasn't just us getting sprayed with hoses and shit. We was putting in that work. We was costing them billions and billions of dollars in damage, putting in that work.
You remember when
we made them niggas change the fucking system.
Yeah, you remember
we made them do that. Now that whole time, what was we asking for? Equal rights. We could have been asking for reparations.
Yeah,
niggas telling us we can't. We could have got it then.
Yeah.
If we was asking for reparations instead of equal rights back then, we would have got it.
Yeah. You remember
they was willing to give us anything. And what they do, they rocked us to sleep. They brought in the immigrants. Okay, you said you want your brothers and sisters to come here. Well, we gonna bring them here. But they come here and undermine us. So they flipped all that shit on us at the end of the day. But all I'm saying is that, yeah, we have a very strong case to get reparations as a people. We have the strongest case.
Yeah.
That shit 100% solid.
Justice.
Hey, let me tell you this though. We asking for tangibles, and this is what they want to give.
Ice cream, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Oh no, they don't. They don't want to give us any cash. They don't really want to give us any rights to land ownership either, or real estate. They really don't.
Oh, we missed out on that when they had the whole American land grab. That happened in the 1800s. Guess who wasn't allowed to participate in that? Us.
No, because
when all American citizens, mainly white folks, was allowed to go to the West Coast, to the West, and just take up any land they saw. You could just have it.
Mm-hmm.
We wasn't allowed to participate in that.
Well, you know where we were stuck at, right? We were stuck in the South. Remember?
Yeah, but the bottom line is we wasn't allowed to participate in that.
Oh no, we weren't.
That did not include us. So that's a lot of generational wealth that we missed out on, that we don't have today. These are arguments that we can present to the court system. They know this.
Yeah.
Johnny Cochran was on it. He was trying to get us to rep. He was gonna make it happen. But we have a strong case for this shit.
Yeah. Indeed.
A very strong case for reparations. It's not us begging. This shit is old to us. We was forced to live in a fucking system where they was during slavery, they was separating fucking families and babies and shit.
Yeah.
Do you know why I make you a little bit right, brother? Because you see, from you lot's perspective, you don't have another place to go in it. Coming from a West Indian perspective, we've got our own country, X, Y, Z, but we're still heavily influenced by the Western government, and they basically control our government, innit? So for us to get reparations, I believe from our perspective, we need that control to be relinquished, and we need to get the control back. That's what I believe.
Well, guess
I
what?
mean, no disrespect to you, brother. Where you from? Jamaica? Your people go back to where? Shifter? What part of the West Indies are your people from, Shifter?
Sorry, brother. Someone was talking to me at work. I couldn't hear you. Say that again, please.
What part of the West Indies do your family come from?
Well, my mum's side of the family are Cuban and Jamaican. My dad's side of the family are Trinidad and Jamaican.
Yeah, because I'm gonna keep it real with you, brother. When it comes to America, there's only like 1.3 million Jamaicans. And we talking about 45 million foundational Black Americans.
Yeah, but we're not part of your reparations argument. We got our own one.
No,
but
you're not.
say that,
but what I'm saying is like your influence isn't really that strong. Like
it's minimal. It's minimal. It's minimal. But because
it's only like 1.3. It's only like 1.3 of y'all.
No, but bro,
over
that doesn't make that has no influence on the argument. All I'm saying is because we're all fighting for the same thing, regardless of whether you're fighting it for Americans, I'm fighting it for Caribbeans. Yeah. What I'm trying to say to you is, from looking at the arguments that my own people have made, I'm saying that the ones that make sense to me are that we need more control. We need to take back control from foreign entities, foreign governments, and we need to be able to, to utilize our resources for the benefit of our people and not for the benefit of others. Yeah, that's where I'm going.
All I'm saying is we need. All I'm saying is this, brother. As foundational Black Americans, we need to get on code with what's important and understand that, and recognize our value as a people. We built this shit.
But what is
all the culture that's here in America came from us. So we need to get on code on that. We need to be proud about that and get on code.
Brother, can I ask you a question, Perry?
We need to get on code on what's tangible.
Can I ask you a question, please, Perry?
There's no reason why we should have voted for Biden the way we did, for the Democratic Party the way we did. We got to start.
Let me ask you one question, please, brother. One question to you, brother, because you're specifically to you. You see racism. Do you see racism as prejudice plus power?
What?
Do you see racism as prejudice and power combined?
Indeed.
Yes.
No.
Well.
It is both.
Well. Next question. See ya.
Yeah, so Perry. If you do see racism as prejudice and power combined, then why wouldn't you be asking for that power to be relinquished?
I am against racism and prejudice. My people don't practice racism and prejudice. My people are the most
if you take back the power, if you take back the power, racism can no longer be a problem.
One of the reasons why my people is off code is because we're not racist and prejudiced. That's one of the reasons why we're off code.
Forget about racism to that effect. I'm saying if you take back the power, if you take back the power, broski, listen. If you take back the power, and you put the power in your own people's hands, so you got control over your own land, your own resources, your own people.
How do we do
then
that?
Racism can no longer be a problem.
Reparations.
Reparations.
You sound like it's romanticizing. That's romanticizing.
Reparations.
How do we do that?
You do it through reparations. Through reparations, you demand access to the right resource to do it.
So hold on. So you keep saying that. Stop. You keep using it. You keep using that word resources. Now,
we already done this earlier, Born.
Exactly.
No, we did this earlier.
So stop, Schiffer. If you already told us what resources is, why keep using the word for an ignorant guy like me? Just tell us if we take back the power from the right blank instead of right resources. We take back power from taking or getting the right what? Don't say resources.
You need your own land. Hold on. Resources.
Right people.
Let me break it down for you then, Born. Let me break it down for you. You need your own land. Yeah. You need your own water supply. You need your own government. You need your own people. You need your own schools. You need your own everything. Everything you can think of can be deemed as a resource. Yeah. So you need your own everything. Yes, and then you no longer have the excuse of racism, do you? After that point, it's on you. And if you fuck up, then it's all on you. You can't blame no one else at that point.
You're not gonna have two countries with two nations with two governments in the US today. That's not gonna happen. Stop.
You do right now, though. No, but you do right now. You do right now. Listen, hold on. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. I'm going to show you when you're finished.
The only way that's going to happen is through war. Okay? You fight for it. Okay?
All right, that's a lie. That's a lie too. That's a lie too. Hold on. Born Rich told me this the other day. Born Rich, quote me if I'm wrong. Born Rich, if I'm wrong, I apologize for quoting you wrong. But Born Rich told me this the other day. In America, all your different states have got different laws, so they're almost like separate entities, separate governments. You've already got that happening in your country right now. Right, bro. Right now, that's already happening in your country.
It is not.
You're not listening.
All right, so you're all right, cool. I was wrong then, but obviously that's what I was told by Born Rich, who lives there, innit? So I don't know, innit? I don't live in America. You lot live there. You told me how it goes then.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this. Yes, in the 50 states, yes, you do have legislation. You got 50 different legislatures. But the point I'm making is this, okay? Whatever laws the federal law allows for state rights, that's what's allowed. But the U.S. Constitution trumps all other laws because it's federal law. It's national law.
Well, then you know why they killed Abraham Lincoln then, innit? Because Abraham Lincoln were going to give you Negroes your own state. And that would have empowered you. Clearly, that would have made you too powerful.
Abraham Lincoln wanted us to go to Liberia.
And guess what happened? And guess what happened?
Even better.
And guess what happened? When we went to Africa as foundational Black Americans, right? We went to Africa, right? Guess what? That country in Africa was the #1 economy in Africa. That country was equal to Japan when we was over there.
But you know what though?
Yeah, but
Perry,
do you know why I think
Perry,
that's not the right way to go though, bro? Because you said this earlier in the conversation. You said, Perry, that a lot
No,
of
that's what happened when you
so-called black
put foundational black
no, but hear
Americans
me,
in
now
that type
hear
of
me.
position.
Let me
They
reflect
will
on
have
something you
a
said earlier though,
world-leading
brother.
economy.
Perry, you said that there are a lot of Americans who are indigenous to the land. Now, my family are West Indian, Jamaican, but guess what? When we look into our family history, one of our great grandparents, grandfather to be specific, escaped from America to Jamaica. And he didn't identify as an African. As far as we know, his heritage and my great grandmother's heritage goes back into what they call indigenous American Indian. So why wouldn't you be demanding your own land, just like the so-called American Tonto Indian?
Listen, bro, we looking for reparations. They did us dirty here. They reclassified us. They used to take our children, sell them off to, you know what I mean, the different plantations and shit. They was breaking up families. You know, when we got out of slavery, they still had laws that kept us there. We grew up in a system that was only meant to benefit
Do
white
you understand
people.
my question though? Do you understand my question though? I'm
I
saying
understand your question, brother, but I'm trying to tell
land
you that I'm
originally,
trying to show you the absurdity of
bro.
it all. Like
No, but
how
I'm saying
absurd it is.
but bro, if we're indigenous to that land, do we not have the same argument as the so-called American Indian who's demanded a percentage of land and a
There was
percentage of
there was no America.
continue.
There was no America before foundational Black Americans. There was no
All
America.
right, so then we have a land
We've
claim,
been
don't
here
we?
since the very beginning. So that's
So
why
why aren't we claiming land?
like we got things like this happen. Hold on, brother, relax. We got things like this happening to us. Now we had a bank, right? That they just totally took from us, took all our money, robbed us, and was like, hey, whatever. Y'all black.
I got you.
Kids.
Yeah,
Right?
fair enough.
This bank. Now recently.
Yeah, but I don't want a history lesson,
hold
bro.
on. Recently, relax. Recently, the government decided to pay back $7 billion on what happened with that incident. You know who the money went to?
To the American
Minorities.
so-called Indian.
No,
Yeah, the
it
white
went to
Indians.
minorities.
Yeah, minorities.
So they're
All right,
taking
cool. Hear what I'm gonna say, bro.
they'll take money and throw it out there to minorities in the name of foundational Black
Can you
America.
answer my
That's what
question
we
now,
have.
though, Perry?
We have to change that narrative.
Can you please answer my question, though, bro? Listen to my question again,
Well,
because
what's
I
your
think
question?
you didn't.
What's
My
your question?
question is, if you are indigenous to that place, to that land, why are you not demanding a percentage of it back for your people?
Because a lot of times they don't have us down as indigenous.
Well, why are you not fighting to prove your
labeled
indigenous
as
rights?
we're labeled as Black, and that's why we're trying to rectify.
Hold on.
We're
Why are you not
trying to
fighting
fix
to
that.
prove it, though?
Right, and you're right.
Well, I don't give a fuck. Hold on. Man, hold on. Let me turn my camera on for this. Let me tell Schiffer something. Right? Yeah. Now boy finna get in his bag. Because let me tell you something about this. We have a fucking lawsuit against the American government. The American government who don't look at me, look at my face. They don't look at me and say he's indigenous, he's a Native American, a Native Indian. He don't look at me and say anything. He says, I am Black. I am an African American. I am an American, right? I am an American from African descent. I am an American descendant of slavery. I don't give a fuck about indigenous.
So you're agreeing with me now, then?
Listen, I don't know if I'm agreeing with you or not, but when
You are, because what did I say? I said you need to take the power back.
I think you
That's what I said, because if they got the power, they're dictating to you who you are. If you had the power, you could dictate who
I
you
don't
are to
care
them.
about the power. Listen, we are asking the people. We are
But you do.
filing a lawsuit. Listen, Schiffer, we are filing a lawsuit against the people that has the power.
And we're not
So if you
filing
don't
the
care about the
lawsuit.
power, then why are you filing a lawsuit?
Listen, if you, I don't understand
That
why
don't
you
make
won't
no
listen.
sense,
We're
bro.
filing a
I don't
lawsuit for
understand. That's why
damages.
you won't listen. I'm gonna tell you why Schiffer
Oh,
won't
so you
listen.
do care about the power then? You
No,
do
I'm
care
gonna tell
about
you
the
why
No.
power and
Schiffer
abuse
won't
of it.
listen.
And
I don't care about
this
the
whole
power.
thing
Schiffer,
about racism equals power plus
I
prejudice,
say that. I say that. I say that. Listen,
I
listen,
don't agree with that.
listen. I'll tell you something about power. You're never going to have power in a colonized land.
Poor white
You
people don't
never
have power.
listen.
And
But listen, Stanley, listen to me. So Schiffer brought up racism, power plus prejudice. Listen,
right,
you know what's not in the lawsuit that we have filed against the American government? Power or racism. We don't want to leave it as broad as racism. We want
right.
to get down to the nitty-gritty. Like let's get
Did
down
you
to
did Jewish
slavery.
people have
Man, I
power
don't
within
give a
nations
fuck
that are
about
not
the
theirs?
Jewish people. Schiffer,
I'm just
stop.
asking you, do they?
Schiffer,
That was
I
a
don't care.
question,
I'm
bro.
not gonna answer that question. I don't
Well,
even
then
hear
your
that
statement,
question.
bro. I'm
I
trying
don't
to
hear that
prove to you that
question.
your statement was
I don't
ridiculous. It don't
care.
make
There's
sense.
nothing to
I know,
prove.
and
And
this is why
why
you're
do
never gonna
you have
learn.
to prove
You're
it?
not gonna
Schiffer,
learn. You're never gonna
Schiffer,
learn.
I
Why
don't
is it your
care.
place to prove
Schiffer,
anything?
I don't want to learn. This is what I'm
Because
telling
if
you,
you make a
Schiffer. I
statement, you
don't
should
want
at
to
least
learn
back
from
it up
you,
with some
bro.
evidence.
Schiffer, you
You
Right.
have
ain't
on
learning
an
shit from me.
orange. Listen,
You ain't
you
learning
have
shit
on
from
a
me. I'm going
lime
on mute.
green. Schiffer, you have on a lime green employee's vest. I don't want to learn anything about reparations from you, bro. I'm gonna be honest. We have a lawsuit against the American government, Schiffer. We're not fighting for power. We're not fighting for political power. We don't want none of that. You know why? Because when my ancestors was building this fucking country, they didn't have power. They didn't have political aspirations and power. We don't give a fuck about that, man. Cut the fucking check, Schiffer.
I
Cut
hear
the
you.
check.
In
Close the wealth gap.
I don't,
Close the
bro.
wealth
That's
gap,
your
brother. I don't
prerogative.
want to hear
That's your
about all of
prerogative,
that.
bro. And that's your prerogative, bro. But to that regard, I believe that's why you'll never get the check because you haven't even
We don't
formulated
care
your
what you
argument
think.
properly.
We don't care what you think,
That's my
Schiffer.
opinion. That's just my opinion.
I know, but your opinion is like an asshole. Everyone
Hey,
has an
yo,
asshole.
So is
Shifter,
yours.
why don't you
So is
just keep?
yours.
Everyone has
Why don't
Your
you just?
opinion's
Yo,
like an
Shifter,
arsehole
why
too.
don't you just? Yo, Shifter.
even the guys in the UK, they have an asshole. They have an opinion.
Yo, Shifter, why don't you
Everyone does.
just keep it
Everyone does.
Yeah.
real?
Guess
Yo,
who's
Shifter,
not
yo,
included
Shifter.
in the
Yeah, go on. Go on.
included in the lawsuit? Schiffer.
Who?
Right,
How do you
You're
know
right.
not
that?
Yo, Shifter,
How
included.
do
why
you
don't you
know that?
just keep it real? Yo,
You're
Shifter, why
not
don't you
included
just?
in this
Why don't you just keep
lawsuit.
it real and say, yo, I'm hating on
Oh.
FBA. Period.
I ain't
I'm
hating.
hating
No,
on
I ain't
y'all.
hating. No. Do you know I'm not hating. I'm trying to
Just keep it
support you
real.
guys, but I just
Why you
think that
can't do
no,
that?
do
Why
you know
you
what?
can't be a
No, do you know
man
what?
and just say
I'm
that?
supportive. I'm supportive of you guys. I'm supportive of you guys, but I just feel like your argument is flawed. And if you've got a flawed
We
argument,
don't
as
care,
we
but
know
we don't care
historically,
though.
if you go to court with a flawed argument, your case will
Whose
get thrown out.
history?
Done,
Yeah,
dusted.
thank you,
Done,
Schiffer.
dusted.
Thank you,
Don't
Schiffer.
argue with me, bro.
Schiffer,
Please, let's not
Whose
argue.
history?
Well, Schiffer, thanks for your concern, but we would rather
Very
run our
concerned.
argument.
Very
Well, yeah,
concerned.
thank you for your concern, bro. Thank you for all your input and all your opinions. Matter of fact, I have been writing them down right here in crayon. I've been writing all your shit down in crayon. 612, 615. Like I've been writing everything you said down in crayon. That's what I think of your opinion. I don't give a
My
fuck about
West
it.
Indian brother
So
with
we
your
are
fucked
taking
up
this.
with your
We
fucked
are
up
taking.
hairline and all. You know, listen, brother.
I got the fucked up hairline. Turn your camera on. Cut your camera on, dude.
We gonna get our reparations, brother.
Man,
Listen, my West Indian, you my brother. At the end of the day, I believe
Yeah,
we
he is our
Israelites. I just think you from a different tribe. I ride with Judah. I believe that FBA represents Judah, and I ride with Judah. And
Can you prove
let
it?
me tell you something, brother. When Judah
Can
get
you prove
on,
that?
all other
Can you
tribes gonna
prove
get
that?
on.
Can you prove that
I don't
though?
have to prove it. That's how.
You
That's my
do. When
belief.
you're bro, let me show you something. When you're in court, the burden of proof lies with you to prove your case. If you didn't know that, like, bro, I'm actually trying to help you guys, but you don't want to help yourselves. I don't understand that. If you really want this thing, then you have to do it the right way. You have to go through the proper channels.
Nah, bro, you're
That's
a hater,
facts.
bro. You're a hater, bro.
How is that hating, bro? What the fuck
You're a hater.
how is that
That's a
hating?
fact.
Are you a
Hey,
lawyer?
Schiffer, don't worry, guys. I wrote Schiffer's suggestions down right here. And
All
I
right,
titled it
cool.
Schiffer's,
All right, so
Schiffer's
cool.
suggestions. I wrote it right here. I know it's hard to see because I didn't have
So
a pen.
I can go to
So I
court.
wrote
Hold
it
on
in
1 second,
crayon.
Born Rich.
I wrote it in
Born
crayon.
Rich.
No, Schiffer, I'm telling you, brother, this
I
is
see
what
it. I
we
see it.
think about
This
your
nigga Shifter
suggestions.
is a Benjamite hating on
We
Judah.
write it
That's a
down
damn
in
shame.
crayon, and we
I
hope
hear you.
that the white
Schiffer's
man
not
will
on
get it.
code. He's not on code. I don't
No,
understand
you
this.
lot ain't got.
Nah,
We
he's
Listen,
completely off code.
apologize.
He's
you
not
lot are
on code
talking
I
at
literally
all.
got
He's
2
not
You lot
on
are
words out
code.
talking
and he's
nonsense
talking
because you're
over me.
hurt.
I got 2 words out and he's literally talking over me.
All
It's a
right, you
joke.
go, you go, you go.
But
We
what
was
I'm
all
saying
talking, but
is,
you didn't know. You didn't point
we
out
just
anyone else, did you?
apologize for the behavior displayed tonight on behalf of the Caribbeans. We apologize.
I
Okay,
apologize for
all
you
right,
lot's
all right. We
retardedness
Nah,
accept
it's
because
all
that.
good. Ain't no
if you
reason.
never
We
listen,
accept
if
your
I'm the
no
only
reason.
person, if
It ain't no reason to
I'm the
apologize.
only person
You know
here
what I
who
mean? But
attended, if I
everybody,
am the only person here who attended
y'all
school,
watched
yeah,
that movie.
if I'm the only
Y'all
one,
watched that
like
movie.
not being
Y'all
funny,
watched
but
that
you lot
movie.
shouldn't be
See,
involved in this
Shifter can't.
conversation. You
Shifter
shouldn't
don't
be
know how to
having
be. I thought
conversations
Shifter was gonna mute his
where
mic.
you're
We
saying
just steady
things.
talking.
You,
But y'all watch.
bro, I
Y'all
did
watched
mute. I
that.
let you lot talk.
Y'all watched that movie.
Bro,
Us.
she just said
You
something
have a
about
lot
me.
of
She wasn't talking
cheddars out
about
here,
you. The
like
fuck?
Shifter.
Why
Shifter's a
are you
fucking
not gonna
cheddar.
insult me like that? Why are you
You're a
not gonna
cheddar,
insult
dude.
me like this? And then expect me to not say anything in reply. That's not fair, bro. I ain't sitting here
Nah,
insulting
cause
you, lot, but
all
I
you do
will
is
now
run your
because
mouth. You don't let nobody
you're
talk.
displaying what you're doing.
You just
You're
be talking a
displaying
mile a minute.
retarded behavior now. When I've
I
hold
mute
on,
my
when I've
mic.
said
That's what
something
I
that is
do. I
perfectly,
let people get
when
a
I've said
word in.
something that's
You can't
perfectly, hold
allow
on, when
nobody
I've
to
said
speak.
something that's perfect, when
Nobody
I've
can
said
get a
something
word
that's
in,
perfect,
literally.
when I've said something that's perfectly true to try and help you lot to better
What
your
did you
argument,
say
what you do is use it as an
You
excuse
come
to
from a
attack. What
culture.
you
You
use
come
it
from
as
a
an
culture.
excuse
All
to
right,
attack
all
me,
right,
innit?
all right. So
And
your
then every
Schiffer,
culture.
let's
time I'm
put this
So
to
talking,
the
your
I have to
test.
people.
shout because
Schiffer,
every time I'm talking,
Schiffer,
you're
let's put this
talking
to the
over me. But if
test.
I talk over
Schiffer,
you, you start bitching. Now, sis, be quiet while I'm
let
talking
me,
because you
no,
just said that to me. But
hold
you're
on a
now,
minute. Let me
what you're
put this to
doing
the
is, what you're being a
test.
hypocrite now,
No,
sis.
hold
No, you stop
on.
being a
Ice
hypocrite.
cream, ladies and gentlemen.
The hell is wrong with this guy?
Stop being a
Literally, Schiffer,
hypocrite,
you
innit?
just said,
Oh, whatever, man.
you just said that our argument's flawed. Schiffer, tell me what my argument is, because you will find out I've done no talking the whole night.
No
We've
one was
allowed you
talking
to
to
run
you.
and rave, and I've
Nobody
not
was
even put my
talking to
argument
you.
across.
When
And
was
once
I
the
talking
time,
to you?
the one little time I decide to put
When
a
was I
little
talking to
opinion
you?
in, you start talking over
When
my
are you
32 words
American? Are
in.
you
Like, what the hell
American?
are you doing, bro?
Hold on, are
Just
you American?
hush.
Are you American?
Hush.
Are you
No,
American?
her
Hush.
Bro,
husband
you
You
is.
just be
hush.
running
Her
your
You're not
mouth,
husband
man.
is.
American.
Bro, you
You're
Her
mute
not
husband
yourself. You
American.
is.
gotta
The
mute
best thing
Her
you
yourself.
can do at
husband
this
is
point, sis, yeah,
American.
is
Yeah, you
realize
gotta
that you
mute
just
him,
made
man.
another retarded statement because no one was addressing you. You're not American. So just
Her
hush him out
husband
for a minute
is.
and let me
Her
Schiffer,
address
husband
who
is
I'm
are
American.
addressing.
you American?
Bro, do you know what? Listen,
He's not
I'm
American,
addressing the
brother. He's
Americans.
not.
I am addressing the Americans. You lot have made
We
it
not
clear to
But
me
we
American. We
just
that I'm
asked
not
you
American.
part.
Dress
not
Hold on.
right,
to.
You've
brother.
made it clear to
Dress
me.
us
You've
right.
made
Yo,
it clear
you
to
don't
me.
see what
You've
he
made it
doing
clear
every
to
time
me.
that
You've
sister
made it
spoke
clear to me.
tonight.
You've made
He
it
cut
clear
her
to me
off
that
like
you're
this.
emotional. You've
Every
made it
time
clear to
she
me that you're
spoke, this is
emotional
what
to
he
a point
did.
where my
You do
points are
this
hurting
every
your
time she
feelings.
speak.
You sound like a bunch
You
of
don't
bitches
control.
right
She
now
can
because your
speak. She
emotions
can
are out of
speak. She can
control.
have an
Pull
opinion.
your listen.
If
Pull
she
your
has an
skirt
opinion,
down.
she
Stop.
We gonna get this work.
Pull the skirt
she can
down, man.
have an
Stop
opinion,
bitching,
B.
man.
That's you've
Shut
been
the
doing that
fuck
shit
up,
to her
bro.
Yeah,
all
you
Don't
night.
talk
did
shit,
that to the
bro.
black
You
women.
told
You
You've
did
been
me
that
doing
to
that
the
I'm
shit
black
all
English.
women.
night,
You told me
Shifter.
I'm English. I'm
Man,
not part of your
shut
fight,
up.
but she's part of your fight.
Hold
Pull your
on,
skirt
Sister
down and
Shut up.
stop
Fantash.
bitching,
You
bro.
did that to the
Jesus.
Stop
black woman.
bitching, bro.
The
You
the
did
Pull your
nothing
Caribbean
skirt down and
residents
wrong.
are
stop
trying to
bitching,
address
man.
Shifa, the
Shit.
Caribbean brother, and
You
you won't
can't
even let us
address
speak.
me
We are addressing you and we can address you. You're going to
intelligence
hold
to.
the
You
talkage.
don't
You're
have
going
the
to
level
hold the
of
talkage.
intelligence.
Ash, man.
If you had the level of
You're giving us a
intelligence, do you know
headache,
what?
Shifa.
Anything you say would matter. You're making yourself sound
Hush your
crazy
mouth
because
for a
you can't allow me
second.
to speak, but you want to
No,
speak.
you've been speaking all frigging how much hours and we've not spoken. We've allowed you to run
No one was
away and
talking to you, sis.
you're
I
yet to
wasn't
hear
talking
my
to you.
opinion. But I
She's a
want to
part of the
join the
conversation.
conversation,
Yeah,
Shifa.
exactly.
I
She's a
want to
part of the
join the
Yeah, but
conversation,
we was
dude.
already
conversation.
engaged in the
Shut
You just
conversation,
your
run your
though.
mouth.
We
mouth
was
way
already
Shut
too
your
engaged in the
much,
mouth.
nigga.
conversation.
Shut
Why
up.
You're a
would you make a
narcissist.
Why would you make a point that you don't? Why would you make a point to me that you don't want me to address?
Shut
You
Are you
up.
run your
I'm
scared?
trying
mouth
to
too
address the
much,
Pull the
bro.
conversation
fucking
and you
skirt
can't allow
down.
no one else to speak.
Pull the
It is
skirt
what it
down.
is. It is what it is. Shut
Pull
your
the
mouth.
skirt down.
Shut your mouth. Sis Cash, welcome, sis.
I didn't
Are you
mean to
there?
hurt your feelings.
That shit
Go
is
You
on.
look
whack, bro.
gay.
Like
You
let
look
her
gay.
talk.
You
Let her
Pull
have
the
an
skirt
He
down.
doesn't
opinion.
want to hear no one's opinion. That's the problem with
you look
him.
gay.
Pull
Yeah,
the
you look
skirt down.
gay. Shut up. You look gay, and you eating a
Yeah, that
popsicle.
shit corny,
Yeah,
bro.
you
Like
eating a
stop that,
popsicle,
bro. Like
gay
it's
ass
not
nigga.
cool. You don't
Shut
look
up. You
good
eating a
doing that, bro.
lollipop. You a Twix, a chocolate bar ass nigga. Shut up. Shut up talking to me. Don't you
Pull the
ever
skirt
talk
down,
to
man.
my wife like that? Shut up. Ain't no skirt down. You put that Twix. Take another bite of the Twix, faggot.
Take off them tights,
Take
man. Put
another
on some
bite.
man
You eating
trousers.
Twix. You eating Twix on your lunch break. You type of nigga sit in the car, smoke cigarettes, and eat a Twix for his lunch
Now I don't
break.
smoke no
I'll
more.
be
I
right
gave up
back in,
smoking, you know.
Sam. Hey,
Now I gave up smoking still.
Guess what you tell your coworker? I'll be right back, Sam. I'm finna go get a cigarette and a Twix. I'll be right back, bro. Make sure
I don't smoke
the
no more.
boss don't see me. Make sure the boss
No,
man don't
serious.
see me.
I don't smoke no more, but you lot are bitching. Stop, pull the
Yes,
skirt down. Stop bitching, man. It's not
Nah,
good, bro.
relax, bro. Nah, we not bitching, bro, but you doing too much. Like you being real
No, I'm
extra
not.
tonight. And
Bro, you should be able to have an educated conversation.
when you watch this shit over, when this shit go into the footnotes and it's just another video on Born Rich channel, and you watch it over, you gonna see how much of a fucking asshole you was acting tonight. There's no reason why you should cut that sister off. Don't cut her wisdom. Let her have an opinion. We all been muting our mics all night. Ain't nobody even trying to be overbearing. But you feel a need to be overbearing, especially when that sister speak. I noticed that. When that sister get to talking, you always gotta talk at the same time that she's speaking.
If you say something that doesn't make sense, and I try to
That shit
address
make
you
you
on
look
it,
bad,
and then
bro.
you start, all right, bro. If you say something that doesn't make sense, and then I try to address you on it, then the sister's jumping and screaming over me. Born Rich is screaming over me. It makes you look bad, bro.
But
Don't
you don't
make me
even
look
let her
bad.
talk long enough to find out what she was even saying.
What is the point
She
in
don't even
her
get
talk?
you don't even allow her to
how is
get her
she
fucking
bro?
point before she can even get her
Why does she have to argue for you?
You all over
Why
it.
does she have to argue for you? Why does she have to argue for you?
He
Ain't
can't
you
even
man
hear
enough
you
to?
right now while
Are
you're
you not
talking
man
to
enough to
him.
talk for yourself? Yo, brother Perry, are you not man enough to talk for yourself? Why does she have to talk for you?
No. It's not that she's
Listen,
talking
she's not
for
talking for me. This is an open dialogue. This is an open discussion. Everybody has an opinion, nigga. What are you talking about? We're not in a private call. Me and you and Rich.
All right, pull the skirt down.
Everybody's allowed to have an opinion in this discussion.
Okay, guys.
Well, stop
All right, guys.
attacking me then, innit? Pull the
Nah,
skirt down.
Hey, Shiva, go on mute. Go on mute and eat your Twix. I want to go to IC3. IC3, you got the candles going, brother. What do you have to say about this whinging and complaining and victims of white supremacy arguing and fighting with each other? Talk to me, y'all.
It's all good on this platform because this is the way we clear up and understand each other's mindsets. And I think in the long run, it's actually unifying us. Even though it's a bit heated, it's heated. It's good stuff. You're doing good work, Born Rich. You're doing good work.
And you know what, IC3, I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I make jokes and some people think this platform is a shit show. But IC3 is right. Because I ain't gonna lie, I have seen me, Shifa, Lady Divine, IC3. I've even seen Perry. I've fucking seen Stanley and Eric. I've seen everybody on this platform when, I hate to say it, y'all, but when a white supremacist or a suspected white supremacist comes on this platform or goes on to another platform, we seem to get it right.
That's right. The whole tone changes. You're correct. We get on code.
I see free.
We get on code.
Yes, right. You're right.
That is a don't know what the code is.
It's brilliant.
IC3 did just tell you to pull the skirt down, though. He did just say pull the skirt down, drop the emotions. At the end of the day, we're supposed to have different opinions and come to terms with things as a collective. You know, with different minds at the table, because two minds are better than one.
And it's nothing wrong with having a different opinion, but you gotta have tact. You gotta be more tactful, because when certain people is talking, bro, you just lose it and you just feel the need to just over talk. Like, nigga, you gonna listen to me, and you just be wailing the fuck out. You be doing that a lot, bro. All we saying is just
We made
there's nothing wrong with disagreeing.
Hold on.
Is it tactful for you to be using ad hominems in an educated conversation? Is that tactful? All right then. Pull the skirt down. Pull the skirt down. Pull the skirt down.
See now, pull the skirt down. Like just at this point, The way I'm
Yeah,
looking at you,
yeah. That's
the
why
way
I
I'm
used
looking
to
at
have problem them because the
the
man's
way I'm
using them
looking at
against
you,
me, so I used it
there
back,
you
and you
go
don't like
again,
it.
over talking.
You don't like
I
it.
let him
No,
get that
but the
off.
brother
I let
just
him
asked
say
me a
what he had
question,
to
bro.
say. Look at him,
Yo,
over
yo,
talking.
yo, yo, Stanley, did you just ask me a question? And the brother won't let me answer. This is what I mean. You're talking about tact, bro, when you have none. Take the plank out of your own eye first.
I don't know.
This
That
is crazy.
I don't
Shifa,
know
I got
that
a quick
saying.
question. Do you not believe that if the brothers and sisters in the Americas was to receive reparations, would that not be beneficial to us being Caribbeans if they did get it?
If they actually receive reparations, but I don't believe
Yeah.
just getting a check is reparations. That's my honest opinion.
They're not saying, but they're not saying that that's the only thing. They're saying that's the beginning point, though. That's the
No, you
basic.
didn't. You didn't say that. No, you didn't say that. Specifically, you didn't say that.
Who said that?
Who said that? It was
Whoever said it knows it. But listen, I don't need to
But
pull
who
my
said
skirt
it?
down because
Who
I don't
said
need.
it? Don't be.
Listen,
Don't, come on, bro.
whoever said
Like,
it should be.
come on,
Whoever
bro.
said it should be man enough to own it, innit? Whoever said it should be man enough
Who
to own
said
it.
it? Who said it? Who said it?
Say this, Shifa.
Whoever said it should be man enough to own
Man,
it. Born
say
rich.
somebody's name, man. We don't do that
Born
talking in
rich.
riddles.
Born
Yeah.
rich should
And
be
I
man
said
enough to
what?
own
No,
his statements.
hold on.
Born rich should be man enough to own his own statements. Pull the
No,
skirt
did I
down,
say,
lads.
hold on. I said the check is the elephant in the room that everybody speaks about. And I said, you goddamn right. The check has to be a part of it. Now, I also say, and everybody who visits the platform, thank y'all for subscribing. But I always say closing the wealth gap. Now, will the check help with that? Absolutely. Do we need
Will it actually do it though?
resources? I mean, not resources. Do we need education? Do we need housing opportunities? Absolutely. We need all of that. Do we need community funding? Do we need small business and black businesses and entrepreneurship programs? Absolutely. But I don't want anybody to keep putting all of that shit in front of the check. The check.
I see where we're going wrong now. I see why we're having cross wires now. I see where the wires are being crossed. Sorry, go on.
No, that shit, brother Rich talking is what foundational Black Americans are getting on code about.
Facts.
You remember, you heard Rich what he just said when he slipped up and said minorities. Then he said fuck minorities.
Yeah.
We getting on code on that shit, and y'all pissed off about it.
You're right.
No, but you see what I know why we're getting cross wires now, and I can tell you why. Well, this is the reason we're getting cross wires, because you have a different idea as to what wealth is in comparison to someone like myself or someone like IC3. Your idea of wealth is just money. I realize that now.
No,
obviously, to me, I find all right, cool. What is it then? What is wealth? You explain it. Let me not talk for you. I apologize for speaking for you. You tell me what wealth is. What's wealth?
No problem. Now, fuck, man. I know you want me to just answer that question. All right, let me answer that question just like this.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Feel free.
Wealth is home ownership. Wealth is access to premium education. Wealth is entrepreneurs and business owners and business management, right? So if I say let's just start with those three things, Shifa. So I said those three things, right? Business ownership and wealth management.
Can I go next, yeah?
Hold on. You asked me what wealth is, but I want to.
Yeah, I'll go off. Can I go after you though, so I can tell you my definition of wealth?
Thank you,
bro. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I said, like entrepreneurship, right? The access for us to start our own businesses. That's a way to start wealth. We have economic freedom, right? Economic freedom is access to money. Now you may say resources. I am going to say money just right off the bat. And then we also have access to a premium education, right? Also access to home ownership. Like I probably said something twice, but we need all of those. Those are the same things that's in that lawsuit. Those are some of the main components to where non-black people took off on black people, right? We have to admit, in America, non-black people, well, let's just say white people, because my ancestors didn't deal with Asians and all of them people. My ancestors dealt with a lack of education, a lack of funding, a lack of business ownership, and a lack of home ownership.
Yeah, but you're just telling us what wealth is at this point, though, right? Because we don't need the rest of it. Just what is wealth, and then I'll watch how quick my definition
at
of
the
wealth
end of the day, bro, at the end of the day, even when you
All right, you go first.
Hold on, let me say this real quick. The Asians like to bring up the fact that they fought against racism too. It wasn't the same. The Asians fought against white supremacy in the capacity of them saying our children shouldn't be contaminated by black children either. So you're gonna let us up in your schools because we don't want to go to school with the blacks. We should have the right to subjugate the blacks and be racist toward the blacks just as much as you.
Thanks.
So this is the shit that we went through here in this country, the country that we built.
I just watched the video.
Yeah, I'm not gonna push back against your points, but you're making different points when I asked one specific question.
No,
so
I'm just telling you how good our case is, nigga. We have a great.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I think we're going off the point. We're going off the point now.
Hate all you want.
The point was, yeah, that we're here arguing. I'm telling you guys to pull the skirt down. You lot are throwing your ad hominems at me, yeah. And the reason for that is because, as far as I'm concerned, we have a different idea of what wealth is. And when I'm trying to explain to you from my perspective,
what is wealth? Don't stop. Now you doing ad hominems. Now you're finna go into What is wealth? What is your
wealth?
definition?
Is one word. Wealth can be summed up in one word: power. Questions?
Not true. Not
same thing with the Mexicans.
Not true. All right. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
When you talk about,
you're saying not true. Wait. Perry. 1 second.
He said no. Perry.
He said not true. He said, bro, listen. No, hold up. He said not true. Prove me wrong now, please.
They are two different
Give me
things.
some information to base that on. No, Born Rich. Let Born Rich go. Let Born Rich go, man. Go. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Jeffrey Epstein was wealthy. He died in jail.
Does he have power?
How much power? Okay. He had temporary power. Can we agree with that? Because he died in jail. He ended up getting locked up by the system. So the system had more power than him.
So power can be taken away. So power can be taken away. But power can be taken. Now, hear me out. What you've done is you've not proved me wrong. You've proved me right. Because for him to amass so much wealth, he had to be a powerful person. Now, obviously, that power can be stripped away. You can still go to jail, or your nation could still be destroyed. You could go to war with a more powerful nation. You could go to war with a more powerful. You could go to war. 1 second, bro. You could go to war with a more powerful nation, and they could absolutely destroy and obliterate you. But that still does not prove that wealth is not power. That still doesn't.
They've been trying to kill us. They've been trying to kill us for centuries, for decades, for years. They've been trying to kill us all, nigga. They can't. They can't kill us. They've been trying to kill us, nigga. You come from a failed culture. You want me to take
what's the failed culture? Which culture? Which culture are you talking about?
You come from a people that like to be immigrants.
Who are you talking about, bro?
My people don't immigrate nowhere. You talking to a
but
nigga
who are you talking about?
People never ran, never will. We don't immigrate.
Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. When did Jamaica conquer anywhere, bro? Bro, when did Jamaica conquer anywhere, bro? Bro, when did Jamaica conquer anywhere? Yo, Perry. Perry. When did Jamaica conquer? Bro, slow down.
For us, bro.
Alright, bro, pull the skirt down for a second. Alright, bro, take the thongs up. Take the thongs off for a minute. Put some man pants on. When did Jamaica conquer America, bro? When did we conquer you, bro? When did we conquer you, bro? Talk to me. When did Jamaica conquer anywhere, bro?
Never, nigga.
What
you
doing?
Like 2 million.
Well, don't chat shit. Well, stop chatting. You just bro. You just refuted your own statement there.
Nothing with 45 million niggas. You can't do nothing.
What was the point? What was the point in your statement? Then? What was the point you're making? Then?
We brought y'all here.
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about then?
Over here.
But bro, you just said we was trying to. You just said we was trying to conquer you. When did Jamaica try to conquer you, bro? What are you doing?
I never said none of that. When did I say that?
Yes, you did. You said the nation that I come from.
Shut
What
the
are you
fuck
doing?
up, nigga. I never said that. You lying.
Did you know? Oh my God.
I never
oh my
said
God.
That.
You said the nation that I come from have been trying to do what? Have been trying to do what for years? Hold on. You said the nation that I come from has been trying to do what? You said the nation I come from has been trying to do what? Who's lying now, bro?
I said you come from a failed culture. You come
from what culture is that?
What culture is that?
Is Jamaica a failed culture? Jamaica's a failed culture. We're known for fleeing.
You're known for
from
fleeing.
Who was we fleeing from, bro? Who was we fleeing from,
Jamaica? Why you don't make
Jamaica? We flee from Jamaicans.
Why Jamaica?
Why we don't make Jamaica? Bro, Jamaica
why you don't make America? Jamaica is great as we made America. Why you can't do
Jamaica
that?
is popping. Jamaica is just as great as your America, bro.
No, it's
what are you
not.
talking about?
Jamaica is
yes,
not
it is.
popping.
It's not as big. It's not as big. It's not as big, and we don't live in shanty towns. No, we don't. No, we don't. When was the last time you was in Jamaica, bro? When was the last time you was in Jamaica, bro?
In the local river over there,
bro. When was the last time you was in Jamaica, bro? When was the last time you was there, bro?
Give us all this advice. You want to criticize us? Let's criticize you for me.
When's the last? When's the last time you was in Jamaica, bro? When's the last time you've been to Jamaica, bro? The poverty level in America is crazy, bro. Bro, you got people living underneath bridges in America, bro. Sleeping in cardboard boxes. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Hold on. Hey, Baba Dule, you jump on here. Yeah.
You're still living on grandma's couch, but you want to talk about hard-working Jamaicans.
I don't even know if you heard me talking.
Yeah, but the man just disrespected.
You obviously didn't hear me talking, Schiffer. I don't care what the man did. I don't care what he did on my platform. It's my platform, brother.
Pull the skirt down, man.
Talking. So, Baba Dule, you need to jump on, bro. Now, if you man enough to say these Yanks, jump on here and say it with your chest, man. And
I noticed he talked about Jamaica, but he didn't want to talk about Trinidad because he knows you're gonna make yourself look dumb out here, bro. Go to Jamaica and tell them that. Go to Jamaica and talk your shit, bro. Come to Jamaica and talk your shit.
Whatever, nigga.
Go to Jamaica or Trinidad, talk your shit, bro. I dare you, bro. But I double dare you, bro. I double dare you.
Your country. You don't stay.
Yes, we do.
Immigrate.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. When Usain Bolt conquered the world, the Olympics, where was he living, bro? Was he living outside of Jamaica? Or was he? Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Hey, Schiffer, I got a question for you.
There's no cases of us. There's no cases of foundational Black Americans.
I want to go back to the wealth and power thing.
Or anywhere.
Yeah. I'd like to hear Stanley, please.
We stay where we from and we fight. Y'all niggas.
I'm not a nigga like you, bro. You're lower than me, bro. I'm above you, bro. You're like bro. You're a midget among giants right now, bro. Go on, Stanley.
Are you bitching and moaning about white supremacy since you're such a giant?
Say that again. I didn't hear you. Say that again. So I can hear you. Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest so I can hear you. Say it with your chest. I can't hear you when you're shouting. Say it again so I can hear you. I didn't hear you before.
You want me to cam up so you can see me?
No, I said say it again because Stanley was trying to talk at the same time. I couldn't hear you. Say it again.
What I'm saying is that you saying that, okay, in some form or another of your humanity, you're superior to Perry, right? That's what you're saying, right?
Superior to who? Well, superior to Perry, yeah.
Wait.
To Perry, yeah.
About the same white supremacy we're bitching and moaning about. So what makes you superior? Speak your piece.
I'm not bitching and moaning. I'm not bitching and moaning about white supremacy first and foremost. And the reason I said you're a midget among giants is because he's using ad hominems rather than using his intellect. I'm trying to stay away from the ad hominems, but the brother's drawing me out, innit? So I've realized that I'm a giant to him, innit? And he's looking up at me and he's trying to pull me down to his size. So I'm not going to allow that to happen. We're just going to leave it there and let's move on. Go on, Stanley, what was you going to say?
Well, I was just going to ask you, because I don't think I quite got it. You said wealth is power, or are wealth and power two separate things?
No, wealth is power. Without power, there can be no wealth.
I don't know. I mean, you can be wealthy without power and vice versa.
when you say wealthy, there's different perceptions on what wealthy is, but the people who see themselves as wealthy without the power are wealthy due to the power of somebody else.
I don't know about that, but I'll leave it. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, bro. And that's respectful. Thank you, bro.
Yes, sir. I can agree with you to that point when you talk about Berezovsky in the Russian Federation, because Putin told Berezovsky, just like he told all the other oligarchs, you can buy and own whatever the fuck you want, make as much money as you want, but don't dip your nose into the politics, because if you do, I'll take it all away from you and I'll put your ass in jail. And that's
right.
That's what Putin did with Berezovsky in the Russian Federation.
That's right.
In Moscow, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, but then Berezovsky didn't have power.
Berezovsky had no. Wait a minute, time out. He did have power in the sense that he could run those oil fields and make as much money as he wanted to, and Putin wasn't gonna fuck with him. Putin said Putin said, I will not be a hindrance to you making money, okay, from the oil. You can make as much money as you want. You become a billionaire. As a matter of fact, Berezovsky did become a billionaire. Now, when Berezovsky became a billionaire, okay, he let his ego write a check that his ass couldn't cash, because he goes into the politics of the country and Putin slapped him down, just like Putin said he's gonna slap him.
And that's when he realized his power was handed down. He must have got out of control and thought that the power weren't handed down. He did this all himself. No, it doesn't work like that. Just like my power is not just my own. Any power I got was given to me by the Most High. And the Most High can slap me down anytime he's ready. So I know there's no wealth. There's nothing without power.
Nah, I feel you on that. Shifter. Like, my thing is that too. Like, at the end of the day, I feel like none of this shit really matters.
Thank you.
Because at the end of the day, the Most High going to redeem Israel at the end of the day, and we all Israel, in my opinion. But at the same time,
sorry for attacking you, brother.
But living through reality right now, even this shit is biblical to a degree. Like, niggas, the Bible say everybody was gonna hate on Judah.
Yeah, and I agree. I'm sorry for one second, Boomwick. Can I just apologize to the brother?
No.
Can I just? All right, go on. You go first. You go first.
Respond. No. Fuck that.
I didn't ask to respond. Go ahead.
You can't respond. No, we're not going there. Yes,
I don't want to respond.
We'll have the Israelite conversation another time. I'm happy you brothers found a median and a meeting ground. But let's get to this, man, because I'm finna.
We're sorry for attacking you, my brother. Anyway.
Yeah, we're fucking almost seven hours in. Let's get to this, guys. So, are you guys familiar with Mr. Malik Zulu Shabazz? Anybody?
No, we're not. No, I'm not. No, not at all. Never heard of him.
No.
Okay. So, our brother, Dr. Zulu, Malik Zulu, whatever his name is, Malik Zulu Shabazz, right? So he is the I don't know if he's the founder, the CEO, something of the new Black Panther Party. You're familiar with the Black Panther Party, right?
Yes, sir.
And you familiar with their demise, right?
I'm not familiar with the demise, but I'm familiar with the party.
Yeah. So, okay, of course that died, and then it had to be, I'm not going to say it had to be, but someone had to take the mantle, right? So we have the new Black Panther Party. Are y'all familiar with the manosphere?
No, sir.
I hear him every day.
Absolutely. So the manosphere, I don't know, it's a bunch of guys. Are you familiar with Kevin Samuels, Schiffer?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels could be considered part of the manosphere.
Nah, I wouldn't say that. Like, no, the manosphere, like I said earlier. No, the manosphere is basically a group of men that's saying don't mess with black women. Kevin Samuels is a dude that's trying to convince black women that you should think logically and marry a guy that's within the 40,000 a year range, and combine that income with your income. Like, that's your last hope. That's what he's saying. I wouldn't put him in the manosphere.
He's
Because he's
saying, so
basically
let me.
encouraging marriage. He's
Okay.
basically telling black people, look, most black people in America make about 40,000 a year, men
Okay.
and women. So he's telling them, y'all should marry, turn your 40 into 80, and build
Okay.
together. That's not no manosphere shit. The
Okay. I
manosphere is
understand what
straight
you're
up
saying.
saying, don't fuck with black women. Like black
Okay.
men, go your
All
own
right,
way.
Perry. I'm gonna play this clip from the Fresh and Fit podcast. I'm gonna play this clip. Tell me, are these brothers? Does this sound like manosphere talk?
To further their point about how they don't like black women, he dicked up some old clips, dog.
Like
In this moment, I feel like anything is possible. And you will make
Black dating app called Black. Oh, it's funny. I never used that one, bro. But hey, man. I mean, hey, bro. If you want to date a bunch of Shaniquas, go for it, man.
LaQuisha.
Yeah, like me and Fresh aren't really down with the brown like that.
Man.
We ain't night riders. So.
Yeah, my take on that is like I said earlier. Most black women are not Shaniquas. Most black people aren't hooked on crack cocaine. You know, the majority of us, the majority of us make at least 40,000 a year.
Okay,
So
well let me
most
ask you
black
this.
most black women aren't Shaniquas.
I understand
So
that.
I take offense to that because both of them brothers was non-foundational black Americans. One of them was an Arab, and the other dude was from the Barbados. So he wasn't a foundational black American.
Hold on, Perry. Now, what we say.
What's wrong with the name Shanika?
brothers,
Please break it down for me,
on.
bro, before you move.
I mean,
What is this? What is Shanika? What's wrong with the name
Shanika is a
Shanika?
common name for like how people like
That's
to
my sister's name.
stereotype
That's my sister's
foundational
name.
black Americans. They'll call a foundational black American female a Shaniqua or something
My
like
sister's name Shanika still. My sister's actually called Shanika, but I just wanted to know what the problem is.
But I don't even think that needs to be spoke. You got Shaniquas and Bo-Keishas and like, come on, we know what that is. Like when a white person say we was kings and shit, you know what that means, right? It's a racist epithet that they will.
Oh, it's like a Karen, like a black Karen.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got you. Now I get it.
When we hear brothers say that,
a Karen is actually a white person that is very dangerous toward black people.
I know, right?
They call the police for no reason.
Melanated, they said night riders, but all right. The reason I asked y'all about Malik Zulu Shabazz, so those are the brothers that said that, right? They said they don't date black women. They call them night riders and Shaniquas and less than desirables, undesirables and all of that shit. So let's play when those brothers ran into Dr. Malik Zulu Shabazz.
Okay, here you are, brother. All right, Attorney Malik, academics, or you can hit the request button now and come back. Because, they're burning me up. They want to ask questions. All right, we got Attorney Malik Zulu Shabazz coming in right now.
I'm going to fast forward it a little bit, family.
Hey, Born Rich, if I heard a man say he was a night rider, though, I'd have to pause.
Welcome.
Hey, my brother, Black Power. Black Power to you.
Yes, sir. And of course, the book of Khaled is out everywhere books are sold. I did the forward. My father's biography. Thank you so much, brother, for penning it and championing the book and being a champion on the front lines and being the modern day Khaled Muhammad on the front lines. So I want to thank you for all of your hard work, brother.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you helping me with the book of Khaled, the book on your father, Khaled Abdul Muhammad. Great book out. Yes, sir.
My bad, y'all. My computer.
Yeah, what happened?
But the brother at the top, Hold on. Don't go enrich me when we're talking about the Honorable Khalid Muhammad.
Yeah, I was gonna ask which one's which.
Our master teacher, that brother at the top of the screen, the bald head brother, the bald head brother with the hoodie on,
yeah,
at the top, that's the Honorable Khalid Muhammad's son.
Born Rich, are you a Knight Rider?
On.
Born Rich, are you a Knight Rider?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm only talking about what the Honorable Khalid Muhammad, and I ain't gonna lie, Shiffer. I ain't gonna lie, Shiffer.
Pause.
I know, bro. I know, but you know what's funny, Shiffer? It's really perfect timing for you to make a joke when I start speaking about powerful American descendants of slavery. When I start talking about the Honorable Khalid Muhammad, I expect Shiffer to make a joke. I expect the voice of free America to make a joke. I expect people to make a joke. I expect the manosphere to make a joke because he's not respected. You know why? Because he's not respected in your community, or he didn't have a real impact on your family or your personal beings or your ancestors inside of the country that your people come from. I'm just being honest, bro. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? It's like when people say that fuck the Nation of Islam, I'm gonna say no, fuck you, right? Because those brothers had a real impact on my life and my ancestors' life. So of course people are going to make jokes when we're speaking about the Honorable Khalid Muhammad.
Yeah. Okay. I get you. But I don't know who this guy is, so
exactly.
I can only respect what I know.
So you're supposed to make a joke. Yeah, you are.
I was making a joke about the other guy though, because the other guy said Knight Riders. It wasn't your guy that you were just talking about, was it?
Yeah, we wasn't really tripping on Knight Riders. Like we had passed that 4 minutes ago. But it was a good.
But you are a Knight Rider, though.
I don't even know what that is. I am.
Why would you call a Knight Rider
Hold on.
analogy?
I don't need you to say it, bro. Let me speak. I come from the blood. I don't know what a Knight Rider is. I come from the blood and the sweat and the tears of the Honorable Khalid Muhammad. And he never
You did say that you was a Knight Rider before, though.
No. Let me tell you about the Honorable Khalid Muhammad. You said you don't know. You're from Jamaica
RBG
and you live in the UK.
Full effect.
Yeah,
RBG
you're from Jamaica and you live in the UK. You don't know about the Honorable Khalid Muhammad. But let me tell you something. I come from his blood, sweat, and tears. I come from the movement of Khalid Muhammad. He didn't say anything about no Knight Riders, no Bomber Clots, no Israelites, no none of that.
Born Rich, my uncle was a Black Panther, bro.
All he said was what, Born?
My uncle was a Black Panther, bro.
Motherfucking power all day, every day.
My mum's brother was a Black Panther, born. Was you a Black Panther?
Thank you.
Was you a Black Panther, born?
Well, he wasn't.
Oh, my mum's brother was a Black Panther, bro.
Well said, Shiffer.
My mum's brother was a Black Panther, bro.
I wish you would listen, Shiffer. If
well, don't tell me about me, then, innit? Tell me about you.
But if you tell me you don't know, anything about this brother, I please ask you to listen. Shiffer, if I needed to know anything about King James, Moses, and Yahweh,
Queen Elizabeth.
I promise. No, not even Queen Elizabeth. No, I'm going to what Shiffer. No, if I need to know about Jacob, Matthew, Yahweh, Shai, and the Israelite community, I would shut the fuck up and listen to you, brother. So when we're talking about the Honorable Khalid Muhammad, Black motherfucking power all day, every day, please let me talk, brother. So like I was saying, this brother at the top of the screen, he is the Honorable Khalid Muhammad's son. And he has an interview with our dear brother, Malik Zulu Shabazz. And he's going to bring on these other guys that said Black women are Knight Riders and Black women. And, you know, they were shitting on Black women. So please let me play this out, guys.
Yes, sir. So, did you have any thoughts and or questions for the brother here?
I do, Brother Fresh. I really want Myron back. Is Myron coming back? Okay. Well, I'll go ahead without brother.
Myron, hold on. Myron is here.
Let's get Myron here. All right, I just sent Myron a request. Yeah, there's Brother Myron now. So I want to say here that we got a nighttime show that we got here going in a second. Okay, so we're gonna get it real quick. I'm so, as a student of Dr. Khalid Muhammad, I'm so sick and tired of athletes, entertainers, and those that make it, turning on black people and talking down to black people. It's clear that these two brothers, they just love them some cracker women. They just love them some blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pink-toed, pale-skinned, buttermilk complexion, ironing board backside, Caucasoid mutanoid, subject of itch, white cave bitches. And it's a shame. I'm Myron.
Rewind.
I call Brother Myron.
Pull up.
Oh my God.
Pull up that blood clot. Pull it up. This will go over Brother Schiffer's head, but don't worry. Pull it up.
Oh, I am. I just want to go to Shiver. Shiver, was the brother inappropriate for telling these brothers that's what the women they like to deal with?
You can say what he likes, yeah.
And you say he wasn't out of line. All right.
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't ask Born. You know he said he did. When you listen, if he ever tell a lie, I'll stop him. What are you talking about? I didn't stop him because he was lying. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I think everyone's entitled to their opinion, Born, like you said earlier.
Yeah, there's Brother Myron now. So I want to say here that we got a nighttime show that we got here going in a second. Okay, so we're gonna get it real quick. I'm so, as a student of Dr. Khalid Muhammad, I'm so sick and tired of athletes, entertainers, and those that make it, turning on black people and talking down to black people. It's clear that these two brothers, they just love them some cracker women. They just love them some blonde-haired, blue-eyed, pink-toed, pale-skinned, buttermilk complexion, ironing board backside, Caucasoid mutanoid, subject of itch, white cave bitches. And it's a shame. Myron, I call Brother Myron the Sambo from Sudan. I'm hoping that he hasn't been bit by the white Arab disease that teaches that the white Sudanese is better than the black Sudanese. I heard Fresh say that one of his parents was black, but we don't know about the other one. And so we in the new Black Panther Party, and I, Malik Zulu Shabazz, I want to say I love the black woman. I want to say that the black woman is the queen of the planet Earth. She's the mother of civilization. That the black woman is the goddess of the universe. She ain't just somebody we may just happen to want. She is not just our preference. She's all that we want. We don't want nothing else but the black woman. And and one day we're going to put a stop to this. As Khalid Muhammad said, that one day we will come to that stage and that microphone, and these black movement will snatch you off that goddamn stage for talking and dogging our people and dogging the black woman out. We love some chocolate black women. The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. And that's all we want to hear out here. And then, as I conclude, to say that everybody has suffered. This brother over here looking like he's a black Olmec, Brother Fresh. He looking as black as tar, talking about he may date a black woman. If you didn't have probably some money, no woman on the earth would touch you, including the black woman. We can tell you ain't had no women. And so, come on, brothers, wake up. If you're going to be an entertainer, be a revolutionary entertainer. If you're going to do something, be like Paul Mooney, man. But stop being a Sambo and a Tom and a bootlicking tool for the Klan and white racism and white supremacy. And that's what I'm like. When are you going to stop, brother? Because if you don't stop, the new Black Panther Party is going to have to stop you.
Talk to me, family. What
That's
y'all
right.
think so far?
That's right.
Talk to me, family. And I ain't gonna lie, I am Oh fuck! There's so many people on here that I have to do it.
I born rich.
Oh
You're born
God!
rich. Can I be honest?
Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Let me say this. People who know. I just happened to look up at the panel, and it's like, yo. So, what do the panel think about him saying the black woman is not only the best woman that a black man should pursue, but the only woman that a black man should pursue? Talk to me, panelists. We got Stanley.
I was just about to. I'll let everyone else go first, though.
I'll put it this way. I'm not going to let any other man tell this man what woman he should be with, what woman he should marry, what woman he should have a family with. I ain't having that. I ain't on that code.
Real talk. I'm with
I agree with
Perry
that.
on that. No, not Perry. Sorry. What's the Eric? I'm with Eric on that, and I think that the brother,
That's
he
not
talks
black
about
power.
1 second, sis. Just relax. Yeah. I think the brother, he talks about the brothers going at the sisters, but then he goes at the Caucasian or the Albanese sisters. So it's like, he's now become a hypocrite, and it's like he's making himself. He's making his argument, he's diminishing his whole argument by doing that. He did. He's diminishing his whole argument and his whole stance by attacking other people. He should have just lifted himself up. He didn't have to drag anyone else down to lift himself up. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not about that. He is saying, in his opinion, right? And I'm sorry, panelists, and I fuck with y'all on the panel. I know you guys that married and dated outside your race. I fuck with y'all. But he is saying, in his opinion, the black woman, I agree, totally agree.
He's entitled.
The black woman is not only the only woman that catches my attention, but the only woman that I will procreate with. The only woman that I see that I am
the only woman that I find attractive or that I can see myself in a relationship with is black women. But what I also said was I find black women to be very cold at this point in history.
I think we know how to deal with them.
Like black women do
Our black men are the only
a lot of black women,
We're the
they
only
look
ones
at
built to deal with them. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Lady D. Go ahead, wifey.
Built.
We're built to deal with them, but go ahead, wifey. What was you saying?
But brothers, can I quickly cut in before the brothers get in their bag? Yeah, can I cut in because IC3's got the best answer for this. He's been using it for weeks. IC3, where's the quote? You cannot lay down with what? Come on, IC3.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just about to put that.
Green now. Come on, get on code. Come on, get it in the chats. Get it on the panel. Get it on the screen. Come on. You cannot fight white supremacy. What? Jesus Christ! Come on.
It's there. Look, the posters there. ITG Black Nation. No sex with liberation. You can't have sex with white people. Any sex with white people is rape in the system of white supremacy.
Oh shit! Stop raping for them daughters.
Can I say something now? Can I reply to that? IC3. Can I reply to that? IC3. Can I reply to you? Can I reply to that, please? I'm gonna be honest here. I'm gonna be honest here. Listen, I'm black first, but this is why we got conquered, and this is why we will never succeed. Because you have to understand all of the tools have to be in play for you to be able to build the house. You can't build a house and put aside some of your most valuable tools. That's ridiculous. And if you don't want to be ridiculous and play racist games, I'm gonna leave you to it. You're entitled to an opinion. I don't give a fuck.
No, you can be friends.
I don't know what
no
you
sex.
mean. Racist games. I already told you. Hold on. No. Hell no. And he just asked us earlier, do we believe that racism is prejudice plus power? So don't you say racist games. We don't have no motherfucking power. So no, we're not playing racist games. We're playing prejudice games. What is he talking about?
Do you have power on this panel? Do you have power when you're on this panel? Who's in control of this panel? When you're on this panel, when I'm on this panel, do you have the power to mute me? It's the black man with the power on this panel. So unfortunately, now you are playing racist games, and I'm gonna leave you to it. I don't even care. It ain't
But I'm
bothering
not
me. You're
prejudiced.
just making
Shiffer,
yourself.
I'm not
You're making. Hold
prejudiced.
on, bro. What
Hold
you're
on,
doing is
stop, stop, stop,
you're weakening yourselves. But the real black
Man,
people don't
stop,
think like you,
Shiffer.
bro.
Are you crying
That's the
because you
truth.
got a white wife? You crying
No,
because
you
you got a
crying,
white
you
girl?
crying,
Why
you crying because you've
Why
been
you
beaten up
crying,
by
man?
society.
You
You're
crying?
crying because you've been
You
beaten
crying
up by
right now, Shiffer?
society and you don't know how to deal with
Hey,
it.
I have one thing to say.
This
I
nigga
love
crying, man.
IC3 to death, but I fuck who I want.
Thank you. And
right.
Stanley has a
That's what
white
I'm
wife,
saying.
and he's not crying.
Well,
Stanley
no,
has
my white wife is dead.
a white ex-wife, a white. Well, I'm still gonna say your wife, because just because death didn't mean you didn't marry her. I mean,
But like I said, you know what?
But you're not crying about racism and shit.
Hell no.
Hey man, I'm gonna leave you to it, man. If you guys are gonna be racist, then fuck it. If we can't say we want black men to date and marry black women, you guys are racist.
Hey,
man.
and my next wife might be black.
Well, I'm not gonna argue against you, bro. That's what I mean by I'm gonna leave you to it. I don't need to fight you down on your point. I don't, bro. You're entitled. I never said I'm leaving. I never said I'm leaving. I never said I'm leaving. I said I'm going to leave you to your opinion. If you don't understand that statement, it means I'm not fighting you on your opinion. You're entitled to one. I don't care what your opinion is, to be honest. I don't give a shit.
I value your opinion.
I don't value it, but I value in having one.
I absolutely value it, and it does not offend me one bit. I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do.
And you know what, Stanley? We've been on this road before, brother.
Me too, Stanley. I don't give a fuck what no one says. I do what I want.
All right, let me tell you this. You know I don't agree with
I respect it.
the race. Like, come on, Stanley. This is not a new phenomenon. You know.
Well, I know. Hey, I'm not offended. You have made yourself clear, as have I.
We've had the conversation, exactly. So that's all I was doing when this brother says.
But no, hey, like I said, I thought it was funny. I knew you were fucking with us.
Yeah. There is that. But I did want to get y'all's opinion, like genuine opinion. When you hear a black man tell another black man that you're a Sambo, you're a coon, you're an Uncle Tom, because
you know what? The funny part is I agree with him.
Fuck, Stanley. Okay.
Come on, bro.
I mean, you don't have to go out there. You don't have to go out there and insult black women or any other woman.
Real talk, but he wanted to insult the other women, though. And that's what I'm saying. To me, what the brother's doing, you're actually demonstrating your weakness. What you're trying to class as a strength is your weakness. It's going to drag you down, and I ain't going to be part of it.
Hold on.
Well, the thing is,
hold on, Stanley. I know you want to go, but Schiffer can't just throw it out.
No, go ahead.
How he wants to disrespect what women, and what did he say was disrespectful? Like, you can't
rewind it back so you can hear it for yourself. I'm not going to repeat. I'm not quoting no one. Listen, I'm not quoting. One second, bro. Listen. I'm not going to quote no one because I don't want to make a mistake for someone then to start chatting shit and just draw out the conversation and make it long. So I'm going to say to you, he definitely did insult white women, white people in general, I don't need to go back and play it. You can if you want to. But I'm going to say he's now demonstrating his own weakness. You don't need to insult other people to rise yourself up. All you have to do is demonstrate why you should be risen. That's all you have to do. You don't have to go around talking to everyone and saying, oh, well, do you know what? Everyone should be dating inside their race, and no black man should be with no one that's not black. You don't need to do that, bro. What you need to do, if you want to promote blackness, just promote blackness. If you want to promote black power and black empowerment, just do it, bro. Don't chat shit because it just makes you look dumb. That's what
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I love Schiffer said that. I love you said that, Schiffer. Dope. Fuck. Did I not do that right? There we go. All right, Schiffer. So you said do not promote black empowerment. Schiffer.
No, I said you can promote black empowerment, but you don't have to disrespect other people to do it. All that does is make you look small-minded.
Nobody. Schiffer, I'm not disrespecting nobody, but look what I'm doing.
You weren't in the video. I'm talking about the guy in the video.
Schiffer, I want you guys to go out and get this Black Empowerment today. I mean, starts today hoodie, this best hoodie. Please go out. I am promoting and supporting Black Power. And let me tell you this: when I get done supporting,
But it doesn't though. That doesn't.
Hold on.
You're taking away from Black Power. You're taking away from it with that video.
You're not letting me finish. I am telling my Black people, you should not date, marry, procreate outside of your race. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. You're killing the race off. You're diluting the bloodline. All of that. But I'm still promoting.
Well, it's a good thing I'm an Israelite then, isn't it? Good thing I'm an Israelite.
I second that.
Good thing I'm an Israelite.
Thank you. So
good thing I'm an Israelite.
It's possible, but I'm telling you, it's possible to still promote Black empowerment and still tell my people, I disagree. I disagree with you dating, marrying, and procreating outside of your race. I disagree with all of that.
You're 15 years too late.
Go on.
LOL, Stanley.
Damn it.
Black power.
All right, born rich. Not being funny. That was not Black empowerment, what you just said there. Black empowerment, yeah. Black empowerment is rising your position within the society, bro. And
Dude,
you not dating a particular people is not going to rise your position. Thank you very much.
I think we say thank you, then cool. I said thank you. Thank you, brother. You was directing that comment at me. I said thank you. I want to play some more of the video now. But thank you, Schiffer. You're right. That's not Black empowerment. I'm sorry, guys. Scratch everything I said. That's not Black empowerment. You know what I mean? Scratch that. But let's get back. Let's get back to our brother, your brother, Dr. Malik Zulu Shabazz.
The ironing board was funny though.
Back fresh. You look like we lost you. Myron, your thoughts?
Yeah, hold on. Oh, yo, how old are you, bro? You like 70? Hey, look, my dog's white too.
Ain't nothing white that you don't like. Show me something Black you like, including your Black self. Where's Fresh? Hit the canvas? Have you hit the canvas over there, brother?
Fresh, come back. Fresh, come back. We just lost you. I saw your request. Come back, Fresh.
Yeah, I see he's checking out of here.
Fresh, come back. I'm looking at the request. There we go, Fresh. Bring you back.
I'll let Fresh test it first, and I guess I can go after. Hey, man, like I was saying, how old are you? 70 years old, nigga? Anyhow,
no, bro.
I got a white ass dog right here. You're saying I don't date Black women, right? Bro, I'm from Barbados, bro. My whole life, basically, I was dating Black chicks. So your assumption based off of like, oh, these guys are celebrities and they don't like, they're Caucasoids, whatever. Bro, at the same time, I respect your opinion, but you don't know us. So for you to say that, I just find it hysterical because you're assuming based off of a clip. Now, I don't know what you date. I don't care what you date. None of my business. So, what you gonna say, bro? Because you're talking a lot of shit right now, bro. A lot of shit.
These youths are so disrespectful, it's a joke. But anyway.
Yeah. So the brother on the right is from the Caribbean islands. And shout out to the Caribbean islands. He said he doesn't date Black women. And he's blacker than me. Now, I know Baba Dule. I know that nigga black as fuck. I didn't say it. Baba Dule said it. That nigga black as fuck and saying he don't date Black women. Oh, cool. I mean, I guess. But like I said, yeah. I don't know. He's from the Caribbean islands. I don't know if my wife want to say something about him. Like,
fire burn them why there. Like I said, born, not all kinfolk is skin, not all skin folk is kinfolk, and enough of them pussy out there is gonna get left behind. These are some of them. We have to left them why they're behind. We're done with them. Dash them
why
where.
I love y'all though. Look at
Dash
Miss
them where.
Miss Amelia like, yeah. Miss Amelia like, yeah, don't lump us all in. But this brother right here, nose wider than mine, blacker than me. Talk about I don't date black women. Cool. Hey, cool. I mean, cool, man. But I'm gonna tell you this though. I'm gonna tell you the funny thing is though, right? See, some people would just narrow it down to jokes. It's just jokes, right? When you don't have anything
But it's
else
not
to
though,
say,
Born. That's the funny
you make
thing.
a
The
joke.
funny thing is, they actually are serious. This is how they thinking. And remember the other day we was on the panel, I was saying to you, like, I said, black women, we've got to take some responsibility. We've got to stop creating these type of black men. We have to stop. Our sisters, these are the black men we need to stop. We need to flush them out the community. This is some joke business. They're looking, the brother literally asked them, tell me one thing you like, including yourself, that's black. Notice that you had tumbleweed. No one's answered.
They made a joke. They made a joke, right? Yeah.
This is the sickness in the community. We need to breed this out. Sisters, stop creating these kind of men. We need to do better.
Lady D, can I ask you a question? What do we need to breed? What do we need to breed out of the black women in the community? Are there any problems with the black women?
Of
Full
course,
stop.
the same mindset.
What are the problems?
The exact same mindset. When you're hearing sisters talking about, down with black men, don't get me wrong. Now, I understand why they're saying it when you're hearing this kind of shit, but there's no way in hell you could convince me to come outside of my race. Not now, not ever, not in my death, no time at all. It ain't happening. In fact, if I believe in reincarnation, I better come back blacker than I am now. Period.
And no, he didn't, Baba Dule. Hold on. Baba Dule said he learned that when he moved to this. No, Baba Dule, you're not in the States. Baba Dule, I'm in the States. They come to the States already with that fucking mindset. It's a lot of, man, come on, bro. Don't
Hey, Lady D, can I ask you?
Hold on, but Baba Dule, don't say that fucking Caribbeans come to America and then take on white supremacy. No, they fucking flee the island that they come to America, and then on the way to America, they already know we better fuck with white supremacy. They get over here and white supremacy blow their mind, Baba Dule. You go from an all-black island. You go from an island where everybody looks like you, and then you come to a whole new. That's why the crackers call it. Man, damn, y'all got me saying cracker.
All right, can I ask Lady D a question, please?
Call it the new world. Hold on, stop. This is why the crackers call it the new world, Baba Dule. Don't think that people from the islands don't come to America and say, "Oh shit, this is the new world." They call it the new world. Yeah,
Baba Dule's not even here.
Them same stupid ass views. White women get us into America. That's subscribing to white supremacy. But go ahead, Sugar. Go ahead.
I hear you. He's not even here, but I wanted to ask Lady D, would you maintain that mentality if it can be shown and proven that it would be at the detriment to you, your family, and the people, your children, the people that you love? Would you still maintain that mentality regardless?
A detriment. How would breeding outside of our own nation?
No, sis. No, you don't answer a question with a question. This is the question. I said to you, if it, sis, you can understand. You're trying to be evasive. Listen, sis. All right, you're Stanley. I know you're an educated brother. Listen to the question, yeah. Listen to the question I asked you, and please put it in your words. I said, if it could be proven to you that it will be at the detriment to your family, your children, and the people that you love to some extent in whatever way it can be proven. I'm not saying I know how it can be proven. I said if, in a hypothetical situation, would you still maintain that mentality? If you don't understand now, please let Stanley explain it to you.
I'm going to answer the exact same question I asked like 3 minutes ago because you clearly didn't understand. What can be proven? Be clear in what you're asking.
Stanley, please explain the question to her because I know Stanley understands.
Stanley,
please
did
explain
you catch
the question,
the part
Stanley.
of what can be proven though? Did anyone on the panel catch
Well, I mean, essentially what he's saying is, if the attitude that, hey, I will never marry outside my race could prove detrimental to a family, but I don't know. That's too much of a hypothetical.
That's ridiculous.
No, it is. No. Stanley's right. Stanley's right. It's a hypothetical question. So I'm not talking in reality. I'm talking in a hypothetical sense. If there is somebody out there that could come to you and show you reasoning and some type of understanding that would prove to you without any shadow of doubt that you maintaining that mentality will be detrimental to you, your children, and your family, would you still maintain it?
Let me ask you a question.
Let me answer him then. I will still maintain it because I can prove to you right now, I'm living proof of it, that
You're
staying in my nation of people has been beneficial to me. That's what I can prove.
No, but sis, I said if it could be, I said if it could be proven that it would be at your detriment, and then you're saying no, but it's not at my detriment. So you're playing games. Now, if it could be proven that it was at the detriment of black people in general, would you still maintain it?
Well, at one point in time, it was a detriment not having that attitude.
I'm not saying it wasn't, bro. I'm asking this question. Can we just answer my question? If it could be proven that it was detrimental to black people on the whole in entirety, would you still maintain that mentality?
Why are you asking hypothetical questions? Except
the reason I'm asking hypothetical questions is because then I can understand where the person's mind. Because you know what? There's a reason why, and if they don't answer the question, you'll never know the reason. If you don't answer the question, you'll never know the reason. If you answer the question, I'll tell you the reason. But that's the only way I'm going to tell anyone the reason.
You have to allow people to answer you. Go on.
Yeah, let her answer, please, bro. Let her answer, please.
No, Eric was responding. Eric was responding.
No, he wasn't. I'm asking you. I'm asking Lady D. I'm asking Lady D, though. I'm not asking Eric.
Shiva, Lady D already gave you her response, okay? Accept her response.
No, she spoke about... No. I asked a different question. I said, if it could be proven that it will be detrimental to the entire black community, and someone could prove this, not just, it's some theory. If someone could prove that to you, would you still maintain the same mentality?
And I answered you 3 minutes ago and said yes.
Yes,
okay, so you would you would do things, you would happily do things that are detrimental to the black community.
Now you didn't ask
that. There you go. Now you ain't escaping. Nah.
You've got to listen when someone gives their response, so then you understand what they're saying. You have to listen, Shifa. That's the problem you're missing. So I said to you, because it's hypothetical, I will still maintain it, Shifa, because it's not been proven, but I can prove.
So hypothetically, you would do things that are to the black community.
You've got to let me complete my full sentence, then I'll let you respond.
I know, thank you.
So then I'm saying, I can prove by fact, I'm living fact of it, that it has not been detrimental. So therefore I maintain my stance. There we go.
I got you. I'm not saying in real life, I'm saying hypothetically, you would do things at the detriment of the black community because of your ego, clearly. So that's why I can't follow people like you. So I'm going to leave you to it.
Shifa, please don't follow me. Like I said, a lot of us got to be left behind, and a lot of you will have to be left behind, bro. Please don't follow me.
That's fair enough, and I'm happy to be left behind because you lot are going to end up burning wherever you go. You're going to end up destroying yourselves because
Shifa, that's a shame that you have to be like
your own community. You were happy to do this as well. No, but sis, you were so happy to say what you said as well. That's what makes it worse, That makes it 10 times worse.
Shifa,
come on, bro.
Let me just respond.
You will happily make your kids suffer. You will happily make your kids suffer for your own ego.
Wait, Born, let me
oh my God, did you not hear what she said? Are you dumb? Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Chill,
bro.
Just share the mic, bro. Share the mic. So all I'm saying to you is, Shifa, this is my last final statement. I am unapologetically black. You can't shame me out of that. That's all I got to say.
I know, but you would still destroy black people for your ego. Thank you. Hypothetically. I'm not saying in reality. Hypothetically, that's what you said.
Why do you even bring up the hypothetical when you can talk about
because hypothetically you can start to understand the person's mentality and where their mind really is at with if they're basing what they're saying. No, bro, listen, it will show you the difference between someone who's basing what they're saying on their feelings and someone who's basing what they're saying on their feelings and someone who's basing what they're saying on actual information. Not one of you have any type of information to substantiate your statement.
All you've learned from her mentality is she has a strong preference. There's nothing wrong with that.
and she
He
will
wants me to. He wants me
maintain
to. He
that
wants me to lay down with white
even
supremacy. And
if it's
he's gonna
no,
fight me until I
sis.
finally say I'll lay
I'm
down
not
with
gonna
white
fight you.
supremacy.
I'm not gonna fight you. I'm just saying you will maintain that preference, even if it was at the detriment to your own people, your own family. You don't care. So it's not.
Oh,
It's
for
just more about
goodness
preference
sake.
than it is about actual common sense. You're not using sense. You're not applying any
Wait,
type of logic
how
to it.
can you have common sense with a hypothetical?
Bro, you can have common sense with a hypothetical. Actually, you can, but
Well,
you just didn't know that.
hypothetical
Now you
common
learn
sense?
Speculation, is it not, Stefan?
Yeah, it is, but you just didn't know that yet. I just told you, bro, I'm the teacher here. I come to realize this is class in session.
No,
Hey,
man. Listen,
hey, I'm learning a lot from you.
Hypothetically, you can understand a person's mentality. That's what I'm trying to show you, bro.
What's her mentality?
That I'm black first. That's my mentality is that I'm black
Her
first.
mentality is that she's black. She's black first, but she doesn't really know what she's basing it on. I thought she did.
Oh, come on. Preference.
If you knew what you was basing it, on, then hypothetically you would only do things that are going to be for the betterment of.
Shiffer.
And if you thought something was going to, one second, if you thought that something was going to be, if you thought something was going to be, if you thought something was going to be at the detriment of your people, regardless of whether it be hypothetical or not, you would always support your people first and your family first.
Hey, Shiffer, can I propose a hypothetical to you?
Man,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If you knew that you were going to be lynched for marrying a white woman, would you still do it?
Probably not.
That's a lie. You know how I know that's a lie?
Yeah,
because Schiffer once told us on G Block that he will fight any one of us that came for his white woman. So I know that's a lie.
Okay, so hold on. Was I going to be lynched? Are you guys a lynch mob? Are you what are they called? Are you KKK? Who's KKK out of you lot? So now you're just chatting shit. So let's be honest. And the brother asked me the question, brother, did you receive my answer? Are you going to take their answer?
I heard your answer.
Thank you, my brother. And this is what I mean. I'm not going to do things at the detriment to myself even. If you said to me, do you know what, Schiffer, would you marry a white woman if you knew that it was going to be detrimental to your community and it was going to drag everyone down and, cause destruction of your own community? Do you know what? I'd say no. I wouldn't marry a white woman if I knew it was going to destroy my black brothers and sisters. But as Lady D explained, she knows that it's not to the detriment of her community for her to stay within her boundaries. And I know it's not at a detriment to my community for me to date whoever I want to date. I know that. So I stick to what I know, but hypothetically, I wouldn't do it. All right.
Let me share a quick story with you, though. I probably, I was 39 when I got married. And, if I'd been in my 20s, I probably wouldn't have. But, by the time I was 39, I really didn't give a fuck what my parents thought or anybody else. So, a lot of it had to do with me being old enough not to really care.
Okay,
I wouldn't have at 25, maybe.
Can I ask you a question, brother? You see whatever partner you choose in life or who you choose to be friends with, yeah? How does that build or destroy your actual community?
It doesn't necessarily destroy a community, but it can definitely cause family strife.
In what regard? Explain family strife.
Well, I mean, I've heard plenty of stories of white people disowning, their kids for marrying outside of their race and vice versa.
Okay, so at the same time though, yeah, have you ever heard stories of, say, a black man marrying a white woman or a black woman marrying a white man, and then the white family or the black family disowning them, and then when they have children, now the grandparents want to be involved, and now they're starting to change. They're starting to change their mentality because they want to be they want to know their kids still. They still love their child.
Right.
They still love their grandchild. So
But I've also heard stories where they never got back together too.
That's fair, but I'm saying in some regards, it could be detrimental, you know, in the sense of if you want to keep that relationship with those parents or those
Right.
racist people in your family. But in other
Right.
regards, it can also build bridges. So, you know, at the same time, we have to look at it for what it really is. 9 times out of 10, yeah, if that person disowns their own child, that's at the person who's disowning the child's detriment. It's not at the
Right.
detriment of the two people who are in love, because the two people who are in love, they've gained, yeah, they've gained a life partner, they've gained children, and they've gained a loving situation, which can
Well,
evolve into greater things. The people who've decided to be racist and say, well, we're not going to accept you no more because you like a black person or you like something that's not us. What they're going to do is they're going to lose a child. And they're going to lose the opportunity to change. They're going to lose the opportunity to evolve. All they do is lose, lose, lose.
yeah, but I mean, racists don't care about that.
I know they don't care, but that's why I said with the racists, just like the black prejudice, who I won't call racist, but I call them black prejudice. They're so insistent on their mentality. They will even maintain it at the detriment to their own community. I got a family member who was like this. Listen, I got a family member who was like this, yeah, and their child, 1 second, sis, 1 second, relax, 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 relax. Listen, I got a family member who was like this, yeah, and their child had a child with a white woman, yeah, and they said, oh, I don't even want you around no white people. Like, I can't believe you marrying this white girl, and you know, I don't want nothing to do with this child that's gonna be mixed race, whatever, whatever, whatever. And then one day, guess what? They changed their mentality. Because everyone else was speaking to them like, how could you do that to your own child? That's our family member, you know. We was disgusted by that behavior. By the time they changed, guess what? It was too late. Their own son said, you know what? I don't want nothing to do with you now, because you're not going to do what you did to me, to my child. Get the fuck out of here. And they've never recovered from that situation. In fact, it destroyed their mental health. So all you do is lose. And you lot can carry on being losers if you like, but I ain't joining the losers club. I'm going to stay in the winning team.
Well, my wife used to laugh when I called her Miss Ann.
I hear you, but you loved your wife. She knew you wasn't racist. Yeah, you still loved her, innit? So regardless if you call her Miss Ann or whatever, bro, that's how she's looking at it. That's how I'd look at it, you know? Sometimes I laugh at my girl and I say stuff about, oh, you lot are flipping, you know, you lot like to eat gerbils and stuff, you know, like that. I'd never eat something like that, guinea pig and shit like that. But she knows, like, I'm still with you, innit? Like, just don't cook it for me, innit?
Funny.
We're good.
He's got jungle fever. He's got jungle fever. Jeez.
Man, you guys are
I
bad.
got it too. Now what?
I hear you, but you can't hurt me. This is the thing. You're only hurting yourself.
Uncle Eric, you asked for it. You did it, Uncle Eric. I didn't. I just didn't know. You did.
That's right.
You did.
And got a grandbaby to boot.
There you go. There you go, brother.
All right, but Eric, can I ask you a question? If someone in your family tried to disgrace your wife or your children, who are obviously multi-racial or cultural, whatever you want to look at it as, would you just be accepting of that? Would you still keep those people? Would you allow them around your wife and your kids?
No.
So they're gonna lose out. They're gonna lose out, and that's the point I'm making. So, Lady D, not being funny and born rich, that mentality is gonna make you lose.
With your kids, Schiffer, I don't disagree with your kids. I disagree with your relationship. Listen, Schiffer, let me tell you this. I have homeboys who stop. Thank you. I have homeboys who call me on a daily and ask me, bro, this girl is wilding, black man, black woman, and my homeboy is calling me saying, man, this girl is wilding. I don't know what to do with her. I say, bro, this is the 30th time you've called me in the last 45 days. You probably should leave her. I disagree with your relationship.
Was she a black woman?
Schiffer, when we're thinking about it in the grand scheme of things, it's not just interracial relationships. I will tell some black people, you know what, it's better if you guys don't be together. I would prefer you guys not be together. Just like if Shiva said, hey, boy, you think I should be with this non-black girl? I would say, Shiva, I prefer you not be with her. Just like my homeboy would say, what you thinking about my relationship with this girl? I would say, bro, I prefer you not be with her. So it's the same.
And I'd prefer German
Rich,
cars. I
doesn't
prefer you
matter
don't
if
drive
she's black or
French
white.
ones, drive German
So
ones. So
so
what?
so Born, you wouldn't have been my best man.
Say it again. Say it again.
You would you wouldn't have been my best man, huh?
I would. I mean, I would, but I still disagree. Like, come on, bro. I
I'm just
disagree.
teasing you.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Rich, and I
It's a
understand
lot
that.
of shit. It's
You
a
got
lot of
every right to that.
yeah. It's a lot of shit I disagree. Come on, bro. I have fucking LGBTQ people in my family. I disagree with everything they do. But if they're at a barbecue and they say, what's up, cuz? I'm gonna say, what's up, cuz? What you been up to? Like, I'm gonna talk to them. You see what I'm saying? I'm not gonna smack the shit out of them, right? I'm not gonna smack the shit out of them. So I'm not gonna smack the shit out of my black cousin that's with a white girl. I'm gonna say, hey, cuz, what did you see in that white girl?
Yeah, Boom Rich, that's fair though. You're entitled to disagree, but I'm just trying to show you if you only disagree because of your emotions and you got no logical reason to apply to it, no one's ever going to listen to you, bro.
Dude, logic doesn't apply to relationships.
Well,
no,
I would
when
say,
it applies to opinions though.
I would say to a degree it does, especially if you're talking about having a family.
You know what?
100%. Yeah, in that regard, yeah, 100%.
I'm not gonna advocate, but my wife was probably one of the best people I ever met. I got lucky, maybe.
Yeah, and that's why you chose her, bro. And this is
yeah,
the
I
whole
mean,
point I'm making.
I'm
So
just
there's
saying-
logic applied there.
I'm not saying that luck has nothing to do with it, because luck has a lot to do with it. Luck has to do with life on this planet Earth, period.
That's true.
100%. 100%. But if I got lucky and hit the lotto, it would be logic that says to me that's a good thing now because I can change my life with this money. It wouldn't just be flipping idiocracy or my prejudice. It's not prejudice, bro. Money ain't prejudice, is it? It just is.
Tiffany,
And that's the
take a
point
chill
I'm
pill.
making.
Sing with me, bro.
When you're
Sing with
happy,
me,
you're
bro.
just happy, bro.
Bro, take a chill pill. Sing with me. Yellow bone is what he want. Come on. Yellow bone is what he want. Sing with me, bro.
I don't know that song.
Bro. Yeah,
I don't know that song. Look, I don't know that one. I don't know that one.
I mean, no, but straight up and down, that's what he wants. Let him have it. He's a man, right?
But it's not. But you see when you say this, brother. You see the wickedest thing is that wasn't what I wanted, bro. What I wanted. You see what I wanted. There was a time I was ignorant, bro. You see me growing up here. You could call my household racist. You could have called me a racist, bro. Yeah, I used to. There was a white girl I went to school with. She used to love me. This girl paid me all the attention in the world. You know, I was invited to every birthday party. I was allowed to play with all the toys no one else was allowed to play with. This girl would take me out on dates, buy me anything I want. Yeah, and I never gave her no play, bro, because I was only into black girls. As I've got older, I realized that, you know what? Okay, I'm only into black girls. But the black girls that I was getting with, and you know, if you want to call them yellow bone, mixed race, whatever, or girls, women of color, yeah, all of those relationships went wrong. And there's a reason for that, because I was focused more on what a person looks like than what I'm actually getting out of the relationship. And that's retarded, bro. And that's why I said you got to apply some logic, bro. That's the truth. What am I doing here? I'm sorry. I'm just telling the truth. I ain't gonna lie for no one.
Well, I'm not as deep as you. Looks mattered.
Well, I agree.
Yeah, they matter, but they're not everything, bro. They matter, but they're not everything, are they? There you go. So logic applies. Like I said, there's no refuting what I say. We go into school today.
We going to what school? Is this an all black school or is this I don't know.
We're all black here, and we so rare it is. Right now it is.
I have to ask, what school is this? Is this an all black school or is this a
bro? This is an all black school right now, bro. Yeah, this is an all black school right now. There's only blacks here right now, bro. I don't see any white people here. I don't see any
but I know when we leave this school, where some people are going home to non-black people. Some people are going home by themselves. Some people are going home to black women. So I don't even know what we're really talking about in this school. Like, are we trying to fight the system in this school?
Okay.
Are we fighting the system in this school?
Okay.
Hold on. If we're Israelites, Is our wives Israelites in this school?
Of course they are. Of course they are.
No,
Of
for real,
course
this
they
a
are.
real
Of
question.
course our wives. Bro, listen. If I'm an Israelite and I take on a
Yep.
wife, she becomes an Israelite. Didn't you know that? That's fact.
But I thought Israelite. Hold on. Oh my gosh.
Oh
God,
hell no!
God, no. I didn't see it. I
Nah,
said
you're
I
chatting shit now.
Yeah.
Don't tell me hell now. You're
Is
chatting
it a
shit if you say
bloodline?
that. Read your
Is
Bible.
Israelite a
Pull out the
bloodline?
Bible.
Is
Bro.
Israelite a bloodline? Stop. Is Israelite a bloodline, or can you be converted to an Israelite? Can you be an
You
Israelite?
can't be converted to an Israelite.
You can be
Israelite
converted.
Israelite is a bloodline.
Hold on 1 second. Hold up. You asked me the question. You asked me the question. Yeah, and if you're an Israelite who promotes your Bible, what you just did right there was blaspheme. Yeah, because what you're gonna find is Israelites in the Bible taking wives from other nations. And once you can decipher that and you can find that in the Bible, there's no point in this road. It's a waste of time, bro. Let's not waste our time with silly questions.
Is that frowned upon in the
No,
Bible?
it is not. No, it is not. No, it's not frowned upon,
It's
bro.
accepted. Hold on. Is it accepted or is it encouraged? Is it encouraged in
It's
the Bible
accepted, bro.
for Israelites?
It is accepted. It's encouraged and accepted. Any more questions?
It's not encouraged. It's not. And I don't
Yes,
even
it
know
is.
the Bible.
Show me.
Please,
All right.
gotta
You
take
show
it.
me,
No,
bro.
Baba,
Show me that it's not
somebody
encouraged.
talk to me.
You show me that it's not
encouraged.
encouraged. Show me it's not encouraged, bro. Show me that it's not encouraged, because let me show you something, bro. Let me show you something. You see, without people like the Israelites, bro,
Don't worry. Don't
you see,
worry.
you see, without people, bro.
Worry.
You see, without the Israelites, what you have to understand.
No, stop. You made a claim. You said it isn't. You hold on. You said show me in the Bible where it's what? Did you say not
where
encouraged?
it's not encouraged? Where it's not encouraged.
I think it's
Show me the sentence where it says it's not encouraged.
I know. I got my brothers in the chat. I know somebody's gonna drop that.
Your brother can't show me, bro. They can't show it to me, bro.
Come on,
I read my Bible back to front. Chemo, please. Chemo, please. Chemo, show me something. Show me something. I'm waiting.
Don't do that.
I'll tell you what, I'll give you half hour. I'll give you half hour. I'll give you an hour. I'll give you a whole day. I'll give you till next week to show me, bro. You ain't gonna find it, bro.
Cool. Let's don't do it right now. Fuck it. Let's get back.
I'll give you till next week, bro. I'll give you till next year. You ain't gonna find it, bro. Bro, I'll give you to the end of your life. You won't find it.
Shiver, we'll revisit it. We'll revisit it, bro.
I just want to know from Brother
if you can't prove it.
Shifa. Listen, I really want to know from Brother Shifa. I hope next time black women are under attack, we hear this much energy and oomph and pizzazz you got today for the white woman. I hope we hear it in the future. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Bro, what am I doing about it? What do you mean, bro? Hold on 1 second, sis. I'm not here defending white women. What are we doing here? All I'm here saying is there's no point in there's no point. Listen, there's no point in saying that hatred's a bad thing to promote more hatred. There's no point in saying prejudice is a bad thing to then promote more prejudice. That don't make sense. And Israelites, let me show you something. We're the reason why people don't sleep with their cousins and do certain things and do certain incest. You learned it from us. So yes, we were going outside of the nation, because otherwise incest, and it's frowned upon. I can show you that one. Any more questions?
What I'm doing is I'm being on point, bro. I hear clearly what you're saying. You don't like black women; they're not your preference, and you equate black women with hood.
Bro, my daughter's black.
You is hood. Because
my
maybe you've been
black,
rejected all your life because you so black.
Bro, my
daughter's big,
black.
Broad nose, and you look like an original African black statue.
That's right.
And then you want to get away from all the insults you suffered all your life because you so.
I thought you were talking to me, you know. Sorry, my bad.
This is how I say you're not listening, bro. You're too busy being argumentative. You didn't realize it was a video.
No.
Do you know what it is? Because I'm at work here. I got the phone in my pocket. I got the phone in my pocket. I got the phone in my pocket, innit? So I'm sleeping right now. And I thought it was someone talking to me still. I didn't realize you put the video on. Sorry, cuz. Apologies.
You know, unless Shiva, she said somebody said Shiva responded to the guy. Yes, Shiva.
Yeah, I got onto him.
Y'all see that? And I'm gonna tell you this. This is a funny thing. Before Shiva started, I mean, Shiva went in his bag, man. Damn, I wish it was somebody. Somebody said it.
And this is what I'm saying. It sounds like Shiva is out here defending the white woman.
I mean, he's got so
hard,
Lady D.
Yeah, he's got
Lady
big
D.
energy.
He was about to crash his car. I don't know if he's driving. He got so excited about that.
Shiva, big up your Becky, man. Big up the Becky. She's got you on the
Hey, listen.
manners.
Can I say something else? I'll be honest with you, yeah. You see the way you're saying I'm defending the white woman or whatever. There's no such thing as white women. And secondly, my woman ain't even white. And thirdly, let me show you something. I defend Chinese women. I ain't with one. Guess what? I defend Pakistani, Indian, Asian, whatever. I defend all people. I don't believe in prejudice. I believe prejudice is the downfall of our society. That's what I honestly believe. So I will fight tooth and nail against prejudice in every form, regardless of who is against. Yeah.
Except if they're going to lynch you.
Well, if they're going to lynch me, I'll probably run away and fight from a distance.
I'll put it this way: if I was in the stateside and they were going to lynch me, I put a bullet in their head. Plain and simple.
100 from a distance, innit? Get the sniper rifle out.
I'll tell you straight up and down, because I adjust to the society based upon its laws, and since in the United States of America, you got a strong gun culture from the very damn beginning of colonization up till now, and it's still going. I use my gun and defend myself and my family if it comes to that.
Whatever they was calling you, now you want to get away from black, brother. But it's your job now to embrace yourself. You got to love yourself for the first time in your life. And you show that by loving your black woman. You don't show that by being a tom and a stool pigeon, because them white women gonna leave you. As soon as your yacht run aground, they leaving you because they don't want you for you. They want you for whatever you can do, brother. And you got to be an example, black man. I mean, we saying you're an example, black man. Crack jokes, but crack on this cracker. That's what we want to see you crack on.
Okay, you're making derogatory white people, and that's okay. Like, straight up, you say something like we're gonna make jokes on everyone. And, you're.
Hey, Boom, can we pause 1 second, please? I gotta ask a question. Did the brother just say that when your yacht's gone and when the money's gone, the white woman's gonna leave you? Did he really just say that?
Yeah, he said that.
All right. So can I ask everyone on the panel here, for the man them, Lady D, if you want to answer to, feel free. Yeah. Are we saying that, is this guy saying that a black woman would never leave a man when he goes broke?
Did he say that?
There's no black women that do
say that.
No, I'm just saying, is he alluding to that? Is he alluding to that?
I don't think so.
Well, why did he bring that up? What was the point then?
Because
the brother's sounding retarded, cuz he's sounding retarded now. By that statement, it's like he had my attention and then he lost it by just saying that one statement. It's like you gotta be educated about what you're saying, man. Come on, man. Really? That don't make sense, bro. What was the point in the statement if it don't mean nothing?
I think he's going by history.
I think what I pick up from what he said, from what I pick up from what he said, Schiffer, from my opinion, is he's saying you're out here, black men, thinking that these women want you because they really want you, but they're basically wanting you for everything they can get, and once it's gone, they're gone. That's what I took from what he said.
Yeah, but that's why it's a retarded statement. Everyone knows majority of the white women that are with black men aren't with the rich ones. What we doing here? They're with man that's broke. Man that's come from third world countries and she paid for his flight. What we doing here? Let's not sit here and talk shit, because otherwise it's like, what's the point? Like, come on, guys, man. Am I lying though? Am I lying by saying that? Is that not the majority of cases?
So let me tell you.
If I can't respond to that, to be fair, because I'm not a white woman and I would not date outside my race, so I can't really.
Let me tell you my response. Let me tell you my
dynamic
response. Right? Number one is, right, I live on the fact that we should replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice. If we keep having babies with white people that are birthed into the system of white supremacy, we're done. We are done. We already have an uphill battle. We already can't get along on how we should replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice. Now, if we just keep going, if and some people will say procreate. Some people will say the quote unquote white race, right? Their birth rates are declining. So we should outbreed them. But it's a fucking problem if we're gonna outbreed them and we can't get on the same page about replacing the system of white supremacy with the system of justice. If that's the ultimate goal, why the fuck would you go have a baby with a non-black person? Why? What are you doing? What is the goal? So we can say,
I don't
man,
share
I
the
got
same
a
goal. No,
multicultural.
that shows we don't all share the same goal.
Exactly. So
I ain't got the same goal as you. And then hold
absolutely,
on one
it's not a
second.
problem.
Let me answer you. Let me answer you properly. I would say that a lot of us believe differently to you, Born. And if we're having more mixed children, then that means there's less prejudiced people in the world, which means our status can be uplifted, regardless of whether those children are fully dark melanated or what we call mixed race, light skinned, whatever they are. They're still not white, are they? So let's not talk shit, bro.
But hold on,
Don't make
Shifa, are you on
arguments
this
that don't
panel right now? Hold on, Shifa, quick question. Are you on this panel right now promoting mixed interracial couples and as in producing, so therefore it can eliminate? Is that what your argument is tonight? To
No,
eliminate
I'm on this panel. I'm on this panel this. And if we know that the majority
your mic
of
chipped out, Shifa, say that again.
prejudice is I'm on this panel promoting anti-prejudice. And if we know that the majority of prejudice are coming from a particular group, then technically we should try to integrate with them more and build the understanding of that group more than others. Because once that group understands the ones who are the main perpetrators, then the main perpetrator can be eliminated from the picture completely. There's no more prejudice, then is there? But if you now become prejudiced, now you're going to be the main perpetrator. We got to do the same to you.
Who's prejudiced? Of course we should be prejudiced. Of course. We are listen, it's a race. Shifa, do you understand, right? Because you're a smart man and you understand the etymology of words, right? It's a race, right? We are a race.
So you should still be a slave then, right?
Race. Hold on, listen.
So you should still be a slave then, right?
Listen, brother, stop. Stop. Why do you always got to say
go
something
on.
when I'm talking? If it's a race, right?
Sorry, my phone's cutting out a bit.
If the etymology of the word is a race, it is a race, right? So one race has a head start, a big ass head start on the other race. You should know. Your people came over in the Windrush. Where the fuck was the original British when your people got there? It was a white race and a black race. And in the race, the white people was way ahead of you, bro. So it's beneficial for us to try to catch up in that race, i.e., and when I say reparations, closing the wealth gap. It's a gap.
No, but hold on, I'm struggling here.
Hold on.
Shifa,
What you
I'm
just
struggling
said,
here,
Born,
bro. Listen, bro.
you just said
Shifa,
prejudice is good, right?
Shifa, bro.
Let Lady B go. Let the lady go.
No,
Damn.
only quickly, Joe. I just want to because I'm a bit confused with Shifa because right now he's talking about less prejudice and all of that. I hear that today. But only a few months ago, Shifa was out here talking about we're not racist enough. So I'm kind of confused with Shifa. Like, where is he actually at? Like, Shifa, where do you stand, bro?
No. I'm gonna be honest with you. It was Born Rich that said we're not racist enough. And at one point, I said
it too.
I'm slightly inclined to. I'm gonna quote myself back. I said I'm slightly inclined to agree with him, but not entirely. Because the fact of the matter is, the reason I said it is because I think that we have to be more. We have to be more inclined to promote people within our own group, within our own category, and rise our people up. I think we definitely have to do that. But as far as the prejudice thing, and as far as the racism in that regard, to prejudice, I think that what we're going to do is we're going to sit here and we're going to say prejudice is good. What Bourne just said. Sorry, not we. Bourne is going to say prejudice is good. Racism's good. But if prejudice is good and racism is good, then you should.
We don't have the power. We don't have the power, so say prejudice is good. We can't say racism.
But if prejudice, cool. No, but either way, if prejudice is good, then we should still be enslaved. we should hold on. We should still be in slavery then. The white people should have never agreed to anything other than keeping us under the thumb and
You don't
beating
think
us
we
down
fought for
as
that?
far as,
You don't think we
bro,
fought for
listen,
that? Schiffer,
okay, but the white
hold
people
on.
still had to agree to it, didn't they? Didn't the white people have to
We
agree
fought,
to it?
but we
Born rich,
fought.
born
We
rich,
fought for
born
that.
rich. It don't matter how much you fight. Who's got the weapons, bro? It don't matter
But
how
they
much you
didn't.
fight. It don't
Why
matter, bro.
didn't
Did
they?
we
Why
hold
didn't
on?
they,
Did we
Schiffer?
hold on?
Why didn't
Did
they,
we
Schiffer?
fight a physical? Did we fight a physical fight? Did we win a war against the white people? What are you doing here,
It's
bro?
not, but we fought.
Did we
Fought for
win
that.
a
Don't say
physical?
nobody
Did we
gave
win?
us shit.
I
No
know.
one
I'm asking
has
you a
to give
question.
you shit.
I'm asking you. Did we win a physical war against anybody to get our
The
freedom as
Zulus
black
did.
people?
The Zulus did, and
No, I'm talking about black people in
shout out to my
America and in the
Queen
Caribbean.
Sheba.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not. Let's
called
not
the
talk about
Civil
Africa.
War.
And Queen,
All right, the
what's
Civil
my other
War.
queen?
So hold
What's
on.
my
In
other
the
queen,
Civil
Lady
War,
D?
after the hold on, we fought a civil war in America and in the Caribbeans, yeah, and then all of a sudden everyone was free, yeah. There was no more slavery. Is that what you're telling me?
We had to work for that. We had to work for that.
Okay.
But we
Okay.
fought.
So
That's
what
a
we did
fight.
was what
That's
we
a
did. We
fight.
fought
Don't
a
say it's
we
war.
fought
So
a
you,
war. We fought a war of legislation. Which, when you fight a war of legislation, like any government policy, other people have to agree with it to get it passed through.
No,
Now, if the white, all
there
right,
were
cool,
there were black regiments in the Civil War. We fought just like everybody else.
yeah, we fought. We
I never
did
said
fight
no,
a
but no,
war.
I never said no,
We
bro.
fought a
I'm
fucking
talking
war.
about as far as
Talk to him, Samuel.
racism being abolished, as far as
You're never going to
slavery being
abolish
abolished.
racism,
bro.
I'm not
Bro,
racist. No, I
speaking
said
from
it wrong. That's why
bro,
I
hold on.
corrected
Speaking
myself.
from
I
the
corrected
Caribbean.
myself.
Let's let
Bro,
I
Hey,
corrected. Hold on one
Devon.
second, bro. Let me
Hey,
just
what's up,
finish. Let me
bro?
just
Brothers,
finish.
pause.
Let me just finish.
There's a new
Let me just
panelist.
new
finish.
There's a new
panelist,
panelist. One
I let him
second.
go. I'm gonna let him go, but
One
let's not
second,
cut us.
sis.
Let's
One
not cut
second.
me
One
in flow, innit?
Schiffer,
second.
new
Oh
panelist.
my god.
Schiffer.
One
When you're gonna
second,
move
Schiffer.
away from the point, I'm gonna go away.
No, 1
New
second.
panelist. New panelist. Stop. New
I'm on
panelist.
mute. What happened to you?
Ain't no one to you. What happened to you? What happened to this you? Let's let my brother. My brother
Yeah,
Justin.
thanks.
How you doing,
Hey,
brother?
thanks. I'm blessed, man. Thanks. How's
You
everybody
got the
doing?
floor, brother.
Yeah, thanks. I'm speaking from the Caribbean perspective. Yes, we did win a war because the Haiti was the first Caribbean island to defeat the French Empire through
Amen.
That's
slavery.
independence, bro. That's for independence, bro.
Yo,
That's a different
listen.
thing,
Oh
bro.
my goodness.
Schiffer,
This
you
what I
have
mean.
to
You the
allow
guy weren't
people
even
to
listening.
finish
Schiffer, it's
their
a new
thoughts before you
panelist.
interrupt.
Schiffer,
I know,
Please,
but
hey,
bro.
he's
Chill,
talking about something
chill.
else now, bro.
Bro,
He's
it
chill,
talking
don't
about something
matter.
man.
else.
Chill. Let
Schiffer.
the brother speak.
Schiffer, why
Go
you
ahead,
doing
brother.
that,
All
brother?
right, divert. Go on,
This ain't,
divert.
come on,
Divert. Go on. I'll
Now
let you
you
go. Divert.
disrespecting a
Fire
platform.
away.
Like,
Fire
fuck
away.
you.
Divert.
Yeah, if you talk
Thank you.
over me, you talk over Lady D and people who've been here for 3 hours, that's cool. But this
Bro,
brother
just
is
like calm
been
down. Stop getting so upset. Let the brother
Go on.
speak.
All right, go on, Devin.
If I remember you clearly, you said America and the Caribbean. So I was speaking.
What? That's
would
what.
you
Do you want me
listen?
to remind you the question, bro? Do you want me to remind you the question before you make a big mistake?
Oh my God, boy,
Can't
you're gonna
shut
keep
up.
letting
He
him
can't
interrupt the new
stop. He
I
can't
panelist.
said.
stop. I'm
I
about to put him
said.
in the back.
I said.
I hate
I
to say it,
said.
I'm about
I
to put him in
said.
the
I
back.
said. I said.
Go ahead, Schiffer, please, brother. But you have to
All
just
right. Do
go
you know
on
what?
mute.
This is a
Just
joke,
push
you
the
know.
mute button, brother. Not that hard, Schiffer.
Bro, I
ain't
was only trying to
like
let
that.
remind the guy of the question, you know.
But
What's
say
wrong
it,
with
bro.
you, fam?
Go
Calm
ahead, go
down,
ahead.
bro. I'm trying to remind the guy the question because he clearly got the question wrong. What happened to you, fam? Are me and this brother allowed to engage, or am I not allowed to talk to him because he's a new panelist? You don't need to stop this gay
I
stuff,
just want
man.
him to be able to get his thoughts out. I want him to be
Bro,
able to
he
get
ain't
his
got a
thoughts
problem.
out.
Schiffer,
You're
just bear
the
in
one with the
mind that
problem.
there's a listening.
Let me
Schiffer,
engage. Stop talking. Let
hold
me
on.
engage the brother. You're the ones with the
Yeah, but
problem, not him.
Schiffer,
You know.
we
He
want
was
you to
fine
engage.
with. He
Listen,
was
we want
fine with
you
me
to engage
clarifying
the
the
brother.
question. He
Listen,
was fine with me
Schiffer,
clarifying the question.
chill.
So be quiet, then, innit? You
Look
chill.
here, man. You
He was
chill, man.
fine with me
Chill. I
clarifying the
want to
question.
you, Bridget.
But
Tap
you
him,
are
mama. Yeah, where you yam? Chicken
Why
batty.
you a chat
Away
for?
and yam.
Why you a
Chicken
chat for?
batty.
What happened
Stop
to you?
chat, man. Stop bomber clock chat, man. Look here. I want you to remember, yeah, There's an audience listening, Shifa. We want to hear the new panelists speak first before you respond. That's all we're saying, bro. Let him complete his thought. Jesus Christ.
You're displaying low level IQ with that statement, lady.
Go ahead, brother Devin. And I hate to do Shifa like that. You know I fuck with you, Shifa, but I have to look at nigga like, come on, bro. You've been up here 4 hours and the brother, you know what I mean? The brother just got here. Sorry about that, brother Devin. Go ahead.
Yeah, I understand. I understand the passion and the emotions. Yeah, as I was saying, if you're talking about black people on a whole ever beat the system of white supremacy and slavery, it did happen in the Caribbean first with Haiti, overthrowing the French Empire. It was the first that did that. So we did had some power, and we still do, but it's just that we need to come together as a people. And if you're saying being racist is something wrong, well, I am racist. I am for my people because it's the only way we can go forward if we check ourselves, focus on ourselves, build ourselves.
Brother, you didn't have
Because
a problem with me clarifying the question with you, though, did you?
no, I didn't have a problem with you
Thank
clarifying,
you.
but what I had a problem with is that you didn't give me a chance to finish what I'm saying before you can, you know, tell me what you mean. See what I'm saying? So I'm just saying in the future, I know you're eager to respond because you're thinking rebuttal, rebuttal, rebuttal. You're not thinking of understanding what someone says, digesting it, and then making a response. You just, at the spur of the moment, respond because you think you have an opinion to say. But sometimes, bro, you have to listen and get to understand what's being said so you can make you know, a proper response. I'm not saying it's not proper, but I think if we keep going back and forth and talking over each other, we will never get anywhere. Because if we can't get it together here, how would we get it together otherwise?
We're not supposed to. We're not supposed to get it together because what I'm trying to say to you, brother, yeah, and what I was trying to explain to the other brothers and sisters is that, you know, when slavery was abolished, yeah, if you talk about the abolition of slavery, I'm not talking about fighting for independence. I'm not talking about that. So that wasn't part of the question. And I appreciate what you said, and I don't disagree with what you said. So respect for what you said, and I hope you can understand there's no pushback here. But when we're talking about abolition, yeah, we're talking about an agreement being made. Would you agree with that?
Yeah. So you're talking about the Emancipation Proclamation, right? 1863.
That's
U.S.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. So when we get into abolition, yeah, if what Born Rich is saying is right, that prejudice is a good thing and racism's a good thing, then that abolition should have never happened then, should it?
I don't follow that.
I don't subscribe to that, but continue.
No, Born Rich said that. No, Born Rich said that. You don't subscribe to it. None of the rest of us subscribe to this foolishness, I hope. But Born Rich, you need to explain that statement, bro.
Well, Born Rich said what? Go ahead. What's
What
that?
did he say?
Bro,
What exactly?
this
What
is what
exactly did he
Born
say?
Rich said. He said prejudice is a good thing and racism is a good thing.
Yeah, this
I
can be
never
good.
said
Depends on
that.
how it is being
I
used.
never said that. I never
You
said
did say that.
that.
Oh my
I
God,
said
rewind
black
yourself back.
people. I mean, but listen, man.
So what's the
You
point?
know what? You know what? You know what? I don't even know if I said those words, but let me tell you this. Yes, I do agree with that, right? I am a victim of racism, right? So I look at racism and say, oh shit, those are the people in power.
Mm-hmm.
I want that power. I think my people
Okay.
should replace them, right? Think about what I always say, Shipper. My main goal is to replace the system of white supremacy with a system of justice. If that takes racism, let's do it, black people. Whatever
Okay,
it
so
takes
you
to replace that fucking system. I hate that
so you're
system
so,
so
so
much.
you're agreeing you said it now. So you're agreeing you first
I
you said you
don't
didn't
even
say it,
know.
but now
It
you're
don't
saying you did.
matter if I said it. Listen, I am agreeing
Well,
Well, you
with
just said
what
the
you
same thing
say.
anyway.
the formal
Yeah, you just
the
said the same thing
formal
anyway.
the
I'm
formal
agreeing with what you say.
term
We're
for it
not
is
racist, but we're
anti-racist.
not racist enough. The main thing I stand on, Schiffer can twist it to whatever he wanted to mean. But I say this, I now stand on this. Black people are not racist enough, right? And my definition of racism is prejudice plus power.
All right, so you think racism's a good thing, and I get that. In my
Well, let
We're
me
not
opinion,
racist enough.
let
We
me
don't
let
have
me
power. The first and foremost thing is my people, our people, we don't have power. So
hey
we need
Bone.
to become more racist in order to get the power. The
yeah.
prejudice is cool. The prejudice is what I have now with no power. So I'm
So
halfway.
should everyone
I'm
be more
halfway
racist
racist
then?
right now, guys.
So,
I have
so
a lot of
everyone should be
places.
more racist then.
Listen,
You should.
absolutely.
Do you promote that to the white
I
people
think we
too? Do
should
you
be
tell the white
not
people you
more.
should be
But
more
listen,
racist
but
too?
listen, you're using the wrong
Schiffer
word.
is speaking
Schiffer,
about his own people, Schiffer. He's
Schiffer,
not
you
talking
I
using
know,
about
the
the
but I
wrong
white
word.
mean,
people.
but
So
he's
why are you
speaking in general.
generalizing it? No,
No.
he's
He's
not.
generalizing. Yes, he is.
No,
Listen to
he's
what he
not.
said. Yes,
He
no,
said
no.
we
You're not
should be
listening,
more
bro. One more
racist.
second. All right, bro. Listen. He said we should be more racist. Yes, he said that also. But I asked him a
Okay.
very specific
Not more,
question.
not
I
more,
said,
not more.
hold
We're
on.
not racist
I
at
asked you a
all.
very specific question. I
I didn't
asked you
say
a very
more.
specific question. I said, is racism and prejudice a good thing? You said yes, and black people should be more racist. So it's too late. You can't take it back now, bro. I can
I'm
play you
not
back.
taking it
He
back.
said
I
You're
black
done
stand,
out
I
people.
there. You're
stand on
done.
that, Schiffer.
No, but
Schiffer,
before he
not
said
more.
black
Why do
people,
the black
Stop.
bro,
We're
people
trying
come
he
to
in
said
there?
stop.
before he said black
Schiffer,
people,
Schiffer,
bro,
man,
he
stop,
also
bro. You
said
like you're trying to
racism is a
win an
good thing.
argument. Shut
Bro,
up,
stop with the
man. Man,
semantics, man.
shut up. Shut up. I'm
Let
tired of
me
Schiffer now.
let me
Schiffer,
clarify
Schiffer,
one thing.
Schiffer is in the business of trying to win a fucking argument, man. And what
Yeah.
I am telling Schiffer is, he's saying more racist. I said we are not racist enough.
Got it.
I didn't say more. How the fuck can we be more racist? We don't have any power. We don't have no fucking power. So how can I say more racist when I believe that racism is prejudice plus power? So we can't be more racist. We're not racist enough. Make sure the lingo is right, bro, before you just keep talking and talking and talking and talking. And God damn, bro.
Bro, hold on. This guy's defending you, saying you're only speaking about black people. I didn't ask you, is it a good thing for black people to be racist? I asked you, is racism and prejudice a good thing? I never related any people to it. So now this brother's defending you. I know that he's a charlatan, bro. And you lot are here to chat shit and to make yourselves feel good. I ain't here.
Let me
Now
propose
you just
one
want to
thing.
attack the whole plan. I know it's Shiver's on now. Shiver's upset. Now he's upset, man.
Oh my
Shiver, come back
goodness.
tomorrow, brother. You know I
Oh
fuck with
my
you, Shiver. But you
goodness.
probably got to come back tomorrow, bro. If you
Why
just
you
gonna
had to
do
do
that,
the
like,
attack?
yeah, now you're gonna disrespect this shit and cuss brother Devin out and cuss everybody out. We ain't doing that today. Go ahead, brother Devin.
Yeah, I think we need, that's what I'm saying. If we cannot have a discussion here, a cordial discussion where we exchange ideas and edify each other so we can be better individuals. If everyone is trying to be right and everyone has a point and my point should stand and no one has point, we are not getting anywhere. We can unify to even fight the system. It's a
So I'm
system
not
we have
allowed to
to
have
go.
an opinion now, no? I'm not
No,
allowed an
you do.
opinion. So if
So
you say something
Hey,
I
let
did you
me
disagree
attack
with,
me?
I have.
Why did you attack
If you
me?
say something
You're not
it wasn't
sharing
an
the
attack, bro.
conversation,
No, bro,
Shiver.
it wasn't an attack, bro. It wasn't an attack. It was my opinion. If you don't like my
Yeah, but
opinion, that's
you
fair.
saying I'm a
Shiver,
charlatan.
you're
How do
not
you know
Yeah,
that?
sharing.
because I
You're
believe,
not
bro. What
sharing
does
the
charlatan mean?
conversation.
What
No,
does
Schiffer.
charlatan mean?
Stop, Schiffer. The main problem I have with you today is you're not sharing the conversation. That's it, Schiffer. You can say the wildest things you want to say, but not only did you you cut off Brother Dev, you cut off Lady D, you cut off Stanley, you cut off IC3. Like Schiffer, you are cutting off everything. Every time
Now you're
someone
chatting
wants
shit
to
now, boy.
speak, I
There
promise,
you
bro.
go.
I promise. I'm not tripping. Schiffer, rewind the show and listen to yourself, homie. I'm not tripping,
Bro,
Schiffer.
if you're engaging my points, yeah, if you're engaging my points and I'm engaging yours, no one ain't. I'm just engaging the conversation better than you. You can't take it. It's not my fault. Get over yourself
So what
already.
I'm saying is, hold on, watch this. So what I'm saying is, Schiffer, I promise, bro. I promise that you're not engaging the conversation better than me.
100 I am.
You see that? So y'all see that, right? You see that? I did
About
that just to
competition.
show y'all. Hold on, stop. Y'all see what I did? I just threw that in the air just to see if Schiffer was going to interrupt me. And what did he do,
Reverse
guys?
psychology.
Thank you. So what I'm saying, guys, is that's what he's been doing for 4 hours. Now we're 4 hours in of Schiffer not letting nobody get through 3 sentences. And that's all I'm saying.
And when Dev just interrupted you, you didn't say nothing. Exactly. So it's all that, bro.
Shut up. And I'm sorry, guys. And I'm not trying to do Schiffer like that because Schiffer is a good panelist, y'all. But if Schiffer is going to do that, I can't deal with him. If every time somebody says 3 sentences and Schiffer jumps right in, then we can't have a conversation. And if you notice, if you rewind the show, we've been doing this for 3 hours. We had got a Jacob on the panel. We had Kale on the panel. We've had Robbie on the panel. He interrupted everybody. And it's like, come on, bro. Like, eventually we got to stop. We have to stop, man. Go ahead, Brother Dale, if you have something to say, man.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this and just, and I think we as grown men and grown women, I think we have to be more wise when we're having a discussion with each other and respect each other and give each other the respect that you would like to have. Someone is speaking, you be patient, listen, try and understand where that person is coming from. And absolutely just wait until the person is finished and then you ask a question. Instead of you over talking, it's the same thing I see. 'Cause there's a sharp nut close to, right close to me there. And it's the same thing happen. I hear them every day over one another. And it's like crab in a barrel. But we got to come out of that stage. We in a new dispensation. We're supposed to be edify and more wiser and more, strategic. Not just coming here just to win an argument and to prove who is, more better than one another. Come on now.
And I ain't even gonna lie, Brother Dale. I fuck with you, Schiffer. But you have to know, bro. I was on a panel earlier on another show this week that said, Schiffer, it seems like this is not my show, y'all. I was on another YouTube show and I heard the panelist say, Schiffer, every time you come onto this channel, it seems like you're trying to win an argument. And now on my panel, we have a brother never talked to Schiffer in his life. And he said, we have to stop coming on these platforms trying to win an argument. That's all I'm saying, Schiffer. I'm gonna let you back in, Schiffer, but goddamn, bro. If you don't take that advice, man, I don't know what to say, bro.
Can I respond after you just put me in the side chat like that and just that you're trying to disgrace me now, yeah? Let me make something very clear to you. I'm more intelligent than you think. When a brother jumps on the panel to attack my points, who's really the one trying to win an argument? When every single time I make a point, I get a pushback from Bourne, I get Lady D playing cheerleader, I've got everyone trying to attack my points. There's a point where, yes, I am going to end up speaking more than other people. That's you lot making that situation. You're facilitating that yourselves by the way you're having the conversation. I didn't push back against everything everyone said. So you lot have to control yourselves. It's not the other way around, bro. I'm going to mute. You lot talk all you want.
Thank you. Now I can respond. So I want everyone to notice that myself, IC3, Stanley, and Brother Eric have been quiet majority of this conversation. We've been on mute. So the fact that he gets 1 or 2 little interjections every now and again, every hour or two, he wants to now be barling. But Schiffer, like I said before to you, brother, next time I see black women under attack and I don't see the same kind of passion for the women that gave birth to you, then I'm gonna have to question you, bro. Until then, I'll give you the
All right,
side.
so you're saying, sis, you're saying that interjection's okay then, right? Are we clear on that?
Yeah, but Schiffer, but the difference
That's
is
not, that's what I mean.
we let you
Cool.
clear your point. Listen, we let you clear your points and make your points. The thing is, once we even get 3 words in, you're already jumping before you even heard. How are you arguing a point you've not heard yet, bro? It makes no sense.
What you just said don't make no sense, because the only time I've interjected,
make sense, Shifar. It literally makes all the sense. In order for you to have a response to what I say, you have to actually hear what I say first, right? That's complete common sense.
all right, you notice I didn't get my knickers in a twist about you interjecting. Now let me make this clear to you. The only times I've interjected, you can go back and play the stream back. For instance, I asked you a question. You never gave me a direct answer. So I interjected to remind you of the question before you go off on a tangent. That's the only times I interject, when someone is directly moving away from the subject. But I'm going to leave it there. I ain't got nothing more to say on that.
Hey, Bourne.
What about the passion part for the black sisters?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
I was just going to ask you, can you drop the link for your sweatshirt on one of the Discord servers?
Yeah. I got you.
And then one quick point. something you said about not racist enough, and I won't get into it, but Kendi and anti-racism, that's essentially what you're saying. Basically you fight racism with anti-racism. So anyway, I won't belabor the point.
I mean, you have to because
that's the only way you can do it.
But what I'm saying is that actually you're making a very formal point, and it's a whole school of thought. So it's not BS.
Let me ask you this, Stanley. Stanley, what is the sayings that what people say? When in Rome, finish it.
Yeah, essentially do the reverse.
Exactly. When in Rome, do as the Romans. So
that's
what I'm saying. So hold on. And I can hold on. When I say racist and racist enough, right? I can even break it down to this, guys. When I say reparations, right? People say, them white people ain't gonna never give you reparations. But like you say, you have when in Rome, you do as the Romans. So if the white people play by courts, courtrooms, paperwork, and lawsuits, if we want our reparations, we're going to have to go through courtrooms, lawyers, lawsuits. Period. So when in Rome, you as the Romans. Listen, when you're in Rome, if the Romans have prejudice plus power, and that is making them shit on you, you're going to have prejudice plus power to get anywhere in Rome. Like y'all quit playing. And then these same people these people will read the Bible and say America is Babylon, and then tell us we gotta vote our way out of Babylon.
Yo, Stanley, I'm a bit confused. Stanley, because it's like we're listening to two different conversations. What I'm hearing is that Bourne is saying that we should be racist, and from what I heard you just say, he said we should be anti-racist. I'm confused.
Stop. No, you why you doing my words like that? When I
cherry picking.
I'm saying we are not racist enough.
So we should be racist then.
Will you listen?
So we should be racist then.
If you listen to me, stop. If you listen to me, bro, you won't have to. You won't have to misrepresent anything I say, brother. Please.
How is that? I'm confused, bro. You talk. Go ahead. Fire away.
Please, brother. Listen, I am saying black people are not racist enough, right? Let me explain. Black racism to me is prejudice plus power. Black people can be prejudiced, right? So that's a little bit racist. We don't have power. So that means we are not racist enough. If we were more racist, we would have prejudice plus power.
Can I clarify the point with you? Should we strive to be racist then?
Absolutely.
All right. So I wasn't wrong and I didn't quote you wrong, but it's just you're not actually prepared to listen to what I'm saying because you're in your feelings right now. I get it. But bro, if you're saying we should be racist, just say that. You don't have to go through all of this rhetoric, bro.
No, we're not racist enough.
So we should be racist then. And Stanley obviously heard you wrong because he thought you were saying we should be anti-racist. But in his own words, he used the words anti-racist as well. But Stanley, I'd say that no, Born Rich is saying something different. He's saying that we should be racist. He's saying we should be racist.
Well, what I was saying,
we don't have the power.
What I was saying is essentially what Bourne said is an anti-racist argument.
How?
Essentially, if white people are prejudiced, then you fight back with the opposite of prejudice. If they say, hey, you can't be at Harvard. Well, you know what? The solution is put two people in Harvard. Yeah, essentially it's fighting fire with fire.
Yeah, but Stanley, is racism the opposite of prejudice?
No.
All right, so your statement
prejudice is a component of racism.
That's right. So you just killed your own argument. That don't make sense.
No, actually I didn't.
No, he didn't.
No, he actually did. Listen to what you just said. I'm gonna make you play this back.
Well, I know what I just said.
Damn, man. What are we
Bro,
doing?
hold on, born rich. Sorry. Just so that I'm not confused. Let's make sure we're on the same page here. Because I'm not trying to put words in anyone's mouth. You said, that we should be more racist. Is that correct? Yes or no?
I did not say that. I said we are not racist enough. Take it for what you
So
want.
we should be more racist. All right, we're not racist enough, which would
I didn't
entail
say
us
that.
being more racist.
I don't like that. I don't
We're
like
not racist enough. We're not racist enough. You said we're not racist enough, right? So racism is a good thing, right?
I didn't say that.
No, actually, he's not saying that either.
No, I'm asking him if racism is a good thing. That was a question. I'm asking, is racism a good thing then? If we're not racist enough, is racism a good thing?
Bro, can I just say this? I think the issue here is your interpretation and understanding of what he said. That is the problem. Because you keep explaining to you what he mean by what he said. But you keep coming back
But he's
with
contradicting himself.
No. It's your understanding.
You
You
wanna
see,
win.
if you take it for what he said, it's your understanding of what he said. He's not
You're a
responsible for
racist
how
too, by
you
the sound of it.
understand.
I'll be honest.
Oh my
Because you're not
goodness, here we
racist,
go.
because you're a racist
Shut
too. That's
up,
why you're trying to back him up.
Schiffer.
And I can hear him.
Real.
Let's say
My bad.
Let the
My
brother
bad,
speak.
guys.
Come
My
through,
bad.
Dev.
No,
Come through.
no, don't worry,
Yeah,
lady. My bad. I tripped out by letting them back on, man. My bad. Shiver
All I'm
wide.
saying is that because I'm listening to the argument and I'm listening to his rebuttal, and he keep bringing up a word that he didn't mention, and the word he bringing up is for he to get some clarity, not what Barnridge says. Because he keep bringing up a word that he didn't say. So the word that he bring up he kind of put Barnridge in a box. So I think the problem is he understanding and interpretation of what being said, and he
He
keep.
know exactly what I'm saying, man.
So
He
why he
just wants
playing
to
word
debate.
games?
Yeah,
Why
he
he
wants to
playing word?
debate. He wants a winner and a loser. Yeah. He wants to leave this conversation and say, hey, I was
I
the
won.
winner,
Yeah.
Born Rich, Lady Divine, everybody else was the loser.
But he did said it. I'm more intelligent than. So basically,
Yeah, that's what he
speaks
does. He
volume.
does that, man. I ain't got
So
time.
every one of us are dumbheads, basically.
You got to understand, Dev, like Schiffer's this person, he likes to have a counter argument just for the sake of it, even if it makes absolutely, and hence why you all notice he'll put up things like hypothetically and all that. It's just for the sake of having a counter argument.
And you know what's funny? I love my UK brothers, but a lot of the UK brothers do that. A lot of the UK brothers do that, man. And you know what? I peeped it, but I didn't really peep it into some of my brothers in America was like, watch how they do. And I'm not shitting on the UK family. I love the UK family. But when somebody was like, watch how certain people do, it's like, damn, when I watch them, it's like, damn, that's what they do. They want to leave the arena with the win, with the W. And it's like, you winning the W over me? And I'm trying to fight the system of white supremacy, right? And you want to get a W over me and Stanley and Dev? Like, come on, bro. Our priorities is fucked up. It's fucked up. Why do you want to beat me in an argument, man? When white supremacy got it, come on, bro. White supremacy got his foot on our neck.
Yep. It's about edifying each other and
That's a
helping us
part
to
of white
grow.
supremacy. I know IC3 can agree with that. That's a part of white supremacy, to make us fight each other while they go ahead and live. And another part of white supremacy is giving us these fucking labels.
Yeah.
Schiffer wants to call us a racist, but it's real racists out here with the prejudice and the power. But you want to say I'm racist, man? Get the fuck out of here, man. Come on, man. What are we doing, y'all? What are we doing? It's easy to look at your neighbor. That's just like black on black crime. Why does black on black crime happen? That's what white people will tell me all the time. Why do you want police to stop killing black people when it's always black on black crime? And I'm like, shit, look at these black people. They don't know that they're suffering from white supremacy. They don't know that they're in a system of white supremacy. They don't know. They will kill you with ignorance, because of ignorance. They don't know.
Well, they're really two separate arguments anyway. I mean, what do the cops have? I mean, other than stopping black on black crime, cop killing and black on black crime are two different animals.
It would never benefit the system of white supremacy to stop black on black crime.
True.
It won't. That's why people in the UK know about Chicago. People in the UK will tell me Chicago. People in the UK, I'm going to repeat. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me look on this panel. Matter of fact, except Stanley. Nobody else on this panel is from America. But all of y'all on this panel know about the black on black crime in Chicago.
Yep.
Why won't they stop it? Right? If this is a big pandemic, epidemic, they're doing everything they can to stop this pandemic that we're in now. So if black on black crime is such a problem in Chicago, why won't you go stop it? And there you go. There you go. That's why I miss Schiffer on the panel. I would love to ask Schiffer that question. Why won't you stop it? You're the mighty American government. Go stop that crime in Chicago. But I don't know, man. Let me play some more of this fucking video, man. Play some more of this video.
Real talk, with all due respect, this is how you look right now. Fucking car world, bro. This is how you look.
Got you by the toe and I ain't gonna let you go, Myron.
How you look like?
Come on, Myron. Come on, Myron. You gotta be strong, brother. We see it all the time. Brother Myron, we see every athlete, every entertainer. Soon as they get a few pennies, they running after white folks. Soon as you get a few pennies, and we see it at Academy Awards. We see it on the football field. And somebody has to stand up here on this show tonight and say that we love the original woman, the black woman. We love that Sudanese woman, that African woman. That's who we love. That's who we embrace. That's who we want. We don't want nothing else. Somebody has to be strong in this hour. Yeah, you got the right mask on, goddammit. You got the right mask on.
I'm just saying, this like white dog too, bro.
Oh, a white man, a white dog.
Power, my nigga, like what? Cause you right now. Oh, really?
I tell you, man.
Black coffee, no sugar, no cream.
Man, look, I'm trying to tell you, y'all be on the lookout. I'm telling this audience.
I'm fooling.
Black Power movement and the new Black Panther Party is going to put a stop to this kind of activity.
You're a clown.
I'm guaranteeing you.
He's like, nah, like you're a clown, bro. We got to show that we got to do. Like, we're you're a fucking joke, bro.
Have you ever heard of Paul Mooney?
Your new name is Pennywise, okay? Your name is Pennywise, bro.
All right, bro. I got you, man.
Man,
I got you checkmated right here, Black man. But
Vaughan, thank you for stopping there, Vaughan. And I just want to. I'm glad that you stopped there, and you stopped at a good point. You saw those young heads clowning and laughing at the brother, and he's telling them, "Listen, we're gonna have to put a stop to this. This is that you're gonna take your pennies and go give it straight to the white man." And they're laughing and they got on their masks and they're doing their food. This is what Sis Nanith is talking about, and I don't think you understand, but this brings it home. You see, when Sis Nine is up here and she's talking about the man them are practicing white supremacy and don't even realize they're doing it. Case and point, Born. Case and point. They don't even realize they're doing it. What would you tell those young brothers, Born?
First and foremost, right? Have more respect for your elders. Right? I think I do a pretty good job of that, right? Now I joke, right? I joke, and sometimes I come on the streams lit and I disrespect people. I can admit that. But I think I do a pretty good job with brothers and sisters that I know is older than me. So I try to respect my elders. I do. elders that are respectful to me at the same time. But so what I would tell them brothers is, come on, man, don't go into the conversation with the jokes, and you know what I'm saying? Like,
This is disrespectful. The brother's trying to
yeah,
speak to them on a
it's
level
weird.
about their blackness and protecting
Yeah,
their
and it was
identity.
weird. And the
And
first
this
thing
guy's
that
in his boxer shorts with a clown head, a clown mask on, and a hoodie, thinking he's looking clever.
I
Like,
take it all
we
the way
need to
back.
stop creating these boy sisters. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing?
And you know what, Lady D, I take it all the way back to the beginning. So, like, the first word that we heard from the young brothers was, "Hey, man, ain't you about 70?" It's like, come on, man, what are we doing? Like,
Acting like two little white boys.
Yeah, like, what are you doing? Like, the first thing this brother just said, a whole, like, you don't have any, you didn't take anything away from what he said. You don't even have a question to ask him after he said that. So, like, I don't know, man. It's weird. Some people are just weird, man.
I think looking at the video and listening to these guys is like they never been through the struggle, yeah? They kind of have it easy. You go play ball and you get a lot of money that cloud up your mind and you forget who
You
you
know,
are.
Devon, you bring up a good point. I when you said that, I thought about my son, and I kind of sometimes I kind of worry, that my parents grew up in Jim Crow, and I was close enough to it that I knew to respect my elders. And sometimes I have to get on my son about that kind of flippancy is the only word I can think of. I have to tell him, you are a black man. You need to start paying attention to your surroundings and being careful what you say.
That's right.
Yeah.
Here's my argument though, because I'm thinking when I think of black empowerment starts in the home first and foremost. Yeah, because you're
Absolutely.
creating black generations to come. You want to bring more, right? And my thing is, if this is the new generation with what is going on in the home, and this is why I reach to my sisters. I can't speak to the men. The men have to speak for them to each another for themselves. But I normally sit up and I say, sisters, we've got to stop creating them. When I say that, I mean we should be first ensuring their identity from in the home, where they can't be coming out here mocking and laughing and clowning black women, like all of that. They've learned this somewhere along the line. Somewhere they've learned that, but we cite that, sisters. As mothers, we cite that. We need to stamp that out immediately. Don't let that manifest until they get into their 20s, 30s, and then we can't drill it. No. From we start seeing them even questioning who they are or what they're about or what they should be bringing forth for the future, we need to stamp that out immediate, sisters. We've got to hold ourselves accountable. Stop creating these type of men. I don't know
Well,
where they're coming from, but we're going to put an end to them.
I'm lucky because my sister lives nearby. And, I told her, when my son was, quite a bit younger, don't worry about me. If his ass needs beaten, do it.
Yeah, I think that you got to look at it holistically, and the elders have a part to, to be blamed for too, because when you look at example growing up, there's a lot of things that our parents never taught us, and a lot of things we learn from the streets and the people around us, and we think that's who we are, that's what we're supposed to be. And I don't blame them entirely because they can only give us what they get from their parents. See what I'm saying? But I think what we seeing now and trying to change now, somebody else have to take blame for some of it because they are the one been through the struggle more than we did. So they should be more inclined to say, look, this is what we've been through, and we've been through this, and it's hard, and you got to defend who you are as a black person. You got to defend your heritage. You got to be proud of your heritage. But I think what we are fighting to do now, it's going to be a struggle for us because Our elders before never see the need to do it. So it's going to be a struggle, but it doesn't mean that it cannot be done. We could only reach who we can reach and go with who's going to go with us. Because not everybody is going to get it. Not everybody is going to go with us. Not everybody is going to share the same sentiment as us. So I think you got to focus on who willing to receive it, apply it, and take it to the next level.
I disagree. I think that this blame, handling these words, responsibility, blame, and accountability, and guilt, those 4 words cause the biggest problems, confusions, and fight. How do you manage responsibility, accountability, guilt, and blame? Who is to blame? Who is guilty? I mean, that goes all the way to the court. Fights in the court. What? Because that is the key. Because if you are seen as guilty, you're going to prison. You know, that's the bottom line. When you go to court, it's all about finding who is guilty, who is to blame, who is accountable, has to pay, and who is responsible. That's all court is about. And when I hear the term black people, when I hear black people blaming other black people, it's poison. You've got to blame the white supremacists. You've got to move that energy, send it back, because they're the prison governors. You got to send that energy, that spirit back to its source. You do what you can do throughout life, and try and, as long as you're alive, try and do what you can. But that word, blame, guilt, responsibility, accountability, dangerous words, dangerous.
So,
It can be.
but IC3, sorry to cut you there.
Go ahead, sweetheart.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask IC3, do we not take no responsibility or no accountability for the fruits we produce?
Right.
All right. Brilliant question.
Good question.
Right. I think as black people in the prison system of white supremacy, we don't use those 4 words. All we do is that we work together, like we're in this panel and we're talking and we're trying to organize to sort, heal ourselves from this white supremacy, but do not use those words on each other. Just try and do the best you can in this terrible situation that we're all in. Just like we're having this conversation, we're all talking, we're in a messed up system of confusion. But just keep away from those magic words. Do the voodoo or whatever, the spiritual blame, guilt, responsibility, accountability. Don't put that on any of us. We're all doing our best to, just without saying. So I'm not going to blame you for nothing. I'm not going to make you guilty of anything. I'm not going to make you accountable for anything. If I lend you money, you don't pay me back, it's because the white supremacists messed up your finances. Yeah? Okay. I'm not going to blame you for anything. I don't blame my family. I don't blame nobody. They're not guilty either. Everything that happens within prison is the prison governor is the last buck stops at him or her.
Okay. My brother, I hear what you're saying, but I don't totally subscribe to what you're saying.
Yeah, I know.
And I respectfully saying that. Now, for we to heal, for we to go forward, we have to have some acceptability, accountability to go forward. We have to recognize our mistakes that we have made, be accountable for it, so we can make better decisions in the future. You see, the word blame depends on the context you use it in. It can empower you to become better. Yeah. So When you're using it, you're using it in a general term, but we were using it in the context of things that I know our ancestors should have done. Yeah, because even though you were suppressed, it didn't mean that your thinking was out of order. It doesn't mean that passing on certain information was out of order. Why didn't do it? I have no clue why they didn't do it. Because look at we here now. Yeah, the supremacy is still going on. The thing is still, but we still can see things from a different perspective and challenge it and try to correct it. Why they didn't do that, I have no clue. So I'm saying to you, my brother, respectfully, taking accountability is one of the first steps in growing, acknowledging. Because if you don't know where you came from and what you've been through, you have a tendency of repeating it. So you have to
I
acknowledge, take
agree.
accountability to know that, hey, look, this is the road I went down, and I don't want my offspring to go down that road because I know what entails on that road. What's going to be the outcome? You do
No,
the same
because
thing, you're
as
going
you
to get
just
the
said,
same result.
yeah, okay, but as you just said, you said you have no clue why your ancestors did not do it. You have
But
no clue. You have
but
no
they did it.
clue. Therefore,
But they
hold
did
it.
it.
You hold it. You have no clue. If you have no clue, you have make no judgment on the matter. Keep quiet.
That is not
Don't
true.
blame them for nothing.
But we
Don't
see the
hold them
fruit of it.
accountable for anything. You
We
have
see the
no
fruit of the
clue
decisions.
at all. You have no
Yeah,
clue.
but I'm
I
looking
see,
at the
Freya,
fruit of
just
the
to let you know that
decision.
your mic sounds a bit distant. I don't know what's
Yeah, I
happening,
do.
brother, but you sound a bit like echoey.
Okay. Can you
Yeah,
hear me now?
We
a
seen the
little
fruit
bit.
of the decision.
Huh?
So we can have an idea based on the fruit of the decisions.
No
You may not
clue.
you may not
You
know
have no
why
clue.
you don't know you may not know why they made that decision, but we are seeing the fruit of it. So we can tell by the fruit of it, or have an idea by the fruit of it, you know, why was that
So who's
decision made? We may
responsible?
not be accurate.
Blame the white supremacists. Keep it that way.
I'm not
And
saying no, but we have to take accountability too,
Yeah,
bro.
I
no
think you're
accountable.
missing. I see, Free. I think
Hold
you're
the white
missing
people.
something. What we're saying is we agree with you on the white supremacy. No one's not shutting you down on that at all. But at what point do we? Our question is basically at what point do we take some responsibility and
No,
accountability?
there's no point. There is no
Okay.
point. No point whatsoever.
Wow.
No point. Just do what you can in the situation you are in. Do what you can and leave it there.
Wow. I can't wrap
Do
my
what you
head
can
around
and
that.
leave it
No.
there.
I'm not subscribing to that because right
Yeah,
now
I know
I'm
you will.
responsible for my decision. I'm responsible for my choices.
That's what you
I
think.
got to give an accountability for my choices.
That's right, and I'm responsible for my children until they are of age, which is 18 in
Exactly.
the UK, and I take full responsibility on their directions as
Exactly.
their
Until the
children.
social services come round. The social services come and take the children.
Don't wish that on me.
Yeah,
Don't
the
do
social
that.
services come and take them when and if they want to, and you can do nothing about it. And they can just say, you're not responsible for those children. We don't like the way you're bringing up those children. We think that you're abusing the children. We're going to take them. So they're always, the government is always responsible.
If you let them
What do you mean let? If the social services come around to take your children, what are you going to do?
use their system
I'm
against
gonna
them.
fight them in any way,
Exactly.
by any mission. Was it by any
Families
means
being messed up
necessary?
right now
By any
as we're
means
talking.
necessary.
As we're talking.
Use their system to fight against them. You could only win
Yeah,
through
they're
their
going to take away
system.
the children first,
Okay.
aren't they? Then they put them into custody, into care. Then you have to take the government to court.
You see
Who's
what
court?
you see what you're saying there is, you see, it's not an everyday thing. It is
What?
possible as
As
well as
we're
not
talking,
possible.
as we are talking, social services are knocking on people's door and taking people's children away right now.
It's not happening over here, but I can hear what you're saying. Where you are, you're
Where?
speaking from
It's
your
not happening where? Where are you?
in the Caribbean, in
Oh,
Grenada,
so they
Tobago.
don't have an equivalent of social services taking
We
people's children.
we do have the
They do,
social
but it's
service
not
here.
like how ours
It's,
works over
it's not
here. I
it's
see
not
for you.
All
accurate.
right, okay.
Yeah.
It's not active. You have to hear.
Basically, black children in the UK are profitable and they're not profitable in the Caribbean. So therefore, why would they bother waste time doing
Oh,
that?
right. Okay.
Yeah.
So you see,
It's
so
kind
you
of
see
the
why
system.
so you see, I
Right.
can't see why I can't wrap it wrong because we live in two different systems. You know what I'm saying? It's here, but it's not every day. They
In the
have to
same way.
hear something. Somebody had to come and tell them, oh, this person is ill treated, and they will go. But they're deciding to go and take the child like that. Just like that, it just can't happen.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? So the system over there in the system, even though we're under a British system here, yeah, even though we're under a British system here in Grenada,
There's not enough white families in Grenada. They have to take their black kids from and put them into and then pay the white families to keep them. You
exactly,
see, it's not profitable. There we go.
exactly. We have a majority black, so
Right. Okay.
it's we kind of safe here.
Yeah.
But I
But
understand
the
what you're
children,
saying.
yeah, but the parents and the children are being abused by the system of white supremacy indirectly, in that by messing with the economy, the economics of
Yeah,
Grenada or the Caribbean, it
yeah,
puts pressure on the people, it puts pressure on families, and then when they're under pressure, they can't see the white people who are controlling the banks. They can't see the
yeah.
white people who are influencing, pressurizing the government to make
You're absolutely
policies that are
right.
putting pressure on the people. So they attack one another and blame each other because they can't see any white faces. But the white faces operate in economics. They control it through the banks,
Yeah,
through the finance, through the
federal
economy.
banks. Yeah, I totally agree with you. You're making some valuable points. But you see, they use the governments to do their dirty work.
That's right. Correct.
Yeah, yeah, I
Correct.
understand. Yeah, they use the government to do their dirty work, and the government
Yeah.
pressure their people because
Yes.
right now in Grenada, right now that if you're white and you have money, you get more privilege than if you look like me.
In Grenada, you see,
Yeah.
as far as where is that? You see, so white
Mhm.
supremacy, truly, like Neely Fuller says, it's a
Yeah.
complete, tightly knit
No,
global.
I'm not ashamed to say that. Yeah, if you're white and you have money, this government right now, once you have money and you're white, you can get the primest property, the best location, you know,
Yeah.
whatever you need, just once you have money. But if you dark skin and you have money, they put you through a lot of red tapes until you get fed up and change your mind.
Right.
Because there are several Grenadians who abroad and want to come back because they make, quite a bit of money and want to come and, put up business and so forth. And the government are putting them through a lot of red tapes until they get fed up and decide they're not going to come home anymore because, they are from the country here. But, so I'm saying the whites, the white, because the 1% control the government. Let's put it that way. The 1%
1%.
over here, yeah,
That's
control the
right. So
government.
listen to what you just said there. I mean, it's a very important point. Just 1%. So it shows you that management, it only takes a few well-organized people can make huge control of a whole mass of people. Just a few British people controlling the whole of India.
Yeah.
So tightness, organization,
Yeah.
so important.
Yeah. But I think the people, I think what has happened to the politics is that the people here don't know the power that they have, and it depends on the politician to do everything. And in that way, they have some sort of control over them because they go to the politician for everything. So once you're coming to me, now you give me power to dictate certain things
That's
in
right.
your life.
That's right. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So I think that is the problem over here, that they give the politician too much power. Now that they think that they are gods, that I have to come to you for everything, but that didn't used to happen during the revolution. Because during the revolution, when Maurice Bishop was around, everybody was equal, basically. Everybody was, we had agriculture. We was the number one agriculture country in the Caribbean, a small island with about 100,000 people.
Right.
The number one, he didn't need to beg nobody for nothing. He needs to go in for no loan or nothing like that. See what I'm saying?
Right. That's
We're
right.
not.
So listen to that point you just made there. You didn't have to beg nobody for nothing. I mean, that statement is like it's horror to the white supremacists. What? They're not begging us. That means you're
Yeah.
escaping. You're
That is
escaping.
that
You're
is why
supposed
that is why
That was
America invaded Grenada. Because
Yeah.
because Reagan at the time wanted to partnership with Grenada so that, and Bishop said, no, we're not going to do that because we are going to stand on our own.
Oh, did you see that?
And
How dare
that's
you?
one of the reasons. And then
How
America
dare
said,
you?
well, how dare you? Don't come to
Yeah.
us. And then they start saying a lot of things about Grenada, building military base, and we have, ballistic
That's right.
weapon, etc., etc.
Yeah,
So
that's right. Like they did to Saddam Hussein.
yes,
So what you're saying there highlights is they have a standard book of how to deal with the
that they go
darkies.
about,
If the darkies are trying to get away and be independent, they're planning to war against us. They're planning something. They've got weapons hidden somewhere.
yeah.
And
And that's how Grenada turn around and the way it is right now. Because since our federal issue, anytime America invaded and go into a country, they're never the same. They're never the same. They are never the same. So right now we are in a mess. We might think it's better, but back then it was way better because people used to come together.
What is
People
Brother
used to
Eric doing over there? Brother Eric, your mic, bro. Sorry.
Wash up with that white
He's talking over you, Brother Dev. Sorry about that. But
yeah.
he doesn't realize
that
he's
white
on mute.
mattress color.
his mic's on. Yeah, so that is why we should avoid the word blame. Don't blame them because you as you described.
But it depends on the context
They're
that you
abusing
use
the
it.
people through finance.
Yeah, but it depends on the context that you use the word. You see, everything is context. It depends on the context that you use the word blaming or
But there's no
responsibility.
context. I can't see. Think of a context. When you're in prison, I mean, Neil Fuller makes a brilliant point where he says there's individual power, and above that, there's ultimate power. Then below that is white supremacy, and then below that is physical power. I can't remember exactly what Neely Fuller was saying, but there's the levels of power. So the only power above white supremacy is the Almighty. So we have to find a way to tap in to the power of the Almighty in order to neutralize the power of white supremacy. We have to find a way to tap into the power of the Almighty.
IC3, if you don't mind me asking.
Quick question, IC3. Sorry.
Yeah.
IC3. Sorry, it's been bothering me all night ever since I see you first light the candle. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that padlock on your arm a symbolization of you being locked down by white supremacy.
Yes, that's right.
I knew.
White supremacy is still
I knew it.
It's still fully functional.
Since I see it, I said that is what he's representing. And what the candle represent? What the candles represent? And the different colors.
Yeah, these are the race codes. Yeah, the race code. So it's the system of white supremacy, but we have to use the system against itself. So we've been classified as black and as stuck as IC3, and we have to. So like you have a plug. If you have a plug, to plug into the system of white supremacy for reparations, the plug, the identity has to fit in. So when the conversation about reparation comes up, they'll always say, okay, you can have reparation, but who's it for? So they use the issue of identity to confuse, because they know that because you're unorganized and there's no clarity on identity.
Yeah.
they can say, well, we don't know who you're talking about, and you lot are all fighting, all confused, so they don't have to do anything. So the issue, the identity of African and black has been compromised. Anybody can be African now. White people can claim to be African. So the word African is not a strong enough identifier to unite people of from African and African descent. And also the word black has been compromised because anybody can be black now. You can say, oh, I'm politically black. I'm politically black. All of us who are suffering, we're all black. So when black people fight and gets money allocated, everybody then that money that's allocated, then everybody comes black all of a sudden. All of a sudden, everybody's black. I'm black, and then they take the money that was reserved for black people. So therefore, I'm saying we have to clarify black identity so tight. See that? So that's why I'm pushing this IC3, because if anybody, you can't get in there. You can't pretend to be IC3 because there's a separate code for you. You're Asian. You're not black. You're Chinese. You're not black. You're white. You're not black. Is IC3 and nothing else.
I was about to ask you that.
Go ahead.
So, Asians and other quote people of color can be called black in Britain.
Yeah,
BAME. They got a coding for it called BAME.
Yeah. That's
IC3.
right.
That's it. Yeah. So it's black. What is it again? Black,
Asian, and minority ethnic. But watch this. The same game was taking place in America. What happened there? They said there was promises before Biden was elected. There was promises that reparations, the issue of reparations, will be dealt with, and then Biden said, "Oh, yes, but you have to do something with the South Americans or something." He put somebody else in there. Do you remember? He was saying, "Oh, yeah, we'll do this, but we can only help black people if you include dealing with I think it was the Mexicans or
the Hispanics, the Hispanics and Mexicans.
It's the Hispanics, yeah. So whatever you do with the black issue, they put somebody else in there to water it down, to dilute it, because the black is too powerful. It's too cutting.
So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question, Mr. IC3. Now, we are defending a name, actually two names, yeah? And we grab it.
Is that
black
African
and African?
Black? Yeah.
Black and African, yeah? We are defending two names, right?
Yeah.
That was given to us by the same system that we're trying to fight. Hold on a minute. Yeah. So number one, African is a white colonizer. That's where that name comes from, right?
Okay.
Black is a name that they were given to us through slavery, right?
Yeah.
Morning. Okay. That's not who we are, right?
Okay.
Why are we continuing under that label, may I ask?
Right. Because in order to fight effectively, you have to clarify identity. When people say,
"One second, IC3, Brother Eric, if you can hear us, can you mute, please? Because we're struggling to hear IC3. His mic's low, and you're making noise, brother.
I think he's away from his phone.
Oh gosh. Yeah. IC3, I don't know if you could turn your mic up a little bit, because you're very low, and Eric's drowning you out.
And Bon is not there to mute him, because Bon could have muted him. Anyway, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hear me better? Yeah. Yeah. So, what was the point you was making there again?
The point I'm making: why are we under that label that don't represent us? That don't represent us.
Yeah. So, language and identity is key. The white supremacists are strong because they're clear on who white people are. Yeah, and they know, they're clear on the management of their identity. So they're very strict on who's white and who's not, because they can't afford to let whiteness and whiteism and white identity be diluted. They must keep control and dominate white identity in order to organize effectively. They can't allow, they must, because if they lose control of identity, the whole organization starts to go down. You can't afford to mess with identity. It's got to be, because that's what you need in order to organize effectively. In order to have a system, you have to know who is in and who is out.
Can I just interject for 1 minute, if you don't mind? So, aren't we deceiving ourselves and lying to ourselves, carrying a label that don't represent us, have nothing to do with us in the first place? So, how are we going to be true to ourselves if we lie to ourselves constantly?
Right. Brilliant point. It's a brilliant point. How we're going to be true to ourselves is that we have to counter, even that label has to be used to counter the system of white supremacy, just as a tool. So therefore we are temporary. I'm encouraged us to be temporarily
Lying to ourselves?
black, hold it, as a tool to organize and fight effectively against white supremacy. Once white supremacy is nullified and neutralized, we can drop that ID. So it's just like a uniform to fight. So yes, become IC3 black. That's not you. It's not me. I classify myself as Mr. IC3, but it's just a tool. It's a uniform I'm putting on for the job. It's an overall.
It's become a culture. It's not a
after
tool.
the job is done,
It's
I
become
throw
a
it away.
culture.
Does that make sense?
It's become a culture. No, it doesn't, because it become a culture. And one
Yeah,
more
but
question
the
may I
culture
ask?
itself is a uniform.
One more question. Who were we before we got in those labels?
Only the white supremacists know. They got it in their. They've got it in their museums and in their banking files, and they got all the shipping. They know all the shipping, how many shipments, where people got collected from.
So
They
don't
have
you
it in
think
their
we should put our
archives.
energy into that, finding out who we were before we were labeled, and fight
No, you cannot
authentically?
find
I
out.
done
Yeah,
that, brother
good question.
Dev. I
You
took a
cannot find
DNA
out who
test. I
you
know
are
exactly who I
without
am
going to the
now.
white supremacists
Oh, okay.
to get the information, to get the historical information.
Because I did some research based on my last name, yeah,
Right.
and I discovered that there was a Frenchman, a colonizer, came to Grenada, and he had that last name because he had a lot of slaves.
Right.
Because I carried the last name Philip, right?
Right.
And he had a lot of slaves, and all the slaves was Philip's because they was his property.
Right.
So he gave
Right.
them that name. Now he had a lot of slaves. He had a lot of wealth as well. Okay.
That's right.
So you have to understand, when you change someone's name, this thing also come with a spirit, yeah? Come with a
That's
culture.
right.
It comes with culture, it comes with a spirit, it comes with language, everything.
Yes, exactly. You got it
So
perfect. It's crucial.
basically we lost our identity when they did that. So that's why they was really forcing us to change our name, beating us, castrating us, etc., etc., to conform into their culture. So now we are carrying their name, their identity, their food, their culture, their
And we're in their
clothing,
prison. We're in their prison.
and their language. So now we, as the ones who are kind of woke, can we find a way? Because there still are people in Africa who still hold the culture, who still hold the nationality, the language, the food, the way of life. Why aren't we not tapping into them to find our identity?
Well, the search for, if we use our energies and focus on trying to find our history, it's the white supremacists are managing that. So the focus should be on dealing with the problem of white supremacy. Once you take out the white supremacists, then you have all access to the archives, you have access to the libraries, you have access to the bank accounts, the bank records. So just take out the white supremacists, and then all of that will be not given to you. You'll take all that booty. It's booty. So your identity is precious. It's precious. It's a treasure. It's treasure. So if you want to get to know where you come from, what your history was, all of that is treasure, and you have to take out. You have to fight for it. You have to take out the white supremacists, and then you have access to
But
all
are you putting into perspective as well?
Huh?
Are you putting into perspective as well? Even though you get to that point, yeah, and you find all that booty as you talk about there, yeah. Now having the booty, how do we transform that booty into people's mindset?
Beautiful. That's a beautiful problem. It's a beautiful problem.
People lifestyle
How do
has
we share it
changed
out?
and get comfortable. How do we do that?
No, but it's a beautiful. That's a great problem. You know what? After you win the war, after you win the war, then you get all the stuff. Then you sit down and say, "Come on, let's organize ourselves. You get this share, you get that. We can start discussing amongst ourselves."
No.
What
I'm talking. No, I'm not talking about the goal. I'm not talking about the thing. It's that I'm talking about the mindset, because even though you win the war and you defeat quote unquote white supremacy, white supremacy going to be still among our people, with our people, live by our people, perform by our people. How do we transform their mindset?
Okay. We'll transform their mindset because the booty, the treasure of identity and history, all those, and the books and the accounts and the records and the archives, that will enable us to have new people speaking and teaching. So new culture, a new positive culture will emerge as people start going through the archives and then coming out and giving talks and doing courses and lessons and so on, and developing the culture and new music, and all of this will come about.
Yeah, but some people are already comfortable with this system and comfortable with what they have and comfortable, and some of them think, I have made it. Why do I have to go another whole new? Because remember, it's very hard to go forward, but it's easy to go back and gravitate to and stay back. It's very easy because you're familiar with the things of yesterday. Now, what you're telling me is that getting people to go forward to adopt a new way of life. Not everyone will be on the same level mentally to want to do that. You have a lot of people who's going to say, no, this is my life. This is what I've been, that's my life. That's what I know. I don't know nothing else.
Yes. Well, it's okay. You will just leave them and let them go down with the system. Same thing with Noah and the Ark and Moses. You just have to leave them and just move forward to do what you need to do, and they will go down with the system. If they,
because that is my issue, transforming the mind, because I realize everything starts and ends in the mind.
Yes,
and
definitely.
who and what controls the mind controls the person.
Definitely.
So I think once you can get into the minds and help the people to see things from a different perspective, see it from a different angle, that can help the changing of the mind and seeing things, the way it's supposed to be seen. But it's going to be a task, and might be this, because you see, just how they has been taught to use our people to undermine our system. Whatever we try to build, they use our people to do that. How you don't know that when you do win the war and you set up your system, that the same people are not going to use the same tactics to undermine our people?
Okay, I'll address that. You see, there was an elder who was running a bookshop, black bookshop, in Tottenham years ago. He's died now, and I used to go there a lot and talk. And he said to me, he kept saying to me, the problem that black people are facing worldwide is going to be solved in one move. He never said what the move was, but somehow
I was about to ask, what is the move and why have we not done it yet?
yeah,
Exactly. I was about to ask that too.
I mean, what is, people saying, oh, this is multiple problems, black people, there's all these problems. No, he says the whole system, black people all over the world suffering, right? They're suffering under one system. So that system is going to be taken out by one move. Now, what is that one move? And so I've gone a bit further. I've seen a bit more. I've seen a light, not completely, but what it happens is it's like a kung fu move where the force is coming this way at you, and what happens is you can use the force against itself. Don't go up against it, because it will crush you. But you somehow knock them off balance. You know, like when you see fighters in the ring.
Mm-hmm.
You see, it's just you just got to take all you need to do is black people to get organized, and to knock the white supremacists off balance. Then they'll do the rest. They'll take care. Their own system will come in on itself. And so, how I believe. The concept of reparations, by going for reparations, you're dealing with the problem of white supremacy in one move. And also, to answer your question, by working towards reparations, you're also organizing and setting up a system. So it's not that we're going to take white supremacy and say, right, okay, what do we do now? No, you're building the government. As you're going for reparations, as you're nullifying white supremacy, as you're understanding black history, it's all in one move. So the process of getting reparations itself is educating and organizing, so that by the time white supremacy is nullified, it's like a currency change. It's a currency change. So the government is built and formed in the process of fighting white supremacy. So if you focus on fighting white supremacy, you will clarify identity.
But then again, my brother, we have to be aware of, they have wealth, they have military power, yeah, and they are not going to sit down and allow us to just come take it just like that. They're going to use all the artilleries.
That's right.
To obtain and sustain what they have built.
Okay, so the question is how? Right. So most people think that the power is all held. Well, how many tanks have you got? Warship. As if power is all guns and so on. Guns. No. Real power is in propaganda.
Yeah, but what you not? Yeah, I understand that. It's in propaganda. It's propaganda, but you have to remember, people are scared to die.
Yes, but the death comes after the propaganda, after the talk. Just like all physical fights you've seen in your life, right? It always starts with the talking. And then as they talk and argue, they start getting closer and closer and closer to each other. It's the mouth. It's the mouth. What did you say? What did you say? What did you say? And then they get closer and closer. Then it gets physical. That's how the fight starts. So the same thing, the physical is the same thing of guns, whether it's your fists, whether it's your sword, whether it's your gun, whether it's your ship, whether it's your tank, that all comes after the mouth.
So you think they don't know that? That's what they did. So, okay, so what make you think that they're going to want to have a discussion with us, knowing what the outcome can be?
Good, beautiful question. So, I think Born Rich raised a brilliant point today. It just amplified everything that's going on. That these panels here, even on Born Rich's channel, we're having these conversations. They're very heated, and we all seem to be fighting each other. What I realized But when a white person comes in to the panel, everybody gets in order. Everybody's on code. It just naturally happens. It's right. Everybody just it's just like a whole atmosphere changes. There's a white person,
Psychological.
you know. So so everybody becomes organized and in order and on code. It's fantastic.
What do you think caused that?
Huh?
What do you think caused that?
I think because we're the mere fact that we're having these discussions, it's like we're having a conference, and we're sorting out our problems, understanding each other's views, and you know. So even if somebody disagrees with you, you know, later on when they go to sleep at night, they'll be dreaming about the conversation, and maybe it could be the next day or next week. They think, you know what that person's saying, he's got a good point, you know, or she's. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't come to you straight away in a conversation. So having conversations like we're having on this topic, rather than talking about stupid stuff, it's actually developing us and unifying us, even though it feels the opposite. It feels the exact opposite, you know. Like there is fighting with Schiffer earlier on, but it's beautiful. It's actually beautiful. It's actually uniting. And you don't really understand the power of the unity generated in these conversations until a white person arrives.
Okay, so I'm trying to put myself in their shoes at the moment, right?
Whose shoes? The white supremacists.
Yeah, I'm putting myself in their shoes. I'm trying to think the way they think now.
Go on then.
I have the power. I call all the shots. I make the decisions at the moment. I run things now.
That's right.
I decide who I want to have a conversation with. And if I don't see you, if I don't see it fit, depends on how I view you. Yeah? Depends on how I view you.
Correct.
I don't even want you close to my doorstep.
Right.
But let's have a conversation. So it's all to do with how they view us.
Correct.
They want to have a conversation with us. And as far as I understand us, they view us as nobody, because in the American Constitution right now, a black person is what, 1/5 or 1/3 or something of a human being?
Exactly.
So with that in mind,
yes,
psychologically they already have us as nobody.
Apparently.
I don't need to have a conversation with you.
That's correct.
Why?
So how do you address that
I don't care how unified you are. I have the power to decide who I discuss or talk with.
Okay, hold that point there. Brilliant point. You've made a brilliant point there. Beautiful point. Heavy point, actually. Now, why would a white supremacist want to talk to us less than human? Okay, I'll show you. White supremacy, you always hear this word, sanctions. We're going to apply sanctions. Yeah? So it's talk, propaganda, and then if you're still not going, then they start applying sanctions. And then after the sanctions, then it's physical war, bombs, bullets, guns. Yes? So sanctions. So sanctions is a bit like the cold shoulder. You know, so somebody, if you're upset with somebody, they had an argument, they haven't got into a physical fight, but they start to sanction each other. In other words, cold shoulder. See, so cold shoulder is another thing. And then the situation can compound, and then the cold shoulder comes into violent argument and abuse, and then physical warfare. So how the white supremacists work with a nation, and the principles apply for an individual as well as a nation, is that they start to cold shoulder, to kind of ostracize that nation or that people. And they say, right, we're going to start applying sanctions. You know, you're upsetting us, so we're not going to deal with you. We're going to give you problems. Now, why? You asked a brilliant question. So why should they want to speak to black people? I'll show you. Once the black people are,
I am angry with you. I haven't seen you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Once the black people are organized, and organized globally into an entity, they can then apply counter sanctions. Just imagine if you have a group of people, representative of the Caribbean, representatives of the Americas, representatives of Africa, a group of people hold a conference or just write a letter and say, we represent the black world, the IC3 black world, and we're writing a letter to you, whoever, okay? And we want to discuss, negotiate over this. Then that entity might be IMF, World Bank, and say, no, and we're going to apply sanctions. Then that black entity, that black global organization can apply counter sanctions. So the advantage of being organized and black means that you can apply sanctions. If you upset us, then this is not going to happen. We're not going to comply with this. On all of us at the same time, we'll apply a sanction and we'll tell everybody in our organization, in our black entity, not to do this or to do that because of what you're doing. So because that's what they do. When they say we're going to sanction, we're sanctioning this state, it's because they're telling everybody we're sanctioning them, so don't you deal with them, otherwise you're in trouble. We're going to give you problems. So being organized and black means that you can apply sanctions, counter sanctions to white supremacy. So they'll want to talk to us, because if they don't want to talk to us, then we have to do some sanctions. We're going to sanction. You don't want to talk to us? Fine. All right. So we're not going to be involved in this, and this. If you don't want to talk to us, we'll in actual fact, that's what happened when a good example is what happened in America when the white supremacists said, listen, we want nothing to do with you black people. Leave us, you're nothing. The black people said, okay. So they go and set up their own, Wall Street. They set up their own towns. So they've realized now, don't leave black people alone. Don't leave them alone to do anything. Make sure.
Who's the they? Sorry, IC3. Who's the they again?
The white supremacists.
Right. So hold on a minute, because I know you're on your white supremacist thing, and you're on it hard and all of that, and you're going for the white man and getting that reparations and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Are we gonna handle the Arab people that owe us money too? That's all I want to know. Okay, because listen, I've got a 2 point. Listen, I've got a 2.7% investment in this reparations here. Yeah, how do I get the money from the Arab man? That's all I want to know.
Oh, right. Okay. Beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful question. Right. Now,
2.7%. I want my money.
Beautiful question. Now okay. You're going deep. Now you're going to the next level. This is another level conversation. I've not met people who can go to this level. Now, when we organize an IC3 black global entity, we will also have internal issues. And that will come under internal affairs. So Africans have some issues with the Caribbeans. Caribbeans have issues with Americans. That's all right. That's internal affairs. There's no internal affairs at the moment. Any problems amongst black people, then you have to go to the white man. It's the white man who solves it. It's the white man who sorts it out. Once we have a black global sovereign entity, well, we'll be sorting out our own internal issues, and there'll be reparations of sorts passing back and forth internally. But as a whole, it's power.
Yeah, but that still doesn't answer my question. How do I get my money from the Arab man? Because look here, we've got one in the chat right now called Mr. Alio, yeah? And I need Mr. Alio to know, say, listen, go tell your Arab people them, say, I want my 2.7% Bantu money. Hand it over. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alio. I greatly appreciate that.
Yeah, it's well. Once we deal with the major problem of white supremacy, then we can settle down and discuss because it goes back to what Dev was saying. Once you've got the treasure, once you've got access to once you defeat the white supremacists, we have access to the records, the history, the books. Is to treasure your knowing about your identity. All of this is treasure. Once we win the war and we get the treasure, we can sit down and argue amongst ourselves, just like we're arguing now on this panel, about how we're going to share it out and who, just like you have some friends and say, you don't forget you owe me £10 from last week, or you owe me £300 from 3 years ago. I haven't forgotten. You see, you owe me. I haven't forgotten. You see, so that all happen in internal affairs. Once we've dealt with the problem of white supremacy, we'll sort out
so
all
wait,
of that.
basically you're saying to us, IC3, that we can't go after the Arab man until we've dealt with the white man. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, it's all going to be in one move, remember?
Oh, okay.
One move, yeah. So that one move for reparations is going to deal with colonialism, Arabs, everything, yeah. Because all of that is in white supremacy. Because they see that the kafir black is considered to be associated with evil, isn't it? Yeah. So Muhammad was white, had white armpits, white legs. Muhammad, they keep going on in the hadith about how white Muhammad was. Muhammad was white, this white skin, white, even his armpits he's got white legs. So whiteness is built into, racism is built into the Abrahamic system. White supremacy has taken over the Abrahamic faith. It might not have been racist and white supremacist before. We don't know what it was back then, but the whole of the Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, white supremacy dominates that. Whiteness is seen as righteousness. White and right. White, right, righteous. Black, dark, evil, bad. So black people are fundamentally perceived in this world as evil and bad. So that, yeah, fundamental. So that has to be addressed first. White supremacy is in all religions.
But I think again, like you're gone onto the religion thing, and that was not the point. I was more talking about the Arab man, as in the Arab man. I didn't mention anything about religion. I just wanted to know about when are we going for the Arab man? Yeah.
All right. Well, the Arabs are all under Islam, aren't they?
Go to sleep.
Not at this moment.
And also in this model, by making blackness and black identity into an asset class. This is what's new about this IC3 model. Blackness becomes an asset class. So to be black, or any percentage of blackness within your identity, so black identity itself. So black, it's hard to explain. Black identity becomes an asset class, like gold. So if I'm 100% black, I'm 100%. I'm entitled to 100% reparations.
May I?
All those mixed race people are going to switch, because they're going to say, "Wait a minute, I'm 50% black. That means I'm entitled to 50% of this reparations money or goods that they're going to get." Do you understand? So all of a sudden, all those mixed race people that are aspiring to be white, how white am I? How white am I? The more white I am, the better I can get on in this white supremacist, racist world. But in the move for reparations for black people and the turning of black identity into an asset class with value, all of a sudden, if you're mixed race and you're part black, that black part of you is an asset class.
So my brother, suppose they make the argument now You guys are not black. We gave you that name. And now you're coming and fight as if that's who you are. Aren't you lying to yourself?
Well, remember, as I said before, we're taking on black IC3 black identity, which was given to
But
us
it's
by the
but
white.
it's a false identity. That's
Yeah,
that's
hold it.
that's what I'm
Yes,
getting
it's a
the issue
false.
with.
Yes, it's a
Aren't we
false
not supposed to be
identity.
authentic with ourselves?
Yes, but forget about authentic. We've got to defeat the white supremacists first. Put on take on the
We can do it by being authentic. Why we had to be fake to
no,
do
no,
it?
no, no. You can't be authentic. How are you going to be authentic? Come on, let's test you now. How are you going to be authentic? What are you talking about?
By
Authentic.
finding our true identity, by finding our true culture,
Well, how are you going to do
and
that?
represent from that perspective.
Yeah.
When you
How?
say sorry, Dev, sorry to interrupt, brother.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask you, when you say find out who we are, what do you mean? Because we'd have to go way,
Yes.
way back until we call ourselves what, Nubians or whatever the case may be. And that means because we can't say, even if you say you're Nigerian, that's a white man giving us that name. You can't say you're. Do you understand? So either which way we go at it, it's still going to have the white man attached to it. So how far back do we need to go before we settle with the identity?
There are still brothers and sisters on the continent who still live and carry out that culture. It has not been tampered with. The white man has no hold on it. Why
What do you mean?
can't we? The white man haven't conquered everything. There are people in Africa who they have not even touched, who still live
No.
their culture that they have been living for years.
Yeah, that's true. But what my question was is how far back do we need to go before we settle upon what identity we want to use? For instance,
We have
I did a DNA test, yeah, and when I did
yeah.
as a descendant of slaves, a Caribbean just like you, that's gone through that lost lineage. I did a DNA test, and when my percentages, I'm blatantly African, but obviously we're not going to use the word African because your complaint is, that name's been given to us. So I'm not going to say I'm Nigerian then either, because that's going to say, well, okay, well, the white man gave us that name too. So how far back do we need to go before we settle on a name that we're all agreeable?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we all come from a nation and tribes.
Right.
Africa still holds the nations and tribes. Yeah. So now finding out which tribe you come from, I think it's very easy because that still exists in Africa. And it is very prominent over there. Nigerian don't just call themselves Nigerian. They represent what tribe they're from. They said I'm Nigerian, but then they said no, I'm a Igbo, I'm a also, I'm a whatever.
Hey,
Yeah.
Devon.
Hi.
One quick point on your point. I
Yeah.
was watching a video yesterday of a guy who did a DNA test, and he was basically West African. The majority was Yoruba,
That's
and
me. That's me.
right. But the point I want to make is there are like 256 different ethnicities in Nigeria. They only test 7. Test for 7.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, if you go to my African and heritage, if you use that particular one, that one gives you the actual tribe of people. So what I did is you take a test with one. So I took my test, for example, with my heritage, yeah?
right.
Then I I downloaded my raw data, and then I uploaded it to my true heritage, which gives you your whole history, how your people traveled in Africa, around Africa, and out of Africa.
Did they give it a culture?
Yes, they actually give you the
Okay.
countries. And then if you go to African
No, not
Ancestry,
the
it gives you
country, the
your direct
culture.
tribe. So I know I'm a blatant descendant of the Kushite people. I've only got 2.7% investment in it, but I am a descendant all the same. I'm a living, breathing descendant. Yeah. So
But
I
I
know
don't.
that.
You see what I don't understand with these tests that you're telling me about, sweetheart? It's that you 10% this, you 5% that, you 6% this, you're 15%. And it's like, are you saying all these people went up inside of this woman to give you all this ethnicity?
No, that's what I was first. That's how I saw it. So, for instance, my majority of mine is Nigerian. So I'm 70.9% Nigerian. Yeah. And then my other highest percentage is Sierra Leone. I'm 20.6% Sierra Leone. I come from the Temini and the Mendi people.
Yeah, the Mendi, yeah.
Ah,
I have
right.
a friend that is
But
Mendi, yeah.
somehow from there, obviously the Arab slave trade happened.
Yeah.
And the slaves was taken and, you know, things happened. And my people from Sierra Leone was taken at some point and came in contact with the Somali, hence my 2.7% Somali bloodline. So when they were mixing up that, I got that. Then when I go back up there, well, today we know it as Somali. Back then it would have been the Kushite.
Kushite, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So that's how I know where I am there. Now we're not going to worry about the 5.8% because that doesn't count. That's a whole life from the pits of hell, and we bun that out. But the rest of it, we work with, yeah. The 5.8% don't count. That done out here. That don't even make up my percentages. So that's
but I'm saying to you, sister, all black people don't come from the same nation.
Exactly, because when I look at other people, when I take their test, they've got completely different results from me.
Exactly,
especially Americans, especially Black Americans.
So I think one of the
less number.
So I think one of the way that you can find it as well is finding out the nation culture, way of life, the traditions, because a lot of sisters and brothers in Africa still practice those way of life. So sometimes you don't need to, okay, example, let's say, for example, the Hebrew. Yeah. There are brothers and sisters in Africa who still practice the culture, how it used to be then, still today. See what I'm saying? It's still there today. I have a Nigerian friend that is Yoruba. And whenever she goes back to the village, you can see the Yoruba culture as if it was many, many years ago. They still keep up those culture. So I'm saying, how do we know what nation we're from and what tribe we belong to?
The
Because
white
we all
supremacists
came from
have
tribes.
They have records of the ships movements, the movements of the ships, the books,
Yeah.
the finances, Lloyd's Bank archives. You know, where places where we can't get to at the moment. But if you deal with white supremacy, we can get the treasure. That information, that historical information, is treasure.
So how you know they're going to give it up or not burn it or get rid of it before we get to it?
Ah, beautiful, beautiful point. You answered some tough questions. Well, watch this. Watch this move. Now.
Okay, we playing chess. Let's go.
Yeah, that's right. It's right. We played chess, and I've thought of that move. So watch this one. Watch this one.
Go for it.
Now, watch this. Watch this. Nice question. In the plan, that the IC3 plan, we propose to make reparation on a claim-by-claim basis. The Americans at the moment are fighting to get this one check, this big check. I'm saying no, that's wrong. The real strategy is to do reparations on a claim-by-claim basis. So each claim will be a gathering of information. So the first claim, the first claim could be for maybe 40 million, only 40 million, but it's for a specific. It's about specific people from a specific place and their specific experience. An aspect of their experience. The next claim could be for £40. We take that in. The next claim could be for 4 billion. You see, so it's a claim by claim basis as the information comes in from the archives. See, so the information keeps coming in, and we keep making claims forever. It goes on forever, claim by claim basis. Now, watch this. A deal, it's going to be business. It's business. Don't forget, blackness is an asset class in this reparations plan. Therefore, there are some white people who know certain information and they have access to certain information. And then our representatives, black representatives, can do business deals with them and say, listen, don't burn those records. If you do a deal with us, you'll lose your job, but we'll look after you. Just like gangsters, you know. We'll look after you. You get us that information. We'll look after you, and we'll give you a cut of whatever reparations we get on that claim, on that particular claim. So when the police say, they say, look, we're going to reward you for any information that you provide that leads to the capture of a known criminal. Yes? So the IT3 black entity will say, listen, even if you're a white person and you know some information or you have access to records or archives that will lead to a successful reparation claim, you, as a white person, whether you're racist or not, you are entitled to be rewarded.
Hold on.
You'll be rewarded.
Stick up in there. Stick up in there.
Does that make sense?
Stick up in there.
Stick up in. Stick up in.
Stick up in there. I hear what you're saying, yeah?
Right, go on.
Sounds fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah? It sounds wonderful.
Okay.
Now, the challenge I'm having here is, at one point in time, we had those white people in slavery, right?
Okay.
Good. Now, they know how that feels, right?
Okay.
Good. Now, we trying to find our identities through them.
Yeah, because they have the information.
Good. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that somewhere in the back of their minds, they have, pass it on to their children that, hey, these people, we must keep them where they are
at all costs
because of what they have done to us before. And if we allow them to go back up on top again,
yeah,
things gonna be worse for you guys, your generation. So don't you think that they're going to let their offspring know that, hey, once it's coming to that,
yeah,
make sure you destroy every evidence that represent them.
Okay, good point. Okay, you raised a good point. So I'm gonna show you how that's not a problem. The mere fact that we have negotiators and representatives.
How do you know that they want to negotiate? That's the point I'm making.
Watch this. Because if
you're giving me assumption. You're giving me assumption.
If they don't negotiate, we will sanction them, just like they sanction. If you don't,
we have to have power to do that. We have to be in a position to do that.
Yeah, that's leverage, and the leverage comes through clarifying identity, clarifying your identity through codification, and strong organization. That's how you get the leverage. And then once
we are marching, and they're still not hearing us.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it becomes an issue of power. But let's deal with it with the question at hand.
Mm-hmm.
Why? You see, a white person could be working in the archives, in the banking archives, and he thinks, right, I've got choice. I can destroy this information here, which there's some black people there organizing, and they're coming forward. Now, this information is going to be of great value to them. So, I've been told to destroy it. And they want it, and they're willing to pay for it. Yes, they're willing to pay for it.
But remember, they already have all the wealth. Remember, they already have all the wealth.
Yeah, but the mere fact that there's black people who are looking at this entire situation as a business. black assets. It's business. It started in business and it's going to finish in business. These black people were only assets. They were stock. Yes? Stock. So these black people coming back as stock, and they're coming with business. And they're going to say, listen, give us that information. We'll trade that information because it's valuable to us. We want to know about our history, our identity, and all these things that happened to us in the past. It's part of our history, and we'll pay for it. And the money we're going to use, or the assets we're going to use to pay for it, are going to come out of successful reparations claims. And you, as a white person, you're entitled to a share of that particular claim. So it's a benefit. It's a benefit to you. Those things, don't destroy them. You're not going to want to destroy them because they're of value to you personally, or an organization personally.
But you're assuming that will happen. My question will be to you again is, I know it's business, but doesn't mean that they would want to do that business with us.
Right.
It's a choice. It's a choice as well.
Exactly.
So my question to you is now, and I want to believe that you were wrong at that time, to do with Black Wall Street. How did that begin? How did we sustain and do our own thing around that time without depending on quote unquote?
Yeah, but when it's in business, when it comes to doing your own thing in business, all it means is that you're still trading with other people. You're still trading with outsiders.
Yeah, but you have a form of control.
Yeah, of course, we have control of over ourselves. That's all the control you need. Control over yourself and your organization. That's all the control you need. All you need.
So how did that started? How did that?
Basically, it was. I mean, we had no choice but to do business with ourselves, doctors, lawyers, that sort of thing. It was because of segregation, basically.
Yeah, and do business with white people. They'll be getting stock and stuff from white people.
So should we go back to segregation?
What's that?
Should we go back to
Amen.
segregation?
Yes, we should. Ashe, and so shall it be.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So
well, you know,
Devon, hold on, Stanley. Is that being white supremacy?
Well, no. Let me. You know, I grew up in Savannah. I grew up in Savannah, Georgia.
Okay, good.
And back when I was a kid, you know, back in the early 70s and 80s, Savannah was literally a divided city. It was 50% black, 50% white.
Okay.
And I grew up in an all-black neighborhood, but I went to a mostly white school. So, you know, basically I went from, you know, an all-black environment to a white environment daily.
Okay.
So, but my point, my parents had a choice to move out of the neighborhood into a whiter neighborhood, and they said no. We want, you know, the kids to grow up in a black neighborhood. So what I'm trying to say is it's entirely voluntary. If you want to be segregated, be segregated. If you don't, don't.
Correct. Brilliant.
You're right, but I think as a nation, trying to build and grow and strengthen, you need to segregate. You know, put your resources into your people.
Well, are you familiar with what's his name? A guy named Charles Blow?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well he wrote a book recently encouraging a reverse migration. Basically, he wants people that, you know, migrated back in the 1920s, you know, to Chicago and places like that. He wants us all to move back to the South.
You see, the reason why I'm saying to segregate, because when you integrate, you have different cultures blending in. That can cause confusion. When you segregate, your culture is more richer because people have no choice than to practice your culture.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we do that now.
We don't do it totally. It's in It's here and there.
Well, I mean, if you want literally, like I could go to Atlanta, I could move to south of Atlanta and probably never see a white person, or
Yeah, but
very
that's pockets
rarely.
of it. The point I'm making is collectively, as a people, you know, because to me the segregation caused confusion. That's just my opinion. I am from my brothers and sisters. I am from, that's just me.
I don't know.
We
I
building
think it would be
ourselves.
hard to do.
We did it before, didn't we?
Well, we were forced into it.
But we did it. The fact of the matter that we did it,
At the
forced or
at the
not,
po- at the point of a gun.
but we
By
did it.
any means necessary. By any
Exactly.
means necessary.
Devon, are you saying we're gonna enforce that?
Well, if that's what it takes, let us go.
You know,
Let us
I
go.
had I had no idea you were a bit of a gangster.
Boy, you can don't get us rolled up. We can get very rowdy when we're ready.
I'll have to keep that in mind.
Our sisters, our ancestors was warriors.
You know, if I come down to
The
Grenada,
blood,
you're not
the
gonna
That's
blood
force
still
me to
right.
running out.
stay.
The blood still running our vein. The spirit still a part
That's
of
right.
us.
That's right.
We are warriors. We no pushover. But because we blend in,
All right.
we get, for lack of better word, sissy. We
All
get
right.
like
Well,
sissies.
I'll make sure and bring all my luggage when I come down to visit because
Come
I
through,
won't
my
be coming
brother.
back.
You welcome. Come through. Come through. You would love it here.
I bet.
Yeah, but I think that's what I'm saying. We had a revolution here. Yep,
Yeah,
and I think
big
and I
red.
think that and I think the prime ministers are they forgetting that we had two revolutions.
Archie,
And I
while you're
think
here, brother, Dev, I wanted to ask you, yeah,
oh
do you see like Grenada going in the same way like we see with happening right now with Barbados? Like how do you feel as a fellow Caribbean about Barbados?
my issue with Barbados is that she didn't do it for the people. She do it for China
You
because
think
China
so? Wow,
China
Wow.
wow.
promised her billions of dollars to do roads and do this. They
Right.
could not have done it because
Right.
the queen was the head of state.
Right.
So get the
Interesting.
queen out of the way. So now,
Right.
so now
Wow.
China is pumping billions of dollars into literally selling out Barbados. That's what she did.
Right. Oh, that's what's behind it.
It's mad hearing from a Caribbean in the Caribbean right now because most of us Caribbeans, majority of Caribbeans are living outside of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
So we always discuss the Caribbeans as UK descendants of the Caribbean.
Yeah,
But
that's why she did it
yeah,
because China is behind the scenes promising a lot of stuff.
That's
As
the
you know,
first I've heard of that.
Yeah.
they're flaunting their money around the world. Yeah,
Right.
they are flaunting their money right around the world, enticing black people on a whole to take loan and to because we are in the same boat because the government just took a loan to quote unquote improve the airport, which they know they cannot pay back. So eventually, China is going to own our international airport. Eventually, they knew they couldn't pay it back. The person that
man,
was
I
the
wish brother
manager,
Shakara was here to speak to you right now. Shakara, if you're listening, hit that link, brother, because I
yeah.
know
So
he's very versed on, guess from the English point of view, what we see happening in the thing, and I would
Hey,
love to hear
Devon.
you and him discuss it as a Caribbean in the islands, and us
yeah,
Caribbeans outside. It would be a really good conversation.
Now,
no, she swallowed the people. That's what she did.
what if the Chinese want to be segregated?
Well, they are. Trust me, they are. It's not what to be. They are. They are here, and we don't even know they're here. They don't mingle. They don't
Right.
mix. They don't do shit. You will just see them passing in cars, going into the supermarket, come out and go about their business.
That's right.
They do.
Tight.
Trust me. Those are they on the Syrian and the Indians. They segregate bad.
That's right.
They stick to themselves. They don't mingle with the locals.
Right, right. So you're saying
They
if
don't.
it was done for the right reasons, though, you would want the same for Grenada.
Yes.
Same for me. I would want the same for St. Lucia and Jamaica.
Yes.
If it's for the right thing, and we know that we're gonna actually get black with it, yeah, I'm all for it.
You see what they understand is that they're in another man's country, and they're there to make money and to better themselves.
That's right.
So
Focus.
they didn't come to mingle and be friends and yada yada yada. Come to make money, build their empire, and go back.
That's right.
That's why they're doing it.
That's right.
Whereby China is here to take over as much as they can because they're the next superpower. So they're here to take over as much as, historical properties and with things that they can. So it's a case of why you're there. You see, a lot of people trying to build a foundation in America.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the problem. You're trying to build a foundation and an empire over there. You're passing through. But that's why Marley did it. She did it because of long before she get into power, she been having talks with the Chinese.
Right.
And they've been promising her a lot of stuff, flaunting the wealth in her face. Oh, you got billions of dollars. So right now there's a lot of project going on in Barbados that the Chinese are undertaking. Roads and this and back walls and this. Because if you understand, Barbados is a very flat island.
That's right.
They have no mountains.
Mm.
So they're going to need a lot of seawalls, built, around the coasts, etc., in case of,
flood.
Exactly.
Rising sea waters.
Exactly. So China is going to deal with that for them, but it comes with a cost.
Yeah.
They don't give you things free.
Oh, nothing bad, brother Kane. Brother Dev here is a fellow Grenadian too, and he was just saying that he would want the same for Barbados. I mean, same for Grenada as Barbados, if and only if it's done for the right reasons, like i.e. not selling out to the Chinese, those kind of things. But yeah, he's basically speaking up on behalf of Grenada, because we have to represent the islands as Caribbeans. You don't know. So yeah, he was saying nothing but goodness. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, but our Prime Minister is doing the same thing here. He's doing the same, not our Prime Minister, Grenada Prime Minister.
So are you finding in the Caribbean, like in Grenada too, obviously been in the Caribbean as well, that the government right now is like literally just selling out to...
That's what they're doing.
Yes.
Yeah. All of them.
All of them.
Every
The whole
one
of the
of
islands.
them. All of them.
Chinese influxing. We're seeing Asians influxing. It's just a joke.
Right now, China owns Jamaica's port and highway at the moment and other places because they take loan and they couldn't pay it back. So right now, China owned the port until I think about 100 years or something like that. So they own it. And they build a highway, a big highway for Jamaica. And now the Chinese running it because Jamaica can't pay them back for it. So when you drive to Jamaica and you go to that, stretch of road there, you got to pay a token to the Chinese. But they're the one you'll be meeting. So it's happening.
Just business. Keep it in a business frame of mind.
No. I wouldn't agree with that. That is, you would say business,
indeed,
but I would say it's a stupid politician we have in office who are money gribbing and not thinking about the people. And China see an opportunity to capitalize on it.
Yeah, because they're thinking business. Because their culture is sorted. They're unified in the project.
Yeah.
They're already unified. So now that you're unified, you can do business. So that's the same thing. Once black people are unified, organized, then they can ready for business. Then they're ready to apply sanctions. Then they're ready for negotiations. Then they're ready for reparations.
Well, hold on. Before we get into black people, that's a bit of a stretch. Let's work with the Caribbean. We're Caribbeans up in this bit. All the Americans go, hold your corner a second. Hold your corner, Americans. It's not your conversation, right? But you see, us Caribbeans, we're taking over right now. So what I personally, for me, Lady D, I would love to see all the Caribbean, all of the islands unite and become a solid force.
Yeah, that's a division. That's a department.
Once we become a solid force,
nation.
all the rest will follow. You understand?
Right. That's right. So we might do it before the Americans. We might do it before the Americans, actually. The Caribbean might organize before the Americans, and we lead the way and teach the Americans how to organize and how to
So we should take out the labels of Grenada, Barbados, and all these things. And
all the islands, St. Kitts, St. Lucia, all of them.
One Caribbean. So when you're going to represent, you represent as one people.
As
not
Caribs.
Jamaica representing
as Caribs. As one under one umbrella.
It's a Caribbean division or department of the
yeah,
Black nation.
but for that to happen, you need to get the British out completely.
That's what I mean. That's why I was asking, would you want the same for Grenada? Because if we all on the same accord, like we would want the same, we want to be free from Britain, free from their foot off our necks, get rid of them. If we unite under that at least, and then come under one umbrella as Caribs, all islands put together, no one can fuck with us. Are you mad?
The true
yes, I do.
The real CARICOM.
Yes, I do, but I'm scared of the politician that is in power at the moment.
We'll
where they do it sincerely. They're going to do it with a strong still hold on to the monarchy.
IC3. The U.S. Virgin Islands are considered IC3, right?
Yeah. That's right. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Caribbean and even America. The whole of America is black. Actually, there's lots of white people. There's white people in America, right? But America, the word America only comes up under North America and the Caribbean.
Okay.
But white is only for Europe.
Yes, sis Tash, and that's what I was going to bring up next. Actually, the Haitians, our Haitian brothers and sisters. Like, come on, man.
Yes.
Why are we not supporting our Haitian brothers and sisters? Like they paved the way. Why are we not backing them as Caribs? Like, why have we? Like Brother Kane was saying earlier in the chats, like we need a military. If we had a military, they couldn't ramp with Haiti the way that they ramp with Haiti right now.
Nope.
Period.
No,
that's why France have them in where they are now.
We are the military. This is a race war, and we're discussing strategies. The military has already arrived. It's here.
So we just need the artilleries now.
And remember, it's not guns. It's propaganda. It's real power. Propaganda moves. Propaganda decides which way the guns are pointed. Propaganda decides which way the guns are pointed and when they fire.
True. You're right. I'm not disputing that. But we got to wake up and recognize that.
We're awake. Don't worry. 2022, you're going to see everything's going to come true.
Okay. I hold you to that.
Yep. The actual project for the Black Bank for reparations is 2024 to 2025. So that's this project for the IC3 Black Bank and the founding of the Black Nation is the aim is for 2024 to 2025 for everything to kick off. You know, all these people saying, "Oh, it's going to take about 500 years," and "Oh, it's going to take ages for Black people." No. The aim is 2024 to 2025. It's the start. That's the project we're working on.
So IC3, how are we going about getting back the wealth that they've stolen?
IC3, he wants to know, are you Igbo? Are you Igbo? Tell me, my brother.
What do my sister?
Yes, I'm 98% African, and 2% European.
Fire burn, the 2% there. That's a lie from the pits of hell. Fire burn.
Are you 100% black?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Where's it? Where's your
Something
white?
in me, but it's not what you're thinking. I don't have not one drop of Western European in me. I said all along, and I knew it. My ancestors black. I don't have not one drop.
No white. You got no European blood in you.
No, But I
Wow.
got something else.
What's that?
Fire burn. We're not talking English there. Fire burn.
She not even mentioning it.
You don't want to say it.
She not even mentioning it. She
You got some
eliminated
Arab
it
blood.
completely.
They were going to be coming for you.
I believe she got a bit of Arab in her.
But your black assets will cover that little bit of Arab blood. Don't worry about that.
No, but Arab people are dark-skinned people. The true Arab people are dark-skinned people. Not these mulattoes that they portraying lately. The real, you go in Yemen and you go in these places, the real Arab are dark-skinned people. Not these colored people they're showing now.
We'll sort that out in internal affairs. Not to worry. Everything's going to be sorted out. First of all, deal with the problem of white supremacy, and then
God of Jacob, you need to go rebuke. I rebuke them talk there, God of Jacob, and go and wash your mouth out with salt and water. Shalom, brother. Have a lovely day. I rebuke them devil talk there.
I can't see the chat.
Yeah. So the plan is tight. You can think any question you have can be answered. That shows you that this plan is as solid as a bank. Nobody, for years, people have been firing questions, testing every angle. I can answer every single question. Tight.
Okay, one more question. Seeing as you have all the answers. Now that you have bring down the white supremacy and you're in control now, quote unquote.
Yeah, sovereign control.
Yeah. Now, how do you deal with the problem of our own people coming against us because they find it not being dealt with fairly? Because you're going to have these pockets where you have people think that, hey, some people are favorable than others. How do you deal with that?
Okay. So the structure of the IC3 sovereign entity, nation, state, you'll have different representatives of the different departments. Now you'll have a Caribbean representative. You'll have South American, North American representative, European black representative, African, and so on. You have representatives for every major block of the IC3 black entity. And then underneath each one of those representatives will be other representatives. So it goes all the way down till it breaks up into ethnicities, ethnic representatives. So Nigeria has many different ethnic groups, tribal groups. Yeah. But each one of those tribal groups will be registered in the Black Nation as a separate entity. And that separate entity will have to elect a representative who will come to the central conferences where we'll be discussing issues and problems in internal black affairs with no white supremacists involved or impacting it. So all of these things,
even the tribes in Nigeria are going at each other.
Yes, that's right. They're going at each other. Yeah, they're going at each other because they're under economic stress that is founded that is being manipulated by the white supremacists. It's true that the tribes have always had their disagreements amongst each other, historically, and just like we're on this panel, we have disagreements. That's just human nature. Yes. So there'll always be discussions and agreements to be had because that's just life. That's just life. We just talk and so on. and come to disagreements, and so on. We just live, but we've got
So
to
what do you,
neutralize white supremacy.
what's
Which
the
is
economy going to be like? What's the economy? Because you need a strong economy to sustain all what you're talking about.
Oh, sorry, quickly, brothers. Sis Tash, he's talking about, he wants to know what my other 1.6% is and my other 1 point, and I'm not telling him because we have to
She's
run
not
it out,
telling.
sis. Yeah, we can't chat them something there into existence. Fire burn them 1.1. Then 1.6% they have to get mono. Not work. Gotta take that is buried in the pits of hell. We don't need to know about those 1.1. There's 1.6%. They don't. But sorry, I see free. My bad.
Yeah. So what was the question again?
The economy. Well, how are you going to deal with the economy part of it that will
All
be
right.
needed to sustain all what you're talking about?
Right. So there's two forms of the economy. One is the IC3 Black entity, right, will be negotiating with other non-Black entities and doing deals and business deals and so on, and also processing reparations claims from those organizations that are Black representatives, historians, and researchers and intelligence officers are discovering and making claims against the white supremacist organizations and companies. So that's external affairs. Yeah. So we'll have representatives, historians, and so on, specializing.
So that means you have assets to do that, right?
Yeah. Listen. Yeah. So the number one asset is the organization itself. And then that organization, they can negotiate and then start getting claims. So as the claims are coming in, those claims will be assets, as in gold, diamonds, dollars, or pounds, or museum artifacts.
Is it something
Art.
like what Gaddafi was trying to do?
So, yes, if that's what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
Okay,
What
yeah,
he's
something
trying
like
to
that.
do, we will do it. Yeah. So that's external affairs. Now, you know that nations have internal markets, don't they? So you have trading internally. So even though it's a Black nation and we're all together, we'll still have internal business deals taking place. We still have our own internal market.
Okay.
Yeah. Just
And
like,
how do you see your IC3 going forward for the first, let's say, 5 years? What are the expectations?
the first 5 years will you'll have people. The first 5 years will be sorted out by the meetings and the conferences. There'll be so many meetings, so many conferences, and so they will decide, and they'll all be experts in the particular field. So yeah, because there'll be information coming in, treasures of different types coming in, and as those treasures start coming in, there'll also be sanctions being made. So one particular tribe in Africa might have evidence that certain atrocities took place there, and they want reparations for it. And then they will be presenting their case and their evidence to the other departments of the Black nation. So there'll be so much to be talked about, and then we'll all together decide on the appropriate sanctions for that particular tribe. Yeah, the appropriate sanctions to be placed on white supremacist institutions to deal with that particular claim for that particular tribe. And there might be people in the Caribbean. So there's so much. The claims is the big business. Is the big business is going to be in the claims.
God
But
is
also,
good. God
let me
is
make
good.
this point.
Because God, Bournemouth is not here to let God of Jacob on. The Lord is good. Thank you, Most High. Stay in the chat, Brother Jacob. Stay in the chat. You're not gonna harass me.
Also, So that's the external market. The big business is going to be through reparations claims coming in, one by one, 3 by 3, whatever. That's the external income. But also, this is the point I was going to make. What was the question again? Yeah. So internal markets and the external markets. Yeah, that's it.
What about the schools, the hospital, the transport system, etc., etc.?
Yeah, all of that, all of that will come with our negotiators. It could be that a manufacturer could be making machines for hospitals, and then our representatives will say, look, we want to order 500 of those machines.
Where that manufacturer coming from? Outside or within the organization?
Yeah, it could be from outside. So in business, you sometimes deal with people outside. So the Indians might make the best, or the Chinese might make the best knives. So we'll do deals with the Chinese on knives. Yeah, but we are a sovereign. You got to get into your head that the building of the black nation state entity is a sovereign entity that can then negotiate.
So you can trade with anybody else. You can trade.
Exactly. It's a sovereign entity. Yeah, that's right. So you can do deals. You can do deals with other entities. We don't have an entity. We have So we can do deals, and we can also apply sanctions. And also, that's the point I was going to make. As people join up with this plan of join the IC3 Black Nation State, as people decide, you know what, I like what you lot are doing. I want to become a member of this black tribe, of this black nation, of this black state. I want to opt in. I want to join you. When they join us, they're bringing with them the little resources that they have. So they bring with them their intelligence. They're bringing with them their education. So as people join the Black Nation State, it's increasing in knowledge. And
can I interject a bit?
Yeah.
Because we have that problem right now. Yeah. And I'm going to play hold on, I'm playing devil advocate here. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. Go on.
Now we create organization among ourselves. Yeah. And we allow the others to come in, even though they bring in resources, whatever the case may be. Now that gives them some leverage to have some sort of power, some sort of saying.
Oh, what do you mean by others? What do you mean by others?
Outsiders. White people.
No. Okay, let me get this clear. No, when I say others to come in,
I mean, be specific.
Yeah, let me be specific. Let me clarify this. So, a number of people are going to like this plan and want to become part of the Black nation. So, there are a lot of people in Africa who don't want to take on Black identity. So to become part of the Black nation, to sign up, to become part of the tribe, you've got to accept that you're Black. So some people, they don't want to be Black, then they're not part of the Black nation, the Black state, the Black identity, and they cannot share in the reparations. The reparations won't be for them. They'll be classified as with the enemy.
But don't you think that is risky?
Well, going up against the white supremacists is risky.
Yeah, but remember, you established your own already, and you're letting them in now, and they have to, accept and become quote unquote Black on that label. So I'm saying, don't you think that is risky, allowing them in? Because that's how they undermine our system to begin with. So
Yeah,
I'm
but the
saying
they,
you're repeating the same thing.
no, the they only refers to people. We will have our own departments. I can't use the word citizenship, but they'll test your DNA. They'll test it. They'll test if you qualify as black. If you don't qualify, they'll test what tribe you're from, where you're from, what your ancestry is, and so on, to see if you qualify to be part of the Black Nation state entity. So you can't just join like that. No. You'll be vetted to see how black you are, and even the mixed race people, they we'll want to know exactly how much black assets do you have, how much percentage of black is in your ancestry, in your lineage, because the black identity within your lineage is an asset class. So black identity becomes
So once you have a certain amount, you classify or qualify to be. Once you have a certain amount, you are qualified to be part of the IC3.
No, you're qualified to the IC3 are all over 75% black.
Yeah.
Yeah, IC3 are all, but
If a white person want to join, but not fully white, but they share
a white
quite a
person,
bit of.
they will be entitled to some benefit based on if they got 2% black in them, because blackness is an asset class. So if they can prove that they have 2% black in them,
So they need that asset
they get payout. They get
Okay.
they get certain privileges because blackness becomes an asset class. It's that type.
Okay.
Yeah. So some white people will want to help.
Eric, your
Building.
mic.
Huh? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Some white people will want to help in the construction of the black nation, the black state, the black sovereign entity, because it will be to their benefit because they have a little bit of black blood. You see, so they don't want to throw away that.
Remember, my sister born in the 2%, huh? The 2% of the blood and the 1%. So suppose they are 2% or 1%.
Yeah. So that we the black nation recognizes black people and a percentage of black identity to the
What are
black
the percentage?
Sorry?
What are the black percentage? Black blood asset you should have.
No, if a person comes and
Interrupt,
says,
brother Dev, do you have Discord by any chance? Sorry, IC3, I just want to know so I can add him if he does.
Say that again.
Do you have Discord by any chance? Because we do have a lot of these conversations as well off
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, do you mind putting your name in the back so
No,
I can add you?
I don't have a Discord a server on my own. But I normally be on Tasha and
Oh, you want Tasha's one? Tasha's add
yeah.
him to the thing for me, please, sis. Thank
She
you.
already add me, but she has not been on for quite a while. I have to give her some.
No, she's on right now. Sis, Tash, look out for Brother Dev's in request or whatever it is. Because I'm talking to her right now on Discord and I was just wondering if you were on there so I can speak to you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll come over in a bit.
I'll add you to my server as well.
Oh, okay, thanks.
You can see my DNA there. I can't tell you it publicly because God of Jacob's a hater and he will use it against me forever and ever. Amen. But I'll talk to you on the IC3. I'll add you too to my
okay,
to my
thanks.
wife. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. So what's your? I'm not getting your question.
No, because you said a while ago,
Yeah.
once they do the DNA and they have a certain amount of black blood in them,
yeah,
they're entitled for a part of the reward of the IC3.
Benefits, yeah, that's
So
right.
So I'm asking what percentage they have to earn that reward.
Oh, so even if a white person has only 1% black identity, we the black nation will recognize that 1%.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you recognize it because of they have it?
Yes, because black identity becomes an asset class. Because fundamentally, if you're Negro, then you were an animal, you were stock. You were stock. Business stock. And when you're
So
doing business, it goes down, there are denominations. Yeah? You have dollars, you have cents. Yes? You have pennies, you have cents, and so on.
so that 1% that you giving that privilege to, what will be their role within the organization? How far can they reach
No,
inside the
they
organization?
won't be in. They can't be. A white person that has 1% black identity does not mean that they're a black person. They're still a white person,
Oh,
but they
okay.
have an asset. They have an asset. They own an asset. It's like owning a diamond. The 1% is like one diamond or one block of gold.
I'm aware of it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you just about it? They don't have no big set of privilege per se.
No. They're still white people.
Okay, okay.
It's just
So they
that we
can't
might.
so they can't come to the cookout and all of that. I'm just asking. I just want to know. They can't come to the cookout.
Yeah, they'll send them to negotiate with us.
Huh?
They'll
You haven't answered that question. Can they come to the cookout?
Well, we will have parties where we'll invite other representatives from other nations, from other states, from other entities.
So that's a separate party. That's a separate party.
Of course, it's a separate party. Definitely, we have internal affairs and
Okay.
external affairs.
Okay. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, cool.
So you would be you would probably be the representative for Grenada,
Hey.
you know, and
that's a tall order.
well, we need people. We need people. We need representatives. If you fit the job, and if you have knowledge of the plan, the greater plan, because this is the strongest reparations plan ever.
Okay.
It's a whole new outlook. We're not looking for this one big check and then it's over. No way. Reparations claim
What are you saying?
continue forever because each claim will stir up more information, which will lead to another claim. So the investigators, the black representative historians and investigators, they will be churning up information on the history of what's happened in different parts of the world to people classified as black.
Okay, got it. Well, my brother, it's been an honor. It's been a pleasure having this discussion with everyone on the panel. I really enjoyed it. It was very informative and edifying. I learned a lot of new things that I didn't aware of, and I'm really, really humble.
All of us, it's the same.
To achieve that, and
and
I'm looking forward to this type of discussion again, which is edifying and not crab in a barrel mentality.
I love hearing you lot speak. I'm gonna try and add you right now, brother Dev. Though really, we're trying right now.
Yeah, that is not crab in a barrel because I believe, man, we come too far to be still repeating the same thing over and over.
Yeah.
Time for we mature.
Solutions.
If we do crabs in a barrel, we'll never advance. That's disunity.
Yes.
Disunity at its worst.
Yeah. So
I
really enjoyed this discussion, and heads up, everybody. Keep your heads up. Stay focused.
Indeed.
Stay alert.
And we're looking for you to be representative of the new black nation, sovereign state for Grenada.
Let's put it this way.
I want more Caribbeans from the islands to come on these panels. Like we feel so like we have to fly the flag all the time. Like I have to rep the Caribbean all day, every day. You don't know.
Don't worry. You're back up now. Don't worry.
Thank you, brother. That's all we need. That's all we need.
So for 2022, let's see if we can get representatives for each Caribbean island in the panel.
That would be fantastic.
Well, but you know what though? I see three. those representatives that come up on the panel, guess what? They got to be representatives on the street too, don't they?
Yeah.
So they can give us
Definitely.
more instruction on the panel as
Yeah,
to what we
yeah,
can do to
not
help
just
them
on the
out, right?
internet. Yeah.
Of course. But it starts here. It starts with the tongue. Remember.
Well, I agree.
Propaganda.
Yeah, I agree with that. You got to talk about it first. I agree.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Then people hear, and then it creates an atmosphere. It creates a vibe that spreads, and then everybody gets interested, and everybody gets excited, and they want to make their contribution.
So blessing everyone. Have yourself a wonderful day. Take care of yourselves. Stay
Much
safe.
love, brother. It was lovely meeting and speaking to you. Enjoyed the
It's an honor, my
conversation.
sister. It's an honor. Keep your heads up. Stay focused.
Okay.
All right.
Have a great day. But and just want to quickly say, Gola Jacob is 75% DNA. Tess came back as 75% European. I just want the public to know. Gola Jacob is 75% European.
Is he? Is that so?
Yeah.
From where?
Yeah. He's
European from where?
His DNA test coming back.
European from where?
I think he's got Eastern European, he's got Western European, listen, this guy's got Neanderthal. Pure Neanderthal up in here.
Does he?
Yeah,
well, hey,
he does.
Listen.
He's a Neanderthal Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah. well, you know what they say, that the people who are characterized in one racial group, they have more differences than people characterized from different racial groups. That's what the DNA says.
That's what it says, brother. But don't worry, God Jacob, we still love you. You're still our brother, man.
Oh yeah, I got no problem with God Jacob. God Jacob. God Jacob knows I got no problem with it.
He said, "Don't believe it. It's true." I tell you, it's true.
GOJ knows I got no problem with him.
But I see, what would be the big and serious though? All jokes aside, because I was only joking about God and Jacob. But all jokes aside, what would happen if we had brothers and sisters that look black, appear black, but their ancestry actually shows us that they're not?
Right, brilliant
what
question.
What would we do with that? Because they've got the appearance of being IC3, but they're not actually IC3. How do we handle that?
Yeah, I'll show you.
Well, that shows you that being black goes deeper than skin color, doesn't it?
Yeah,
that's a cultural thing. It's a cultural thing, social cultural thing, isn't it? It's about mores.
That's
right.
That's right. So look, so this is here. So the representatives of the Black Nation state entity will have people that will be deciding whether you qualify to join the Black Nation or not, and they will be using 5 aspects.
Criteria. Yeah,
that's the word. Yeah, they'll be using 5 criteria. Now they'll be using the 5 criteria are 1, place of birth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
2, lineage.
Right. Okay. Well, shouldn't lineage even count more than place of birth?
Well, they'll decide that. I'm not saying what counts more or less. All I'm just saying is what the 5.
What counts? I get you. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead. I see.
Then the judges will decide how much of what. Yeah. So place of birth. 1, place of birth. Place of birth matters. 2, lineage matters.
Yes.
3, appearance matters.
Yes.
4, state of mind or habits, culture matters.
Yeah.
And 5, DNA matters. So those are the 5 things that matter, and the judges for the Black Nations will decide whether you can become a member.
Okay. Well, now wait a minute. How are these judges for the Black Nation? How are they appointed?
They will be appointed as time goes on. You'll have the judges will appear. Like, for example, if you're with a group of people, you know yourself, you're with a group of friends, and then something needs to be done. The group of friends know who's best to do the task because you know each other.
Yeah.
And so you decide, okay, you should do this. You do this for us. Because you're all together and you know each other, you decide who is best, and then you make
But at the very least, that's a hand raising electoral process, isn't it?
That's right. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's right. Yeah.
Now notice I didn't say political. I said hand raising electoral
That's
process.
right. Very good. I like the way you handle that one. That's right. Hand raising. Yeah, that's beautiful.
But because listen, man, the less politics you have, the better off you are, man. Think about it. Think about political history of the world of humankind, and it seems to me the less bureaucracy you have, the better off people are. The better people get along with each other.
That's right. And I think that you can get less. The more clear you are, or people are on their identity, it's the less bureaucracy you need. You see, when in order to confuse the people, they try and mess up their identity, their family, cause confusion so that they can manage from above. But when you allow people to clear on their identity, they can manage themselves, and then they can behave in a civilized manner and discuss and talk about and settle any disagreements on any issue.
Yeah.
Because you behave civilized when you know who you are, you respect yourself, you then start to respect other people.
Yeah, well, that takes humility.
Yes, and that comes with identity, clarity and identity.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but if you're,
well, the thing about it
even
is
the identity. Sorry, Eric, even the identity is a bit of a sticky one because it still kind of goes back to my original question, which is, if they look black, appear black, sound black, but their actual DNA shows that they are more European. How do we handle that? What qualifies as identity is basically what I'm asking IC3 under your system.
Well, under those 5 criteria, the black people will decide who is best to judge.
So we decide.
Yeah,
So what we say? All right, so I put it up percentage wise then to make it easier. If we decide as black people that you have to be at least 80% black to be black, would that be something?
That's what flies. That's what flies. Yeah, that's what flies. And it could be that there could be another vote in 10 years' time, and people say, look, you know what? This 80% black is not good enough. We've got to put it up to 95%.
Right.
Drop it down.
I'll tell you what, though. If that's the criteria, 80%, you're gonna have a whole lot of mixed folks. You hear me?
Wow, bro.
You have a whole lot of mixed folks.
You said that will be a whole lot of mixed folks.
You're gonna have a whole lot of mixed folks. Yeah, you will. I mean, because when you talk about 80%, that's a high percentage, Lady D. That's a high standard. That's a high demand.
Yes, so that would vary.
Yeah, it's not that it's impossible, but I'm just saying that for those people who don't fit that criteria of 80% black, you're gonna have a whole lot of mixed people.
The only reason why I asked this question, brother, because obviously, I've been doing my ancestry, my family tree, and all of that. Like, I've been working on it for a few months now, like 2 months, yeah. And something that I've got real passion in now that I've got started, I can't stop. It's like addictive at this point. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's really intriguing watching haplo groups and stuff, like getting to know that knowledge that I didn't know before, right? And I've noticed that when I look at, obviously, I'm a slave descendant, so I'm speaking as DOS now. Yeah. Okay. So when I notice when it comes to our slave descendants, whether we're in the Caribbean or Americas, there's a few brothers and sisters that I'm seeing coming up with only like 39.9% African. And I'm wondering, would them brothers and sisters still qualify as being black? Hence why I ask IC3, like a lot of the American brothers and sisters are only showing up as 39.8% African. Nigerian or that, and 2 point something percent something Sierra Leone. And I'm like, whoa.
You know why that is?
Black still.
You know why that is? Miscegenation. Look that word up. Miscegenation.
Right.
So when you've got people, whether they were doing it by law or whether they were doing it illegal, when you got the mixing of the so-called races of people based on skin color and stuff like that, you're gonna have this mix, and you're gonna have people who have less percentage of, African heritage, DNA heritage in them, heredity in them, than some other folks. It depends on how people mix and mingle over time.
But clarification of identity helps to, you just feel better in yourself, you feel better as an individual, you feel better as a nation, as a family. Just clarification of who you are. Know thyself.
Wait. Because if I figure it out, when I look at my DNA, this is why I'm getting confused. When I look at my DNA, I am 89.1% pure African. Pure African.
Really?
Yes, 89 point. Hold, let me just check it again. 89.1%. Yeah, pure African.
What about the other 10.9%?
Okay, so there's 10.9%. Some of that comes out of Somali, because I don't know why Somali's not considered as African on the DNA thing, but they got them in other. For some reason, Somali's in other.
Okay.
Right, so it depends on what DNA source you're using. So obviously the one I use, I'm going with that one.
Yeah.
The other two, we ain't gonna count. They're another 1.6 and 1.6. We're not bun that, fire bun. But I'm saying, like, if I'm
it matters though, lady.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
That's violation, and that was rape. Period. Rape. Yeah. That's what we put. That's a casualty of war right there. So we're not going to count that. So I'm saying that if I'm like that high, so I know that my people then were very resistant. They were very powerful, and they were fighting through the whole process. They weren't having it. I can tell that from my DNA.
And they kept to themselves.
They kept to themselves. So I can tell my mindset of me being pure black, only breeding black, only staying with my black people. That's something that is not something that just popped up miraculously along the line. That's something my ancestors have held, and it's passed down through generations through to me. So I know my mindset can't be wrong. Shifa, if you're listening, rude boy, listen up, take notes. Yeah. So I know my mindset is 100% my ancestors' mindset. I know how I think, how I feel is 100%. What I'm saying though is, you see, like if people have lower than me, for instance, and I've seen many going through many of the brothers and sisters going through many of their results. They are showing up way lower than I am. So I'm very positive that my ancestors fought for their nation, fought for their people, and fought against every resistance going. I come from a strong line of Africans. Whereas others, I can see that have been infiltrated so much to the point that their DNA is literally like 39% altogether.
Yeah.
What do we do with them?
And you're gonna have that, because think about it. I mean, come on, the Arabs with Islam on the continent of Africa. I mean, up north, and even coming down through Central Africa, and even coming down to the south. Those people who are Muslims, some of them mixed up too and had family with Muslim women, right? Or Muslim men, yes. And as far as the Muslims are concerned, once you marry, a Muslim man, anyhow, when a woman marries a Muslim man, she automatically becomes a Muslim. That's their culture. But at the same time, if he's Arabic, guess what? Well, the Arabic's gonna mix and mingle with whoever he's wed with, and the child's gonna mix and mingle with that. So you're gonna have African, and you're gonna have Arab. Right?
I hear you, Brother Eric. I'm listening.
Clarification of identity.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that miscegenation is what's causing what you're talking about when people have been, depending on how far people have been infiltrated, and how far miscegenism has gone, whether it is illegally through, sexual assault and rape, which there was a lot of that. We know that throughout history. But at the same time, though, in the States, though, what was it? I think it was in the I think it was the 40s or the 50s. They had the Loving v. Virginia, I think it was, case where this lady, her last name was Loving. She went to court to exercise her right to marry with a white man. Okay? It's a famous Supreme Court case. Now, so she wasn't forced into it. She wasn't raped. She wanted to do that. She wanted to marry that white man. And so, of course, her children, any children they have, they're going to be mixed, right? This is voluntary miscegenation.
I hear you, Brother Eric. And I know a lot of the things that we say you don't agree with, but I've noticed that you've got...
Mm-hmm. What happened? Lady D, where you at?
She dropped out. She dropped out. She dropped
Yeah,
out
she
by
dropped
mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I wanted to hear what she had to say. Yeah.
Last man standing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right, but
so
anyhow,
we have the plan.
Yeah, we'll talk again. Yeah, that's something that has to be done. The planning has to be done, and the thing about it is, unlike the incentive of a lot of Black folks in America who thinks that politics is going to solve this problem, no, it's not. The less politics you have in alleviating this problem and identifying yourselves with with people of your own ilk, going down your lineage and what have you. Your parents, all that stuff, those 5 criteria you talked about. The more people you have who are in agreement with that, and if you have a consensus, that's the ultimate. But usually you don't have a consensus. Usually you have a majority of people who are on code and online with each other, while you have some people who are always descendants. I mean, it is what it is. That's life,
Yeah. It's all good, and this is wonderful. This conversation, on this panel, is the spirit, the vibe. It's heated. It gets heated at times, but the overall vibe is so positive. It's so constructive. We're testing people's values, testing. So it's good to be tested. That's like training. It's good.
Yeah, but
it's all good.
You see the thing about that, in my humble opinion, what makes these talks heated is that race became politicized so bad it became a medical standard in the USA. Okay, I mean where white doctors actually they had the authority to say that, oh, this person, they can only have 16% of Native American in them and considered to be white. Okay,
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
They had no black, and you need 1 drop rule. The 1 drop rule came from a doctor. Yeah, from a medical doctor who delivered babies, so he knows about that. And he purposely planned this out, and he got governors and whatnot, and lawmakers and legislatures to pass this ideology, throughout the country in general.
They built it. They built the system. See, it takes building. So we have to build an alternative. You see, you have to build. You have to do the work.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna chip now.
All right.
Until next time.
All right, till next time, man.
Take care.
Hey, nice talking with y'all, C3. Take care now.
Take care.
All right. Be safe in 2022.
That's right. Let's fight
it. All right, now. I guess I'm gonna be up out of here. Hey, Born Rich. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for the show. Thanks for letting me up. I guess you don't took off or you went to sleep or whatever. But just wanted to say that. Salute to you, bro. And I'm out.